Lin Feng realized he had crossed into another world. The survivors had formed fleeing teams moving toward an unknown direction in search of a chance to live. The fortunate part was that he was an awakened ability user holding a core position in the team, surrounded by admiring companions. The bad news was that the ability he had awakened was a useless beast-taming talent. His lifebound contract creature was a tiny turtle with no combat power at all. Now he had been pushed out of the inner circle, and those who had once clung to his side for advantage had quietly drifted away. To make matters worse, water and food had run out. It seemed they were on the verge of no longer being able to survive. Just then a cold mechanical notification sounded in his mind, congratulating him on awakening a new talent. Lin Feng. The invisible voice echoed as if confirming his name. A second talent. Things suddenly seemed to become interesting. A large bus rocked gently in a steady rhythm. Heavy blows pounded on the door in a muffled, urgent pattern. The bus door rattled violently under the blows as a rough, impatient voice shouted from outside for the door to be opened and for Lin Feng to hurry to a meeting with the captain. Inside, Lin Feng paused mid-motion as a soft, playful murmur rose from behind him. A woman's slender arms curled around his neck in a clinging, affectionate gesture, trying to keep him from leaving, her tones sweet and coaxing. Another woman leaned close from behind, pressing against him from the other side, her warmth and closeness wrapping him in a tempting, almost serpentine embrace as the two tried to delay his departure. They were in high spirits, and the playful atmosphere clung to the cramped space. Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to stop, letting go of what he had been about to do. He sighed softly, a trace of helplessness flickering across his face. To be honest, he had never dared to dream of such a life before. A week earlier, Lin Feng had still been a fresh graduate squeezed into the crowded job market, unable to find work. He barely had 500 yuan to his name and rented a partitioned room of less than 10 square meters in a cramped urban village. Even inviting the girl he liked out for a proper meal would make him hesitate for half a day. A week later, all of humanity on Blue Star had suddenly crossed over into this apocalyptic world. Now he no longer needed a job. Instead, he was supported by more than 1,000 people in the convoy. He lived in a refitted bus, ate the best canned food and supplies they had, and the women resting near him were not just two, each of them considered a beauty by any standard. Fate was truly hard to put into words. "Be good and wait for me," he murmured to the women before he left, planting a light kiss on one's forehead, and then the others, his tone half joking, half affectionate. "The captain probably has something urgent for me," Lin Feng said with a grin. "Once I'm done dealing with it, we'll continue." Reluctantly, the two women loosened their hold on him, and only then did he manage to pull himself free from their soft entanglement, hastily searching for his clothes. He had just pulled on his t-shirt and was still fumbling with his pants when a renewed barrage of knocking sounded from outside. An impatient shout came again, demanding to know whether he was coming or not. Lin Feng called back that he was coming and stepped toward the exit. Before he left, he playfully gave one of the women a light squeeze on her clothed hip, drawing a mock protesting cry. Then he jumped down from the bus. As the bus door swung open, dim yellow light flooded in. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes against it, a palm-sized little turtle dangling from his hand. He followed the burly man who had called him, heading toward the center of the convoy. The burly man walked fast, forcing Lin Feng to nearly jog to keep up. As he went, Lin Feng tugged his clothes into order and ran a hand through his hair, trying to compose his appearance. Along the way, people throughout the convoy turned to watch them pass. Some eyes held envy, some wore ingratiating smiles, and others revealed open jealousy and contempt. Lin Feng ignored all these looks, wearing his usual lazy, unconcerned smile. The convoy was large, with over 1,000 people. The vehicles stretched in a long line. On the outermost ring were various pickup trucks and refitted cargo trucks, their sides welded with iron frames, and other makeshift defenses still stained with blackened blood. Guards stood on the roofs, gripping steel knives, spears, and other weapons as they kept watch. In the middle of the convoy were all kinds of vehicles, even bicycles, clustered together. The convoy currently halted to rest and recover. Lin Feng was led to a modified luxury RV, the meeting place for Captain Wang Lai and the other awakened ability users. The burly man knocked on the door of the RV. A steady, composed voice from inside told them to enter. The door swung open, and Lin Feng stepped in behind the other man. Inside, the RV space was surprisingly large, refitted into a mobile meeting room. A ring of sofas encircled a fixed table, and spread across the tabletop was a roughly drawn map. 7 people were already seated inside. With Lin Feng and the burly man, all 9 awakened ability users of the convoy were now gathered. Lin Feng's gaze swept quickly over the group. Seated at the innermost position was a man of about 40 with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, his gaze steady and sharp. This was the captain of the convoy, Wang Lai. He was an awakened lightning ability user, the strongest defensive power among them all. It was largely thanks to Wang Lai's thunderous power that this convoy of more than 1,000 people could maintain order amid chaos and survive repeated monster attacks. On his right sat 2 men Lin Feng did not know very well. One was called Gua Yi, an awakened mechanical ability user whose talent for repairing and modifying vehicles kept the convoy running. The other was Jiang Sheng, who had awakened plant acceleration, a power that could prove invaluable at critical moments. On his left sat a short-haired young woman in her 20s named Feng Ling. She had awakened speed enhancement, her agility was frighteningly high, and she was responsible for scouting and surprise attacks. Beside Feng Ling sat 3 women. The oldest, in her mid-30s, yet still strikingly graceful, was Chun Min. She drew attention with her composed bearing and confident presence. She had awakened spiritual perception, making her the convoy's early warning system. Next to her sat a woman of about 25 or 26 named Shin Yutong. She had long hair, fine features, and a tall, well-proportioned figure, her long legs and slender waist giving her an elegant, eye-catching presence. Every time Lin Feng saw her, he could not help but be impressed by her beauty. Her ability was unusual. She seemed able to sense looming danger and map out the surrounding terrain. She did not talk much, but whenever she spoke it was to deliver crucial information, and she was a key reason the convoy had been able to travel in relative safety up to now. The last woman drew Lin Feng's gaze for a moment longer than the others. Her name was Dong Yu, 21 years old. She had awakened so-called body enhancement. In practice, her skin had become tougher and her strength a few times that of an ordinary person, but she still could not withstand a proper blade, and compared with Lu Tizui, the burly man who had come to call Lin Feng, and who possessed pure strength enhancement, her power was worlds apart. She was reasonably good-looking with a slightly plump figure, but among the group, she had the lowest presence. And every time she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes seemed as if they could devour him. Lin Feng understood well why she resented him so much. They were both awakened ability users, both with relatively weak powers. Most importantly, they shared the same tastes. They both liked beautiful women. Yet reality was that Lin Feng lived in a luxurious refitted bus, surrounded by admirers, eating the best food and drinking clean water. Dong Yu, though also part of the convoy's core team, had no one flattering her, no one vying for her favor, while the women of the convoy actively vied for a place at Lin Feng's side. Why? Was it simply because Lin Feng was better looking than she was? But it was also a fact. Lin Feng had never denied it. Back in school, he had been openly recognized as the campus heartthrob, 1.85 m with sword-like brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a lazy, roguish smile that could make girls dizzy. By looks alone, he was hard to rival. Still, that was not all. He was also an awakened ability user, handsome and skilled at coaxing and comforting women, which made him far more sought after than someone like Dong Yu. That was reality. Here you are, Chun Min remarked, leaning back on the sofa with an easy posture as she looked over at Lin Feng's slightly rumpled clothes, teasing him about being busy just now. She joked further, saying that the energetic, handsome Lin Feng might need someone to help relieve his excess fire. Lin Feng only smiled and did not respond. In truth, he was more bold in his thoughts than in his actions. Once a former boss in the convoy had tried to take liberties with Chun Min, relying on his old status. The result had been chilling. With a single look from her, the man and his bodyguards had walked woodenly into a swarm of monsters outside and been torn apart, leaving behind only their bone-chilling screams. Since then, Lin Feng had firmly resolved never to provoke a woman like her. Beautiful, but with a ruthless edge. Whatever she called her power to him, it was closer to spiritual control than mere perception. He often thought that if she ever turned that gaze on him again, he might not even know how he died. Everyone is here, Wang Lai said. His voice was not loud, but the calm weight in it commanded attention. Today I've called you together because there are several matters we must discuss. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously stroking the turtle shell. The little turtle had withdrawn its head and limbs, hiding completely inside its shell, allowing Lin Feng to idly toy with it. Wang Lai began to describe the current situation of the convoy, how much supplies remained, the condition and where of the vehicles, the casualty numbers, as well as the movement trajectory of the gray fog, and the speed at which it was pursuing them. As Lin Feng listened, his mind began to drift, and his gaze uncontrollably started to wander. None of this concerned him much. Others were in charge of distributing supplies, others maintained the vehicles. The movement of the gray fog and the maps were handled through intelligence provided by Shin Yutong, and Chun Min took care of danger warnings. All Lin Feng needed to do at these meetings was nod his approval without question, then return to his comparatively comfortable life. Most importantly, Wang Lai's tone suddenly grew heavier. The gray fog is accelerating. At its current speed, at most in 5 days it will catch up to us. The atmosphere in the meeting tightened at once, and Lin Feng also drew back his lazy demeanor. The gray fog. This was the most terrifying thing in their world. The gray mist. No one knew where it came from or why it appeared. In the regions it shrouded, ordinary living beings died the instant they touched it, not slowly, but in the very moment of contact. There were things even more terrifying hidden within the gray fog. No one could clearly say what those things were, because everyone who had seen them was already dead. Only awakened individuals could rely on their powers to endure inside for a few minutes, and even then, standing within the fog, they could sense those twisted, maddened presences lurking in the haze. The gray fog seemed alive, ravenous, and always moving, chasing after the survivors. The only thing humanity could do was run. They had to keep fleeing with all their strength before the gray fog caught up. 300 kilometers ahead, there is a stretch of high ground, Wang Lai said, pointing at the simple map on the table. According to Yutong's measurements, there is a ruined city there. Most importantly, there is a gas station with open visibility. If we can reach it quickly, our convoy will not only obtain fuel, but finally be able to catch our breath. 300 kilometers. Chen Min frowned. Given the convoy's current condition, covering 50 kilometers in a day is already good. It will take at least 6 days to get there, if anything happens on the way. So we need to increase our speed, Wang Lai said. What followed was a barrage of discussion, route planning, vehicle allocation, and personnel arrangements, ensuring at the very least that everyone could get a place in a vehicle rather than having to travel on foot. As the discussion went on, Lin Feng again began to drift off. None of this had much to do with him. He neither drove nor repaired vehicles, and he did not take the lead. All he needed was to sit in the bus. As the meeting progressed, Wang Lai suddenly changed the subject. There is one more matter. His gaze swept over everyone and finally settled on Lin Feng. Suddenly, a bad premonition surged up in Lin Feng's heart. This concerns the allocation of resources for our core members, Wang Lai said in an even tone, as if discussing something ordinary. I have decided that from today on we will reset the standards of treatment for awakened individuals. Lin Feng straightened in his seat. The standard is simple combat contribution. At these words, Lin Feng's heart sank. What do you mean? Lu Taizhu asked, the corners of his mouth already lifting in a smile. It means, Wang Lai looked at Lin Feng, his gaze utterly calm to the point of coldness, that any awakened individual whose abilities are insufficient for combat and who has no support role will no longer enjoy the treatment of a core member. Silence. The air inside the RV seemed to freeze. Lin Feng opened his mouth wanting to speak, but his throat felt blocked, as though something were lodged there. Captain, you mean to? This is not aimed at you, Wang Lai interrupted Lin Feng. It applies to all awakened individuals whose abilities are insufficient. Instinctively, Lin Feng's gaze went to the others. Feng Lin kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Gua Yi and Zhang Sheng exchanged a glance, then looked away. Chen Min stared out the window, her face expressionless. The corner of Shen Yutong's mouth twitched slightly, but she said nothing. As for Dong Yu, she was smiling. It was the kind of smile born of long-suppressed emotion, finally seeing the day she had waited for, a smile of schadenfreude. Why, oi? Lin Feng asked. Why, oi? It was not Wang Lai who answered, but Lu Tiezhu, the man who had knocked on the RV door earlier. He lounged back on the sofa, arms folded across his chest, a smile on his face that carried undisguised malice. Lin Feng, you still dare to ask why? Why? Lu Tiezhu's words came out one by one, deliberate and cutting. You're useless at everything and good only at eating, Lu Taizhu said, enunciating each word. You have a beast-taming talent, and you contracted a turtle. What use is that turtle? Can it fight? Carry loads? Scout ahead? It can do none of those. What right do you have to enjoy core member treatment? Lin Feng's face was burning. Lin Feng knew that in a sense Lu Taizhu was right. Hearing it laid out so plainly, however, was still hard to accept. But what could he do? When he crossed over, this was the talent he awakened. Scouring the entire camp, he had found only this one surviving creature. If he did not contract this turtle, what else could he possibly contract? Recruiting awakened individuals, sheltering ordinary survivors, and drafting rules. None of these ideas had come from Lin Feng. Throughout, apart from registering awakened talents and nodding his agreement, he had done almost nothing. I truly have no combat ability at present, but I am still an awakened individual. So what if you're awakened? Lu Taizhu sneered. He too resented Lin Feng's appearance and the advantages it had brought him. Is being awakened a reason to consume resources for free? Look at Gua Yi, also an awakened individual, maintaining and modifying vehicles. Look at Zhang Sheng, who accelerates plant growth and cultivates crops. And then look at you. What do you actually do? Lin Feng's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say that he was not entirely useless, that he could do physical labor, carry supplies, and had never complained. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that aside from being awakened, he was no different from an ordinary person. Anything he could do, a normal person could do as well. After awakening, his strength increased a little, and with his ability he could endure the gray fog for a few minutes. But that was all. That's enough. Wang Lai raised his hand to stop Lu Tiezhu's mockery. His gaze toward Lin Feng held no malice, but no sympathy either. Lin Feng, because we are all awakened, I previously chose to turn a blind eye, he said. But now our supplies grow ever more scarce, and the gray fog comes ever closer. Every portion of food, every scrap of material, must be spent wisely. I can no longer sustain. He paused. Those without combat power. Lin Feng felt as though his heart were being clenched. He was being cast aside. What about the promise of equal treatment and shared distribution they once spoke of? From today onward, Wang Lai declared, the bus allocated to Lin Feng, and all his material quotas will be reclaimed. From this moment you are no longer a core member. But Wang Lai shifted his tone, saying, considering we are both awakened, you don't need to hand over half of what you find every time you go out like ordinary people do. What you find is— Lin Feng was stunned. Captain, that's it. Wang Lai waved his hand, no longer looking at Lin Feng. The meeting is over, everyone dispersed. Others stood up and gradually left the mobile home. As they passed by Lin Feng, some wore blank expressions, some pretended not to see him, while others, like Dong Yu, deliberately slowed down, casting a gaze filled with an almost pitying look at Lin Feng. "Lin, handsome guy," Dong Yu said softly, her voice laced with an indescribable delight. "You'll have to forage for wild vegetables by yourself from now on. Watch out for—" She walked away. Only Lin Feng remained in the vehicle, holding a small turtle, motionless for a long time. As Lin Feng made his way back to the bus through the convoy, some people had already heard the news. The gossip spread faster than the wind. This was the hallmark of the convoy. Rumors were always the fastest information to circulate. Along the way, countless eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Some relished his misfortune, some were indifferent, but what hurt Lin Feng the most was the way those who had once flattered and ingratiated themselves to him now looked at him as if he were a pile of garbage. When Lin Feng reached the front of the bus, he found 2 patrol team members standing at the door. "Lin Feng," one of them said expressionlessly, "the captain ordered us to take possession of this vehicle. We have already moved your personal belongings out." Lin Feng looked at the pile of items next to the vehicle, a few changes of clothes, a blanket, and a backpack, nothing more. This was all of Lin Feng's possessions now. "Can I go up and grab a few things?" Lin Feng asked. The patrol members exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Sorry, it's a command." Lin Feng took a deep breath, bent down, and stuffed the items on the ground into his backpack. Just then the bus door opened. 2 women stepped down from the bus. They had already put on their clothes and tidied their hair, appearing dignified and respectable. When they saw Lin Feng, a hint of awkwardness flashed across their faces, but it quickly vanished. "Lin Feng," one of the women who had just been gasping beneath him said in a flat tone, "We won't be with you anymore." Lin Feng looked at her without saying a word. "Don't blame us," the other woman interjected, her voice very cold, as if the charming person from before was not her at all. "You're no longer a core member of the convoy. There's no future in following you. We have to survive, right?" After saying this, the 2 turned and left. They walked toward the core team area, and Lin Feng watched as they approached Dong Yu. Dong Yu was leaning against the bus, munching on an apple. When she saw the 2 women approach, she lifted her head, and a smile slowly crept onto her lips. She looked at Lin Feng, her gaze filled with the message, "Your present belongs to me now." The 2 women surrounded Dong Yu, inquiring about her well-being, massaging her shoulders, and back, their enthusiasm surpassing even when they served Lin Feng. Lin Feng shifted his gaze away, cursing inwardly, "You shameless white crane, do you have that capability? Snatching away my women." Lin Feng looked in another direction. Not far away, a man in his 30s was hastily leading a woman away. The woman glanced back at Lin Feng, her expression complex, but her footsteps did not falter. That woman had been sent to Lin Feng's bus by her man to gain some resources from him. Now that Lin Feng had fallen, he naturally wanted to take his wife back. Lin Feng smiled. "So be it. After all, I have already benefited from the convoy's resources for a week. It's enough. The past few days were something I never even dared to imagine before." Lin Feng did not harbor resentment toward anyone. It was just a lie to say he wasn't sad. After all, his strength was insufficient. "It's just you and me left now." Lin Feng looked at the small turtle in his arms. Just then the loudspeaker in the convoy blared. "Attention all personnel, attention all personnel. There are only 6 hours left before the convoy's stay time ends. The gray mist is approaching rapidly. All capable personnel should hurry to search for resources. Repeat." Lin Feng's stomach suddenly growled. Only then did he remember that he had been in the vehicle all morning without eating. After the earlier confrontation with those 2 women, he was exhausted and his stomach was empty. Although Lin Feng had awakened and his physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people, the consumption was considerable and he was now extremely hungry. "I need to find something to eat immediately." Lin Feng slung on his backpack, found a discarded wooden stick in the convoy, and followed the crowd heading out to search for resources. The convoy stopped in a desolate area. The gray land, sparse trees, and the distant sky were murky, making it hard to distinguish whether it was cloudy or just gray mist. Looking around, resources. What could be found here? The edible wild vegetables had long been dug up by the earlier large groups, the drinkable water had been collected, and anything useful had already been picked clean. The only place with any life was a small hill in the distance where some green plants were growing. There should still be something there. Lin Feng followed the crowd toward the hill. Holding the small turtle in his arms and a stick in hand, he followed along at a steady pace. "Hey, isn't this the awakened one?" A mocking voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around to see several people looking at him with smiles. Leading the group was a bald man with a face full of flesh, wearing a tattered jacket. Lin Feng recognized him. His name was Zhao Hu, a minor leader in charge of resource transportation in the convoy. In the past, whenever Zhao Hu saw Lin Feng, he would nod and bow, calling him Brother Lin with familiarity. "Now, what brings you out to forage for wild vegetables with us, eh?" Zhao Hu came over with a smile, looking Lin Feng up and down, as if he were observing something amusing. "Oh, I heard you were expelled by the captain." "Who told you that?" Lin Feng asked. "It doesn't matter who told me," Zhao Hu chuckled. "What matters is whether it's true. Did you really get kicked out of the core team?" The people behind him laughed along. Lin Feng did not respond, and turned to continue walking. Zhao, who caught up, leaned in closer to Lin Feng and lowered his voice. Lin Feng, to be honest, I've never liked you. Just because you have a pretty face. Why should you have it good? Now your true colors are finally showing right. Lin Feng did not slow his pace. But don't be too upset. If it really doesn't work out, you can come work for me as a porter. 1 meal a day of wild vegetable dumplings, more than enough. What do you say? He'll treat you to a meal. The people behind him laughed even louder. Lin Feng halted, turned to look at Zhao, who was face devoid of expression. Old Zhao, you have something on your face. What? Zhao, who asked, surprised. Trash, you have trash on your face. Zhao, who instinctively reached to wipe it off. Lin Feng turned. Zhao, who wiped for a long time, but nothing came off. Only then did he realize Lin Feng was insulting him. His expression darkened, and he was about to erupt, but Lin Feng had already walked far away. The hill looked not far away, but it was quite a distance as Lin Feng walked across the wasteland, his stomach growling in hunger. The number of people he encountered along the way increased, all searching for survival resources. Most people took a second glance at Lin Feng and then whispered among themselves. Is this the awakened one? Is this the awakener? I heard he was expelled. Serves him right, a useless waste. Why should he live in a big bus? Lin Feng heard this and felt not so much anger as a sense of absurdity. Just a few days ago, he was an object of admiration for these people. Now, just days later, he had become their target of ridicule. How ironic. Lin Feng looked down at the little turtle in his hand. The little turtle was still in a half-dead state, curled up in its shell, utterly. Why don't you try harder? Of course the little turtle wouldn't respond. Lin Feng sighed and continued walking. At the foot of the hill. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered. As Lin Feng approached, he realized that this small hill was much larger than he had seen from afar, with sparse green plants growing on the slope. As he looked out, he saw a crowd of people at the foot of the hill, bending down, searching the ground. Lin Feng stood at the foot of the hill and observed. He recognized these plants. It had been a week since he crossed over, and those who survived had long tested all the edible things. How did they test them? Very simply, whatever they ate and survived was deemed edible. It sounds cruel, but that's the reality of the apocalypse. These plants were widely distributed in this world, resembling spinach from Blue Star, but with thicker, wider leaves and a darker, deep green color. They were non-toxic and edible, but the taste was incredibly bitter and astringent. But no matter how unappetizing they were, it was better than starving to death. Good food in the caravan was concentrated in the hands of core members. Although Jiangshang could stimulate plant growth, the potatoes produced were minimal and precious, making it impossible to share with the entire caravan. Ordinary people would starve if they didn't eat. However, Lin Feng's gaze didn't linger on the wild vegetables for long. I want to eat that. He disdainfully turned his eyes away. His gaze drifted past those bending down to dig for wild vegetables and landed on a lush patch of plants on the hillside. There was movement there. A locust was perched on a leaf, voraciously devouring it. This was no ordinary locust. It was several times larger than locusts from Blue Star, measuring a full 10 centimeters in length, with an eerie dark green hue, powerful hind legs, and spines growing all over. A mutated locust. These creatures fed on wild vegetables, so wherever there were wild vegetables, there would be their presence. For ordinary people, mutated locusts posed a significant threat. Their impact was incredibly strong. A collision with a force of over 10 kilograms would bruise the flesh instantly, and their biting power was immense, capable of tearing off a large chunk of flesh in one bite. Moreover, they often appeared in swarms. If surrounded by a group, an ordinary person would have virtually no chance of survival. But for Lin Feng, it was merely a matter of a single strike. Even the weakest awakener, once awakened, possesses a physique twice that of an ordinary adult male, with strength, speed, and reflexes far exceeding that of an average person. A lone mutated locust was nothing to Lin Feng. More importantly, mutated locusts are edible and surprisingly tasty. As a core member of the caravan, Lin Feng had been allocated plenty of roasted mutated locusts. Their golden shells, crispy texture, and the tender white meat inside were fragrant and enticing. Lin Feng recalled a survival expert's famous saying from Blue Star: with the head and tail cut off, it's incredibly crunchy. The protein content is several times that of beef. He hadn't thought about it before, but now recalling it made Lin Feng's stomach growl even louder. Lin Feng swallowed hard, gripping the wooden stick tightly. This locust is mine. Lin Feng didn't rush to act, but first observed the surroundings. The people at the foot of the hill were focused on digging for wild vegetables, while several patrolling team members armed with weapons scanned the area on guard against potential dangers. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng bent down, using the cover of the weeds and shrubs on the hillside, quietly approached the mutated locust. To avoid being detected, he even used a trace of spiritual energy to mask his own presence. 10 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters. The mutated locust's antennae twitched, as if sensing something. It stopped eating, its sturdy hind legs slightly bent, preparing to leap into the air. Now is the time. Lin Feng sprang forward, closing the 3-meter gap in the blink of an eye, swinging the wooden stick down with all his might. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The mutated locust had just jumped up, not yet able to spread its wings, when Lin Feng's stick accurately smashed its head. It convulsed a few times before becoming still sleeping quite peacefully. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, bent down to pick up the locust, and weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy, at least 3 to 4 tails. Not small, with considerable meat. Just as Lin Feng was happy to have found food, a notification sound rang in his mind. You have killed 1 mutated locust and gained 0.1 evolution points. Lin Feng's movements froze. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded. What? Lin Feng concentrated, activating his personal panel, a built-in instinct of every awakener. A light screen unfolded in his mind. Lin Feng. Talent Beastmaster. Contracted Beast Xian Gui 11. Attributes. Physique 10. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Spiritual Energy 1. Hidden Talent Activated Infinite Evolution Note. Killing any living being grants evolution points, which can be used for the evolution of the contracted beast. Current evolution points 0.1. Lin Feng's heart raced. Infinite Evolution. Gaining evolution points from killing living beings. Lin Feng looked again at the little turtle, which was palm-sized and had been retracting into its shell since the contract. He had thought it would remain this way for the rest of its life. It could actually evolve, and with no limits on the number of evolutions. A wave of immense joy surged within him. He had awakened the Beastmaster ability for an entire week, and during that week Lin Feng had taken the little turtle with him on the caravan. Apart from occasionally taking it out to bask in the sun and touch its shell, he had done nothing else. He had never thought of taking the little turtle into battle. Why? Because Lin Feng believed this turtle lacked combat ability and was reluctant to expose it to danger. After all, it was his turtle. Moreover, since the first day of his crossing, things had gone smoothly. When he first arrived, he had only heard the words "Blue Star has fallen into the gray mist world. Stay away from the erosion of the mist." Beyond that, there were no other notifications. Although thousands of people had crossed over in the same place aside from the initial chaos, Wang Lai awakened a powerful lightning ability and encountered several other awakeners, including Shin Yutong. Then with his formidable powers, he intimidated everyone, quickly forming a team, followed by registering abilities and searching for awakeners. Naturally, Lin Feng followed the crowd, reporting his awakened ability and becoming one of the core members of the caravan. Due to his status as a core member, they discovered Lin Feng had no combat ability and didn't arrange for him to fight. Moreover, with thousands of people searching for resources, they felt they didn't need him to go out looking for supplies or face danger. Supported by the entire team, and given the initial establishment of the team, many systems were still incomplete. In these past few days, the core members shared the resources equally, and Lin Feng had simply laid back, doing nothing other than manual labor when moving supplies. To this day, he hadn't participated in a single battle. Naturally, he had never discovered his hidden talent. This led Lin Feng to remain unaware of his hidden talent for an entire week, wasting precious time. If he had started hunting the mutated monsters from the first day, to what extent would the little turtle have evolved by now? Lin Feng's fist slowly clenched, filled with regret. Forget it. It's useless to think about it now. What's important is that I know it now. It's not too late. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slowly curled up, forming a standard Dragon King smile, which then broke into an uncontrolled ha. He laughed until he bent over, tears streaming from his eyes. A few people in the distance heard the laughter and turned their heads, exchanging glances when they saw Lin Feng laughing like a madman on the hillside. Isn't that the awakener who was expelled from the core team by the captain? Yeah, why is he laughing like that? Could it be that he was shocked and has gone mad? Well, it's no wonder. Falling from the sky, who could withstand it? Not to mention he is just a young man, so emotionally fragile. Poor guy. Lin Feng paid no attention to what they were saying, laughing for a while, before finally stopping, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, and taking a deep breath. I knew my beast taming talent couldn't be so mediocre. It was waiting for me here all along. Lin Feng reopened his personal panel and carefully studied the rules for using evolution. He quickly found the evolution option for the little turtle. Destined Beast, Xian Turtle Unnamed, required evolution points 10 points. Note the evolution of the Destined Beast will feed back the corresponding 4-dimensional attributes to the host and grant partial corresponding abilities. It actually requires 10 points. A single mutated locust gives 0.1 points, meaning he still needs to kill 99 more. Lin Feng looked at the locust in his hand, his eye, just 99 locusts. Although this creature is hard to find with such a large hill and abundant wild vegetables, there must be plenty of mutated locusts. Lin Feng watched those still digging for wild vegetables at the foot of the hill. They avoided the mutated locusts, afraid of being bitten. But he was not afraid. Lin Feng's 4-dimensional attributes were twice that of an ordinary person. A solitary mutated locust was merely a moving evolution point for him. Let's get to work. Lin Feng took out a net bag from his backpack to store the locusts, hanging it on the side of his backpack, and carrying a wooden stick, he headed further up the hillside. Lin Feng avoided the crowd as he walked, trying not to draw attention to himself. After all, some people didn't realize that even the lowest level awakeners were much stronger than ordinary people. Although being discovered wasn't a big deal, it was better to avoid trouble. As Lin Feng walked, he carefully observed the surrounding prey. The mutated locusts fed on these wild vegetables, so where the wild vegetables grew thick, there might be mutation. Soon Lin Feng made a discovery. Amidst a particularly dense patch of wild vegetables, a mutated locust was devouring its head buried in the food. Lin Feng held his breath, mobilized his spiritual energy, and slowly approached. Snap! The second one was in hand. Killed one mutated locust, gained evolution point 0. 1 current evolution point 0. 2. The smile on Lin Feng's face grew wider. He continued. In that moment, he resembled a focused hunter weaving through the hillside in search of the next target. Third one. Fifth one. After about 4 to 5 hours, Lin Feng had already killed 99 mutated locusts. Current evolution points 9. 9. Only one more to go. Lin Feng had now reached the top of the hill. From here he could see in the distance that a long convoy had already lit a bonfire, indicating that after dinner they would soon depart. He needed to hurry. At that moment Lin Feng noticed a particularly dense patch of wild vegetables behind a rock. The wild vegetables there were taller than elsewhere, with thick leaves and a dark green color. Moreover, the most crucial part was that a mutated locust was lying there. Lin Feng approached, and taking advantage of the locust's moment of inattention, struck down. Bang! Stun no brain. Because its entire head exploded, and with the explosion of the mutated locust's head the notification sound rang out. Killed one mutated locust, gained evolution point 0. 1 current evolution points 10. Notification evolution points meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to evolve your destined beast immediately? Yes. Lin Feng shouted in his heart. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Just as Lin Feng confirmed, the little turtle in his hand suddenly said, "Ah!" The little turtle fell directly from his hand to the ground, making a dull thud. Lin Feng looked down. The little turtle, which was only palm-sized, had now expanded to the size of a basin. Its shell had become glossy black, with some mysterious patterns faintly appearing on it. Its limbs stretched out from the shell, robust and powerful, with claws sharp as hooks, and its tail had also lengthened, ending in a bony spike. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that the little turtle, which always squinted, now had clear, bright eyes with a glimmer of light swirling in its pupils. What is this? Has it become sentient? Lin Feng could feel an unusual connection, sensing the general state of the creature, along with an inexplicable effect. This evolutionary ability is simply extraordinary. Just as Lin Feng was amazed, a warm aura flowed around him, causing his body to involuntarily tense. The beast taming evolution feedback has been received. Constitution 4, Strength 3, Agility 4, Spirit 2, Spiritual Energy 3. The entire process lasted about 10 seconds, after which the warm airflow gradually receded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Lin Feng felt his body becoming more powerful. He immediately opened the panel to check. Lin Feng attributes Constitution 14, Strength 13, Agility 14, Spirit 12, Spiritual Energy 4, Talent Beast Taming 11, Infinite Evolution Destined Beast Xian Turtle. Next evolution requires 100 evolution points. Level 1 Constitution 40, Strength 30, Agility 36, Spirit 18, Spiritual Energy 30. Unlock Ability 1. Soil Consumption. Note: can obtain necessary sustenance from soil. The feedback attributes after evolution increased so much. Lin Feng did not expect that in addition to Constitution, the agility feedback was also quite substantial, a full 4 point. What does this mean? It means this turtle can run incredibly fast. Have I evolved a speedy turtle? Lin Feng looked down at the little turtle on the ground. No, it should now be called a large turtle. The creature looked back at Lin Feng with its bright eyes, even nudging Lin Feng's calf with its head. It seems I haven't named you yet. What, little turtle? That seems alright. How about calling you Little Xian? Let's go, let me carry you home. Lin Feng noticed that the convoy had stayed long enough and prepared to pick up the creature to head back. Ouch, damn, so heavy. Lin Feng almost stumbled. Little Xian, get up by yourself. Oh, I can't carry you. Lin Feng raised his hand and patted the turtle's shell. Little Xian propped itself up on its 4 sturdy legs and stood firmly, looking like a small fortress, exuding a sense of stability. Just as the man and turtle were preparing to head back, a rustling sound of soil being disturbed came from beneath Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng's smile froze instantly. Without hesitation, he leapt sideways. A jagged fissure split the ground where he had just stood. The earth heaved and parted as if torn by unseen hands. Then, with a thunderous rupture, a colossal maw burst forth from the soil. It was a beetle-like creature, nearly half a man's height, its obsidian carapace gleaming with an oily predatory luster. Its head bore no eyes, only a pair of massive scythe-shaped mandibles that snapped open and shut with a relentless metallic click-click-click. This monstrous weapon radiated sheer lethality. Not even reinforced steel could withstand those jaws. Xiao Xian reacted faster than Lin Feng, stepping forward in a single fluid motion to shield him completely. Craw! A sharp metallic crack echoed, the sound of forged steel striking unyielding stone. The turtle shell remained utterly unmoved. Enraged by the futility of its famed mandibles against such impenetrable armor, the beetle writhed violently, its 6 thick legs gouging deep furrows into the earth as it strained to overturn Xiao Xian. Yet it had gravely underestimated Xiao Xian's mass. He stood rooted like a mountain immovable. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the wooden staff, his gaze locking onto the creature's exposed abdomen, a soft membranous underbelly left unprotected by chitin. Hold firm, Xiao Xian. Lin Feng hurled the staff like a spear, true and precise, embedding it deep into the vulnerable abdomen. With brute force defying reason, the staff pierced the membrane and sank deep into the creature's innards. Green ichor gushed forth in violent spurts. The beetle shrieked, a piercing ultrasonic wail, as its body convulsed violently. It whirled its head toward Lin Feng, mandibles flaring wide, then charged headlong, aiming to shear him cleanly in two at the waist. Lin Feng instinctively dodged, his agility of 16 granting him effortless evasion. The beetle streaked past, grazing his sleeve, its lethal pincers snapping shut on empty air. Xiao Xian lunged forward, once more, jaws snapping shut on one of the beetle's forelegs. Crack! The sickening snap of chitinous bone gave way beneath crushing force. The beetle thrashed wildly in agony, but Xiao Xian held fast, refusing to relent. Seizing the opening, Lin Feng seized a boulder nearby, rushed to the creature's flank, and slammed it down, again and again, onto the wound already torn open by the staff. Once, then again. Emerald fluid sprayed across Lin Feng's body as the beetle's struggles weakened, its spasms fading until stillness claimed it entirely. A mutated stag beetle slain. Evolution points gained 0. 5. At the chime of the kill notification, Lin Feng gasped, raggedly collapsing onto the ground. He stared at the lifeless husk of the mutated stag beetle, and then at Xiao Xian beside him, equally drenched in viscous green ichor. He exhaled heavily. Just now Xiao Xian had saved his life. The peril had been absolute. One misstep would have meant annihilation. Even now the memory sent a chill through his spine. Yet when he saw the 0. 5 evolution points, a quiet smile surfaced. Stronger monsters yielded greater evolution points, meaning relentless combat would fuel perpetual evolution for both beast and master, forging ever greater strength until survival in this world became not just possible but assured. Lin Feng would never again bow to another's will, nor would he ever be cast aside. Though he bore no grudge against Wang Lai and the others, knowing their decision was neither unjust nor irrational, something within him remained unsettled, a quiet ache beneath the calm. And recalling those women who abandoned him the moment his status crumbled, and the sycophants who'd clung to him only while he held power, Lin Feng's heart grew colder, though he admitted with grim irony that he'd enjoyed those fleeting days of dominance. What had happened had happened. At most it had further eroded his moral compass, reinforcing one immutable truth: a man's worth is measured solely by his strength. Lin Feng bent down and hoisted the half-man-sized corpse of the mutated stag beetle. Meat, not waste. Let's go, Xiao Xian, he said, patting the creature's hardened carapace. The carcass weighed at least 50 or 60 gene, yet for Lin Feng's current attributes, dragging it was effortless. Xiao Xian ambled behind him on 4 thick, sturdily muscled legs, neither hurried nor lagging, matching Lin Feng's pace with serene. Descending the mountain, Lin Feng encountered numerous others returning the same way. Small clusters of 2 or 3 each, clutching makeshift sacks fashioned from cloth or garments bulging with wild greens. Some had woven such oversized bags they needed 2 people to carry them. Their faces glowed with quiet joy. For them, gathering enough edible forage meant hunger would not gnaw at them for days to come. In this apocalyptic world, such modest bounty truly warranted celebration. Hey, lucky day? Filled my sack to the brim. Same here. The herbs on this hillside are unusually lush. If only the convoy could stay 2 more days. Dream on. The gray mist waits for no one. All right. Still, at least we're set for 2 or 3 days. As they chatted and laughed, they passed Lin Feng, glancing casually his way. Then their smiles stiffened. Their steps slowed. Some halted entirely. Their eyes first locked onto the massive mutated stag beetle corpse Lin Feng dragged, its scythe-like mandibles catching the light, with a cold, lethal sheen unmistakably capable of shearing human bone. Then their gaze shifted to the large mesh sack slung over Lin Feng's pack. Inside, dozens upon dozens of mutated locusts writhed, dark green bodies pressed tightly together, their barbed hind legs protruding visibly, each spike razor-sharp. So many. Surely dozens. Perhaps over 100. They couldn't know Lin Feng's exact tally, but the sheer volume in that net was undeniable, at minimum 30 or 40 gene of grotesque wriggling biomass. Silence hung for several seconds. Someone unconsciously swallowed. Less from hunger, more from awe. Isn't that the awakened one expelled from the core team by the leader? Yes, that's him. Wasn't he declared non-combatant? Non-combatant? Could a non-combatant haul back an entire net full of mutated locusts? Could a non-combatant drag a half-man-sized armored monstrosity? Look at those mandibles. Look at the thickness of that carapace. Look at those 6 thick spined legs. Was such a creature ever meant to be trifled with? Suddenly the wild greens in their hands seemed tasteless. Is this the true power of an awakened one? Someone murmured, voice thick with envy and quiet bitterness. Even an awakened one stripped of rank, even one cast from the inner circle. Is this formidable? We labored all day digging roots, and it amounts to less than the tip of his finger. Enough talk, it's fate. Let's move. We've got sorting to do before the convoy departs. The crowd dispersed, but every passerby stole lingering glances at Lin Feng, eyes shimmering with envy, reverence, and raw, hungry longing. Lin Feng ignored them all, continuing his steady march toward the convoy, dragging the mutated stag beetle behind him like a trophy of survival. Ahead, a patrol squad emerged. 5 individuals wore walkie-talkies at their waists, wielding makeshift weapons, responsible for perimeter patrols and ensuring safety while the convoy stopped to gather supplies. Of course, when real danger arises, it still requires a few awakened ones to take action. Today was fruitful. We caught 3 mutated locusts. Let's roast one for dinner and save the rest for trade. I tell you, these are precious goods coveted by those awakened ones. Hee Lao Zhang, didn't you say you were going to find a girl on the bus tonight? Hee indeed. I've collected supplies for several days. Tonight I must. The speaker suddenly, his gaze swept past his companion's shoulder, spotting Lin Feng approaching from a distance, specifically noticing the corpse of a stag beetle he dragged along and the large net of locusts hanging from Lin Feng's backpack. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he was not mistaken. A large net full of mutated locusts. One beetle the size of a person. One person. I can't believe my eyes. The other patrol members also noticed their companion's strange behavior, stopping in their tracks as their expressions shifted from excitement to blankness, then to shock. The 5 of them, fully armed and coordinated, had carefully crouched for half a day to hunt 3 mutated locusts, and even those 3 had made them feel exceptionally lucky, strutting as if the wind was at their backs. But upon turning to look, good heavens! This person managed to catch such a large net and a stag beetle all by himself. The patrol member instinctively glanced at the 3 locusts he was carrying, then at Lin Feng's large net, silently covering the locusts with his clothing. What is there to brag about now? This person? One of the patrol members started. Isn't it said that he was expelled from the core team because he lacks combat ability, making him no different from an ordinary person? Tell me, can someone without combat ability defeat a stag beetle alone? No one answered his question, because everyone recalled something. Just 3 days ago, when the convoy passed an abandoned village, they were attacked by a mutated stag beetle, resulting in the loss of 2 vehicles and the deaths of more than 10 people. The screams of those individuals still echoed in their ears, and it was only after the leader Wang Lai personally intervened, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning, that the creature was slain. That was under the circumstances where the convoy's strongest Wang Lai had acted, and now Lin Feng single-handedly defeated one. Isn't there something wrong with this news? At that moment, a bald man in the crowd quietly took 2 steps back, attempting to shrink behind his companions. Zhao Hu's face looked terrible at this moment, to be precise, a mix of green and white, purely from fright. Zhao Hu had come out with the patrol team responsible for transporting supplies. He had been dawdling at the back, only to lift his head and see this scene. Zhao Hu's mind buzzed as he recalled a few hours earlier when he had been boasting in front of Lin Feng, mocking him, even arrogantly suggesting Lin Feng come work for him as a porter, promising a meal of wild vegetable dumplings to fill him up. Now, thinking back, his face burned with embarrassment. This guy could kill so many mutated locusts in just a few hours, and even take down a mutated stag beetle in a fight. How could he expect Lin Feng to work for him? Are you worthy? Zhao Hu wished he could slap himself twice. He shrank his neck and hunched his back, trying to sneak away from the crowd without drawing attention. I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here, he muttered to himself as he walked. Lin Feng truly did not notice Zhao Hu. To be honest, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to care about these things. His mind was focused on one thing. Hungry. Lin Feng hadn't eaten anything for most of the day. He had exhausted a lot of energy earlier with 2 women, and after several hours of high-intensity hunting for locusts and a life-or-death struggle, he now felt ravenous. He just wanted to hurry back to the convoy, roast some locusts, and fill his stomach. As for Zhao Hu, a character so insignificant, Lin Feng had never regarded him highly. Just a bald man who could only carry things, to put it bluntly, with little Xian around. Now, he could easily bite off Zhao Hu's arm in one bite. No, little Xian is a proper beast tamer. How could he be compared to such a person? Lin Feng quickened his pace. Brother Feng, brother Feng. Suddenly a fawning voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around to see a young man in his 20s jogging up to him, a broad smile on his face. The man wore a camouflage outfit stained with various marks, looked ordinary, but his eyes were lively. Brother Feng, you're back. Let me take that, the young man said eagerly as he reached for the stag beetle in Lin Feng's hand, overly courteous. You just relax, there's no need for you to do this heavy work. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not saying a word, as he began to understand the young man's intentions. In that pause, a few others also reacted. A middle-aged man rushed over, a sincere smile on his face. Brother Feng, let me carry your backpack. You look tired, I please take a break. These individuals were all shrewd, especially after several days of apocalyptic trials. They had witnessed Lin Feng's strength and knew that even if he had been kicked out of the core team, he was still far superior to them as ordinary people in this apocalyptic world. Following a strong individual is never wrong. Furthermore, Lin Feng's net full of locusts could easily provide enough food for them. Lin Feng looked at the two individuals before him, feeling little fluctuation in his heart. A few days ago, the naive young man who had just entered society might have felt touched, but after experiencing a series of events today, Lin Feng had a clearer understanding of human nature. These people were flattering him because of the supplies he held. However, Lin Feng did not resent it. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words. This is human nature. This is the apocalypse. Lin Feng didn't want others' sincerity, he just needed them to be useful. All right. Lin Feng handed the stag beetle corpse to the young man. Hold it well. The young man took it, nearly stumbling from the weight much heavier than he had imagined. But he gritted his teeth and managed to hold on, his smile not wavering. Lin Feng then unloaded his backpack and tossed it to the middle-aged man. Keep up. He extracted 2 mutated locusts from the net and threw one to each of them. Seeing this, others felt annoyed, slapping their thighs in frustration. They had also thought of it, but hesitated for just a second or two, and the opportunity. Seeing this, others felt annoyed, slapping their thighs in frustration. They had also thought of it, but hesitated for just a second or two, and the opportunity was snatched away. Those were mutated locusts. Even if they were reluctant to eat them, taking them to the logistics team could fetch 5 pounds of wild vegetable dumplings, enough for an extra 2 or 3 days. Brother Feng, I can help too. And Brother Feng, let me join in. I'm strong. And Brother Feng. And Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and paid them. Lin Feng patted Xiao Xian and gestured for the tortoise to follow. Ahead marched Lin Feng and Xiao Xian. Behind trailed the 2 impromptu porters. Through a chorus of flattery, they crossed the camp toward the caravan. Many onlookers witnessed the scene along the way. Some wore expressions of astonishment, others envy, still others but Lin Feng did not care. Lin Feng selected an empty patch of ground at random, signaled the young man. Back at the camp, bonfires blazed in clusters, their amber glow radiating unusual warmth against the desolation of the apocalypse. People huddled around the flames, suspending pots over the heat. Boiling wild greens mingled with whatever edible scraps they could scavenge. The air hung thick with the bitter, acrid scent of wild herbs, punctuated occasionally by children's wails and women's hushed murmurs. Lin Feng selected an empty patch of ground at random, signaled the young man to set down the scarab beetle, then accepted his backpack from the middle. Glancing around, he gathered several stones from nearby and hastily arranged them into a crude roasting stand. Then he collected dry twigs and grasses. His 2 assistants proved keen. One helped build the fire, the other fetched kindling, both swift and efficient. The fire ignited rapidly. Lin Feng retrieved mutated locusts from his mesh bag and selected a dozen of the largest, handing them to the young man for preparation. Clean them, then skewer them. We'll roast them shortly. Yes, sir. And the youth responded with a cheerful grunt, drew a small knife from his chest pocket, squatted, and began processing the locusts. His movements were deft. He swiftly removed wings and entrails, then impaled each on slender branches. Just then Lin Feng recalled something and turned to the youth. You. Take 10 locusts to the camp center and trade them for salt. Can you rest easy, Brother Feng. I've got it covered. Lin Feng counted out 10 mutated locusts from his mesh bag and handed them over. The youth seized them and sprinted toward the camp's heart. The middle-aged man watched enviously from the side, but wasted no time. He hurried off to gather more firewood. And about 10 minutes later, the youth returned, breathless and flushed. He cradled a small pouch in his hands, his face alight with exhilaration. Brother Feng, look. And he opened the pouch. Inside lay half a packet of salt, and astonishingly a small sachet of cumin powder and chili flakes. Impressive, Lin Feng remarked, mildly surprised he'd secured such rare luxuries. Hey, the youth scratched his head and grinned. I traded with some logistics personnel. They heard it was for you and agreed instantly. What he omitted was that those 10 mutated locusts had caused quite a stir. Lin Feng accepted the salt and seasonings and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Well done. Lin Feng then exchanged another locust for water, dissolved the salt in it, soaked the skewered locusts briefly, and placed them over the flames to roast. Flames licked the chitinous carapaces, sizzling softly. Within moments, a rich, savory aroma began weaving through the air. Proteins caramelized under intense heat, droplets of internal fat sizzled upon the coals, releasing an irresistible fragrance that pierced straight into the nearby. Onlookers turned their heads, especially those seated by the fires, gnawing on bitter wild greens, their hands still mid-bite. They stretched their necks, inhaling deeply, throats bobbing, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Lin Feng's fire. And the children broke first. Mama, it smells so good. A little girl tugged her mother's hem, gazing longingly toward Lin Feng. Don't look. It's not ours, her mother whispered, drawing her close, yet swallowed hard herself. Several men nearby rose, craning their necks, eyes blazing with hunger, mingled with inner conflict and wary hesitation. The caravan enforced strict, unforgiving rules. Since humanity's arrival in this apocalyptic world, countless conflicts had erupted among survivors, fought over food, fought for survival. Of the original thousands who crossed over, half perished not at the claws of monsters, nor within the ashen mist, but but at the hands of their own kind. Thus, to curb chaos and preserve order, the caravan instituted an ironclad decree: theft of another's possessions was punishable by. That law was forged in blood, laid down one life at a time. At first, scofflaws tested its limits. Men convinced of their own ruthlessness and strength. When caught, they were executed on the spot, once, twice, until gradually all understood this edict was absolute, inviolable. Now, no matter how ravenous, no matter how desperate, most dared not act. Yet that fragrance seeped relentlessly into their sinuses, and some could resist no longer. A man in his 40s approached Lin Feng, rubbing his palms nervously, wearing a forced, ingratiating smile. Feng, Brother Feng, could I taste just one piece? Lin Feng lifted his gaze, calm, devoid of emotion, as if observing nothing more than a stone. The man recoiled inwardly, instinctively stepping half a pace backward, yet the aroma held him captive. He clenched his teeth and pressed on. I'll trade you something. Truly. Look, see this. Frantically he slid a wristwatch from his arm and thrust it toward Lin Feng. It's a Rolex, genuine. Before the crossing, I paid hundreds of thousands for it. I'll trade this watch for 2 bites. Fair enough. Firelight glinted off the watch face, casting golden reflections. Lin Feng reached out and accepted it. The watch bore substantial weight, its dial remained flawless, its hands ticking steadily. Lin Feng recognized the brand. Before the crossing, such a timepiece had been an unimaginable luxury. Hundreds of thousands. In this ruined world, such a watch was worth less than a single compressed biscuit. Still, it possessed one practical use: telling time. With no signal network, smartphones were nearly useless, and functional timepieces were exceedingly rare. Agreed. Lin Feng tucked the watch into his pocket and pointed to the roasting locusts. 2 pieces, and the man's eyes lit up. 2. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you. As he reached forward, he hesitated, then asked cautiously, Brother Feng, could I possibly trade for 2 more? Then forget it. Lin Feng calmly extended the watch back. Surely you grasp how precious food has become. The man hastily waved his hands, pushing the watch back toward Lin Feng's chest. No, I'll take 2. Thank you, Brother Feng. He snatched 2 golden brown locusts from the fire and fled, fearing Lin Feng might rescind the deal. Others witnessed the exchange, and like a hive disturbed, a crowd surged forward. Brother Feng, I have something. I'd like to trade too. Brother Feng, I've got an authentic Swiss Army knife. May I trade one for a single locust? Brother Feng, I have a pure gold necklace. People surged from all directions, holding an array of items from various gold and silver jewelry to lighters, pens, and even lipsticks. In this apocalypse, most things held no People surged from all directions, holding an array of items from various gold and silver jewelry to lighters, pens, and even lipsticks. He rejected everything else. Brother Feng, please, my child hasn't eaten for 2 days. If he eats those wild vegetables, he'll just throw up. Brother Feng, would you be so kind? Exactly, there are so many here, please share some with us to try. We're all from the same convoy. The more Lin Feng listened, the more he frowned, looking at the middle-aged temp worker. Get them away from me, don't hinder my meal. The busy middle-aged man immediately stood up, straightened his back, and waved to the crowd. Everyone disperse, quickly disperse. Brother Feng said no trades, so no trade. Step back, don't disturb Brother Feng's meal, or I won't be polite. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, but the aroma still lingered in the air. More and more people gathered in the distance, holding wild vegetable balls, gazing eagerly this way, their faces gray and filled with hunger and desire. Crunch. The sound of the shell cracking was crisp and pleasant. The golden shell split open, revealing the tender white meat inside. Crunch. The sound of the shell cracking was crisp and pleasant. The golden shell split open, revealing the tender white meat inside. The aroma of cumin and chili mingling with the crispy and fresh locust meat exploding in his mouth. One word: exquisite. Delicious. It was simply too fragrant. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, finishing 1 locust in just a few bites. He finally understood the truth of that saying. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Lin Feng had once ordered grasshoppers at a barbecue stall with his roommates, and that taste was like heaven and earth compared to this. Especially in this apocalypse where most people couldn't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables, this was already considered a delicacy. Lin Feng picked up a second one. Although Lin Feng was very hungry, he still ate slowly, savoring this rare delicacy. As for the 2 temp workers busy by the fire, Lin Feng shared 2 locusts with them, and at that moment they looked incredibly satisfied, as if they were in paradise. Lin Feng looked at them disdainfully. Was it really that exaggerated? He had eaten a dozen locusts and still felt unsatisfied, thinking to himself, have I really become this gluttonous? This must be at least 2 or 3 pounds. The consumption after awakening is significant. He set his eyes on a stag beetle, its legs robust, especially the 2 front legs, each as long as an adult's arm, with thick armor covering the joints, indicating plenty of meat inside. Lin Feng picked up the Swiss Army knife he had just exchanged for preparing to cut off a piece to roast. Ding! The knife clashed against the beetle's leg, and not only was he unable to cut it, but there wasn't even a scratch. So tough. Fortunately, it wasn't completely hopeless. One of the front legs had been bitten off by Xiao Xian, and although it hadn't fully broken, the hard shell was completely shattered. He followed the cracked shell and forcefully used the small knife, slicing through it a few times to detach the front leg. The meat inside was revealed snow white and glistening slightly in the fire. Lin Feng cut off a small piece and roasted it over the fire. The meat quickly curled up, turning golden brown on the surface, emitting a completely different aroma from the locusts, making it hard to resist salivating. Lin Feng blew on it and put it in his mouth. Instantly his eyes widened. Delicious. So delicious that Lin Feng didn't know how to express it. He could only say, "This meat is truly fragrant." After eating the locust, Lin Feng thought he had tasted the best food in the apocalypse world, but now he realized he was wrong. The mutated locusts were tasty, but compared to the stag beetle leg meat, they were like steamed buns compared to a feast. Lin Feng chewed carefully, his eyes slightly squinted, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. This is what living is all about. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to figure out how to cut off another piece of leg meat, suddenly, "Oh, handsome boy." A lazy, teasing voice sounded from behind. "I didn't expect you to be doing so well." Lin Feng paused for a moment. "You have good food, and you won't share a bit for your sister." Lin Feng turned his head to look at the source of the voice. First, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings caught his eye, with slender ankles, well-proportioned calves, and smoothly extending lines disappearing into a form-fitting skirt. Above was a slim waist accentuated by a tight t-shirt and those eye-catching curves that made it hard to look away. Chun Min leaned against a car, casually tossing her hair, the wind lifting the bangs from her forehead, revealing a stunning face. A woman in her 30s, whether due to good maintenance or the effects of awakening, her skin was as tender as that of a girl in her 20s. Especially those eyes inherently possessing a captivating charm. Not only did she exude the unique charm of a mature woman, but she also had the tenderness of a girl. What a rare woman. Even on Blue Star, women like her were quite rare, not counting those seen online. If only I could have a taste. At this moment, she was smiling at Lin Feng, her gaze shifting back and forth between him and the pile of delicious food. Upon seeing this woman, Lin Feng nearly dropped the meat he was holding. He secretly scolded himself. How could he still think about such things at a time? This woman was not someone he could provoke. To be precise, there were hardly anyone in the entire convoy who dared to provoke her. Chun Min on the surface was a mental perception awakener claiming to have warning abilities, but in reality, during several internal chaos consolidations in the convoy, everyone had witnessed her terrifying prowess. Awakeners of mental power were inherently mysterious. To add to this, the number of people who had died at her hands was not fewer than 80. Lin Feng had witnessed it once. A burly man relying on his slight strength had robbed resources from others within the convoy and even dragged a woman into a tent. When caught, he adamantly denied it, stubbornly claiming he was wronged and shouting for evidence. Chun Min merely glanced at him. Just one glance. Instantly, the man's expression became hollow, and he began to recount everything he had done, from when he robbed someone's belongings to when he bullied that woman, even detailing how much money he had stolen from his neighbor as a child. After finishing, he convulsed, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground dead. Chun Min just wiped her hands and casually said, "Since then, no one in the convoy dared to commit any misdeeds under her watchful eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they couldn't." Now this woman stood before Lin Feng, nearly raising the hairs on his body. No. Lin Feng quickly stood up, a smile on his face that looked more like a grimace. "If Min Jia wants to eat, please go ahead. I have plenty here. Come sit down." As he spoke, Lin Feng moved aside the stone stool he was using as a seat and wiped it with his sleeve. Chun Min was unceremonious, elegantly sitting down. Her form-fitting skirt slightly rose with her movement, revealing a segment of her thigh wrapped in black silk. Lin Feng averted his gaze, not daring to look too much. "Little brother," Chun Min spoke, her tone languid, "have you developed your own abilities?" Her gaze fell on the small Xian at Lin Feng's feet, which was gnawing at the mud. She scrutinized it for a few seconds before affirmatively stating, "It seems so. It's grown so big that it can hunt a mutated stag beetle on its own. Quite impressive." Lin Feng humbly replied, No, it was just luck, just luck. You can call me by my name, or just call me Xiao Feng. Little brother. You are the little brother. I'm not small at all. If you don't believe me, just try it. I guarantee you'll be crying for your mother." Of course, Lin Feng could only grumble about this in his heart, not daring to say a word out loud. Chun Min smiled, her gaze drifting past Lin Feng to the stag beetle, her eyes momentarily gleaming. "This is a good find." She stood up, walked over to the stag beetle, crouched down to examine it closely. The enormous insect lay sprawled on the ground, its abdomen punctured by a stick, green bodily fluid oozing out. Chun Min extended her delicate hand, grasped one of its intact front legs, and gently twisted. Crack! Lin Feng's eyes widened. What did he just witness? That front leg was nearly as thick as an arm, covered in a thick black shell. When Lin Feng had used a Swiss Army knife to chop it off earlier, it had left no mark. It was incredibly hard. Yet Chun Min, with her seemingly fragile and boneless little hand, had just effortlessly snapped it, just like breaking a cucumber. "Why are you in a daze?" Chen Min turned to Lin Feng, raising the insect leg in her hand. Can I borrow the knife? Lin Feng opened his mouth, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. He instinctively handed over the knife, his hand trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, it was shock. My dear Min Jia, aren't you supposed to be a giant psychic ability user? How could that delicate little hand break the insect leg so easily? Chen Min took the knife, skillfully crushed the insect leg, then peeled away the shattered shell, extracting the white meat in one piece. Her slicing was fast and steady. In just a few moves, she had cleaned the leg completely. Then she began to roast it, unlike Lin Feng, who cut it into small pieces. Instead, she cut the entire leg meat into large chunks, skewering them on a stick and placing them directly over. Soon the aroma of roasting meat became even more pronounced. Lin Feng watched Chen Min busily working by the fire, the earlier scene lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He couldn't help but glance at his own hands, and then at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian lay on the ground, no longer gnawing at the mud, its bright eyes watching the roasted meat in Chen Min's hands. What is it? Chen Min seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze and understood what he was thinking. Were you scared? Lin Feng quickly shook his head. No, it's just, Min Jia, aren't you a psychic awakener? What about this strength? Oh, that. Chen Min turned the roasted meat in her hands, her tone very casual. If you don't participate in battles, it's normal not to know. You'll understand in the future. She didn't elaborate, and Lin Feng didn't dare to press further. Chen Min removed several more insect legs, skewered them for roasting, and soon 7 or 8 skewers of insect leg meat were neatly arranged over the fire, sizzling with grease. I'll help you roast them so you don't have to fuss over it alone. Chen Min clapped her hands and returned to sit on the stone. Make sure to eat more later. This is a good thing. Good thing. Lin Feng was taken aback. Chen Min didn't explain, only smiled, her gaze fixed on the roasted meat, as if calculating the cooking time. After about 10 minutes, the insect leg meat was done, its surface golden and slightly charred with grease dripping down the stick and sizzling on the charcoal. Chen Min picked up a skewer, blew on it, and handed it to Lin Feng. Give it a try. Lin Feng took it, the skewer laden with large chunks of roasted meat, an enticing aroma wafting up. Taking a bite, the meat was still a bit hot, rolling around on his tongue before he swallowed it. Delicious. Min Jie, your cooking skills are amazing. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, unabashedly praising her. Just as he swallowed 2 pieces of meat, a notification sounded in his mind. Using mutated stag, beetle leg meat, physique 1, current physique 15. Lin Feng was stunned, staring blankly at the skewer of meat in his hand, then glancing at Chen Min. Chen Min was elegantly enjoying her own skewer, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, her lips curling up slightly. Now you understand. She took a bite of meat and said slowly, the meat of these mutated creatures isn't just about filling your stomach. Eat more of it can increase our attributes. Chen Min continued. Thanks to you today, I'm quite fortunate. There aren't many edible mutated creatures. Most are inedible, either toxic or have meat that is simply unpalatable. Eating them can cause mild symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea, or in severe cases death on the spot. Lin Feng silently ate 2 more pieces. Physique 1, current physique 16, he gained another point. How could the effect be this good? You've probably seen many attacks in the past few days, right? Chen Min said while eating. Although most are inedible, anything that is edible can increase our attributes. Of course. She paused. Then she continued, besides these there are other things that can enhance our strength. What things, eh? Lin Feng instinctively asked. Strange creatures? Lin Feng's actions froze momentarily. Strange creatures. He recalled that during the journey the convoy had to guard against attacks from mutated creatures during the day, and at night, there was something even more terrifying. That was the strange creatures, beings that emitted black mist all over. Many people in the convoy had died at the hands of these strange entities. It's those strange creatures that appear at night. Yes, that's right. The most common among them are animal strange creatures. They can influence a person's mind and are hard to kill, but once defeated, one can obtain strange crystals. Strange crystals. This was yet another term Lin Feng had never heard before. Yes, a shiny object that looks like a bead. Chen Min pulled out a red string from around her neck, at the end of which appeared a small cloth pouch that had emerged from a deep crevice. She opened the pouch and poured out something into her palm to show Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned in closer. It was a white bead about the size of a marble, smooth on the surface, and it seemed something was flowing inside it. She opened the pouch and poured out something into her palm to show Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned in closer. It was a white bead about the size of a marble, smooth on the This woman, I thought she was giving it to me, but she took it back. What does that mean? However, seeing the pouch disappear, Lin Feng silently complained, was it really necessary to hide it so securely? But this strange crystal is really white. Sister, I am now a level 2 awakener, and it's thanks to this thing that I advanced. Level 2 awakener. It's normal that you don't know. Chen Min noticed Lin Feng's confusion. Before, the contract you had was with a turtle that had no combat ability, telling you won't help. Lin Feng fell silent, his mind in turmoil. One thought dominated his heart for the past week. Not only was he kept in the dark, but he was completely excluded from He did not know that mutant creatures' meat could enhance attributes. He also did not know that killing strange beings earned strange crystals. The promised equal distribution suddenly seemed laughable to Lin Feng. The so-called benefits of being a core member were merely superficial. A car and some supplies were given to him, but truly valuable information and resources that could strengthen one's power were all denied to him. Perhaps after he contracted Xiaoxian, they realized he was useless and excluded him from the core circle. He was still complacent about gaining supplies, sleeping with women on the bus, feeling as if he had gained a huge advantage. Meanwhile, others were eating mutant meat to enhance attributes and hunting strange beings to level up. And he knew nothing. If he hadn't been kicked out of the core team today, if he hadn't discovered hidden talents while hunting locusts, if he hadn't hunted the scarab beetle and met Chen Min, would he have learned these things only much later? Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at the string of insect leg meat in his hand, suddenly feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. His heart felt heavy. What's wrong? Chen Min's voice softened suddenly. Feeling uneasy, Lin Feng shook his head, took a deep breath, swallowed the remaining meat in one bite, and picked up another skewer from the fire. Chen Min said nothing more and quietly ate the roasted meat. The firelight illuminated her face, softening the striking features of her beautiful visage. Sister Min, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Moi, why did you tell me all this? Chen Min lifted her head and looked into Lin Feng's eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, captivating, and clear, free from calculation or pretense. Because you will find out sooner or later. Rather than letting others manipulate you with this information, I'd rather tell you directly. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Besides, Chen Min smiled. You treated me to a good meal today, oh, I must at least repay you somehow. Alright, don't overthink it. Chen Min stood up and dusted the dirt off her skirt. It's getting late, the convoy will depart soon. Get yourself ready. She took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turning back to look at Lin Feng. Oh, little brother Feng. Huh. That turtle of yours, her gaze fell on Xiaoxian. Take good care of it. It has grown from the size of a palm, and can even hunt scarab beetles. Its abilities may be far stronger. Having said that, she strode away in high heels at a measured pace. The tight skirt outlined her slender waist and graceful curves, her legs clad in black stockings flickering mysteriously in the night. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, and suddenly felt that this woman was not so terrifying after all. Of course that feeling lasted but a moment. The next second Lin Feng became sober again. Terrifying. This woman was absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng sat down again, staring at the remaining roasted meat over the fire, then at the little Xiaoxian at his feet. You'd better step up, and my future depends entirely on you. Xiaoxian rubbed his head against Lin Feng's leg and looked longingly at the roasted meat over the fire. Lin Feng thought for a moment and picked up a skewer to hand to Xiaoxian. Eat, you are my great contributor. Lin Feng didn't even see Xiaoxian's action. The meat in his hand vanished, instantly appearing in Xiaoxian's mouth in the blink of an eye. Watch out, it's hot. Xiaoxian ignored Lin Feng's words and swallowed the meat and skewer in just a few bites, then looked back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. Really like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit, such a waste. Don't even think about the leftovers. Look, that scarab beetle over there is yours. This roasted meat could enhance attributes and couldn't be wasted, but since Xiaoxian's talent was eating dirt, he couldn't really let it eat dirt, so he still had some conscience. After all, the meat was enough for himself. He would treat it as waste utilization. The two temporary workers who had been fawning approached cautiously after Chen Min left. Brother Feng, the convoy's loudspeaker, announced that departure is in 10 minutes. I'm Jiang Kuan, just call me a Khan. If you need anything, just let me know. The young man smiled broadly. Brother Feng, just call me Lao Lu. If you need anything, just say the word. We're going to pack up now. Alright, go ahead. Lin Feng nodded. As the broadcast announcing the convoy's imminent departure sounded, the crowd began to stir. Everyone packed their belongings at top speed, bundling the wild vegetables dug during the day into bags, placing them into vehicles, or tying them onto cars. Those with vehicles hurriedly loaded supplies and checked their vehicles' conditions. The three-wheeled carts were piled high with bags big and small, carefully secured with. Children were stuffed into compartments, their cries rising and falling. Women quietly soothed the children, while men silently busied themselves. No one complained or cried fatigue. In this world, surviving was already a blessing. Who had the strength to complain? The vehicles at the front began to start moving. At the forefront were several modified RVs and buses, the rides of the Awakeners, with iron bars welded on the windows and searchlights mounted on the roofs. Following closely were several pickups and trucks with patrol members standing in the cargo beds, armed with steel knives, spears, and homemade bows, their eyes vigilantly scanning the darkness on both sides of the convoy. These individuals were responsible for perimeter security. Whenever monsters attacked, they were the first to charge forward. Their benefit was that, unlike others in the convoy, they did not need to gather supplies or hand over resources. Every day they received a fixed ration of food from logistics, a privilege earned at the cost of their lives. Behind them were all kinds of vehicles: off-roaders, sedans, vans, three-wheelers, bicycles, all piled with belongings, bedding, clothes, pots and pans, and even scattered. The convoy was long, stretching over 1,000 meters. One headlight after another lit up, forming a winding band of light in the darkness like a dying giant serpent slowly slithering forward. Lin Feng carried a backpack and held several skewers of roasted meat, eating as he walked. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He looked down at himself, then around. Everyone was seated in vehicles. Even the most ordinary survivors had a bicycle. But Lin Feng, he had no vehicle. I haven't boarded yet. Lin Feng watched as the convoy grew increasingly distant, with no one waiting for him and no one remembering him. How true it is that when people leave, the warmth fades away. Lin Feng kicked at Xiao Xian, who was munching on a beetle nearby. Come on, keep up. Xiao Xian lifted its head, a small piece of the beetle in its mouth, standing up on its 4 legs, but still gnawing as it walked. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with it. After all, it was its own kill, so let it eat. The lights of the convoy ahead illuminated the path, and Lin Feng followed at a steady pace, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close from those riding bicycles and tricycles. Fortunately, the awakened one's physique allowed him to keep pace, not lagging far behind the cyclists. After walking for over 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt increasingly light. The roasted meat not only filled his belly, but also filled him with a warm energy flowing through his body, invigorating him with every step. Lin Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 7:20 in the evening. The night had completely fallen, and the convoy's headlights were the only source of light. Aside from that, everything was pitch black, with gray and desolate land on either side, occasionally dotted with a few dead trees, their bare branches stretching towards the sky like ghostly hands. The night temperature was low, and Lin Feng tightened his clothes, quickening his pace. Up ahead in that luxurious RV, 8 awakened ones had gathered. The aroma of wild vegetable soup wafted through the RV. Wang Lai sat on the sofa studying a hand-drawn map spread out before him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. We're running low on gasoline. Guo Yi spoke first. As a mechanical system awakened one, he was responsible for the maintenance and allocation of the convoy. At this rate, we'll be stuck within 3 days. Most of the vehicles will break down. We're running low on gasoline. Guo Yi spoke first. As a mechanical system awakened one, he was responsible for the maintenance and allocation. Guo Yi shot him a glance. I am also looking for solutions. Gasoline won't just fall from the sky, will it? All right. Wang Lai raised his hand to stop their argument, turning his gaze towards Shen Yutong, who sat quietly in the corner. Yutong, do you have any hints on your side? Shen Yutong pointed at the map, and everyone's eyes fell on where her finger rested. If we follow this road about 70 kilometers ahead, there's a small ruin that seems to be a small town. Oh, we might find some survival supplies there, as well as usable. 70 kilometers to get there? Chun Min furrowed her brows. At the current speed of the convoy, it will take at least until dawn to reach it. Right? Shen Yutong nodded. This is the nearest supply point. Beyond that, there are no buildings within 200 kilometers. Furthermore, taking this route will add nearly 100 kilometers to our original planned path. Chun-Li fell silent. 70 kilometers sounded short, but in such a night, faced with unknown road conditions and the potential for sudden attacks, it felt perilous. That 70 kilometers could be a line between life and death, and having to detour an additional 100 kilometers. I think we should go. Lu Taiju was the first to express his agreement, his voice tinged with urgency. The supplies in the convoy are running low. The provisions we've had these past few days have been nothing but wild vegetables, and I'm about to throw up from it all. As he spoke, he reached for a wild vegetable dumpling on the table, took a bite, and grimaced in pain. You don't know how I've been getting by these past few days. He chewed a few more times before swallowing with difficulty. My awakened powers consume a lot, and ordinary food simply isn't enough. I've long finished my daily ration and can only mix what I eat with wild vegetables. Although they taste terrible, they stave off hunger. If Lin Feng had heard this, he would probably have laughed. Who would have thought that awakened ones also eat wild vegetables and worry about food? You too have your share of hardships. I agree as well, Don. You spoke up. We should leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Walking through this wasteland for the past few days with not a soul in sight, it feels wrong. Guo Yi and Jiang Sheng exchanged looks and nodded. Then it's settled. We'll head to this ruin, Wang Lai concluded. Shen Yutong continued. However, this route carries considerable danger. She drew a line on the map indicating the path from their current position to the ruin. We need to pass through a wide open area which has shown a lot of strange signs. The moment the word strange left her lips, the atmosphere in the vehicle became even tenser. Prepare the troops for combat, Wang Lai said solemnly. Let the patrol team increase their vigilance. Chun Min, you are in charge of sensing the surroundings throughout the journey. If anything abnormal occurs, report immediately. Chun Min nodded. Inform the convoy to adjust its direction and increase speed. Once Wang Lai finished speaking, he looked out the window where endless darkness lay. He didn't know if anyone was in the ruins, nor what dangers they might encounter on the road. But he knew that if they didn't go, the convoy would never reach their destination. Without gasoline, relying on their legs wouldn't allow them to escape the fog. Ordinary people needed the protection of awakened ones, and how were the awakened ones any different? When facing danger, ordinary people at the end of the convoy would be the first to bear the brunt. They had to buy time to escape, while having more energy to deal with mutated creatures, and the strange gathering resources to become stronger. This was in fact a relationship of mutual reliance. There was one more thing unsaid: as long as one could run faster than others in the face of danger, that would suffice. Everyone pay attention, everyone pay attention, the convoy is about to change direction. Everyone speed up and stay close to the convoy. The vehicles in front began to turn, veering off the straight path onto a more dilapidated road, the surface bumpy, the wheels crunching over the gravel. The speed of the vehicles noticeably increased. Lin Feng followed behind the convoy, watching as the vehicles ahead suddenly accelerated, almost "What's going on?" he exclaimed, but he also quickened his pace. Xiao Xian finished the last piece of insect meat and began to run effortlessly on its 4 legs. Goodness, it was faster than me. If danger truly struck, it could run away, even if it couldn't fight. The convoy accelerated through the darkness while the patrol trucks flanked the sides of the convoy. The patrolling team on the rooftops gripped their weapons tightly, with some even sweating in their palms. No one spoke. Only the roar of engines and the sound of wheels grinding against the road filled the air. Lin Feng brought up the rear, feeling no tension at all. With the convoy clearing the path in front and the awakened ones on guard, what did it matter to him, a mere outcast? Even if the sky fell, there would be tall ones to take the hit. As the night deepened, Lin Feng followed the convoy at a leisurely pace. Suddenly he felt that this wasn't so bad. Although he wasn't as comfortable as he would be in a bus, the sense of relying on himself felt much more reassuring. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Lin Feng looked at his watch and saw it was 1159. At that moment, the convoy ahead suddenly came to a halt. Trouble was brewing. It was not a slow deceleration, but a sudden brake, the tires screeching against the pavement, followed by the sound of shouting and killing coming from the front of the convoy. Lin Feng's footsteps abruptly halted. With the light from the headlights ahead, he saw that the convoy had come to a stop, and someone on the roof was shouting. "Over there. There's one over there too. Hold the line, hold the line." Other voices were howling in the night wind, as if something was being torn apart. Lin Feng felt a chilling aura that raised the hairs on his body, surging from all directions. His back instantly tensed, and he focused his spiritual energy on his eyes. This was the most basic application of spiritual energy for an awakened, significantly enhancing perception, even allowing one to see things ordinary people could not. The moment the spiritual energy poured into his eyes, the world became clear. Less than 50 meters ahead of Lin Feng, a pitch-black creature was sprinting towards him. It resembled a large dog shrouded in black mist with crimson eyes, its claws as sharp as daggers, and the most terrifying feature was its mouth splitting open from the root of its ears, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Instinctively, Lin Feng took 2 steps back, reaching behind him to grab the large mandibles of the scarab beetles hanging from the side of his backpack. He had taken these when he left, having removed them from the corpse of a beetle that had been mostly consumed by Xiao Xian. The scythe-like mandibles were intact and sharp enough to use as a weapon, and Lin Feng had casually hung them on his backpack. He hadn't expected to use them so soon. Just as Lin Feng was unhooking the mandibles from his backpack, a black figure darted past his feet. Lin Feng looked down and saw that Xiao Xian was gone. "Xiao Xian!" Lin Feng shouted, but it was too late, watching helplessly as Xiao Xian dashed toward the strange creature. The creature clearly did not anticipate that a turtle could move with such speed. Its crimson eyes flickered with surprise, but its instincts were faster than its mind, and its dagger-like claws were already swinging toward Xiao Xian's shell. Sizzle. The claws scraped against the turtle shell, producing a deafening sound that made Lin Feng's teeth ache. But Xiao Xian showed no reaction, not even attempting to dodge. Xiao Xian suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the creature's front leg. Snap! It wasn't the sound of bones breaking, but rather like fragile glass shattering. The creature's leg exploded under Xiao Xian's bite, turning into a mass of black mist. The creature emitted a sharp howl, and Lin Feng's mind buzzed, nearly causing him to lose his balance. What the hell is this? By the time Lin Feng regained his senses, Xiao Xian had already bitten down again, this time targeting the creature's neck. Snap! The creature's crimson eyes dimmed at a visible rate, and its entire body began to disintegrate. Starting from the bitten neck, cracks spread like a spider's web, until with a loud pop it transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating in the night breeze. Only a pea-sized bead remained at the spot, emitting a faint glow. Killed a level 0 eerie dog, gained 0 evolution points. Current evolution points 1. Killing eerie creatures also grants evolution points. After some thought, it made sense. Why wouldn't killing eerie beings yield evolution points? However, he did not expect Xiao Xian to be this powerful. From charging out to killing, it took only a few short seconds. Xiao Xian, well done. Lin Feng rushed forward to pick up the bead from the ground. Eerie crystal, this must be the eerie crystal Chun Min mentioned. The bead was only the size of a pea with a smooth surface. Lin Feng could sense a surge of energy within the bead, and he could absorb the energy from this eerie crystal. The feeling was fascinating. His Buddhist instincts told him that by absorbing it he could become stronger. Without hesitation, Lin Feng gripped the eerie crystal and instinctively guided his internal spiritual energy to touch it. The eerie crystal melted as if it were liquefying, flowing into his body along his arm, ultimately coalescing in his lower abdomen to form a small vortex. Absorbed a level 0 eerie crystal. Awakened level 05. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. 1 eerie crystal granted 5 progress, meaning that with 19 more he could become a level 1 awakened. What changes would a level 1 awakened bring? No one told him, but that didn't hinder Lin Feng's fiery heart. He looked toward the convoy ahead, where the sounds of shouting and killing were deafening and where more eerie beings awaited. Following past patterns, eerie beasts became active at night, especially around midnight. They instinctively gathered where there was abundant life force. More people meant denser life force, and thus more eerie creatures. The convoy had to travel in darkness every night. If they lingered too long, the eerie creatures would swarm in like a tide. Holding onto one of the giant mandibles as a weapon, Lin Feng called out to Xiao Xian beside him. Xiao Xian, keep up. Within just a few breaths, Lin Feng reached the rear. The convoy had descended into chaos. The number of eerie beings was far greater than Lin Feng imagined. Not just a few, but dozens, or even hundreds of them resembling mice. These creatures were not small. Each was comparable in size to a domestic cat, their numbers astonishing, with crimson eyes glowing and teeth disproportionately large. The crowd was in disarray. Those riding bicycles or tricycles were the first to suffer as eerie creatures surged from the darkness, pouncing on the crowd, their sharp teeth sinking into throats, arms, and thighs, with screams erupting all around. The crowd was in disarray. Those riding bicycles or tricycles were the first to suffer as eerie creatures surged from the darkness, pouncing on the crowd, their sharp teeth sinking into throats, arms. Open the door, open the door. Someone banged on the car windows trying to hide inside, but the people inside tightly shut the doors, trembling in fear, not daring to. The patrol team was fighting back. Patrol members armed with steel knives and spears on pickup trucks and cargo vehicles were battling the eerie beings that climbed onto the vehicle frames. However, their numbers were too few, the convoy too long, and they could not cover everything. Moreover, there were too many eerie beings which also possessed unpredictable mental attacks that ordinary people could not defend against. By the time Lin Feng charged in, dozens of people were already lying on the ground, watching helplessly as an eerie mouse tore at a child's throat, blood spilling everywhere. Lin Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the weapon, not out of anger, but because of the eerie crystals. Each eerie mouse contained an eerie crystal. Xiao Xian, go! Lin Feng shouted, wielding the scythe-like mandibles as he charged towards the nearest eerie mouse. The eerie beast was lunging at a fallen female college student, its mouth wide open, ready to bite her throat. The girl's eyes were filled with despair, and just then Lin Feng brought down the giant mandibles. Sizzle! The mandibles cleaved the creature's head clean off, and its body immediately turned to mist and dissipated. A bead fell onto the girl's chest. Just as she was still in shock, Lin Feng swiftly picked up the fallen eerie crystal from her chest. No need to thank me, it feels nice to hold. At the same time, a notification of a kill echoed from Xiao Xian's side. Killed a strange rat, gained 0.2 evolution points. Lin Feng walked over and picked up the strange crystal, stuffing it into his pocket. Next one. The cooperation between one person and one turtle was seamless, mainly with Xiao Xian killing in front, while Lin Feng collected the strange crystals. Xiao Xian's efficiency was astonishingly high, almost dispatching each strange rat in one bite, and in the blink of an eye, he had taken down over a dozen. Each time a strange rat was killed, it meant saving a person. Those saved by Lin Feng collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, their eyes reflecting shock, gratitude, and a dazed sense of survival. Isn't that the awakened one kicked out of the core team by leader Wang Lai? How can he be so strong? Some quick-witted individuals expressed their thanks repeatedly. Thank you, brother Feng, thank you. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with their attitudes. Each strange rat meant 0.2 evolution points and a strange crystal. Xiao Xian needed 100 evolution points for the next evolution, and little by little it added up, not to mention there were larger strange rats here. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto a strange rat the size of a dog not far away. That creature was rushing towards a person hiding behind a bus. Xiao Xian, that one. Xiao Xian looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, his forelegs propelling him forward like a cannonball. Just as the strange rat opened its mouth, Xiao Xian had already collided with it. The strange rat was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground. Before it could get up, Xiao Xian pounced on it and bit down on its neck. Crunch. Killed a level 1 strange rat, gained 1 evolution point, current evolution points 3. 6. Haha, 1 point. Lin Feng was overjoyed, running over to pick up the strange crystal on the ground, which was larger than a soybean, along with a rat's tooth. He picked it up, not finding any use for it, but stuffed it into his backpack anyway. It seemed that the evolution points gained from kills were based on strength. The stronger the strange creature killed, the more points gained. Moreover, level 1 strange creatures not only dropped strange crystals, but also other items, though he had no idea what they were for. However, this feeling of harvest was truly exhilarating. Lin Feng stuffed the strange crystal into his pocket. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound. Looking up, he saw Chun Min standing atop a bus, a small knife floating in front of her, only the size of a palm. What is this? Mind control. Chun Min's fingers twitched, and the small knife shot out like lightning, accurately piercing through a strange rat's head. The knife traced an arc in the air, piercing through a second one. A third, fourth, and fifth strange rat exploded on the spot, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. In the blink of an eye, all 5 strange rats were dead. Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out. This woman had previously claimed her awakened ability was spiritual sensing, capable of perceiving danger. Was she lying? What kind of person with spiritual sensing could control objects from a distance? This woman was truly hiding her strengths. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted towards Chun Min's sister. Chun Min turned her head, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng, then a hint of a smile crept onto her lips, containing both surprise and admiration. But she did not speak as another wave of strange creatures surged forward. Lin Feng also remained silent, turning to run in another direction. After all, there were other strange creatures around, and he couldn't let this woman take all the kills. Ling was moving along the edge of the battlefield with Xiao Xian, specifically targeting lone strange creatures. Killed a level 1 strange cat, gained 2 evolution points. Killed a level 1 strange rat, gained 1 evolution point. Killed a level 1 strange. Strange crystals kept piling into his pockets, and during this time, he also obtained a pair of glowing cat eyes. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened, not out of nervousness, but excitement. Aside from a bag full of strange crystals, his evolution points had already reached 91. He couldn't even remember how many he had killed. The number of strange creatures appearing today was far more than those encountered in the previous nights, as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. At this moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning exploded in the center of the battlefield. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder reverberated, arcs of electricity spreading across the ground, like silver snakes, instantly enveloping an area of dozens of meters. At least a dozen strange creatures were struck by the lightning, not even struggling before dissipating into black mist. Lin Feng looked up and saw Wang Lai standing atop a mobile home, his right hand raised high, with visible arcs of electricity gathering in his palm. With a push of his hand forward, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his palm. Another bolt of lightning fell. Boom! This time the target was not the small strange creatures, but the largest one in the center. A rat. But it was not one of the ordinary ones Lin Feng had killed earlier. It was as large as a calf, covered in thick black mist with scarlet eyes like lanterns, exuding an overwhelming sense of terror. The Rat King. At this moment, it already had several charred wounds on its body, arcs of electricity crackling across its fur, and black mist continually escaping from the wounds. Even in such a state, it was still struggling. It opened its mouth, releasing a sharp screech. Lin Feng felt a sudden intense pain in his head, as if someone were driving a nail, and the ordinary people around were in even worse condition, covering their heads, rolling in pain, and letting out cries of agony. Wang Lai remained unfazed, raising his left hand, as well bringing his hands together. The lightning in his palm converged into a sphere, growing larger and brighter. Then he threw the lightning ball, while Lin Feng also threw a massive jaw-like weapon. Covering his head with one hand, Lin Feng threw the jaw towards the Rat King's direction, without a second thought. Scream all you want, watch the knife, it'll kill you. Boom. The lightning exploded, and the blinding white light forced Lin Feng to shout. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, the Rat King was gone, leaving only a deep pit where it had been, the soil around it still smoking, and the air filled with a charred odor. Killed a level 2 Rat King, gained 10 evolution points, current evolution points 101. 2. Huh. The sudden notification stunned Lin Feng. Wait, I just threw a knife, at most it would just make a cut, and this counts as evolution points. Does assisting in a kill also count as a head? If that's the case, then I need to grab kills in the future. But seeing Wang Lai's gaze turn towards him, Lin Feng immediately tucked away his thoughts, turning to leave, without daring to glance at the spoils, even abandoning the massive jaw he had. Can't see me, can't see me. It wasn't cowardice, but wisdom. In the apocalypse, the ones who survive the longest aren't necessarily the strongest, but those who understand their own limitations and don't covet what isn't theirs. Wang Lai never came down from the top of the mobile home. Perhaps he saw Lin Feng, but he didn't pay attention. After the Rat King was slain, the remaining anomalies were swiftly eradicated. The wasteland fell silent once more. Hundreds of corpses lay strewn across the ground, their thick coppery blood mingling with the putrid stench of the anomalies and nauseating miasma, hanging heavy in the air. Attention, everyone, attention. 10 minutes for rest and regrouping. The convoy departs in 10 minutes. Repeat. 10 minutes. There was not even time to bury the fallen. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, watching in silence. This was the apocalypse. Lin Feng counted the anomaly crystals in his pocket, over 70 grade 1 crystals, grade 0 ones he hadn't bothered tallying. Surely 1 or 200. His backpack bulged with materials dropped by the anomalies, a dozen rat fangs, a pair of cat-eye gems. Just as he prepared to sit and absorb a crystal, a clamor broke out nearby. That's mine. I claimed it first. Bullshit. I saw it before you did. Don't fight over it. It belonged to old Zhang. He's gone now. Gone means ownerless. Why shouldn't we take it? Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the commotion and saw several men surrounding an overturned tricycle squabbling over its cargo. Its owner lay dead beside it, eyes still wide open. Not a single one glanced at the corpse. All were scrambling for his possessions. Wild greens, half a sack of flour, a few bottles of water, a tattered blanket. Trifles in the old world, now fiercely contested treasures. Fists flew. A punch slammed into another man's face. The stricken man retaliated, instantly snatching up a wooden club and swinging it hard. Such scenes erupted elsewhere too, around every abandoned cache of supplies. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Someone shouted desperately, but no one listened. The living fought like rabid beasts over unclaimed goods, backpacks, sacks, scattered belongings, rushing in frenzy, cramming everything they could seize into their arms, screaming, weeping, cursing. Corpses were trampled underfoot, ignored utterly. Lin Feng watched for a moment, then looked away. In the apocalypse, survival came first. Suddenly his thoughts drifted far, back to the two women on his bus, turning away from him toward Dongyu. And the other woman dragged away by her husband. The price of survival was paid in increments, each one chipping away at what humanity. Lin Feng couldn't quite name the ache inside him. Vague, indescribable. Xiao Xian, let's go. He tapped gently on Xiao Xian's carapace and walked toward the rear of the convoy. Finding a quiet spot, he withdrew a grade 1 anomaly crystal and began absorbing it. Current level 0, 15. Not bad. Each grade 1 crystal advances progress by 10. Though slower than absorbing grade 0 crystals. Let's see what it feels like to ascend to level 1. Lin Feng absorbed crystal after crystal. Notification: ascension conditions met. Proceed to level 1. Ascend. Without hesitation he affirmed it inwardly. A searing surge erupted from his lower abdomen, racing through his meridians to every limb and extremity, from crown to sole, lasting nearly. His senses sharpened dramatically in darkness. He could now perceive distant shapes. He even sensed the faint drifting currents of ambient energy. Lin Feng, level 10. Constitution 24. Strength 23. Agility 24. Spirit 32. Spiritual energy 34. Talent 1, a beast, taming bonded beast 12. Talent 2, infinite evolution. Your bonded beast may evolve infinitely, and you may select one of its abilities to manifest as your own innate talent. Upon seeing the stats, a fierce wave of elation surged within him. He had grown stronger. Merely ascending from level 0 to level 1 had elevated his power significantly, and now he possessed an additional bonded beast slot. Soon he would seek another creature to bond with. Ah, Xiao Xian, you secured the final blow on that rat king. Your evolution points are sufficient. Xiao Xian, come here. Bonded beast black tortoise Xiao Xian. Current evolution points 105. Evolution available. Evolve. Lin Feng chose without hesitation. A low hum resonated. Xiao Xian's body began to glow softly, not blindingly, but with a warm, gentle luminescence emanating from the intricate patterns of its carapace. Its form swelled visibly. The basin's eyes shell expanded, outward edges stretching as if pulled by unseen force. Layer upon layer, the carapace thickened and reinforced. Its limbs grew thicker, more powerful, claws sharpened into hooked talons, its tail lengthened and coarsened. Overlapping keratinous scales erupted across its skin. Evolution feedback acquired: Constitution 36, Strength 27, Agility 22, Spirit 26, Spiritual energy 27. When the light finally faded, Lin Feng froze, staggered backward 2 steps, eyes wide with disbelief. My heavens! Xiao Xian's new size was staggering. The tiny tortoise, once no larger than a basin, now stood over a meter tall at the plastron, its domed carapace towering a full head above Lin Feng. Lin Feng craned his neck upward, gazing up at the colossal creature. You're absolutely monstrous. Thump, thump. Delighted with its new form, Xiao Xian swished its massive tail, striking the earth with deep resonant thuds, then lowered its enormous head and nudged Lin Feng's chest affectionately. Thud. Whoa, ah, ah. Lin Feng staggered backward 3 paces, nearly toppling onto his backside before regaining his balance. Smack, smack. Exasperated, Lin Feng slapped its massive skull twice. Damn it, ease up, ease up. Do you even realize how huge you've become? If you grow any larger and nudge me like that again, I'll launch straight into orbit. Unoffended, Xiao Xian merely emitted soft, bubbling gurgle sounds, as if laughing. Lin Feng circled it twice, his admiration deepening, his eyes gleaming brighter. This is the perfect mount, right here, right now. He'd walked alongside the convoy for nearly 4 or 5 hours today. Though his constitution bore no fatigue, who wouldn't choose comfort over exertion, especially when the road ahead grew increasingly treacherous. Ruts and potholes scarred the terrain. A constant vigilance was needed just to avoid tripping, exhausting beyond measure. Xiao Xian, lie down. At once Xiao Xian obediently lowered itself, its vast carapace settling flush against the earth. Lin Feng braced his hands on the shell's rim and vaulted atop in one fluid motion. The broad, gently sloping dorsal surface was even more spacious than imagined. An oval carapace roughly only 1.5 meters wide and over 2 meters long. With such expanse, sitting comfortably was effortless. Even accommodating 3 or 4 companions beside him would pose no difficulty. Lin Feng placed his backpack in the center of the tortoise shell and sat down leaning against it. He patted the tortoise shell. Little Xian pushed itself up with its 4 sturdy legs and stood up. Lin Feng's body swayed slightly but quickly stabilized, and then he took a step forward, gradually increasing his pace. Sitting on Little Xian's back, Lin Feng felt the wind blowing fiercely. Little Xian's 4 powerful legs moved in an alternating rhythm, each step covering nearly a meter, moving as swiftly as a galloping colt. And it was very steady, remarkably so. Although he was at the back of the convoy and the ground was bumpy, Little Xian's body perfectly absorbed the jolts, leaving only a slight tremor under Lin Feng, almost negligible. Comfortable, it's nice to lie down like this. This was the cycle of fortune. I used to carry you when you were small, and now it's your turn to carry. Little Xian let out a grunt, seemingly protesting. Ha ha, protests are ineffective. Lin Feng chuckled, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the sparse starlight above, and then raised his hand to check his wristwatch. It was 1:50 a.m. There were still several hours until dawn. Let me see how you have changed now. My familiar beast Xian Gui next evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. Current evolution points 5. Level 2 physical, 400 strength, 300 agility, 260 spirit, 280 spiritual energy, 300 ability. 1. Earth consumption note. Can absorb minerals and soil to obtain necessary survival. Significant absorption of minerals will greatly increase size. Unlocked ability 2. Earth control. Note, Xian Gui gains earth control ability. Is this reasonable? Xian Gui's basic attributes were more than 10 times stronger than its master, and it had awakened an ability for earth control. People are infuriating with such a strong tortoise. Who could possibly compete? Not even Wang Lai, right? Oh, this is my tortoise, then it's fine. Starting today, I won't eat beef. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. By the way, it seems I can choose one of the beast's abilities as my own talent. This earth control would be quite nice. Do you wish to choose earth control as your talent? Yes. No hesitation required. It was an instant choice. A wave that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul exploded within his body, then spread throughout, and Lin Feng clearly sensed the difference. It felt as if he could manipulate the surrounding earth energy, especially resonating with the ground beneath. Little Xian stopped for a moment. After Little Xian stopped with a thought, Lin Feng directed his gaze to the nearby ground. Puff, puff, puff. Several yellow spikes shot up from the earth consecutively. Then the spikes disappeared, instantly converging and transforming soil into stone, as if it had always been a large rock. In that moment, countless attack methods emerged in Lin Feng's mind, such as transforming into quicksand to restrain enemies or forming earthen walls to block attacks. This earth control was simply too useful. Lin Feng eagerly tested his ideas like a child with a beloved toy, playing joyfully until his spiritual energy was drained and a wave of fatigue hit, with his temples throbbing painfully, prompting him to stop. The convoy ahead flickered with lights with buses, trucks, tricycles, and bicycles. Various moving vehicles. The convoy ahead flickered with lights with buses, trucks, tricycles, and bicycles. Various moving vehicles formed a crooked line, slowly advancing in the night. Little Xian's speed was much faster than the convoy. In less than 10 minutes, it caught up with the last tricycle. The people in the cart were startled, almost jumping off, when they saw a massive shadow rush past. What the hell is that? A giant tortoise. Damn, such a big one. Could it be a monster? The monster is here. Lin Feng was woken up by the noise, feeling quite displeased, rubbing his eyes as he sat up and waved at those people. What are you yelling about? This is my familiar beast. Only then did they realize a person was sitting on the tortoise's back, their eyes widening in shock as their expressions shifted from fear to astonishment, eventually transforming into profound envy. Sitting atop a gigantic tortoise, the grandeur surpassed that of riding any bus. Is that Lin Feng? The awakened one who was kicked out of the core team by the chief. But wasn't his tortoise only palm-sized? How did it grow so big? You ask me, who should I ask? Little Xian ran past the convoy, attracting countless gazes with whispers rising and falling. As they passed a van, a woman inside dropped the wild vegetable dumpling she was holding in shock. Some audacious individuals even leaned out of their car windows, loudly asking, "Brother Feng, where did you get this tortoise?" Lin Feng ignored them, guiding Little Xian to the front of the convoy, where he found the bus he had once ridden. Lin Feng peered through the bus window. A strange man with a full beard sat in the driver's seat, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. In this apocalypse, tobacco and alcohol were more expensive than food, and he clearly couldn't bring himself to smoke it. The interior of the bus had been completely remodeled, crowded with people. Lin Feng scanned the inside and noticed that the large bed he used to sleep on was missing. The once cherished velvet blanket was also gone, replaced by 2 rows of seats occupied by unfamiliar women dozing off while clutching filthy backpacks. Even the canned fruits and magazines he had treasured were nowhere to be found. Now there was nothing left. Truly, people leave and tea gets cold. Lin Feng frowned. To be honest, after Little Xian evolved to level 2, he had intended to leverage his newfound strength to return and retrieve some belongings. That large bed and the velvet blanket were things he had stubbornly insisted on obtaining during the distribution of supplies, sacrificing a lot of food for it. It was unique within the entire convoy. Even the Captain Wang Lai didn't have such a good blanket. It's fine, let's go. Lin Feng hadn't planned to board that bus again. With Little Xian around, who would want to sit inside? However, losing his belongings did leave a slight. Now it was all gone, not even a trace left. Little Xian seemed to sense his master's emotions and slowed down. It's fine, let's go. Lin Feng hadn't planned to board that bus again. With Little Xian around, who would want to sit inside? However, losing his belongings did leave a slight discomfort in his heart. This kid. Chun Min was the first to speak, her voice filled with an indistinct emotion. How did his little turtle grow so large all of a sudden? No one answered her, because no one knew the answer. The abilities of awakeners were bizarre and varied. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, a beast master who seemed of little use, could become so strong? Everyone had seen that turtle before. It was merely a small gray creature no larger than a palm, always curled up in its shell and sleeping, unexpected to become. Look at it now. The turtle's shell was at least over 2 meters long, standing taller than a person, its 4 legs as thick as pillars, running as fast as a horse. Its sharp claws and fierce head hinted at a combat power that was undoubtedly formidable. What the hell is this monster? It's evolved. Wang Lai's voice was somewhat low, at least a level 2 beast. Level 2. Doesn't that mean it's at the same level as the captain? Zhang Sheng said incredulously, with an unspoken thought that the Captain Wang Lai was also only level 2. It's quite possible that even the captain might not be able to beat Lin Feng's beast now. I said long ago that person cannot be kept. He shouldn't have been allowed to stay in the core team from the beginning. Dong Ye's expression suddenly darkened. The reason was simple. She had just taken 2 women from Lin Feng yesterday, and those 2 women were currently in her bus, serving her all afternoon. Now that Lin Feng's strength was so formidable, what would those 2 women think if he returned to the core team? Would they run back to him? The most critical question was, would they give her trouble? Dong Yu dared not think further. Cannot keep him. He is right there in the convoy. Try and get rid of him with your skills. Can you withstand a claw from his turtle? Dong Yu was momentarily speechless, her expression worsening. Lu Tai's face also turned grim. As for the reason, it was somewhat difficult to articulate. That young woman, the one who had been sent to the bus by her husband back then. After Lin Feng was kicked out of the core team, her husband immediately pulled her away from Lin Feng. To gain more protection and supplies within the convoy, that man sent his wife to Lu Tai's bed. Lu Taiju had initially refused. At least that's what he thought now. But that young woman was quite attractive, not yet 30, with a voluptuous figure and a soft, sweet voice that made his heart flutter the moment she spoke. Plus her husband was there, nodding and bowing, saying, "If Brother Zhu doesn't mind, let her serve you." Lu Taiju reluctantly accepted. At that moment, Lu Taiju felt quite pleased, but he dared not think about what would happen if Lin Feng returned. He did not want to think about it, so he hoped Lin Feng would not come back. But I think we can try to win him over. A turtle that big, if it encounters a large group of anomalies, could serve as a living shield. You're thinking too much. Why would his beast serve as your shield? Everyone exchanged words, unable to convince one another. Shen Yutong remained silent, quietly sitting in the corner, sketching something on a map with a pen. All right. Wang Lai finally spoke. The RV fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Wang Lai paused for a few seconds before saying, "Let's first reach the destination. Once we get to the town, I'll have a talk with him." He was well aware that it was he who had recruited Lin Feng when assembling the convoy. Later, when Lin Feng had not shown any value as an awakener for several days, it was he who decided to expel Lin Feng from the team. Though Lin Feng had not objected at the time, such matters are uncomfortable for anyone. Now that Lin Feng's beast had become so powerful, it would be embarrassing to go back and humbly ask him to return. Yet for the sake of survival, he had to swallow his pride and seek Lin Feng out for a discussion. In fact, everyone understood that having one more awakener meant an extra guarantee for survival. From the initial thousands, only just over 1,000 remained in the convoy, illustrating how perilous their situation was. Especially now as the anomalies at night grew stronger and more frequent. The RV returned to silence, with only the roar of the engine and the sound of tires rolling over the pavement echoing in the night. The convoy made its way, stopping and starting, finally reaching the outskirts of the town just before dawn. The sky had not fully brightened, and the town appeared before everyone. Since Blue Star fell into this world, this was the second time they encountered a Blue Star building. The first time was where they had crossed over, where they found a large number of vehicles and abundant supplies, which had allowed the convoy to persevere until now. The convoy's horn sounded. All personnel, attention. Attention. We have reached a rest point ahead. All vehicles slow down and proceed cautiously, or do not enter the town center. The convoy will stop at the outskirts for rest, waiting for the awakeners to clear the dangers before entering. Repeat. The convoy slowly stopped on an open area at the outskirts of the town, vehicles shutting off one after another. People began to disembark, stretching, moving their limbs, setting up tents. After traveling all night, both their spirits and bodies were utterly... That night was incredibly long. 70 kilometers of road took an entire night, encountering large-scale anomalous attacks, injuries, and losses among personnel, leaving everyone feeling like they were falling apart. No one complained, for in the apocalyptic world, merely surviving to see the dawn was already the greatest fortune. Soon those who disembarked from the bus began counting supplies and personnel, directing everyone to set up camp and get to work. The entire convoy could be accurately divided into 3 tiers. The first tier comprised core members, 9 awakeners. Oh no, Lin Feng was no longer one of them, so that made it 8 awakeners, who possessed the power to combat mutated creatures and anomalies while leading the direction of the convoy. They held the best supplies and vehicles in the convoy. The only modified luxury RV and several buses belonged to them. The second tier consisted of patrol members and logistics personnel. The treatment of patrol members was significantly better than that of logistics personnel, receiving weapons and enough food to fill their stomachs. The only downside was that they suffered the heaviest casualties, yet there were still many willing to risk their lives for a meal, nearly all of whom were men. Logistics personnel were mostly selected from the relatives of patrol members, responsible for counting supplies, distributing resources, and transporting materials. They also received a decent food allocation daily, making their situation relatively safer. The third tier consisted mostly of ordinary people, either having their own vehicles or sharing bicycles following behind the convoy. In appearance, they were protected by the convoy, but in reality, they were the first to be abandoned during emergencies. Moreover, they had to submit half of the collected supplies back to the convoy, making survival extremely difficult. Lin Feng jumped down from Xiao Xian's back, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. He had dozed off on the turtle's back for several hours and felt quite well at the moment. Xiao Xian lay on the ground, starting to dig in the soil, looking very spirited. Lin Feng gazed towards the town, frowning. It was too quiet. This town was uncharacteristically silent. It was too quiet. The town was unnaturally still. Originally, I planned to wait until dawn to lead Xiao Xian into the town for a thorough search. Now, however, Xiao Xian had transformed, being a level 2 Xian turtle with attributes that were more than 10 times my own. With the earth control technique, even if we encountered danger, we wouldn't suffer significant losses. But standing before this small town, Lin Feng suddenly felt that being cautious wasn't a bad thing. Forget it, let's assess the situation first. Lin Feng decided not to enter just yet. He would wait for the other awakened ones in the convoy to take action first. After all, he wasn't the only one risking his life. Wang Lai and the others were keeping an eye out ahead, and he could just pick up the spoils from behind. There was no need to show off. First, he needed to eat. Lin Feng approached Xiao Xian, who was on the ground digging a shallow pit with its front paws, then lowered its head and began munching on the dirt. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. You really are eating dirt. Xiao Xian didn't lift its head, continuing to munch, dirt flying everywhere like a digging machine. Lin Feng recalled Xiao Xian's ability, soil consumption. It could absorb minerals and soil to sustain itself and grow larger. Well, if it eats dirt, let it eat dirt. It's free after all. Lin Feng didn't bother and wandered around nearby, eventually finding a dead tree. The trunk was about the thickness of a thigh. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked it at the base of the trunk. Crack. The trunk broke with a sound. Lin Feng bent down to pick up the dead tree and dragged it back. This weight was like child's play for him. Once back at the camp, he placed the dead wood on the ground and smashed it apart with his bare hands. Crack, crack, crack. In just a few moments, an entire tree was reduced to firewood of various lengths. Nearby, the people setting up tents were wide-eyed at this spectacle. What the heck, chopping wood with bare hands? Is this what awakened ones are like? This is too insane. Lin Feng ignored the gazes around him, found a bundle of dry grass, and pulled out the windproof lighter he had swapped for yesterday. He clicked it a couple of times and flames quickly ignited the dry twigs. Lin Feng climbed onto Xiao Xian's back, took out the mutated grasshopper he hadn't finished eating yesterday, cleaned it up, and placed it directly on the fire to roast. The charcoal fire licked at the grasshopper's shell, sizzling enticingly, and the aroma soon filled the air. Lin Feng roasted while waiting for the awakened ones in the convoy to reach a conclusion about when to enter the town. He wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, at the front of the convoy, beside the luxurious RV leading the way, he held a report compiled by the logistics team, his brows furrowed like twisted dough. The statistics on the convoy's vehicles are in. He walked over to Wang Lai and handed over the report. Captain, we currently have 1 public RV, 7 buses in the convoy, 2 of which need major repairs, otherwise they won't go far. There are 2 public buses, 4 trucks, 3 pickups, and 11 cars. Most of them need repairs. Wang Lai took the report, waiting for Yi to continue. The key issue is gasoline. With the current gasoline reserves, if we conserve, we can last at most 5 days. After 5 days, more than half of the vehicles will break down. Moreover, at the current pace, we won't reach our intended destination in 5 days. Shin Yutong's voice chimed in from the side. The next supply point is 330 kilometers away. At our current speed, we need at least 6 days provided no further issues arise on the road. Our time is running out. The gray mist will catch up with us in at most 5 days. 5 days, only 5 days. If they encountered another strange attack like last night, it would delay their journey. It wouldn't just be about running out of gasoline. The most critical issue was the gray mist. Wang Lai's expression darkened. Also, Gua Yi continued, besides our vehicles, there are too many private vehicles in the convoy. I can't manage the repairs alone. I'm only level 1, and many damaged vehicles lack spare parts, making repairs difficult. If a vehicle needs major repairs, it takes half a day. He paused and stated his suggestion. Captain, I suggest we abandon the small cars belonging to us, dismantle their parts, concentrate resources on modifying the trucks and buses, and prioritize our core vehicles operation with the fuel we have. We don't know how long we still have to travel. Every bit saved counts. As for the private vehicles in the convoy, I truly can't do anything about them, especially since I'm only level 1. As soon as these words were spoken, the others around fell silent. They all knew what this meant. Those ordinary people riding bicycles or driving their own cars alongside the convoy would be as good as dead if their vehicles broke down or if they couldn't keep up. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Do as you suggest. Get to work on modifying the vehicles. Let logistics know what you need to prepare accordingly, and then let's have people squeeze together. Guai nodded. No problem. If I focus on modifying the core vehicles, I'm confident I can enhance their performance by 1 tier, but I need to dismantle the cars for parts. Just then Fong Ling walked over, her face showing some fatigue. Captain, I tallied the numbers. After last night's strange attack, there are still 975 people left in the convoy. Wang Lai's fingers twitched slightly. From initially several thousand, there were now less than 1,000. Every halt and every departure saw someone left behind on the road forever. This was the apocalypse. What about supplies? Wang Lai asked. Fong Ling shook her head. Not much left. The convoy is surviving mostly on wild vegetables. Those dug-up wild vegetables along with the leftover rice and flour can last at most 3 more days. In other words, we must find enough supplies in this town, and we need to complete vehicle modifications and increase speed to continue moving forward. Wang Lai's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. Yutong, can you sense the danger level of the town? I feel something is off. Xin Yutong raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the town. It seemed as if something swirled in her pupils, shining like the light of star. Level 2 danger. Level 2. Lu Tai's voice rose slightly. Doesn't that mean it's the same level as the captain and Sister Min? Xin Yutong ignored him and continued, but I feel uneasy. The astrological feedback I received is level 2, but my intuition tells me things are not that simple. Inside the town, something is interfering with my perception. Wang Lai turned to Chen Min. What about you? Chen Min closed her eyes, her mental energy extending like an invisible net towards the town. After a moment, Chen Min opened her eyes and said, my mental perception tells me it's very dangerous. How dangerous? I can't quite explain. Chen Min shook her head. There's a layer of mist blocking the center of the town, and my mind can't get close, but it directly tells me not to enter. Both awakened ones in the team with perception abilities provided the same conclusion: danger. But the convoy had to obtain supplies. Gasoline was running low, food was scarce. If they didn't find resources in the town, everyone would die on the road. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds before making a decision. Prepare yourselves. After breakfast, we'll enter the town. I need to have a word with Lin Feng. The morning air still held a chill as Wang Lai threaded his way through the tightly packed vehicles toward the camp's periphery. Lin Feng's campfire was easy to spot. As Wang Lai approached, he saw Lin Feng holding several skewers of golden-brown grasshoppers over the flames, while the colossal turtle lay sprawled beside a large pit. Up close, the turtle radiated overwhelming presence. Xiao Xian sensed the approaching figure and slowly lifted its head, 2 copper coin-sized eyes fixed on Wang Lai for 2 silent seconds before lazily lowering again to resume gnawing at the earth. Wang Lai murmured, inwardly gauging the creature's combat potential, then stepped forward with calm composure. Lin Feng had noticed him long before, but remained seated, not even shifting posture, merely raising the skewers in a casual gesture. Care for some? Wang Lai stared at the crisply roasted grasshoppers, paused for 2 seconds, and accepted. He recalled their first meeting, though Lin Feng hadn't been timid, his words and actions had carried a careful, almost deferential restraint, as if constantly afraid of offending someone. Now, however, seeing Wang Lai approach, Lin Feng hadn't changed his posture, not even a fraction, and offered that offhand familiar care for some, as though they'd known each other for lifetimes. This then was the confidence forged by strength. Wang Lai took a bite. The flavor was unexpectedly rich. Not bad. Of course, Lin Feng replied between bites. My culinary skills aren't half bad. Silence settled once more. Lin Feng knew why Wang Lai had come, but he had no intention of speaking first. He was no longer the worthless, directionless youth who'd hidden himself in the bus fleeing reality. Now he possessed the quiet authority to wait. Let the other speak first. After finishing the entire skewer, Wang Lai tossed the stick into the fire and finally broke the silence. I admit, I underestimated you. Lin Feng said, nothing, finishing his own skewer before casually wiping his mouth with his sleeve. I came today to formally invite you back into the core team. Wang Lai studied Lin Feng's face where firelight danced across shifting planes of light and shadow, then glanced sideways at Xiao Xian. But judging by your expression, you still harbor resentment. Lin Feng smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. So I won't press the matter. Wang Lai turned his gaze toward the distant town. What I wish to say is this: as fellow awakened, our shared purpose is survival. Should circumstances repeat, I would make the same choice again. You truly held no value at that time. The words were blunt, yet strangely refreshing. Lin Feng felt relieved at least Wang Lai hadn't resorted to hollow excuses like, I had no choice, or it was for the convoys. He stated it plainly: you were useless then, so I cast you aside. Now you're useful, so I've returned. Simple, direct, unpretentious. Let us cooperate. Wang Lai extended his hand. Since you've chosen to remain with the convoy, you clearly understand the peril of traveling alone. We'll each contribute what we can and reap what we earn. When we clear the town's threats, spoils go to those who claim them. Agreed. Lin Feng did not answer immediately. He weighed the proposition and recognized cooperation as his optimal path. He needed the convoy, not as an ordinary survivor relying on awakened protection, but precisely the opposite: his power could shield others. Yet one critical gap remained: navigation. This world had no GPS, no landmarks, not even familiar constellations. He'd seen Shin Yutong's hand-drawn map, winding labyrinthine routes meticulously charted. Last night's journey exemplified the challenge: merely 70 kilometers from departure to camp, on Blue Planet, less than an hour's drive. Yet the convoy had crawled forward all night, stopping, circling, detouring, because every direct path bristled with zones of unspeakable anomaly. To plunge in blindly was suicide. Shin Yutong's talents, celestial divination, cartographic precision, hazard foresight, and route optimization, were indispensable, threading a fragile path through a thicket of lethal traps. Lin Feng possessed none of these. He could operate solo, but doing so would be like flying blind through a storm, inevitably crashing into the domain of some hideous anomaly, dying without ever. Moreover, entering the town alone versus entering with allies entailed fundamentally different risks. Even against overwhelming danger, survival simply meant outrunning your companions. Agreed, Lin Feng said, gripping Wang Lai's hand firmly, then releasing it. We cooperate. Wang Lai's expression visibly softened. But, Lin Feng added, what exactly does each claims their own mean? If I slay an anomaly, the spoils are mine. Exactly. Rewards from individual kills and found resources belong solely to the finder. For joint kills, we split proportionally by contribution. Should I require an item you obtain, I'll compensate you with equivalent value goods. Lin Feng considered the terms and found them fair. Done. Having concluded the negotiation, Wang Lai departed without lingering. Lin Feng watched his silhouette vanish into the crowd, then quietly finished the remaining skewers of roasted locusts. When Wang Lai returned to the motorhome, the other core members had already gathered. Fang Ling inspected her gear: 2 daggers and a crossbow. She secured one blade tightly against her thigh, the crossbow slung at her waist, movements sharp and efficient. Shun Min leaned against the vehicle door, idly twirling a silvery small knife. Lu Taiju performed calisthenics, swinging arms, kicking legs, rotating his torso. A brute force awakened: his fists were his ultimate weapon. Dong Yu squatted apart, looking unwell, but voiced no further objections. Wang Lai approached, his gaze sweeping across them all. Yutong, you'll remain at camp. Though unarmed, your navigation is irreplaceable, and you'll receive 20% of the spoils. Shin Yutong nodded silently. Gui, you also stay. The convoy's operation depends entirely on you. You'll receive 10%. Jiangsheng, you continue cultivating potatoes. You'll receive 5%. Jiangsheng nodded. The rest. Wang Lai turned toward Fang Ling, Chen Min, Lu Tieju, Dong Yu, and Lin Feng, still standing apart. We'll divide remaining spoils according to contribution. No one objected. Wang Lai checked the sky. The day promised clear weather. Those hungry eat. Those preparing prepare. We depart in 30 minutes later. Lin Feng rode Xiao Xian, slow, unhurried, to the town's entrance. Wang Lai and the others awaited him there. The moment Xiao Xian's massive silhouette emerged, every gaze snapped toward them. Beyond Wang Lai, who had already witnessed it, the others' expressions were priceless. Fang Ling nearly dropped her crossbow, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, staring at the turtle, whose shell dwarfed even an SUV. That's your spirit beast. Her voice cracked. What else? It's my only one. Lu Taiju and Dong Yu paled further. The turtle's oppressive aura intensified exponentially up close. Chun Min reacted first. She closed the distance in 2 swift strides, gripped the edge of the shell, and vaulted up with practiced grace, landing solidly beside Lin Feng. Little brother Lin Feng. She ran her hands over the carapace, astonishment lighting her features. My goodness, did you feed this thing? Yesterday, it was no bigger than a wash basin. Now it's grown this large overnight. She pressed herself flat against the shell padding and probing with delighted fascination, completely unaware of Lin Feng's stunned gaze upon her. Your hem's riding up, sister. Such curves, I'd gladly invest. Chun Min surveyed the broad expanse of the shell, her eyes gleaming brighter. She stood stomped lightly, and the resulting motion made Lin Feng blink speechless. Tears of awe welled, not at the corners of his eyes but at the corners of his mouth. This surface is incredibly spacious. And these stone slabs embedded in the shell, are they your work? Impressive, little brother. Could one build a house atop it? As she spoke, Chun Min's eyes grew increasingly luminous, her body leaning forward ever so slightly, nearly brushing against Lin Feng's face, while her captivating gaze twinkled with playful affection. If this turtle grows any larger, you could truly build a little house upon its back. Brother Lin Feng, what do you say? Shall sister? Lin Feng stiffened faintly and withdrew his gaze from the massive lamp before him. Sister Min is teasing. I'm sure your bus subsidy is perfectly secure. Why on earth would you come all the way here for no reason? Besides, nothing about the future is certain yet. Chun Min pouted slightly and tapped Lin Feng's chest with her fingertip. Brother Lin Feng, so that's a refusal. Do you think I'm too old? Lin Feng dared not utter another word, disparaging Chun Min's age. He'd sooner court death itself. Chun Min extended her finger and tapped Lin Feng's forehead. Such a clever little rascal, smooth talking beyond your years. Then it's settled. When your turtle grows large enough, build a castle and reserve a room for me. Chun Min extended her finger and tapped Lin Feng's forehead. Such a clever little rascal, smooth talking beyond your years. Then it's settled. When your turtle grows large enough, build a castle and reserve a room for me. Of course, I'll keep it just for you. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, desperate to shift the conversation elsewhere. Chun Min smiled warmly, patted Lin Feng's shoulder, then sprang lightly off the turtle's back onto the ground. Wang Lai cleared his throat. Let's attend to business. He strode to the front and pointed toward the direction of the town. Our objective is to clear hazards from the town's periphery and scavenge supplies. But remember, his gaze swept across the group, lingering briefly on Lin Feng, before continuing, do not enter the town center, especially not the main street. We'll sweep the outer zone, methodically clearing house by house. If danger arises, support one another, no reckless advances. With that, Wang Lai raised his hand and led the way into the town. Xiao Xian, follow. Xiao Xian trailed calmly at the rear of the formation. Silence hung thick and absolute over the town. Vehicles lay scattered haphazardly along both sides of the road, abandoned, lifeless. Shop doors stood shut, upstairs windows were tightly sealed, curtains drawn tight against the world. It was as if the entire town had been lifted whole from some forgotten realm and set down here. Wang Lai approached the first building, a two-story self-built residence. He exchanged a silent glance with Feng Ling. She drew her dagger and gripped it firmly. Then Wang Lai kicked the door open with a thunderous crash. Bang! Feng Ling darted inside. Seconds later, she appeared at a second-floor window and signaled safety with a quiet gesture. Only then did Wang Lai and the others step across the threshold. Lin Feng remained motionless atop Xiao Xian's back, surveying the town with quiet scrutiny. 10 minutes later, Wang Lai's team emerged from the house, each bearing several bags. Feng Ling carried a sack of rice, some tenjin, while Lu Taizhu cradled 2 bottles of oil and a plastic container filled with wakanwat. Nothing of value, Wang Lai murmured, shaking his head. He dumped the haul beside the road and moved on to the next dwelling. After clearing several more houses without incident, the group conferred and decided to split up. Each member selected a building to explore independently. Lin Feng watched them vanish one by one into the structures, and soon piles of scavenged goods began accumulating along the street, kindling his own eagerness. Most buildings on the outskirts rose only 2 or 3 stories high, whereas those lining the main street were clearly sturdier, and nearly every ground floor housed a shop. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed at the sight, yet he recalled Wang Lai's warning and relented. Xiao Xian. Lin Feng pointed to a 3-story building beside the road. Rip off its roof. Xiao Xian fixed its gaze upon the structure. Without hesitation, golden-brown runes flared across its carapace. Then, crumble. The roof split cleanly down its center as though wrenched apart by invisible hands. Concrete slabs, wooden beams, and bricks cascaded downward in a deafening roar. Truly, the roof had been torn away. The sound reverberated across the entire town. Wang Lai turned, saw the roofless building, and his eye twitched faintly. Yet he said nothing. Lin Feng peered through the gaping breach. Inside stood ordinary furniture. Sofa, coffee table, television cabinet. Nothing of worth. Finding nothing of interest, Lin Feng waved dismissively. Xiao Xian, keep going. Tear the whole building down. Xiao Xian unleashed its earth manipulation art once more, this time with greater force. The ground rippled like water. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, bricks peeled away from the facade with eerie fluidity. Meanwhile, dislodged masonry coalesced under Xiao Xian's command, gathering neatly into a single pile. Then, crunch, crunch. Lin Feng stared speechless. Wait, you're already eating it. And with unmistakable relish. Bricks crunched between Xiao Xian's jaws like crisp biscuits, while load-bearing concrete pillars snapped and splintered with a grating bone-deep resonance. Fine, concrete is earth after all, and you've certainly chosen a fine vintage. Would reinforced concrete, with steel rebar, be even more delectable? Lin Feng leapt down from Xiao Xian's back and stepped into the hollowed-out ruin. Truth be told, Lin Feng had miscalculated. Demolition was swift, but beds and furniture from upper floors plummeted and shattered beyond salvage. At last, tucked deep in a corner, he uncovered a burlap sack. Inside, a generous hoard of rice, easily 40 or 50 jin. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, food secured. He searched further within a cupboard. He found cured pork, a canister of cooking oil, and half a bag of salt. Excellent, every bit of it valuable. One by one, Lin Feng carried the provisions out and stacked them beside Xiao Xian, gazing at the growing pile, and then at Xiao Xian's broad, steady back. The notion of constructing a dwelling upon it grew ever more compelling. Xiao Xian, Lin Feng patted the turtle's shell. Could you build a stone house upon your back? Using earth manipulation, lift soil onto your back, then petrify it into walls and a roof. Lin Feng communicated his vision at length, not with words, but through focused spiritual intent. Xiao Xian seemed to grasp the idea and began to act. Soil beneath them stirred, then rose in graceful, deliberate arcs, drawn upward as if guided by unseen hands, flowing steadily toward the turtle's back. Layer upon layer accumulated, hardening under Xiao Xian's control until they formed a smooth, seamless expanse of gray stone, solid as monolithic flagstone. Then more earth surged upward still. From the rim of the carapace, stone walls ascended, 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters. They soared to a full 3 meters before halting, then arched inward, sealing into a vaulted roof. A doorway was left for Lin Feng's entry and exit. A window was carved with precision. Finally, salvaged glass panes and the original wooden door were seamlessly embedded into the stonework. Perfection. In under 10 minutes, a compact, sturdy chamber stood firmly anchored upon Xiao Xian's back. Though modest in size, this stone house proved more than ample for storing supplies. Haha, finally a home of my own. And, once I've gathered enough supplies, I'll lay down quilts and pillows inside. Voila, a ready-made bedroom. Lin Feng cheerfully carried rice, cured pork, oil, and salt, one item at a time, into the stone chamber, arranging them with meticulous order. He brushed dust from his hands and beamed with quiet satisfaction. Xiao Xian, let's go. On to the next house. And for the remainder of that time, Lin Feng and Xiao Xian began their systematic dismantling operations along the outskirts. Though the main street tempted him, Lin Feng heeded Wang Lai's warning and refrained from venturing deeper into the town. And he who listens to counsel eats well. In the outer houses, however, bore the brunt of his efforts. As they progressed, roofs were peeled back. Where no danger lurked, walls followed. Lin Feng had grown shrewd. He now instructed Xiao Xian to employ earth control art, carefully dismantling walls layer by layer, sparing load-bearing structures. Efficiency soared, yet not a single building collapsed. Thus, every room's contents lay fully exposed, and everything deemed useful was carried away, and everything discarded remained where it stood, awaiting later retrieval by the convoy crew. All dismantled bricks and concrete were swallowed whole by Xiao Xian, while Wang Lai and his team rummaged through drawers and cabinets house by house. Lin Feng, demolishing structures and clearing their contents, completed an entire residence in mere minutes. Xiao Xian's earth control art proved astonishingly versatile. Nas Lin Feng's hall grew richer. His standards rose. Sprouted potatoes were rejected outright. Only durable dry goods, wood ear fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, vermicelli, were selected. Canned goods and biscuits also found their way into his inventory. With each new acquisition, Lin Feng's sense of security deepened. The provisions already gathered would sustain him alone for over half a month, unrestrained and unhurt. And this was merely the choicest selection, not due to reluctance, but constraint. Xiao Xian's backspace was already brimming, packed to capacity. Moreover, nearly 1,000 souls traveled with the convoy. He could not claim everything, not when all were fellow survivors from planet launching. To feast alone would be cruel. At least a sip of broth must remain for others. Once the majority of dwellings flanking the main street had been thoroughly scavenged, Lin Feng's gaze drifted deliberately toward its heart, especially toward the shop signs hanging overhead: grocery store, general store, hardware shop, clinic, grain and oil emporium, clothing boutique. And Lin Feng's pulse quickened. Perched atop the now-grown Xiao Xian, he hesitated, torn between caution and craving. I'll just slip in, just a little. Surely that's harmless. And he scanned his surroundings. Wang Lai's team searched farther away. No eyes watched him fixate upon the main street. I'll just slip in, just a little. Surely that's harmless. And he scanned his surroundings. Wang Lai's team searched farther away. No eyes watched him fixate upon the main street. I'll just slip in, just a little. Surely that's harmless. And he scanned his surroundings. Wang Lai's team searched farther away. No eyes watched. The moment its paws touched the main street, Lin Feng felt a chilling coldness seep from its depths, a creeping spectral frost. Xiao Xian here? Halt. Dismantle now. If anything feels amiss, we flee instantly. In Xiao Xian lifted its head, amber light flared. An invisible force surged along the ground, converging upon the convenience store marked by its sign. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, bricks loosened, then, and boom, and the wall collapsed. Sunlight flooded the interior. Then, and, Na shriek tore forth. Piercing, agonized like nails dragged across slate, amplified 100-fold, so harrowing it made scalps prickle and ears ring. Sunlight flooded the interior. Then, and, Na shriek tore forth. Piercing, agonized like nails dragged across slate, amplified 100-fold, so harrowing it, the shrieks escalated, sharper, more desperate, until with a final detonation, pop, shadow burst apart, dissolving into swirling black mist that vaporized instantly beneath the sun. A solitary bead remained on the floor. Slain level 1 grudge spirit. 1 evolution point, and Lin Feng froze. Then his eyes blazed with sudden fierce illumination. Grudge spirits. And so these were what haunted the town, explaining its utter silence, its suffocating stillness. Grudge spirits slumbered by day, stirring only under moonlight. By day they huddled within sealed, lightless spaces, only at night did they wander. Their bane, their absolute nemesis, was today's sky. It seemed offered flawless clarity. Lin Feng gazed down the main street, and a slow predatory grin spread across his lips. Xiao Xian, tear it down. All of it. At his command, Xiao Xian reared up, amber radiance blazing. The earth trembled violently. Walls along both sides fractured, rolling shutters clattered down, signs plummeted from rooftops with thunderous crashes. One building, then two. Xiao Xian's earth control art wielded surgical precision across 300 meters ahead. Roofs peeled, open walls crumbled. Each collapse deliberate, controlled. Broad swathes of sunlight poured into long darkened interiors. Then, shrieks erupted, wave upon wave. Wu. Na cacophony of torment, shrill and soul-rending, prickling skin and rattling bones. Nas black masses emerged, exposed to light. Slain level 1 grudge spirit. 1 evolution point. Slain level 1 grudge spirit. 1 evolution point. Notification after notification chimed. Lin Feng's face bloomed with unrestrained delight. Xiao Xian pressed onward. Distant rooftops began to lift and peel. The wails intensified, denser, sharper. This ghostly chorus, quite melodious. Keep screaming. I adore it. Louder. Give me more. And at that moment Lin Feng resembled nothing so much as a gleeful, unrepentant monster. Far away, Wang Lai stood inside a 2-story cottage, clutching a bag of dried noodles, his brow knotted tight. The supplies here fell far short of his expectations. Just then, the ground shook. Then, the shrieks began. Not isolated cries, but a deluge, a sky-filling chorus of anguish. So piercing it raised gooseflesh, so directional it unmistakably emanated from the main street. Wang Lai's face paled. He bolted from the room and sprinted toward the source of sound. There, along the main street, he beheld collapsing walls, erupting rooftops, building after building succumbing to ruin. The very catastrophe he dreaded had unfolded before his eyes. Lin Feng. Wang Lai's roar split the air. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Wang Lai rushing out from a small building, his face displaying an unappealing expression, followed closely by Feng Ling and Chen Min, whose expressions were hardly any better. Interestingly, Feng Ling looked at the dilapidated houses along the main street, as if she had seen something incredible. Lin Feng waved at Wang Lai, wearing an innocent expression. As they approached, their gazes all fixated on the ruins ahead. In the area 300 meters ahead of the main street, the buildings on both sides appeared as if they had been ravaged by a giant hand. The rooftops were gone, walls were completely stripped, and the roller shutters lay askew on the ground, with broken signs scattered about, leaving only a few load-bearing columns to support the structure, resembling an empty frame. The sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating every corner. Ashes and shiny, eerie crystals lay scattered on the floor. Captain, do you need something from me? Lin Feng leaned out from behind Xiao Xian and asked. Wang Lai's voice was low, his anger barely contained. Demolishing houses, searching for supplies, and exterminating anomalies. Lin Feng patted Xiao Xian and said proudly, look, the efficiency is quite good. This entire area has been cleaned up thanks to Xiao Xian. Wang Lai's temples throbbed more violently. Should I compliment you a bit more? He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury. Don't get angry, getting worked up won't help. Did I not say not to enter the central area of the town, especially the main? I didn't go in. Lin Feng shrugged, looking extremely innocent. Look. He pointed to where Xiao Xian was standing. Wang Lai followed the direction of his finger and was taken aback. Xiao Xian's forelegs were perfectly placed on a boundary line. The outside road was an old gray cement surface, pitted and cracked with withered wild grass growing in the crevices, while the main street surface was obviously newly paved asphalt. There was a clear boundary between the two roads, like a natural demarcation. He truly had not stepped inside at all. Wang Lai's mouth involuntarily. He wanted to curse. Do you realize you have demolished 300 meters into the area? Looking up at the now significantly larger Xiao Xian who was tilting its head at him, its eyes strangely held a hint of scrutiny, as if assessing whether this piece of meat was enough to fill the gap. I can't. Wang Lai swallowed the words that were about to come out. Lin Feng was no longer his subordinate. He did not have the right to reprimand Lin Feng. Given Lin Feng's current strength, or rather the strength of the turtle at present, he didn't even have the qualification to teach him a lesson. Even with all his might, he couldn't destroy the area within 300 meters. This turtle not worth provoking. There might be high-level vengeful spirits in the area ahead. What if your commotion attracts them? I know. Lin Feng nodded seriously. That's why I stopped. Oh, I'm not demolishing anymore. Not demolishing anymore. Wang Lai was taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to be, yes, not demolishing anymore. Lin Feng patted the stone house on Xiao Xian's back. My room is almost full. Oh, I can't take anything else if I keep demolishing. Wang Lai then focused his gaze on the stone house on Xiao Xian's back. From the outside, it appeared to be about 2 meters wide, 3 meters high, and 3 meters long. However, the door was wide open, revealing the interior scene at a glance. Rice bags of rice neatly piled in the corner, at least 400 to 500 pounds, along with flowers similarly bulging. What is that hanging on the wall? Wang Lai swallowed hard. Cured meat hung in several strings wrapped in plastic bags by Lin Feng with grease already dripping into the bag. This is a rare find, something even he hadn't encountered. And what are those bags on the ground? Dried goods, dried black fungus, dried mushrooms, and vermicelli, all piled high. And those canned goods can luncheon meat, canned fruits, and even 2 cans of milk powder. Not to mention those seasonings, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and several bottles of white liquor. Damn! Lu Taizhu exclaimed, his mouth agape, his expression utterly captivating. Fong Ling and Chun Min also gathered around, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. Is that cured meat? There are several pieces. Chun Min swallowed hard. Wang Lai remained silent for a long while before shifting his gaze from the pile of supplies back to Lin Feng. Now that you've demolished it, how do you plan to distribute the items from those stores ahead? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Mainly there are a few small shops with more items. I've stocked up on food, so you guys can arrange for people to move it. Just the grocery store at the front. I felt something was off and didn't dare to demolish it. You have moments of fear too. Wang Lai's tone was ambiguous, a mix of sarcasm and admiration. Of course. Lin Feng replied confidently, I'm not reckless. Oh, I never touch what I can't handle. Wang Lai glanced at Lin Feng and said nothing more, turning to Fong Ling. You go back and arrange for the logistics and patrol team to come here and transport the supplies. Clear out everything on both sides of the main street. Fong Ling nodded. Also, the houses on the outskirts of the town are no longer dangerous. Let the convoy explore freely, gather as much as... Wang Lai then looked at Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu. You two come with me to check that grocery store up ahead. Wang Lai took a few steps and suddenly stopped. After we move the supplies back, you'll get your share. No need, I'm good. You can divide the items from those stores. I won't interfere. Wang Lai gave Lin Feng a deep look, not insisting, and turned away. As a level 2 lightning awakened, he had his own pride and wanted to see what was in that grocery store. Once the others left, Lin Feng jumped down and jogged inside to pick up the eerie crystals. 1-2. Lin Feng picked up the eerie crystals one by one and put them in his pocket, some crystals rolling into a pile of broken bricks, and he even moved the brick. Chun Min cheerfully approached, squatting beside Lin Feng to help him pick a few up. Little Feng, you hit the jackpot this time. Just a small windfall, just luck. Lin Feng didn't hold back, directly taking the eerie crystals from Chun Min's palm and putting them into his pocket. Chun Min rolled her eyes. You call that luck? Can luck really demolish houses in a radius of 300 meters? Lin Feng didn't respond, standing up to dust off his knees. His eyes scanned the area, ensuring no eerie crystals were left behind, when he suddenly remembered something and walked towards a clothing store. As he walked, he said, Sister Min, aren't you going to support the captain? I think the stuff in that grocery store isn't easy to deal with. What's there to fear? Just vengeful spirits. Don't forget the captain is an electric-type ability user specifically adept at dealing with vengeful spirits. As long as they're not level 3 vengeful spirits, it's a piece of cake. Despite saying that, she still went to support Wang Lai. Lin Feng walked into the clothing store, rummaging through the shelves until he found 2 sets of dark sportswear, shaking off the dust before putting them away. He had been wearing this outfit for several days, stained with sweat and the fluids of mutated creatures, the odor so strong that even Lin Feng felt embarrassed to smell it. Finally, he also grabbed 2 pairs of sports shoes, feeling quite satisfied as he exited the store. Once I get back to the camp, he'll find a way to take a shower and change into something clean. As he left the clothing store, he noticed a home goods store across the street, and his eyes lit up. He hurried over, took a quick look around, and ultimately chose a latex mattress. About 10 centimeters thick and 1.8 meters wide, Lin Feng rolled up the mattress and secured it with rope before hoisting it onto his back. He then returned to the store to pick out a quilt, a pillow, and finally grabbed a blanket. Lastly, he suddenly remembered something and rushed to the convenience store, hauling away over 10 boxes of bottled water. Now it's all set perfect. As the stone house filled with supplies, Lin Feng's lips almost stretched to his ears. He had never fought such a wealthy battle before. Xiao Xian, let's go back to the camp. As Xiao Xian exited the small town, Fong Ling had already led a group towards them. Over 100 people formed a line pushing carts and carrying bags with ropes marching grandly towards the main street. When they saw Lin Feng riding the turtle coming from the opposite direction, they all made way, their gazes fixed on the enormous creature, filled with awe and envy. Lin Feng ignored these people sitting on the turtle's back with his legs crossed, a piece of grass he casually pulled from the roadside in his mouth. Xiao Xian, hurry up, I need to find a place to bathe when we get back. Xiao Xian quickened his pace, and the temporary camp for the convoy appeared ahead. Upon seeing Xiao Xian's massive figure, the noise in the camp suddenly rose a notch. Look, that big turtle is back. Hey, there's a small house on its back. What is that? Did the awakened one build a home on the turtle? Wow, that's so cool. I wish I could live up there, then I wouldn't have to ride my bike every night. Go on, hurry up. The men in the camp had mostly gone to the town to gather supplies, leaving some women to discuss among themselves, each gazing at Lin Feng lost in thought. Xiao Xian passed through the camp, arriving at the empty space from the morning, and Lin Feng finally jumped down from Xiao Xian's back. The ashes of the fire they had burned earlier were scattered by the wind. Lin Feng stacked the firewood again and used a lighter to ignite it. Soon flames leapt up. Next, Lin Feng began to move things out from the little house on Xiao Xian's back, carrying several boxes of bottled water and digging out a few packs of instant noodles and bread along with a couple of bottles of water to pack into a bag. He wanted to take a hot shower, but just having water wasn't enough. He needed a large iron bucket to boil water. Lin Feng lifted the bag and walked towards the center of the camp, knowing that someone there would have an iron bucket. The supplies he brought were meant for trading. As for whether using bottled water to heat for a shower was too extravagant with the current abundance of supplies, what was wrong with indulging a bit? After all, Lin Feng was someone who enjoyed the finer things. Why suffer needlessly? The vehicles in the camp were parked closely together, SUVs, sedans, tricycles, and bicycles haphazardly jumbled. The crowd busied themselves with various tasks, some organizing the remaining supplies, while others were starting fires to cook. As Lin Feng passed through the camp, he heard some sounds coming from a modified bus. The soft moans of a woman came from inside the vehicle. Lin Feng paused slightly. The windows of the bus were completely covered by pink curtains, and a string of colorful lights hung from the ceiling, sourced from who knows where. Outside the bus stood 5 or 6 women dressed in revealing spaghetti-strap dresses, ultra-short skirts, and low-cut tops, heavily made up, looking out of place in the camp's environment. Lin Feng recognized this bus. Since the third day of their escape, it had transformed into its current state. The owner was a woman named Hong Jia, who was said to have worked in a bathhouse. During their escape, she used food and rides as leverage to control several women who couldn't survive entering into the flesh trade. Men in the convoy who had some supplies, especially those from the patrol team, often spent time on this bus. Hey, Lord Lin Feng. A delicate voice came from behind him. Lin Feng turned around to see a woman smoking a women's cigarette as she walked out from behind the bus. Hong Jia. She wore a tight red dress, the hem barely covering her thighs, and black high heels. As she walked, her waist swayed like a water snake, exuding a mature charm. Lord Lin Feng, where are you headed? Hong Jia approached Lin Feng, her gaze lingering on his handsome face for a moment before shifting to the bottled water and instant noodles he was holding, her eyes brightening slightly. Cream bread, that was a rare commodity. Oh, good stuff. As she spoke, Hong Jia had already leaned closer, the rich scent of her perfume wafting toward him. She pointed in the direction of the bus with a hint of eagerness in her tone. My lord, would you like me to arrange for 2 girls to accompany you? My girls are all charming and will surely satisfy you. Lin Feng followed her finger's direction. Those women instantly understood, each posing seductively, some tossing their hair, some biting their lips, and some throwing flirtatious glances at him. Honestly, these women were quite attractive, and in Blue Star, women of this caliber were worshipped like stars, requiring millions in betrothal gifts to marry, and many men were eager to pursue them. But now a few packs of instant noodles could buy a night with them. Lin Feng, being somewhat of a lecher, might have been tempted a few days ago, but after being kicked out of the team and having women turn their backs on him, he had gained a new perspective on women. Women were unreliable, but they could be controlled. Moreover, who knew how many customers these women had served, especially with those men who frequently visited the bus, sometimes even in groups. Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, Hong Jia assumed he was uninterested and lowered her voice, saying, Why not look down on these? They must not meet the standards of the awakened one. Lin Feng shook his head, not hiding his thoughts, and directly said, They do meet my standards, but I don't like buses. Hong Jia was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled, her expression devoid of embarrassment, even leaning in closer. Lin Feng suddenly felt his arm enveloped in softness. Hong Jia's lips were almost touching Lin Feng's ear, her voice very low, audible only to the two of them. There are a few students from the art academy in the convoy. In the convoy there were several students from the art academy possessing an enchanting beauty. Those waists, those legs, that skin. Tisk, life has been quite miserable lately, barely enough to fill their stomachs with wild vegetables, and yesterday their vehicle broke down. There were many eyes coveting them. Hong Jia took a step back, smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. They are all pitiful souls, but it's the end of the world. If the esteemed one is willing, I would be honored to connect you, only hoping. She had girls under her care not lacking for food and drink, but in this apocalyptic world safety is the most important thing. There were only a few awakeners in the convoy. Wang Lai was too proud, Lu Taiju too rough, and Dong Yu was a woman. Although she did not discriminate against those who were bent, she had heard that her methods were somewhat twisted. She did not wish to send her girls to suffer. Gua Yi and Jiang Sheng had no voice and lacked strength. After quite a bit of deliberation, this young man in front of her seemed the most suitable, young appearing, kind-hearted, and most importantly good-looking enough to make her heart flutter. She had lost. Moreover, today, she had seen the terrifying beast accompanying him. That giant turtle, when it lay down, visibly enhanced safety. Lin Feng looked at Hong Jia in front of him, gaining a new understanding of this woman. She was intelligent, discerning, and bold. Knowing Lin Feng's strength had increased significantly, she immediately placed her bets. However, Lin Feng did not reject. If meat was delivered to him, he wouldn't refuse it. If he spared today, tomorrow someone else would take it. When he was still in the core team, he never turned down delivered food, and today would be no different. He wasn't a good person. Good people don't last long in this apocalyptic world. Alright, do as you see fit. I'll go change a bucket to boil water for a bath first. Lin Feng lifted the bag in his hand. I'm about to smell awful. Oh dear. Isn't this a coincidence? Hong Jia clapped her thigh. I have a folding bathtub in my car. To maintain the girl's beauty, I've put in quite a bit of effort to obtain this bathtub. It's brand new and hasn't been used. Also, I have a tent. I'll bring it over for the esteemed one shortly. Look at how heavy the things you're carrying are. Let me take them for you. As she spoke, Hong Jia's delicate hands naturally took the bag from Lin Feng's hand, as if it were her own belongings. Lin Feng glanced at her and said nothing, turning to head back. Swapping with anyone was the same. The result would be the same anyway. Hong Jia called out from behind. Esteemed one, you go back first. I'll bring the things over shortly. After Hong Jia watched Lin Feng leave, the smile on her face dimmed a little as she turned to walk towards the back of the vehicle. Lili Xiao Mei, and you few, I've promised you, stop standing there and come with me. Oh, and bring that folding bathtub, the tent, and the pot for boiling water. Serving the esteemed one. Hong Jia said with annoyance, be smart later, don't embarrass me. If you can serve well, our days will improve. If not, it will be the same as with the other girls. If you want to get on the vehicle, don't think you have any privileges. About 20 minutes later, Hong Jia led several women to appear at Lin Feng's camp. Behind her followed 4 women, each holding something. These women were different from those standing by the bus earlier. They had no makeup on their faces, although somewhat dirty, it could not conceal the abundant collagen, youthful and full of vitality. Xiao Xian was busy digging in a dirt pit, munching away, and when she saw someone approaching, she glanced up, but then lowered her head to continue gnawing. The few women gasped in unison upon seeing this scene. Heavens, it's so big. Another girl took half a step back. This really won't bite right. Shut up. This is the beast of the awakened master. Keep quiet and let it work. Hong Jia whispered a reprimand, and when she turned back, her face was filled with a smile. Lord Lin Feng, the items have arrived. Hong Jia instructed them to start setting up the tent and boiling water, moving swiftly. They first set up the tent, which had ample space accommodating 5 or 6 people, without issue, waterproof and windproof, and of excellent quality. Once the tent was set up, the girls laid down moisture-proof mats inside, and finally placed a soft cushion on top, the meaning naturally implied. Only then did they set up the bathtub, which folded up to take little space, and when opened it was about half a meter high, enough to hold one person, cleverly designed, and very convenient to use. You few, move those boxes of mineral water over here. Hong Jia pointed at the boxes of mineral water piled near Xiao Xian. The girls cautiously approached Xiao Xian, afraid of startling the giant creature. They almost hugged the mineral water and ran back quickly, their steps rapid, as if something were chasing them. Such extravagance. A girl with a ponytail muttered softly. Using mineral water for a bath, that must be dozens of bottles, right? Mind your own business. Another girl in JK attire with a round face pouted, though her gaze kept darting towards the storage on Xiao Xian's back. Hey, did you see the house on that giant turtle's back? There are so many supplies inside. I even saw cured meat. As she spoke, she swallowed hard. I saw it too, several pieces hanging on the wall along with rice canned goods. So much. Don't say any more, I'm about to drool. Me too. I haven't eaten meat in ages. I'm getting sick of wild vegetables these days. The girls whispered as they worked, their eyes frequently darting towards the stone warehouse on Xiao Xian's back, filled with longing. Lin Feng leaned back in a folding chair, crossing his legs quite at ease. This chair was also brought by Hong Jia. Hong Jia walked over, crouched down beside Lin Feng, and said, so are you satisfied with these girls? That one is from the Art Academy. They all are. Hong Jia gestured towards the girls. The one with the ponytail is called Xiao Yu, studying dance, very flexible. The one in JK attire is called Xiao Rui, studying vocal music, her voice is particularly good. And the tallest girl is called Xiao Qing, studying acting, and she's the prettiest. Hong Jia paused and continued. There's also Xiao Li, I've arranged her in the tent for you. She's the most enchanting, especially reserved for you. Lin Feng, however, extended his palm and then clenched his fist. I want them all. I want it all. Hong Jie only smiled and said nothing more, tactfully standing up. All right, my lord, you take your bath first. I have to get back to work. I'll leave these girls in your care. After saying this, she walked away in her high heels, swaying her hips. Lin Feng then stood up and walked into the tent. The bathtub was already filled with hot water. He stripped off all his clothes and stepped into the tub. The water was a bit cool, but Lin Feng didn't mind submerging his entire body in the tub and letting out a long breath. Comfortable. So comfortable. Soaking in the warm water felt like being in paradise. Lin Feng leaned against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes to enjoy this rare tranquility. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted and a girl entered with a basin of hot water. My lord, the water is a bit cool. Let me add some hot water for you. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the girl. She was wearing tight jeans that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, her figure slender with a waist that could be grasped with one hand. The wet white t-shirt clung to her body, outlining her full curves, while her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, adding to her beauty. Her sweet face and large eyes seemed to speak, and her voice was soft. She gave off a clean, pure, and innocent vibe. What's your name? The girl lowered her head, slowly pouring the hot water into the bathtub, her voice gentle. Shaoli. Lin Feng didn't continue speaking, and the tent fell silent for a few seconds. My lord. Shaoli bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Hong Jie said, to let me wash your back. Come on. Suddenly, the round-faced girl Xiao Rui leaned over to Xiao Yu and whispered, Hey, have you noticed Shaoli isn't here? Really, where did she go? She was sent by Hong Jie to help that lord take a bath, Xiao Rui said, covering her mouth. Maybe they'll even have a bath together later. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions filled with envy. I want to wash too, said Xiao Yu, raising her arm and sniffing her clothes, wrinkling. I haven't washed in days, or I've been too busy escaping and am starting to stink. Who isn't? Xiao Rui sighed, rubbing her arm. I've got a layer of dirt on me. Why don't you go ask Hong Jie if we can wash too? Are you dreaming? That's reserved for the awakened lords. Who do you think you are? The girls played around while working, occasionally glancing towards the tent. Suddenly the sounds from the tent changed. First there was the sound of water splashing rhythmically against the tub. Then there were intermittent sounds, as if suppressed moans were escaping from the throat. The three girls outside the tent perked up their ears. Listen. Xiao Rui was the first to crouch down, then almost instinctively pressed her ear to the edge of the tent, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Then came Xiao Yu, and lastly Xiao Qing, who was more reserved than the other two, standing still with a cloth in hand, pretending to wipe the pot. But her gaze kept darting toward the tent, her ears perked up. 3 minutes later she too crouched down. Did you hear that? Xiao Rui whispered. Of course I'm not deaf. The three girls exchanged glances, their expressions were utterly fascinating, faces, flushed eyes, bright, breathing rapidly, wanting to leave, but reluctant to do so. Delete. The three girls looked at each other in astonishment. How long has it been? This is too long. Xiao Rui glanced at her watch. It's been an hour. Do you think it will break? It shouldn't. Right. You all stop talking. Xiao Qing covered her face. My legs are numb. Xiao Li's voice is hoarse, Xiao Yu said. If it were me, I'd be hoarse too. The sounds in the tent gradually diminished. The three girls exchanged glances simultaneously, letting out a sigh of relief, their eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of disappointment. In their hearts, they wondered why Hong Jie didn't arrange for her to serve Lin Feng in the tent. Perhaps if she went into bathe, she could enjoy it herself, and if she could stay by the awakened lord's side, that would be wonderful, safe, and there would be endless food. In this apocalypse, they were desperate to progress. They were about to stand up when their legs had become numb, and suddenly the tent flap was lifted from the inside. Lin Feng walked out. At this moment he had changed into a clean set of clothes with a lazy expression on his face. His gaze swept sideways. The three girls were squatting by the tent, each in a different posture, their faces flushed, even their ears and necks were red. The air froze for 3 seconds. Xiao Rui suddenly stood up, but her legs were numb, and she nearly fell. Xiao Yu helped her, and the two stumbled back a few steps. My lord, we didn't hear anything. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face turned even redder. At that moment Xiao Rui wished she could find a hole to hide in. The other two weren't better off covering their faces and running away. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. He certainly knew that these girls were eavesdropping outside, and even through the tent he could hear their hearts race. Since the person had already been sent over, it was only a matter of time. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Feng stepped toward Xiao Xian, who was lying in a pit. The height was just right for Lin Feng to walk directly into the room on its back. The room was filled to the brim with supplies. Lin Feng took a piece of cured meat from the wall, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. He also grabbed a bag of rice, and then found some dried black fungus and dried mushrooms, packed them into a bag before exiting the room. Who among you can cook? The girls looked at each other. They glanced at the cured meat, and then at the rice, swallowing hard, their lips moving, but not making a sound. Xiao Rui bit her finger, her gaze glued to the piece of cured meat. She hadn't had meat in a week. Finally, Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, and took 2 steps forward with her long legs. I can cook a little. She was the most beautiful among the girls, especially with those long legs. Who would have thought she could cook? That was truly rare. This was an extremely rare species in Blue Star. Before the apocalypse, who wasn't a treasure at home? Outside, they were the targets of many boys' flattery. Forget about cooking, just being able to wash their own clothes properly was considered outstanding. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Take it to cook, make more, and we'll eat together later. As soon as the words, eat together, left his mouth, the girl's eyes all brightened. Really? Xiao Yu and Xiao Rui's voices trembled a bit. In the past few days, they hadn't had rice or cured meat. At first, it was bearable with some snacks, but in the latter days, they completely relied on wild vegetable dumplings to fill their stomachs. They had also tried to seek help from others in the convoy, but those men looked at them with lewd eyes, fantasizing that a few packets of instant noodles would make them submit. Dream on. When they were in school, who didn't have a luxury car to pick them up? But now being able to eat rice and cured meat made them feel that happiness had arrived. Go. Several girls joyfully grabbed the cured meat and ran towards the fire with bags of rice. 3 girls had clear rolls. Xiao Rui placed the dried black fungus and dried mushrooms in a basin and poured hot water from a mineral water bottle over them. Xiao Qing instructed Xiao Yu to wash the rice, then started steaming it, while she herself began to prepare the cured meat. Lin Feng paid no mind to their bustling activities and walked over to a folding chair, sat down heavily reclined against the backrest, and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into his personal panel. Lin Feng, level 10, physique 60, strength 50. Agility 46. Spirit 58. Spiritual energy 61. Last night during the attack by the anomalous beasts on the camp, he absorbed some anomalous crystals, finally leveling up to level 1. Today he cleverly killed some vengeful spirits in the town, while dismantling houses, gaining quite a bit as well. Currently he had a total of 92 level 1 anomalous crystals, and about 1 or 200 level 0 ones. Lin Feng took a level 1 anomalous crystal out of his pocket, held it in his palm, and began to absorb it. Cool energy surged into his palm, and after about a minute the crystal completely dimmed and shattered into powder. Level 1. Not bad. 1 level 1 anomalous crystal increases my progress by 1%. Lin Feng then took out a level 0 anomalous crystal, holding it in his hand to absorb. In less than a minute it disappeared, and seeing that his level had not changed at all, he took out a few more to absorb, but still saw no change. This time Lin Feng simply grabbed a handful of level 0 anomalous crystals. Dozens of bean-sized crystals turned to powder in his palm, and he looked at his level. Level 1. I must have hit a fake drug, right? Lin Feng sat up, directly unable to believe his eyes. The data on the panel clearly showed no change. What's going on? I can absorb level 0 anomalous crystals, but my progress doesn't increase. Lin Feng skeptically took out another level 0 anomalous crystal, slowed down his absorption speed, and let the subtle energy merge into his body, directing it to the dantian in his lower abdomen. This time Lin Feng truly felt the change, which was that there was no change at all. Specifically, the energy quality of level 0 anomalous crystals was too low. After entering his body, it could neither enlarge the volume of his spiritual energy body, nor cause any changes in his body. It couldn't be said to be wasteful, at least it could replenish the spiritual energy consumed within him. What a pity level 0 anomalous crystals couldn't increase experience like level 1 ones. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why didn't I absorb level 0 anomalous crystals first yesterday? If I had absorbed the level 0 ones first when my experience reached 100%, I could then use the level 1 ones to level up, which wouldn't have wasted a thing. Now it's fine with over 100 level 0 anomalous crystals that are useless, and only 91 level 1 ones left. What a waste. Lin Feng took a deep breath, no longer entangled in this issue. After all, anomalous creatures were everywhere. He could just kill a few more later. He took out the level 1 anomalous crystals again, absorbing them one by one. Several girls were busy occasionally chatting and sneaking glance. Xiao Rui, what are you looking at? Hurry up and bring the mushrooms over, it's time to cook. Xiao Qing said irritably. Soon you'll be volunteering for a pillow. You've been staring at the adult the whole time. No way. Have you not noticed that Lord Lin Feng is quite handsome? In this apocalypse, being handsome and strong plus able to feed me, what's wrong with me liking him? Rarely do you not like him. Hey, feed that mouth of yours. Xiao Yu, are you trying to die? See if I don't tickle you, tickle you. Stop it, I was wrong, Xiao Rui. Haha, I was wrong. Women can be more bold than men when it comes to risque jokes. There's nothing they wouldn't say. Inside the tent, Xiao Li woke up, reaching out to feel around for the soft mat, but found nothing, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. Remembering what Hong Jia had told her earlier, her task was completed, but she had just fainted from exhaustion. Now she felt weak all over, an experience she had never had before. Is this really the man I can catch? She questioned herself again, finally shaking her head, discarding inappropriate thoughts, and was drawn in by the aroma of stir-fried, cured meat. As Xiao Li stepped out of the tent, her walking posture was somewhat awkward, her face flushed, and she looked radiant like a flower that had been watered. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to break free from Xiao Rui's entanglement, ran over, and quietly asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Li shook her head, and said nothing. Her voice was indeed hoarse, and she didn't even know how she had endured the earlier storm. Xiao Rui leaned over sneakily and asked Xiao Li, "Is it big?" As soon as she said this, Xiao Li nearly stumbled, her face turning even redder. "Big? What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and come help, the dish is almost ready." "Oh, coming. The girls finally stopped their private conversation. They all crowded around the pot, taking a deep breath. Fragrant, so fragrant. I'm going to eat 3 bowls of rice later. Xiao Rui, go call Lord Lin Feng. Xiao Yu set up the folding table. All right. Xiao Rui bounced over. Lord Lin Feng, the meal is ready, you can eat now. Lin Feng put the anomalous crystals back into his bag, stood up, and lowered his head to examine the girl in front of him, finally getting a clear look at. Xiao Rui was about shoulder height to him, around 1.6 meters tall, giving off a delicate and lovely impression. She wore a JK uniform, a white shirt, and a deep blue pleated skirt with a red bow tie at the collar and black leather shoes on her feet. After a few days of fleeing, even after a simple cleaning and tidying at Hong Jie's place, she still inevitably appeared a bit dirty. Her face was that kind which made one want to pinch it, a small round face with a bit of baby fat. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples would show her lips were plump and rosy, but the most striking were her eyes, round and bright. Overall, she looked like a delicate doll, adorable enough that one would want to hold and play with her. Looking down, she seemed to be breaking the rules. Is it pretty? Xiao Rui's voice was sweet and sticky, extremely pleasant to hear. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, not responding. Although he had his eyes closed while absorbing the anomalous crystals, his hearing was still on. He hadn't missed a single word of what the girls were chatting about by the fire. What with feeding that mouth of yours, and is it big? All coming from the mouth of this seemingly harmless little girl. Truly, one should not judge people by their appearance. Such a cute little girl spoke more boldly than men. Let's go, it's time to eat. Xiao Rui reached out to tug at Lin Feng's sleeve, but halfway through withdrew her hand, seemingly feeling it was inappropriate, and skipped ahead to lead the way. The folding table has been set up just enough for a few people to sit around it. On the table, 2 metal bowls are placed brimming with dishes. One bowl contains stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms, and the other bowl has stir-fried pork with shiitake mushrooms. The bacon is cut evenly with slightly curled edges, exuding a rich, savory aroma, and both bowls are generously filled. It seems they took Lin Feng's advice to heart, and made 2 large bowls as he suggested. Next to them is a large bowl of steaming rice. Sir, please try some first. Xiao Qing offered a pair of chopsticks, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. Lin Feng accepted the chopsticks and picked up a piece of bacon to taste. It was salty and rich with a satisfying chew. Not bad, Lin Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, the several girls simultaneously sighed, and they stood by the table eagerly looking at Lin Feng, their fingers intertwined, and a soft involuntary swallowing sound echoed in their throats. Especially Xiao Rui, who was nearly drooling, her mouth sparkling, her eyes fixed on the dish of stir-fried wood ear mushrooms, her lips slightly parted, looking utterly adorable. Let's all sit down and eat, don't be shy. The girls exchanged glances, and Xiao Rui was the first to sit down, moving quickly as if to claim a seat. In an instant, Xiao Yu and Xiao Li followed suit. At first, they maintained a semblance of modesty, preserving their ladylike demeanor. But within a minute, their restraint could no longer hold. Xiao Rui was the first to give in, picking up a piece of fatty bacon and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a hamster, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she let out a satisfied sound. It's so delicious. While eating, Xiao Rui dug into the rice, her mouth stuffed to the brim, making it hard for her to speak clearly. I've never had such delicious food before. Xiao Yu nodded vigorously from the side, her chopsticks not stopping. It really smells good. Although the other 2 girls didn't speak, their bowls were already nearly empty, and they were helping themselves to a second bowl of rice, of course, first serving Lin Feng before filling their own. Lin Feng watched the girls devouring their food, feeling a mix of emotions. When they were on Blue Star, they must have eaten much better than this. Such food would be considered ordinary home-cooked meals. They were students at an art academy, accustomed to beauty, being driven in luxury cars to high-end restaurants, enjoying afternoon tea and exquisite cuisine. But now, they couldn't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables. Although food was distributed to some disadvantaged groups by the convoy, the daily rations were barely enough to keep them alive. Now a bowl of white rice and a plate of stir-fried bacon felt like heaven. As they ate, Xiao Qing suddenly paused with her chopsticks, her head lowered, her shoulders slightly trembling, and a tear rolled down her cheek, falling into her rice bowl. What's wrong? Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and asked, is it not good? Xiao Qing shook her head, sniffing hard, her voice choked. No, it's just too delicious. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid I won't be able to eat such good food again in the future. This resonated with the others. Then Xiao Yu, feeling a pang in her nose, tears streamed down her face, and she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, unable to clean up the mess. Xiao Rui's lips trembled, her eyes welling up with tears. Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds, picking up his bowl to continue eating. In recent days he had witnessed too many tears. Hungry individuals gnawing on mutated monsters, those who perished, those left behind by the convoy, abandoned, torn apart by strange beings, and the bullied in the convoy. In this apocalypse, tears were the cheapest commodity. Once the crying was over, life had to go on, and the journey had to continue. No one would linger, and no one would wait. Lord Lin Feng, Xiao Rui, suddenly looked up, wiping her tears, and spoke with a firm tone. Can I stay by your side? Lin Feng didn't stop his chopsticks, merely glanced at her. I'm very obedient. Xiao Rui's voice quivered with her tears. I can do anything. Cleaning, laundry, cooking. Although I can't cook as well as Sister Xiao Qing, I can learn. As long as I have food to eat every day, I'll do whatever you ask. Really, I'm easy to take care of. I'm small, I eat little. Saying this, she gestured to her height, her fingers indicating a small distance above her head, proving she was truly easy to care for, looking pitiful with her teary eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly put down her bowl and eagerly said, me too. I can make the bed, tidy up the house, and I can massage. My mom had a bad back, and I often helped her as she said I was great at it. Xiao Qing didn't speak, but her hopeful gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, her eyes filled with anticipation. The gazes of the several girls converged on Lin Feng, filled with pleading hope. Xiao Li's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. She wasn't even sure if she could stay by Lin Feng's side. Although they had developed a close relationship, what did that matter? In the apocalypse, many abandoned their partners, and some even traded wives for supplies. In truth, they all knew that if Lin Feng didn't want them, they would have to return to the bus with Hong Jia. Was that bus even easy to board? Thinking of their future, having to serve many strange men like cargo waiting to be picked, some of whom were crude and unpleasant, and some might even sadistically torment them, a wave of deep fear surged within them. Rather than that, they would prefer the cheap Lin Feng. At least he was young, handsome, strong, and generous, one could tell from this meal. In returning to Hong Jia's side, their future was destined to be on a bus, on a filthy bed, facing one customer after another, until their bodies were completely consumed, tossed away like garbage. They weren't foolish. They simply had no choice. Lin Feng looked at them, remaining silent for a long time. It wasn't that Lin Feng wanted to refuse. He had never been a good person. Who in their right mind would slack off and wait to die on the first day of an apocalypse? Seeing beautiful girls approach him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. It was the same before the apocalypse, and even more so now, as the saying goes, when one possesses power, desires arise. If one had strength and didn't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? But aside from his lust, he thought of one thing. Xiao Xian. That turtle had grown larger and larger, now exceeding the size of a small truck. At this rate, how big would it eventually become? Like a cruise ship, or an aircraft carrier, or even larger? Every time Xiao Xian's shell grew wider, the usable space increased considerably. In the future, he could build houses, store supplies, and even grow vegetables, creating an ecological system, and Lin Feng alone could hardly manage. Lin Feng certainly needed to establish his own foundation, keeping a few beautiful girls by his side, both pleasing to the eye and helpful in work. Why not? From the moment Hong Jia sent them over, Lin Feng's intention was clear. I want them all. Lin Feng's gaze swept over them, and he couldn't help but admit that these girls were indeed beautiful. Xiao Rui was adorable, Xiao Yu was gentle, and Xiao Qing was capable. Xiao Li was clear and delicate like a freshly bloomed white flower, pure and graceful, especially with her extremely slender waist. Lin Feng recalled seeing her slightly undulating progress bar earlier, feeling a surge of heat. Watching them work should present a different kind of scenery. Lin Feng's silence caused the hearts of the girls to sink little by little. Their eyes turned red again, biting their lips. Just when they thought there was no hope, Lin Feng merely said, "Everyone stay." For pairs of eyes bright. Really, Lin Feng said as he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. But if you stay, you must follow my rules. We will. Whatever rules you have. Xiao Rui nodded vigorously, and the other girls followed suit, afraid that Lin Feng might change his mind. First, obey me. What I say goes. You can express your opinions, but the final decision is mine. Second, I want support those who betray me. If anyone engages in underhanded tactics, don't blame me for my lack of mercy. For now, these are the only two rules. If you can follow them, you can stay. If not, you can leave right now. I won't force anyone. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. In this apocalyptic world, there were countless women to choose from. He was genuinely annoyed by those who engaged in underhanded tactics and inner strife, so he was giving them a warning in advance. We can do it. Xiao Rui was the first to raise her hand. We can do it too. X3, then that's settled, let's eat. The girls picked up their chopsticks again, but this time their mood was completely different. Earlier, eating was a matter of survival, without knowing where the next meal would come from, feeling lost. Now eating was about finding a safe place. The same dish took on two different flavors. Xiao Rui took a mouthful of rice, her cheeks puffed up, mumbling indistinctly, "Don't worry, master, from now on, I will be your little maid. You tell me to go east, I want go west. You tell me to lie down, I want crouch." Ahem. Alright, let's eat. The aroma of meat wafted through the camp, carried far by the wind. The people in the camp had long sensed this fragrant smell, which was not the bitter taste of boiled wild vegetables, but the real scent of meat, making their appetites stir. Pairs of eyes turned towards Lin Feng, towards that table piled high with sautéed cured meat. Some swallowed hard, their hands tightly gripping the wild vegetable dumplings, unable to. Some squatted beside the vehicle, looking towards Lin Feng, their eyes filled with envy and desire, but no one dared to approach. Because that giant turtle lay there, its massive body resembling a small mountain, as soon as someone took a few steps toward it, it would lift its head and look over with a gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. That gaze held no threat, no warning, just a flat, indifferent observation, a look at ants that was more effective than any threat. No one wanted to test the temperament and patience of a beast as huge as a truck. However, at that moment, two women were still walking over from the camp, dressed decently. Lin Feng caught sight of these two women from the corner of his eye, his hands motion, pausing for a moment. He recognized them. Not only did he recognize them, but he had shared a few romantic encounters with them on the bus. One was named Xiao Mei and the other Xiao Tiano. Of course, these were the names they claimed, and Lin Feng had never inquired about their authenticity. They were the same two women who had immediately packed their things and gone to find Dong Yu after Lin Feng was kicked out of the core team. They left without a... As they approached, Lin Feng noticed the purple bruises on their faces and the exposed parts of their arms. Brother Feng. Before the two women got close, they began to cry. It wasn't a quiet sob, but a loud wail, tears streaming down without restraint. Brother Feng, I was wrong, we were really wrong. Xiao Mei, who was in front, cried out with a pitiful voice. Lin Feng, expressionless, continued eating without even glancing at them. The two women suddenly knelt on the ground, crawling over one, hugging Lin Feng's leg and trying to rub her face against his pant leg. Brother Feng, you liked us the most. We were just confused back then. Please forgive us once. Let us come back, okay? We promise to serve you well from now on, even better than before. But their words failed to stir any emotion in Lin Feng, who kicked them away. Xiao Mei and Xiao Tian fell back from the kick, their elbows scraping against the gravel, causing them to wince in pain, but not daring to cry out. Brother Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's indifference, they cried even harder. Look at us. Xiao Mei reached to her collar and pulled it down, revealing the skin beneath her collarbone crisscrossed with whip marks, with blood scabs and round bruises. Xiao Tian also lifted her shirt to show her back, which bore the same shocking marks. That Dong Yu. She's not human. She tied us up and whipped us. Burned us with fire. Didn't give us food. Brother Feng, we really made a mistake. Please, Brother Feng, please, we promise to obey you well, do whatever you say. Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and looked at the two women kneeling in front of him. His gaze was calm, devoid of anger, sympathy, or pity, lacking any emotion. From the moment they left, Lin Feng had prepared himself to be betrayed by women at any time. Women are different from men. When several men are together, they can quickly choose a leader, follow the boss orders, and collaborate. But women hold no loyalty. They only cling to the strong. Especially those women from Blue Star who underwent a great ideological collision. If you are strong enough, wealthy enough, and powerful enough, then they can be with anyone. Once disloyal, forever unusable. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Get lost. The two women froze, thinking that if they cried hard enough, they could evoke sympathy from a man. They were truly afraid of Dong Yu, who, although a woman, was psychopathic. Moreover, they had heard from others in the convoy about Lin Feng's formidable beast control and the substantial resources he had brought back. The two of them figured that they could directly come to plead for mercy. With their looks, it wouldn't be difficult to charm a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, they believed they hadn't lost their virtue with Dong Yu, so they would surely be forgiven. Then they could gain Lin Feng's protection and enjoy a good meal, including meat, only to find that Lin Feng was so heartless. Brother Feng, come any closer and he'll kill you. Xiao Mei and Xiao Tian simultaneously shivered, halting their approach. They saw Lin Feng's eyes, which were not angry, but indifferent, as cold as a gaze at ants. That gaze told them that if they took another step forward, he would indeed kill them. Xiao Mei opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but upon meeting Lin Feng's icy stare, she swallowed all her words. They struggled to get up from the ground and staggered back a few steps. Then they turned to leave, moving slowly, glancing back 3 times, hoping Lin Feng would call them back. Until they disappeared from his sight, Lin Feng remained unmoved. The scene just now was also witnessed by Xiao Li and the others. At this moment, the 4 of them sat at the table, their chopsticks frozen in midair, not daring to breathe. They were frightened by Lin Feng's expression. Especially Xiao Rui, her round face, which was once cheerful, was now tense, and she shrank back slightly. They had never seen Lin Feng display such an expression. It was not anger, nor was it ferocity, but a cold indifference devoid of any emotion. This complete disregard was more terrifying than anger, for it signified that when Lin Feng made decisions, no feelings would cloud his judgment. Would Lin Feng treat them this way if they made a mistake? Eat, why are you in a daze? Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of bacon into Xiao Li's bowl, then served a piece to Xiao Rui and the others. As long as you listen, I will still be easy to talk to. We will be obedient. Xiao Rui nodded vigorously, especially obedient, the most obedient in the world. That's right. Lin Feng added another piece of meat to each of their bowls. Eat your vegetables, don't waste food. In front of delicious food, the atmosphere became lively again. Xiao Rui began chattering endlessly while Xiao Yu chimed in, and Xiao Qing occasionally interjected. Xiao Li spoke little, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng as she smiled quietly. If there were a favorability prompt at this moment, Lin Feng felt that the favorability of these girls was certainly increasing rapidly 1-1. This was not because Lin Feng was particularly good to them, but because in this apocalyptic world, finding someone strong who wouldn't beat or scold them, could protect them and keep them fed, was an immense stroke of luck. Moreover, this person was not bad-looking. Xiao Rui secretly stole glances at Lin Feng's profile, muttering to herself, "I really hit the jackpot." 2 large bowls of dishes and 1 large bowl of rice were completely devoured by the 5 of them, with not a drop of soup left at the bottom of the bowls. Xiao Rui poured the last bit of soup from her bowl and mixed it in, enjoying her meal thoroughly, not wasting a single grain of rice, even sticking out her little tongue to lick the grease clean from her bowl. Lin Feng leaned back against the back of the folding chair, feeling a bit sentimental. In this meal he had eaten at least the amount for 7 or 8 people. It was not that Lin Feng was greedy, but that the consumption of an awakened one was indeed substantial. This powerful body required energy to function, and ordinary food could hardly sustain him. With this appetite I could raise pigs and still save on feed, Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xiao Li and Xiao Qing silently tidied up the dishes while Xiao Yu and Xiao Rui helped out by organizing and putting things away. At this moment a commotion came from the direction of the small town. Lin Feng lifted his head and looked that way, where dozens of vehicles were approaching. Other convoys. As the vehicles drew closer, we realized it was Wang Lai and his team, along with the patrol and logistics members. Leading them were several pickup trucks, followed by a long line of various vehicles, including sedans, vans, and small trucks, all filled with different supplies. Behind the convoy was a large group of people of all ages carrying bags of various sizes, their faces beaming with smiles. Some had found a bag of flour in the small town. Some were holding bags of rice with blankets and clothes slung over their shoulders. The women and children left behind in the camp saw this scene and rushed out to greet them. They're back, they're back. So many vehicles, so many supplies. Daddy, daddy. A little girl dashed out hugging a man's leg. The man bent down to lift the child up and pulled a cookie from his pocket to hand to her. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, daddy. She then started munching on the cookie happily. Lin Feng stood up from the folding chair and walked over. The convoy stopped in the open space of the camp. The doors opened, and the patrol members jumped down one after another, all covered in dust, but with smiles on their faces, expressing the joy of a bountiful harvest. The logistics personnel began counting the supplies, taking notes, and organizing people to unload the goods from the vehicles: bags of rice, flour, bottled water, cooking oil, and clothing. All sorted and piled up. In the apocalypse, everything is useful. Even a piece of cloth cannot be casually discarded. The convoy members behind complied obediently with the logistics personnel to account for the supplies, surrendering half before returning to their vehicles to share the joy with their families. No one willingly surrendered the supplies they had worked hard to collect, but if they didn't, they would be expelled from the convoy, leaving them to face certain death without the guidance and protection of the awakened ones. Although everyone had complaints, they still complied honestly. However, Lin Feng was surprised that so many vehicles had returned, which was truly puzzling. As far as he knew, the convoy should have been running low on fuel. Some vehicles were short on fuel, and there were electric vehicles that had been abandoned days ago due to lack of power. Most of those riding bicycles were there because their vehicles had run out of fuel. Now, why were so many vehicles returned? The convoy had never lacked vehicles, but rather fuel. Along the way, one could see numerous abandoned vehicles, mostly left behind due to being out of power or fuel. Otherwise, who would choose not to ride in a vehicle and opt for a bicycle? Lin Feng scanned the crowd and spotted Chun Min leaning against a pickup truck, drinking from a bottle of water. Lin Feng walked over. Sister Min. Chun Min turned her head, sweat covering her forehead, but she looked lively, her eyes bright, as she saw Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng, little brother, looking all cleaned up. Sister Min, you're joking. If I didn't wash up, I would have stunk by now. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the vehicles that had returned. Why so many vehicles? Aren't we short on fuel? Chun Min put down her water bottle and sighed. Sigh. It's still the gray mist. Gray mist? Yes. Chun Min lowered her voice, saying, the gray mist is getting closer to us. Yuding has divined that in no more than 5 days the gray mist will catch up. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He had encountered the gray mist on the first day of his journey. Wherever that thing passed, everything would be devoured. Vehicles, people, nothing left behind. The convoy had been on the move all this time precisely because the gray mist was pursuing from behind. So the convoy needs to speed up. Chun Min gestured towards the vehicles that had returned. These vehicles weren't meant for driving, but for disassembly. Gua Yi intended to modify the vehicles belonging to them to enhance speed and off-road capabilities, making sure they could run as fast as possible. She paused, her tone tinged with helplessness. Sigh. I'm afraid many people will fall behind again this time. Lin Feng remained silent. He understood what falling behind meant. If the convoy sped up, those on bicycles and tricycles would certainly be unable to keep up. In this world, failing to keep up was akin to welcoming death. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot watching the vehicles being maneuvered into their designated positions. Hua Yi stood beside a luxurious motorhome, the core vehicle of Wang Lai's group. Surrounded by a circle of logistics personnel, some handed him tools, others carried materials. Hurry up, drain every drop of fuel from all the vehicles. Not a single drop must remain. Rubber hoses were inserted into each fuel tank, black gasoline gushed out, and filled iron drums. Once emptied, the vehicles were pushed aside, and several men worked around each car under Hua Yi's precise direction, methodically removing every component. Bring over all the dismantled tires and materials, especially the batteries. All of them, hurry, Hua Yi bellowed. The logistics team moved with practiced efficiency. The cars were soon reduced to scattered parts, then hauled toward the motorhome. Then Lin Feng watched as Hua Yi placed both palms flat against the motorhome's body, thin threads of sapphire light rippling from his hands across the chassis, and the pile of salvage material. A miracle unfolded before their eyes. The materials seemed to melt and flow seamlessly into the chassis. First came the tires. The pneumatic ones swelled, warped, and reformed into solid rubber wheels. Hybrids of vulcanized rubber and reinforced steel gleaming with a metallic sheen and towering nearly waist-high. Next, the chassis extended upward as if pulled by an invisible hand, lifting the entire vehicle's profile. The suspension system was overhauled and fortified, its enhanced off-road capability immediately evident at a glance. Then the body armor, transformed metal, flowed across the surface like liquid mercury, thickening the thin sheet metal into layered plating, while crash-resistant mesh was welded along the perimeter. A half-meter-tall metallic railing was installed around the roof's edge. Within an hour, the motorhome had been reborn. As a lavishly armored, expanded vehicle, its volume visibly enlarged. Lin Feng's mouth hung slightly agape, unmoving for several breaths. Incredible. Chun Min crossed her arms, a triumphant smile playing on her lips as she turned to Lin Feng. Not bad, is he? Not just not bad. It's extraordinary. Lin Feng circled the armored motorhome, murmuring in awe. On open roads, ordinary mutated creatures couldn't even scratch it. Even a level 1 mutant would shatter its teeth against this steel fortress. Exactly, Chun Min declared. Hua Yi's standing in the convoy far exceeds what you imagine. He never joins combat, but without him we'd have starved or stalled long ago. Lin Feng nodded in quiet agreement. This wasn't mere mechanical repair. It was a living factory embodied in human form. At that moment, Hua Yi staggered forward, drenched in cold sweat, clutching a strange crystal to absorb its energy as he hurried toward Wang. Captain, we're running critically low on materials. I prioritized upgrading the powertrain, boosting engine output, and integrating a dual petrol-electric system capable of recharging batteries en route, but the transformation consumed far more than anticipated. We still need to modify 7 coaches, 2 buses, and 4 freight trucks. Even if we dismantle every compact car we've recovered and combine them with our existing sedans, the yield falls drastically short. How much are we short? Wang Lai asked after a pause. Severely short, Hua Yi gestured toward the coaches. Their armor coverage is immense. Even modifying only tires, suspension, and impact shielding demands enormous resources. At most, we can fully upgrade too. And I have a proposal. If sufficient materials become available, I could install rooftop firing platforms on the coaches. Once I ascend to level 2, I'll be able to fuse anomalous substances to craft vehicular crossbows, empowering even untrained civilians to confront mutants and anomalies. Wang Lai pondered silently, then spoke gravely. We'll requisition private vehicles from the convoy, and I'll secure level 2 anomaly crystals to break through bottlenecks. I'll handle it, Hua Yi said, turning to leave. But Wang Lai called him back. Turning to Chun Min, he added, Chun Min, you'll oversee this. Speak with everyone in the convoy, ask who's willing to surrender their vehicle. Prioritize voluntary consent. Offer them seating on a coach. Those unwilling need not comply. No coercion. Chun Min nodded and strode toward the camp. She understood instantly why Wang Lai stressed voluntarism in this apocalyptic world. A vehicle wasn't just transport, it was life itself. 4 ordinary survivors owning 1 meant clinging to the last vestige of autonomy. To seize it was to extinguish their final hope. Hua Yi, remain here to continue modifications. Maximize available seating. Understood, Captain. Wang Lai then turned to Dong Yu, Lu Tieju, and Feng Ling. You 3, select a contingent from the patrol squad and accompany me. Where to? Lu Tieju asked. On my way back, I spotted an auto repair shop near the town's edge. Wang Lai pointed eastward. East of town, a heavy-duty semi-trailer is parked inside. It should hold ample materials for our needs. The 3 acknowledged and dispersed to assemble their teams. Wang Lai took 2 steps, then halted, glancing back at Lin Feng. The 3 acknowledged and dispersed to assemble their teams. Wang Lai took 2 steps, then halted. Truth be told, he had no desire to go. He'd just bathed, changed into clean clothes, and eaten a full meal. All he craved now was rest. Had curiosity not drawn him here, he wouldn't have come at all. And so he acted precisely as he thought. Captain, the sun's scorching and specters dare not emerge in daylight, so there's virtually no danger. I'll pass this time. I still need to remodel the dwelling atop my tortoise's shell. Xiao Xian's grown again, and I must recalibrate its structure. Next time, absolutely. I'll be there. Goodbye, Captain. Lin Feng bolted away without looking back, leaving Wang Lai's jaw twitching faintly. Back at Camp Chinmin began moving vehicle by vehicle canvassing occupants. Uncle Zhang, how much farther can your minibus run? Our coaches are undergoing upgrades and require materials. If you're willing to contribute at the convoy, we'll assign you a... Can I ride on one of your coaches instead? Then keep the minibus. I'm giving it up. Chunmin jotted down the note and walked on. A young woman stood beside a crimson Mazda holding a toddler of 2 or 3. Would you be willing to donate this vehicle, eh? She nodded quietly. My husband bought it for me when we married. He passed 2 days ago. Her voice trailed off, eyes welling with tears. Chunmin paused for 2 silent breaths, then recorded the entry. Take your child and board any coach. Tell the driver I assigned you. The woman nodded, gathered her belongings, and walked away, cradling her child. Chunmin drew a slow, steadying breath and moved to the next vehicle. Vehicle by vehicle names were logged. Some agreed willingly. Others declined. Without pressure, they simply turned and walked away. When Lin Feng returned to Xiao Xian's side, the burrow it had dug had grown even larger. Stop eating and let me see how much you have grown. Xiao Xian climbed out of the pit. Lin Feng circled it and realized the creature had indeed increased in size. The stone that once rested flush against the shell now sat separated by a ring of shell extending outward by roughly half a meter. Perfect. I was still thinking the house was a bit small. Lin Feng communicated with Xiao Xian by thought. A soil yellow radiance flared and spread over the stone house, and the walls began to stretch outward. The earth from the ground was drawn up, mud transmuted into stone, filling the newly opened voids. The house expanded to a width of 2.5 meters and a length of 4 meters. The interior suddenly felt much more spacious. Can it bear the weight? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Xian's reply, sent by thought, was simple. This amount of weight is not. In that case, make it a little taller. The soil yellow glow continued to surge. The walls extended upward, climbing to 4.5 meters. It did not stop there. Lin Feng conceived another idea, divided into floors, leaving the lower level for storage and the upper level as a bedroom. That way, even on the road, they could lie down and sleep. Lin Feng transmitted the plan to Xiao Xian by thought. The walls flowed within, reshaping and splitting into 2. A stone floor formed between them, and a spiral staircase materialized on the exterior, running from the first floor to the second. In less than half an hour, even the details, the stair railing, the reserved windows and doors, were finished. Lin Feng looked at the work before him and nodded and sat. A 2-story little house, storage below and living space above. Though modest in area in this apocalyptic world, it amounted to a remarkably luxurious shelter. An exclamation rose from behind. No need to guess, it was Xiao Rui. She stood behind Lin Feng, looking up at the small house on Xiao Xian's back, her mouth agape, and her eyes sparkling with wonder. So amazing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qing approached, as well followed by Xiao Li, who still walked with a slightly awkward gait. The 4 girls craned their necks to admire the renovated stone house, their expressions full of disbelief. We have a home. We have a home. Lord Lin Feng, take us up to see it. Xiao Rui tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and looked up at him with pleading eyes. All right, I'll take you up. Lin Feng coaxed Xiao Xian to edge closer to the rim of the pit, then led the girls onto the stair platform on the turtle's back. The platform had been extended half a meter outward to make it easier to open the door for access to first-floor supplies and to allow people to ascend to the second floor. The girls followed Lin Feng carefully onto the turtle's back. Finding the great turtle utterly still and docile, they relaxed and climbed the stairs with him to the second floor. They excitedly began to survey the space. We can put the bed against this wall, a cabinet over there, and a table here. Xiao Rui gestured as she spoke. You'll arrange it when the time comes. Xiao Qing tapped her on the head. Of course. This is our future home, so it must be made comfortable, right, Lord Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded. Very well, I leave the room arrangements to you. I brought some bedding downstairs, go check it, and bring it up to set the place. If it is insufficient, take a sack of rice from inside, and trade it with the convoy. Leave it to me, leave it to me. I will get it done, Xiao Rui exclaimed, raising her hand in excitement. Soon the girls went downstairs to rummage through the items Lin Feng had collected and began to chatter among themselves. We still need a rug. We do not need separate beds since the master's beast is mobile. We can lay latex mattresses on the carpet. And curtains, there are window openings, so definitely curtains plus glass and a door. Get another mattress and join them together so we all have enough space. The convoy had just returned from the town with a large quantity of supplies, and people had spontaneously set up a barter market, exchanging items they did not need for things they desired. There was no currency, so barter prevailed: bottled water for salt, canned food for gasoline, those in greatest demand. In less than an hour the girls returned. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yu carried a latex mattress, Xiao Qing held quilts and several pillows, and carried a pile of other things, as Xiao Li bore a rolled-up rug. Behind them walked 2 logistics crew members who had heard they were trading for Lin Feng and came to help. One carrying a glass window frame, the other a security door. We traded and got the things back, Xiao Rui said, dropping the mattress to the floor, breathless and radiant with excitement. This much? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Of course, rice is valuable within the convoy. Xiao Qing wiped the sweat from her brow. As soon as we brought the items out, several people swarmed us, eager to trade. That door was even removed from the town in advance. Lin Feng nodded and did not ask further. Once the glass frame and security door were carried upstairs, Lin Feng employed Kong to Shu earth control technique to install the door and windows with perfect seams, and he used the technique to refine other details of the house, smoothing the floors and walls to a flawless finish. The girls began bringing items upstairs. The rug was carried up first and spread across the smooth stone floor, then came 8 by 2 meter latex mattresses were joined and covered with sheets. Once the quilts and pillows were arranged, the 10 square meter space was already mostly occupied. Xiao Yu even asked Lin Feng to carve 2 grooves on either side of the window to hang a white curtain with wire. She had the windowsill bored with a few small holes and placed several impeccably clean milk powder tins there, planning to plant some greenery or flowers in them later. A stack of throw pillows was piled at the head of the bed by Xiao Rui, while Xiao Li folded the quilts and blankets with methodical care. The 10 square meter room had been arranged into a cozy, homely space by the girls. This hardly looked like an apocalyptic refuge, it was plainly a small apartment. How is it? Lord Lin Feng, are you pleased? Xiao Rui stood by the bed, hands clasped behind her back, smiling brightly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze swept the room and settled on the neatly made bed. Some notion seemed to cross his mind, and the corner of his mouth quirked into a faint smile. Not bad. As a reward, go take a bath. Don't waste water. Really? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Brother Feng. With Lin Feng's permission, the girls could hardly contain themselves. They rushed out to heat water and bathe. Only the heavens knew how desperately they longed for a proper wash. Only Lin Feng looked forward to it with a certain anticipation. If they did not wash properly, he could not bring himself to. No matter how beautiful a girl might be, after days of ceaseless travel and filth, she would not appear appealing. How could he summon any desire? Soon the sounds of splashing water and the laughter of girls came from the direction of the tent. Several girls huddled together, using towels to dry themselves. They wouldn't dare waste as much water as Lin Feng. They had only heated a bucket of water to wash each other. Sister Xiaoli, your waist is so slender, let me touch it. Don't mess around. Xiaorui, don't tickle me. Xiaoli's voice was soft, laced with a hint of panic. I'm just touching, it's not like I'm doing anything. Then don't touch there. Xiaorui. The tent was filled with commotion, the sound of splashing water mixed with the laughter of several girls, attracting the curious glances of those nearby. Xiaoyu, help me hold her down, this little girl is going wild. Xiaoli's voice rose several notes, a mix of embarrassment and anger. I can't, Xiaorui is quite fierce, she'll definitely get back at me later. I'll help you, Xiaorui, don't run. Xiaoqing chimed in. It's not fair, you two are bullying me. Xiaoyu, you better help me. I'm coming, I'll hold you down. Xiaoyu, you traitor, you're bullying me too. Haha, I'm sorry. Woo. Xiaorui laughed heartily as she was tickled, unable to escape, and pleading for. After a while the noise subsided, replaced by more intimate conversations. Honestly, Xiaorui, you are so bold. Xiaoqing's voice was low. How dare you call the adult brother? What's wrong with that? Xiaorui replied confidently, her voice carrying a childlike innocence. It's not like I called him husband. Oh, what's wrong with calling him brother? Anyway, eventually he'll be his person. Xiaorui, how can you say that? What's there to be afraid of? Don't you notice? Lord Lin Feng seems cold, but he's actually very nice. Just look at how he brought back 2 women today. Without even batting an eye, he sent them away, yet he treats us well. He even gives us meat to eat. That's because we are obedient. Are there not obedient people in the convoy? Xiaorui's tone turned serious. Which of the girls under Hong Jie doesn't obey? But what kind of life do they lead? How many have died among those members serving the awakened ones in the convoy these past few days? Not only does Lord Lin Feng feed us, but he also lets us stay in that big turtle's house, which is his home. Just think about it, in this apocalypse, who would share their vehicle for others to stay in? That vehicle is so safe. Upon hearing this, the girls fell silent. So I feel that following him is our blessing. I want him to remember me, to remember that there's a little girl named Xiaorui, particularly well-behaved and sweet, whose voice sounds especially nice when calling him brother. This way he wouldn't want to drive me away. Another brief silence ensued. Xiaorui, you little clever girl, I thought you were just sweet-talking, but you're quite perceptive. Of course I'm very smart. By the way, what kind of girls do you think Lord Lin Feng likes? How would I know? You should go ask him. I wouldn't dare. Weren't you quite bold just now? That's different, it would be too embarrassing to ask him. After a while the tent flap was lifted. For girls had changed into clean clothes, their exposed skin resembling freshly peeled eggs. Lin Feng couldn't help but admit, after being cleaned up, they were indeed very beautiful. Lord, we're done washing up. Seeing Lin Feng resting on a lounge chair, Xiaorui immediately bounced over. It feels so good. I feel like I've lost 5 pounds. That's just the mud on you coming off. Xiaoqing teased from behind her. It's not that exaggerated. Xiaorui shot her a glare and squatted beside Lin Feng, staring at him intently. What are you looking at? Looking at the Lord. Brother Lin Feng is really handsome, even more so than a celebrity, Xiaorui said with a smile. Smooth talker. Lin Feng flicked her forehead gently. It wasn't hard, but Xiaorui exaggeratedly cried out, covering her head and dodging to the side. Lordy, Xiaorui spoke softly. Can I call you Brother Lin Feng? Call me whatever you like. A name is just a title, I'm not that particular. Actually, compared to you calling me brother, I prefer if you call me something else. What should I call you? Call me director. Brother Lin Feng, you're so bad. When Xiaorui said this, she deliberately glanced toward Xiaoli. Xiaoli's face immediately turned red from her neck to her ears, as she recalled calling for mercy in the tent today. Xiaorui hugged her knees, resting her chin on Lin Feng's lap. Brother Lin Feng, will we be with you forever? Lin Feng looked up at her. What, don't you want to stay? I do. Xiaorui abruptly lifted her head, her voice soaring 8 octaves. I really want to. I dream about it, but I'm just afraid. Afraid you'll not want us anymore. As long as you are obedient, I've said it before, I'm easy to talk to. We will be obedient. Xiaorui's voice was especially serious, not at all like the usual giggly girl. We are the most obedient in the world. We're the same. Xiaoli and the others nodded vigorously, expressing their determination. Just then Hong Jie brought a few people over. She came to collect the tent. There weren't many supplies in the vehicle, and tents were a rare good. When the convoy rested, having a tent allowed for proper rest. If it weren't to please Lord Lin Feng, the awakened one, she wouldn't have been willing to send it over. Seeing it was Hong Jie who came over, Lin Feng directly said to Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, go with Xiaoyu to the warehouse, and bring back a bag of 20 jin rice and a piece of cured meat. Okay. Soon Xiaoqing returned with a bag of rice, the kind that was 10 kilograms 20 city jin of Wuchang rice, while Xiaoyu also brought a piece of cured. Lin Feng took the rice and cured meat and handed them directly to Hong Jie. When Hong Jie accepted the bag of rice and cured meat with both hands, they trembled slightly. 20 jin of rice and a piece of cured meat were gifts. She could hardly believe in this apocalypse. Lord Lin Feng, this is too precious. Hong Jie's voice trembled a bit, but the joy on her face couldn't be hidden, her lips almost curling up to the sky. You're too polite. This exceeded Hong Jie's expectations. Usually those men would begrudge even a bag of instant noodles for a girl. She was merely connecting the dots today and received such a generous amount of supplies. Is this what it feels like to hug a big leg? Sister Hong. Xiaorui noticed Sister Hong's gaze and quickly tugged at her arm. Look, this is our future home, the mobile dwelling on the back of Brother Lin Feng's. Sister Hong's lips twitched as she glanced at the solid stone house on Xiao Xian's back, then at her own bus, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. She wished for the girls to have a good life, yet saw them driving a Land Rover. No, this was far superior to a Land Rover. This was simply the ultimate mobile home, capable of shielding them from wind and rain during their escape, resisting the attacks of mutated creatures, and without the worry of fuel shortages or breakdowns. Isn't this 10 times safer than being in a vehicle? This must be the safest place in the entire convoy. So wonderful. Sister Hong murmured, her eyes lingering on that stone house. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu also approached, surrounding Sister Hong. Sister Hong, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might. Sister Hong waved her hand, her expression somewhat complicated. As long as you can live well, I can rest easy. She looked at the 4 girls, each glowing with vitality, completely transformed from the hollow, confused expressions they had before. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Li. Xiao Li still had several red marks on her neck, but her complexion was rosy, her eyes sparkling, and she radiated the vitality of a flower nourished by rain. Sister Hong felt a pang in her heart. It was not jealousy, but envy. She wished to live up there as well. But she knew she had no such qualifications. Besides, there were several women in her vehicle. Without her passport, they would soon be consumed by the men in the convoy, and could die on the road without anyone knowing. My lord'll take these things first. Sister Hong signaled her subordinates to start dismantling the tent. Soon the tent's frame was taken down, folded neatly, and tied into a bundle. Then she packed away the folding bathtub, folding it up and putting it in a bag. She decided to leave the bathtub and all the cooking tools behind. My lord, since you've got a mobile house, I'll gift you these items. The bathtub is new and has hardly been used, and you can keep the pots, bowls, and utensils. Lin Feng nodded, not being polite. Just as he was about to leave, Sister Hong hesitated for a moment and spoke up again. My lord Lin Feng. I just wanted to ask, if the convoy encounters any danger in the future, can I come here for shelter? As she spoke, her gaze flickered and her voice carried a hint of cautious inquiry. Lin Feng looked at her. He scrutinized her, a woman in her 30s, well-preserved even in the apocalypse, with fair and delicate skin, a well-proportioned and curvaceous figure, and a waist so slim that she exuded an irresistible charm. Especially when she walked, her waist twisted like a water snake. If paired with a qipao, she would be utterly captivating. TSK. Before the apocalypse, a woman like this walking down the street would definitely turn heads. A thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. All right. Sister Hong was taken aback for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng. Thank you, my lord. I won't disturb you further. You go on with your work. She turned and walked a few steps, glancing back at the stone house on Xiao Xian's back, her eyes filled. Then she took a deep breath, swayed her waist, and disappeared into the crowd. Lin Feng stood beside Xiao Xian, watching Sister Hong's retreating figure, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This beautiful serpent had taken a liking to him. Just then, beep, 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 emergency, emergency. The convoy's loudspeakers suddenly blared, the piercing sound echoing across the entire. The convoy is to depart immediately. Repeat, the convoy is to depart immediately. Lin Feng spun around abruptly. The harmony that had just reigned in the camp was shattered in an instant. People were shouting, "What happened? What's going on?" There were screams, the sound of pots and bowls clattering to the ground, and the cries of children mixed together with the sound of engines starting. People rushed out of their tents, surging toward their vehicles from all directions, some carrying children. "Don't ask, just hurry and leave." Someone dashed into the driver's seat and immediately started the engine. "Quick, quick, get in the car, leave your things behind. There's no time," someone shouted. The leading luxury RV had already started, with bus after bus following closely behind. My things are still in the tent." "Forget them, just run." "What happened, my lord?" Xiao Rui was holding the pots and bowls Sister Hong had given her. "I don't know." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, his gaze turning toward the town. Then he saw, toward the east of the town, the direction of the repair shop. The sky had changed. The sky over there had turned completely dark, not the ordinary kind of overcast sky, but a bizarre and eerie transformation, with gray and black mist surging up from the ground, as if some terrifying entity was about to awaken, the fog roiling and rising. Gray mist. Not the kind of heavy fog of Blue Star, but the unique gray mist of this world, spreading outwards at a visible speed, as if it were alive. From within the gray mist, terrifying wails and roars could still be heard. The vengeful spirits hidden in the town were now emerging under the cover of the gray mist. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He saw several figures rushing from the direction of the town, with Feng Ling at the forefront, moving at an astonishing speed, almost like a shadow, followed closely by Wang Lai. Blue and white arcs of electricity danced between Wang Lai's hands, and with each flicker of the arcs a bolt of lightning struck into the gray mist behind them, obliterating the vengeful spirits within. Close behind Wang Lai were Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu, their speed also considerable, but not as effortless as the first two. The patrolling soldiers behind them were not so fortunate, falling one after another. As long as they were caught by the mist, there would be no next time. Those enveloped by the gray mist would vanish without even having time to scream. Lin Feng had never seen the gray mist advance so quickly. It was not simply moving, it was an explosion. "Go, hurry up, everyone, get on," Lin Feng shouted back at the girls. Xiao Rui, Xiao Yu, and the other girls scrambled to climb onto the stone house on Xiao Xian's back. Xiao Li missed a step on the ladder. Her knee hit the stone, causing her to tear up in pain, but she gritted her teeth and held back her cries, getting back up to continue climbing. "Xiao Xian." Lin Feng leaped onto the roof of the stone house, standing firmly on top. Xiao Xian's 4 sturdy legs pushed its body up, raising the entire shell by more than 2 meters, and it began to run wildly in the direction Lin Feng pointed. Catch up with the frontmost RV. Its speed was astonishing, each stride covering more than 2 meters, while the house on its back remained perfectly still. In the upstairs bedroom, several girls huddled together in a corner, silent. Lin Feng looked towards the direction of the convoy. The gray mist had already spread beyond the town, rushing towards the rear of the convoy. Feng Ling was the fastest, already catching up to the last large truck in the convoy, leaping onto it in one swift motion. Wang Lai unleashed one last bolt of lightning, charging into the convoy without looking back, and with a powerful leap, he was pulled onto the truck by Lu Taizhu. Had one arm broken, and with his remaining hand, he was still dragging Dong Yu along as they ran. Dong Yu's face was pale, her body covered in wounds, and it was almost Lu Taizhu who was carrying her forward. Lin Feng didn't expect Lu Taizhu to have such a sense of loyalty. In the final moment before the gray mist caught up with them, he suddenly exerted his strength and threw Dong Yu towards the direction of the convoy. Dong Yu flew towards Feng Ling like a cannonball and was caught steadily by her. He sacrificed his last chance for survival for his teammate, only to be engulfed by the gray mist and surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. Lin Feng suddenly felt that Lu Taizhu was not so detestable after all. There truly are people who are self-sacrificing in this world, and this was no longer mere loyalty. The convoy accelerated sharply, everyone wishing they could weld the gas pedal to the floor, with every operational vehicle racing forward frantically. Those riding bicycles pedaled furiously, yet could not escape the surging gray mist, and both riders and bikes were enveloped, disappearing. "Wait for me. Let me on the car. Let me on the car." Someone pounded on the car door, desperately trying to board the vehicle. No one opened the door, no one stopped. Those who could not keep up with the convoy were destined for only one outcome. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, looking ahead. Before him lay an endless wasteland, the gray sky obscuring any sense of direction. But it didn't matter, as long as he followed the convoy. The leader inside was still there. What mattered was that he was still alive, along with Xiao Xian and a room full of supplies. And yes, there were also 4 obedient girls. That's enough. Lin Feng took a deep breath, jumped down from the roof, landed at the stairway below, and then ascended to the second floor. The four girls were huddled at the edge of the bed, their faces pale and bodies trembling. When they saw Lin Feng enter, their eyes turned towards him, and in their gazes there was fear, unease, and also dependence. "It's all right now," Lin Feng said as he approached and sat on the mattress. "The gray mist can't catch up anymore." Xiao Rui's tears finally couldn't be held back, falling like raindrops as she bit her lip desperately, trying not to cry out loud. "Everyone rest now, or we might have to run all night." No one spoke, only the sound of Xiao Xian's rapid footsteps echoed along with the roar of the vehicle's engine. Lin Feng took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, pulled a blanket over himself, and began to absorb a strange crystal he took from his bag. He had already given Xiao Xian the command to follow the convoy, so he didn't have to worry about the route. It was still more important to increase his strength. Without power, he would always be fleeing. Lin Feng vowed in his heart that one day he would make the gray mist steer clear of him. As one strange crystal after another was absorbed, the progress from level 1 to level 2 increased significantly. During their escape, the convoy had hardly stopped. Under Xin Yutong's guidance, the convoy constantly turned and twisted. Sometimes it would suddenly slow down, gently steering around a massive shadow whose outline was unclear, resembling a bizarre skyscraper standing in the wilderness. Other times it would abruptly speed up, as if fleeing from something eerie that was approaching. Fortunately, there were hardly any large-scale eerie attacks that night. A few isolated strange creatures lunged from the darkness, but were swiftly dealt with by a bolt of lightning or a flying dagger. Lin Feng, after finishing absorbing the strange crystals in his hand, thought about hunting some eerie beings and only made a move once. A strange shadow resembling a lizard darted out from the roadside, heading straight for a bus in the middle of the convoy. Lin Feng sat on the roof, not even getting up. He merely extended his hand, and with a thought, a spike shot up from the ground, causing the strange shadow to vanish instantly. Hunted a level 0 eerie lizard, gained 0.1 evolution points. Chen Min on top of another bus witnessed this scene and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng nodded, seeing there was nothing more to gain. He simply returned to the second floor and lay down again. A few girls at the window watched this scene, their eyes wide open. The fear in their hearts dissipated significantly. The eerie being that ordinary people would avoid was dismissed so casually, as if squashing an ant, which was truly shocking. "Brother Lin Feng is amazing," Xiao Rui whispered. "Sleep," Lin Feng said with his eyes closed. Xiao Rui obediently closed her mouth, but her eyes remained wide open, secretly watching Lin Feng's profile, and after a long while she drowsily fell asleep. Lin Feng woke up a few times along the way, noticing Xiao Xian was still following the convoy, and then he could finally sleep peacefully. At dawn, the convoy slowed down. The leading vehicle began to decelerate, prompting the vehicles behind to follow suit. The convoy's horn blared. "Attention all! Attention all! We have arrived at the rest point ahead. The convoy will take a break," repeating. After a night of frantic fleeing, everyone was exhausted, and the engines slowly shut down as the convoy stopped by a small river. The river was about 7 to 8 meters wide, the current not too swift, with some low shrubs and weeds growing along the banks. Xiao Xian's pace also slowed down, eventually lying down beside a riverbank. People scrambled down from the vehicles, stretching and moving their muscles, their faces displaying expressions of survival after the ordeal. "We are alive. We are still alive. So close, oh just so close. I saw the gray mist right behind me, just a few meters away. Where's Old Li? Did anyone see Old Li's vehicle?" No one answered him. Someone squatted down and started to cry, their shoulders shaking. A familiar face that had greeted him yesterday was now utterly collapsed on the road behind. Lin Feng stood by the window on the second floor, watching this scene of survival, his face devoid of expression. The fact that they could still cry indicated they were alive and had not yet reached the most desperate moment. Lin Feng turned to the girls and said, "Don't leave the house. If you're hungry, go downstairs for food. Don't wander around until we confirm it's safe." "Understood, we won't wander." Lin Feng jumped down from Xiao Xian's back and walked towards the leading armored vehicle. The door of the armored vehicle was wide open, and as Lin Feng boarded, several pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. 7 people. Lu Taizhu was missing. Lin Feng's gaze swept around the vehicle. He didn't say anything and found an empty seat to sit down. Wang Lai was still sitting at the innermost position, a pot of tea placed on the table in front of him, the tea a golden hue. He poured a cup for Lin Feng and pushed it over. Lin Feng took it, sipped it, and the aroma of the tea filled his mouth. Though he didn't understand tea, he found it pleasant. "This tea was found in the town yesterday. I thought it looked good, so I brewed some. If you like it, take some back with you later." Lin Feng nodded, placing the teacup down. One shouldn't turn down free benefits. Of course, he didn't forget the main purpose of being here and immediately asked about the gray mist yesterday. What was the situation? Silence fell over the interior for a fleeting moment. The group exchanged glances before their eyes converged upon Dongyu. Dongyu lowered her head, her face ashen, and her body swathed in blood-soaked bandages, crimson seeping through the gauze. She lifted her gaze toward Wang Lai. He gave a slight nod, and only then did she speak. The repair yard. We saw a bridal palanquin inside that repair yard. A bridal palanquin. Yes, Dong Yu affirmed, her nod evoking some chilling vision that made her shiver inwardly. A vivid vermilion palanquin, the kind used in ancient wedding ceremonies, embroidered with phoenixes and auspicious clouds, exquisitely crafted. It stood alone in the deepest hall of the repair yard, surrounded by pristine emptiness utterly alien to the rusted scrap and shattered machinery littering the outer workshops. I sensed something uncanny about it immediately, so I called Captain Wang and the others over. Dong Yu's voice trembled noticeably as she spoke these words. Out of curiosity, we approached for inspection and discovered the palanquin emitted an overwhelming energy fluctuation, far stronger than any artifact we'd ever encountered. We speculated whether transporting it back might yield insights into the nature of anomalies. Then I lifted the curtain. Dong Yu's voice fractured, her whole frame trembling. All I saw was a flash of crimson wedding robes. Then gray mist erupted from within the palanquin, not in wisps, but in a torrential flood. And from that mist, vengeful spirits dormant within the building stirred to life, followed instantly by a cataclysmic surge of terror rising from beneath the earth. She fell silent. The air inside the carriage thickened, heavy and motionless as solidified ice. Lin Feng sifted through Dong Yu's account. Bring it back for study. More likely you coveted the anomalous object, mistaking it for some unknown treasure, and thereby unleashed the horror. Yet this thought flickered only once in his mind, never voiced aloud. The deed was done, further blame served no purpose. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Xin Yutong. Xin Yutong sat across the small table, painstakingly sketching a hand-drawn map, her pen tracing uncertain lines. Her complexion had grown even paler since yesterday. Dark circles ringed her eyes, evidence of a sleepless night that had drained her spirit entirely. Last night's escape had been possible only because of her unwavering vigilance. Senior Sister Yutong, Lin Feng called out. Xin Yutong paused for several seconds, then shook her head. We've only been in this world for 8 days. We understand almost nothing. Her pen tapped absently against the paper. But my best conjecture is that the gray mist originates from a rule tier anomaly. Rule tier? Lin Feng frowned. What level is that? Xin Yutong shook her head, her voice edged with dread and unease. I don't know. I only know it's terrifyingly powerful, beyond anything we could possibly confront. Absolute silence descended upon the carriage. After a long pause, Wang Lai raised his teacup, took a slow sip, and set it down, his fingers tapping twice upon the tabletop, drawing every eye back to him. Let us set this matter aside for now. Wang Lai's voice remained calm, imbued with quiet authority and steadying resonance. Given our current strength, debating the nature of the gray mist serves no practical end. What matters now is not understanding it, but surviving it. He straightened, his gaze sweeping over each face. Our immediate crisis is the catastrophic loss sustained by the convoy. He turned to Feng Ling. Have losses been tallied? Feng Ling opened her notebook, its pages densely filled with figures. Personnel have been halved. Tian fleet originally comprised 957 souls. Now, she glanced down at the number. Fewer than 500 remain. In a single night, nearly half had vanished. Cyclist stragglers unable to keep pace, swallowed whole by the gray mist. And supplies? Wang Lai asked. Far worse. Most provisions gathered in the town were abandoned at the campsite. Many still uncounted, unsecured, and unloading incomplete when the mist struck. Our current food reserves, even stretched to the utmost, will last no more than 2 days. 2 days. If no new provisions were found, desperation would ignite rebellion by the 3rd day. Starvation strips away reason. No amount of awakened martial force could suppress the ensuing chaos. The convoy would bleed again. Yutong, how far are we from that gas station now? Xin Yutong closed her eyes, her fingertips gliding slowly across the map, as if sensing unseen currents. After roughly 15 seconds, she opened her eyes. Having pushed full speed last night, we are now approximately 200 kilometers from the station. 200 kilometers. Wang Lai repeated the figure, his brow furrowing into deep creases. Yet the gray mist will overtake us in roughly 16 hours. HSSSS. The very air in the carriage seemed to thin, leaving every occupant breathless. All knew the truth. Unless every vehicle raced at maximum velocity, they would be outrun and consumed. 16 hours. Wang Lai murmured the number, then drew a slow, deliberate breath. First, replenish water. We're beside a river. Dispatch everyone to collect it. Departure in 1 hour. Gui. Here, Captain. Optimize our vehicles, especially the buses and freight trucks. We'll need accelerated propulsion ahead. Understood, Captain. Feng Ling, notify logistics and organize the water collection. Gui and Feng Ling swiftly disembarked to execute their tasks with urgent precision. One more matter, Wang Lai said, turning to Chen Min. Yesterday's patrol unit was nearly annihilated. Only a dozen survivors remain at the base camp. Ask if anyone volunteers to reconstitute the patrol. Chen Min nodded and stepped down. Dong Yu rose silently and left the carriage as well. Jiang Sheng, seeing no role for himself, returned to his bus to tend his potato cultivations. Only Wang Lai, Lin Feng, and Shun Yutong remained aboard, the latter continuing her quiet study of the map, a steadfast presence in the background. Wang Lai lifted his teacup, finished the last sip, and fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. Would you stay to help shape our next course? Lin Feng shook his head. No need. You decide, I'll follow. Just call if assistance is required. With that, Lin Feng rose and walked toward the door, pausing just before stepping out. Lu Taizhu. I respect his courage, but I do not admire such men. Wang Lai watched Lin Feng's retreating figure for a long, contemplative silence. He understood Lin Feng's meaning perfectly. This was the apocalypse. Attention, all members. Attention, all members. Convoy halt duration 1 hour. Departure commences precisely at the hour's end. Repeat. The voice from the loudspeaker played over and over again, and the previously collapsed crowd suddenly sprang to their feet, as if stung by something. What? Only an hour stoppage, just 1 hour. Hurry, hurry, get water, don't dawdle. People scrambled to pull out water bottles, metal buckets, plastic containers, and rushed towards the river. Make way, let me fill up first. Do you understand the respect for the elderly and love for the young? Damn, old man, are you rushing to reincarnate? The crowd squatted densely by the riverbank, pushing their water containers into the water, filling them up with splashes. This water is quite clear, much better than that little ditch we stopped at last time. A middle-aged woman squatted by the river, cupping water in her hands and splashing it on her face, letting out a satisfied sound. That's right, the past few days we've been drinking water with sand. Hey, I say, a shirtless man stepped forward, standing in water up to his waist, shouting to the shore. It's been days since I bathed. This water is pretty clean. How about a wash? As soon as he said this, the crowd echoed him. Yeah, my hair is all tangled. I can't even comb it. I stink so much that I can't stand it. Several men wasted no time, stripped off their shirts, and jumped directly into the river, creating splashes. The women were a bit more reserved. They squatted by the river, rolled up their pant legs, wet their towels, and wiped themselves down. Some pulled out shampoo from their vehicles, poured it into their palms, and lathered their hair, producing gray foam. You could see just how dirty it was. So comfortable. A woman closed her eyes, fingers working through her hair as she slowly kneaded it, her expression one of bliss. Good sister, can I use a bit of your shampoo? Go ahead, but I don't have much left, just a little. The nearby woman took the bottle and tapped a bit into her palm, managing to squeeze out just a tiny amount, but it was enough for her to wash once. Lin Feng returned to Xiao Xian's side, watching this scene from a distance. Brother Lin Feng, don't we need to go get water? Xiao Rui had unexpectedly run out from the stone house, holding a metal bucket. Don't go, there's water in the storeroom, several boxes of it, enough for a while. Besides, we don't know what's in the river, it's safer to stay here. Xiao Rui said. Oh, and put the metal bucket back down. Just then a scream came from the middle of the river. Lin Feng turned his head sharply and saw a man struggling in the middle of the river suddenly sink, leaving only one hand flailing desperately, which was soon dragged underwater. What happened? What's going on? The people on the shore hadn't reacted, yet stretching their necks to look into the river. Something's in the river. Before he could finish, a huge shadow burst from the water's surface. It was a fish, but not an ordinary one. It was over a meter long, covered in gray-black scales. The most terrifying part was its head, which occupied nearly half its body, with grotesquely protruding skull bones. When it opened its mouth, it revealed rows of sharp teeth, the shortest of which were finger-length. Crack! As it leapt from the water, it bit down on a man running towards the shore. The man was pierced through the waist. He barely let out a short scream before being dragged down into the water, where a large patch of red quickly spread on the surface. Monster, there's a monster. Help! Run, get to the shore. Awakened ones. Where are the awakened ones? Why aren't they checking for danger? The crowd erupted into chaos. Men scrambled from the water, some rolling and crawling towards the shore, while others, paralyzed with fear, floundered in the water, unsure whether the wetness in their pants was river water or something else. Women didn't care about the foam in their hair, screaming as they ran away from the riverbank, leaving buckets, containers, and water jugs scattered everywhere with no one turning back to collect them. But there was more than one mutated fish. The water surface exploded like a boiling pot, with one after another, 1, 2. At least 5 or 6 fish of similar size leaping from the depths, biting at those still struggling in the water. A young man had already run into the shallow water, with the water reaching his knees, just about to reach the shore. He turned back for a glance, and that one turn sealed his fate. A mutated fish leapt from the water, its gaping mouth precisely biting down on his head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering clearly reached everyone's ears. The young man's body continued to run towards the shore, but his head was already gone. He took 2 steps forward before collapsing, the gaping wound at his neck, spraying blood, staining the surrounding river and stones a shocking red. Ah! Screams rose and fell. Help! Why haven't the awakened ones come? Didn't they say they would protect us? Someone help! Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor? Please save my wife. Lin Feng rushed towards the mutated fish, attacking the crowd. At that moment, a mutated fish leapt up, aiming to bite a woman holding a child. Without a second thought, Lin Feng activated his spiritual energy to unleash the earth control technique he had shared with Xiaoxian. A sharp earth spike shot up from the riverbed, piercing through the body of the mutated fish still in midair. The tip of the spike emerged from the fish's back, and the fish thrashed violently, but it couldn't escape. The spike was thick and sturdy, and the more it struggled, the faster it died. Killed. Level 1 mutated sharp-toothed fish, gained 1 evolution point. No wonder it was so fast, and had such terrifying bite force. A level 1 mutated creature against these unprepared ordinary people was no different than crushing an ant. Meanwhile, Wang Lai's lightning arrived as well. A bolt of blue-white lightning struck directly down onto the river, hitting the mutated sharp-toothed fish that was about to leap up to attack the people on the shore. It thrashed down from midair, landing on the riverbank, still convulsing, its scales charred black, emitting a faint smell of grilled fish. But more mutated sharp-toothed fish were still in the water. Wang Lai did not stop. He brought his hands together, gathering a lightning ball in his palms, which grew larger and larger from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. Thunderstorm. He hurled the lightning ball towards the river's surface, and at the moment it struck the water, the entire river erupted. Water splashed up. 3 meters high arcs of electricity wove a web across the river. Electric snakes darted wildly, and the mutated razor-toothed fish in the water struggled frantically, some leaping out lifeless as they fell back, while others rolled in the water. After a few seconds, the river surface calmed down. Several razor-toothed fish floated belly up, and Chun Min, standing on the shore, opened his eyes after scanning with his spiritual sense. There are none left. The razor-toothed fish in the river have all been cleared. Either they have fled or perished. Wang Lai retracted his hand, panting. The powerful move he just executed had taken its toll. Chun Min, can you bring those fish to shore? Chun Min nodded, extended his right hand, and with a gentle gesture the 7 or 8 razor-toothed fish floated towards the shore, as if grasped by an invisible hand. When they reached the shore, Lin Feng and Feng Ling went down, each picking up 1 fish and tossing them onto the bank. Including the one Lin Feng had killed, they neatly stacked a total of 9. Up close, these mutated fish appeared even more terrifying. Each was over a meter long, their scales thicker than fingernails, producing a dull thud when struck with the fingers, sounding like iron plates. Can this thing be eaten? Feng Ling crouched by one fish and prodded its belly with her dagger. Wang Lai squatted down, examining the fish's flesh closely and sniffing it. There was no foul odor. It should be edible. The meat of a level 1 mutated creature can enhance attributes for awakeners, and even ordinary people can gain strength from it. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within after dismantling the fish and removing the head and innards. There would at least be 50 or 60 pounds of fish meat. If only we could catch a few more. Before Wang Lai could speak, a crowd surged over, especially when they heard the fish were edible and could enhance strength, resulting in a loud uproar of discussions. About 30 to 40 people soaked, and some bare-chested wore furious expressions. At the forefront was a man in his 40s, his hair still dripping water, his eyes reddened. Why didn't you awakeners eliminate the danger? My brother just died in the water. Your duty is to protect us, yet there were monsters in the river, and you were unaware. We came into the water in numbers, and you did nothing. What are you doing? The people behind him echoed dissatisfaction, simmering. Daily deaths in the convoy had long built up their grievances, which finally erupted. Yes, checking for dangers is indeed your responsibility as awakeners. People have died. You owe us an explanation. If you don't clarify this, the matter won't. More and more people gathered. Those who had just bolted from the river witnessed their relatives and friends being dragged away by the mutant fish, while those who had blindly followed also clustered around. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt rushed to Wang Lai, her finger jabbing at him, her body trembling violently. My husband was bitten to death right in front of me. Bring my husband's life back. Wang Lai stood there motionless, letting her finger jab into his chest. My brother just died. 2 died in the river, and there wasn't even a complete corpse. Yes, we need an explanation. There must be accountability. Awakeners can't just take benefits without doing their jobs right. Exactly why should I surrender half my supplies when you can't even guarantee basic safety? This isn't fair. Yes, we demand fairness. Lin Feng crossed his arms, standing aside, watching the scene before him with an expressionless face. He even felt a bit like laughing. In such times, they still wanted fairness. To be honest, he could understand these people's anger. Witnessing loved ones die tragically in front of them would stir anyone's heart. Moreover, the recent deaths had been too numerous, tension straining everyone. But the perspective was different. He was also an awakener, and his viewpoint diverged. The idea of checking for dangers was unrealistic in the apocalypse. There were only a few awakeners, and when combined with those without combat abilities, there were only 9 in total. Now there were only 8 left. The convoy had dwindled from thousands to less than 500. How could a few people possibly protect nearly 500? It was impossible to foresee every danger in advance. To put it bluntly, these people had seen the river and forgotten the danger, thinking that relying on the awakeners would guarantee everything. Let's not forget this is an apocalyptic world. The crowd continued to shout, their voices growing louder, as if the louder they yelled, the more justified they felt. What kind of accountability do you want? Wang Lai stood before the crowd, his gaze calm, facing dozens of furious faces without any sign of panic. The leading man swallowed hard. Wang Lai's aura made him a bit intimidated. Even the woman who had been the loudest earlier now seemed like a duck with its throat seized, stepping back. My brother died and many died in the convoy. We don't ask for much. He pointed at the mutated razor-toothed fish on the shore. You need to compensate us for these fish. Yes, compensate us. Also, someone behind him chimed in. Since you can't guarantee basic safety, any supplies found in the future shouldn't be called for half to be surrendered. Exactly. That makes sense. Why should you pick the good stuff first? After you've chosen, we're left with the scraps, and still have to surrender half. We are also fighting desperately. We are also fleeing for our lives. Why should we surrender half our supplies? Unfair. 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 The voices in the crowd rose again, louder than before. Some waved their fists while others shouted hoarsely. These people suddenly found a common enemy, not the mutated creatures, nor the eerie night, but the few awakeners before them who had failed to protect them. Wang Lai remained silent. Lin Feng observed the scene, speculating on what Wang Lai would do next. Would he suppress them with force? Kill 1 to warn 100. At this critical moment, ordinary people clashed with awakeners, challenging Wang Lai, confronting someone capable of striking down level 1 mutated creatures with a lightning bolt. They had quite the audacity. These people seemed to be courting death. However, Wang Lai's response surprised Lin Feng. Wang Lai did not lose his temper. He raised his hand in a downward motion. The crowd instantly quieted down. I agree with your demand not to surrender half of the supplies. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. The crowd also paused in surprise. The leading man opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of how to respond. He had thought Wang Lai would refuse, and he was ready with a retort to negotiate, yet Wang Lai agreed directly. You agreed. His voice was uncertain. Agreed, Wang Lai said. From today onward, the convoy will not collect supplies. The man received a precise response and instinctively clenched his fists. Since the awakened ones were so easily swayed, could it mean? He thought of his ultimate goal for coming here, those mutated fish that could enhance strength. What about those fish? So many of us have died. The flesh of those fish must be shared with us, or, yes, share it with us. Someone immediately echoed. If not, we won't agree. We won't agree, we won't agree. The atmosphere began to rise. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, not in amusement at their greed, but at their foolishness. Did they even realize who they were speaking to? Did they know who had brought them this far? Wang Lai's hand finally moved. He raised it, lightning flickering in his palm, then he forcefully waved his hand, a bolt of lightning striking fiercely towards the river surface. Boom. The river exploded, water splashing everywhere. The crowd retreated several steps. Want fish? Go catch it in the river yourself. His gaze swept over everyone present like a knife. Who dares to reach out? Let's see whose life is tougher, yours or my lightning. Get lost. No one dared to speak anymore. The few who had shouted the loudest earlier shrank back, not daring to meet Wang Lai's eyes. The crowd quickly dispersed. They hurriedly picked up the scattered buckets and basins, keeping their heads down as they returned to their vehicles. Someone muttered a few words quietly, but was quickly pulled back by the person next to them. Stop talking. Are you looking for death? Exactly, one slap from him could kill you. Forget it, at least we won't have to turn in supplies in the future. I just feel something is off, my heart is uneasy. The voices gradually faded. Lin Feng walked up to Wang Lai and nudged him with his shoulder. Captain, what do you think? Wang Lai glanced at Lin Feng. What do you think? I think you find that group too annoying and want to let them fend for themselves. Wang Lai neither denied nor confirmed it. The gray fog will catch up in just a few hours. We don't have time to waste arguing with them. He squatted down to start processing the bodies of the mutated fish. If they want to follow the convoy, I won't drive them away, but it's impossible for me to waste my energy arguing with them. Lin Feng nodded. Can this fish meat really enhance attributes? Just try it and you'll know. Alright, I'll take this one. See you later, Captain. Lin Feng picked up the mutated fish and walked toward Xiao Xian, dug another hole, crunching the pebbles and mud together and swallowing them. Seeing Lin Feng return with a large fish, its eyes sparkled, as if saying, Master, what delicious food have you brought back? Don't look, it's not for you to eat. Lin Feng tossed the fish to the ground, rummaging through the stone house to find the remaining giant mandibles of the beetle. Now was the time for resourceful reuse. He had kept this thing all along. Its edges were extremely sharp, perfect for dealing with such a large fish covered in hard scales. A regular kitchen knife would probably get dull after just one cut. This tool was reliable. Lin Feng squatted down, turned the fish over, and began processing it from the softest belly with the giant mandibles. The scales were hard like small pieces of iron, but the giant mandibles were no ordinary tool, easily scraping off the scales one by one. These scales are quite good. Lin Feng collected the scraped scales and piled them together. Each piece was the size of a coin and harder than ordinary iron. He decided to keep them, as they might be useful later. Once the scales were removed, the grayish-white skin of the fish was exposed. Lin Feng directly cut open the belly with the giant mandibles, and with a swift motion, the innards burst out, emitting a strong fishy smell. Lin Feng frowned. and threw the entrails into the nearby river. The belly of the fish was quite clean, devoid of anything except the entrails. The fish head was the largest, taking up half of the entire fish. Lin Feng cut along the gill area with the giant mandibles, exerting great effort to chop off the head, which rolled onto the ground, its mouth gaping wide, revealing a row of fangs glinting coldly in the light, sharp as a row of small daggers. These teeth are not bad. Lin Feng examined them and flipped the giant mandibles to pry the teeth out one by one. The fangs were long, the shortest as long as a finger, and the longest nearly 10 centimeters, extremely sharp. If fashioned into arrowheads or daggers, they would definitely be more effective than ordinary weapons. He found a cloth bag to store these items and tucked them into a corner of the warehouse. The remaining part was the fish meat. Lin Feng took it to the river to wash it clean, found a large stone, and directly cut it into 4 large pieces, each weighing over 10 jeans. The fish meat was pale pink with clear marbling, a clear indication of top-quality ingredients. By the time Lin Feng returned with the fish meat, the fish head had already disappeared. Seeing the nearby hole made it clear that Xiao Xian had taken it to mix with the rice soil. Lin Feng shouted towards the bedroom on the second floor. "Come out for a moment." 4 girls poked their heads out from the staircase on the second floor, with Xiao Rui rushing down first, her double ponytails swaying behind her, followed closely by Xiao Yu, who held a cloth in her hand. "Brother Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Xiao Rui leaned over, her eyes fixed on the fish meat in Lin Feng's hands. "Cooking." Lin Feng found a basin and placed the fish meat inside. He took a look around the first floor, which served as the storage area, filled with piles of rice flour, canned goods, and mineral water. Pots and pans crammed in a corner, everything was in disarray, making it hard to find anything. "Later I'll make a few stone shelves, and you can organize the items by category: food on one side, supplies on Later I'll make a few stone shelves, and you can organize the items by category: food on one side, supplies on the other, and then make a stove by the window. After that, go to the convoy to swap for a gas canister and stove." "A stove?" Xiao Qing's eyes lit up. "Yes, from now on we can cook on the turtle's back, without having to go down to start a fire." The girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with delight. In this apocalypse, being able to cook in their own home, without having to squeeze around a communal fire with the others in the convoy eating wild vegetable dumplings, was truly a dreamlike life. "What are you still dawdling for? Get to work. First carry all the clothes upstairs, then move the supplies toward the center. I'll make a shelf." Upon hearing this, the girls immediately began to busy themselves. Once it was nearly done, Lin Feng pressed his hands against the wall, activating the earth manipulation technique. The wall began to deform, and rows of shelves grew directly out from it, approximately 40 centimeters wide, as the Tumter-high storage room was divided into 34 layers of space. On the wall closest to the window, he made a smooth stone cabinet, which looked no different from an ordinary kitchen except for the lack of doors. A groove was intentionally left on the countertop to install the gas stove. With this plan, it looked much more comfortable. "Perfect." Lin Feng clapped his hands together, satisfied, as he nodded. Xiao Qing walked around the stove, reaching out to touch the smooth surface, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "You are truly amazing." "All right, stop flattering. You all hurry up and tidy things up, then prepare the fish and ingredients. I'm going out to swap the gas stove and gas canister. Don't wander off or wait for me to..." The girls nodded and started to get busy. Lin Feng jumped down from Xiao Xian's back and walked toward the front of the convoy. Next to a large bus, Gua Yi was directing a dozen people in disassembling a large truck. The truck had been taken apart, the cargo compartment removed, and the engine carefully lifted out, being placed gently on the ground, exposing its chassis with the entire vehicle reduced to a pile of parts. "Brother Gua, what are you doing?" Gua Yi turned around, saw it was Lin Feng, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and grinned. "Lin Feng, how did you come over?" "I came over to look around and exchange some supplies." "What are you guys doing?" "This disassembly is intense." Gua Yi sighed and pointed to the large bus. "We're short on materials for the modifications. All 7 buses need modifications, and since we lack materials, we have to dismantle these readily available ones. The engines of these trucks have great power. If we modify them to the buses, the performance will significantly improve." He glanced at Lin Feng's enormous turtle, forcing a smile. "I truly envy your beast companion. You're living in luxury, while we are still crowding in buses." Lucky me." Lin Feng chuckled. "Well, you keep busy. I'm off to find Sister Ling." He turned and walked toward the logistics vehicle. Fong Ling was standing next to a large truck, holding a notebook and checking supplies, while several logistics team members were nearby, loading buckets of water taken from the river onto the vehicle. "Sister Ling." Fong Ling looked up, saw Lin Feng, and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, a rare visitor. What brings you here?" "I'm here to exchange some supplies." "What do you want to exchange?" "A gas stove, the kind with 2 burners, and another canister of gas." Fong Ling looked Lin Feng up and down. "You sure know how to pick things. We only have 2 gas stoves left, and there are not many canisters of gas left either." "I know, that's why I'm looking for Sister Ling." Fong Ling was silent for 2 seconds, contemplating something before extending 2 fingers. 20 jean, 10 kilograms of rice. Lin Feng almost lost his balance. 20 jean of rice. "Sister Ling, that's too steep." Fong Ling smiled, remaining silent, wearing a look that suggested she had him cornered. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Honestly, 20 jin of rice was quite a lot, but he had hundreds of jin of food in his warehouse, so he could spare 20 jin. However, this was an apocalyptic scenario, and rice was a hard currency among hard currencies. Final exchange. Lin Feng ultimately agreed. Without the exchange, it would be tough to enjoy a warm meal. Give me the supplies first, and I'll bring the rice over later. Fong Ling closed her notebook and shouted to the people in the truck. Xiao Lu, bring out that gas stove and get another canister of gas along with a set of accessories for Lin Feng. The person in the truck responded, rummaged through the supplies, and pulled out a well-packaged gas stove with 2 burners along with another canister of gas. Lin Feng carried the gas stove in one hand and the gas canister in the other as he approached Shaoxian, where the 4 girls had nearly finished organizing the storage room. Rice, flour, cured meat, dried goods, and seasonings were all categorized and neatly arranged on the shelves. Lin Feng unwrapped the gas stove, placed it in the reserved space, and used the earth control technique for fine adjustments, ensuring a perfect fit. He then took out the accessories to connect the gas canister to the stove's pipe and tucked the canister into the circular recess beneath the stove, fitting it snugly between the stone walls. Lin Feng tested it. A circle of blue flames shot up from the stove. Perfect, he said, turning off the flame with a satisfied smile on his face. Master, are we cooking now? Yes, Xiaoqing, should we stew the fish or braise it? Stew. The fish is fresh and stewing brings out the original flavor the best. All right, do as you see fit. Lin Feng pulled out a 20 jin bag of rice from the supplies, holding it in his hand. He'll go settle the account and hope I can enjoy a warm meal when I return. Don't worry, master. Lin Feng carried the rice and walked next to the supply area where Fong Ling was still checking the list. So fast. Of course I need to be quick about what I've promised. I don't like owing others. Fong Ling accepted the rice, nodding in satisfaction, handing it over to Xiao Lu in the truck for registration. By the way, Sister Ling, how long until we depart? Fong Ling glanced in Guai's direction. He was squatting beside a bus, pressing both hands against the vehicle, blue light spreading over the surface at the final stage of modifying the vehicle. We'll leave once the bus is fully modified, which should take about 20 minutes. Got it. Lin Feng turned and walked away. 20 minutes might not be enough for Xiaoqing to stew the fish properly. It seems he would have to eat on the go. When Lin Feng returned, the girls were still busy. Xiaoqing stood by the stove, wielding a chef's knife to chop the fish, her movements swift, while Xiao Yu peeled garlic nearby, and Xiao Li was bent over the shelf searching for ingredients. Lin Feng walked upstairs. Let me know when the food is ready. The convoy is about to depart. Take your time, no rush. We can eat slowly on the road. Understood, master. Lin Feng went up to the second floor, took off his shoes, and lay down on the latex mattress, closing his eyes to rest for a bit. Just as Lin Feng closed his eyes, he heard soft footsteps coming from the stairs. It wasn't the usual heavy footsteps, but careful tiptoeing sounds. Lin Feng did not open his eyes. The footsteps paused at the stairway before entering the room more lightly. The mattress sank slightly as someone climbed up, and the sound of knees and palms pressing on the latex mattress was faint, but Lin Feng's senses were sharp. Every slight vibration was picked up by his awareness. Lin Feng Gidge. It was Xiao Rui's voice, soft and sticky. Lin Feng opened one eye and saw Xiao Rui kneeling beside him, having changed into a new outfit. She had put on that JK outfit again, with the white shirt tied at the hem, exposing her belly, and the collar loosely hanging open, revealing her fair collarbone almost popping out. Today she had her hair styled into twin ponytails hanging down on her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. How did you get up here? I saw Lin Feng Gidge was tired, so I came to give you a leg massage. Xiao Rui's cheeks flushed with 2 rosy spots. I learned a couple of techniques from Sister Xiao Yu. Let me help you relieve some fatigue. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, she inched forward, placing her hands on Lin Feng's calves, and began to massage. The pressure wasn't strong, but she found the right spots, pressing on the muscle nodes with each stroke. Starting from the ankles, she slowly kneaded her way up the calves, then changed direction, leaning forward to massage the other leg, and just that shift made Lin Feng's gaze fixed on her, the view under her skirt fully exposed. Little temptress. She seemed to notice Lin Feng's gaze and lowered her waist even further, her cheeks almost touching Lin Feng's ankles. Lin Feng Gidge. She turned her head, her eyes glistening with moisture. Lin Feng's throat bobbed. Xiao Rui, are you doing this on purpose? What do you mean on purpose? Xiao Rui tilted her head, biting her lip. 3 minutes later, I was wrong. Please don't pull my ponytail. Downstairs. On the stove, the oil in the pot began to smoke. Xiaoqing poured the chopped fish pieces into the pot. Sizzle. A rich aroma exploded throughout the house as the fish rolled in the hot. The heat is too high. You need to turn it quickly. I know. Where did Xiao Rui go? She seems to have gone upstairs. Xiao Yu paused. Do we need to smash some garlic? Yes. Smash. 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 Xiao Yu picked up the knife and smashed the peeled garlic cloves one by one. Is that enough? Not enough. We need more. We need more, a bit more. The sound of vigorous frying echoed from the pot. The fish is tender and firm. It needs to be fried a little longer until it becomes fragrant. Once almost done, well, drizzle some sauce on top for an absolutely delicious meal. Attention everyone. The convoy will depart immediately. The gray mist will arrive in 15 hours. Everyone hurry up and board. The convoy is about to accelerate. Attention everyone. The convoy is departing immediately. The gray fog will arrive in 15 hours. Everyone hurry up and get on the vehicle as the convoy is about to accelerate. The voice from the loudspeaker was not repeated several times as usual, but rather hurriedly called out once. Before the sound faded, the leading armored vehicle surged forward, its body lunging ahead, exhaust spewing out a plume of black smoke, and in the blink of an eye it dashed out of the camp. Following closely, several modified off-road vehicles started one after another, their tires crunching over gravel as they sped off, without looking back. Those who reacted slowly were startled by the sudden launch, momentarily stunned, before they began to frantically rush towards their vehicles. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The convoy has set off. Don't dawdle, get in the car. Wait for me, I haven't gotten in yet. Those who reacted quickly had already jumped into the vehicles, while those who were slower were still packing up their belongings, pots and pans scattered all over the ground. They couldn't afford to pick them up and just ran off. Some were reluctant to leave their belongings behind and were still gathering them, but no one waited. The armored vehicle had already driven several hundred meters away. Lin Feng, hearing the sound of the convoy's loudspeaker from upstairs, did not pause in his actions. He looked down to see Xiao Rui sprawled on the mat like melted cream, her lips slightly parted as she breathed heavily. Xiao Xian, let's go. Keep up with the leading vehicle. Lin Feng's thoughts reached Xiao Xian's mind. The massive tortoise rose to its feet, crawling out of the pit, its four sturdy legs moving swiftly, instantly surpassing the nearby private cars that were still trying to start. Xiao Xian's pace was incredibly fast, and the stone house on its back did not budge as it quickly caught up with the bus carrying the awakened. A following off-road vehicle saw Lin Feng's tortoise suddenly dash in front of it, rolled down the window, and began to curse loudly. Thinking Lin Feng was still that carefree young man from the convoy, they cursed a few times, and even gave Xiao Xian the middle finger. Xiao Xian looked back, and that thick tail with its sharp bone spines lashed out violently against the front of the off-road vehicle. Bang! The front of the off-road vehicle crumpled instantly, the hood flew off, the whole vehicle tumbled like a kicked can, rolling off the road, and tumbling several times across the wilderness, parts scattering across the ground. Kill count human X 4 evolution points. 4 Lin Feng paused in his grip on the horse's tail. Killing yields so many evolution points. Killing a level 1 ghost grants 1 evolution point, but killing an ordinary person grants 1 point. Lin Feng calculated in his mind. Xiao Xian needed 1,000 evolution points for the next evolution. While he only had a single-digit amount, he was still far from it. If Lin Feng thought of those ordinary people in the convoy, gathering 1,000 points didn't seem difficult. A terrifying thought emerged deep in Lin Feng's mind. He only needed to lift a hand, and with Xiao Xian's large-scale earth control technique he could. A voice pulled him back from this horrifying notion. Brother Lin Feng. Spare me. Sister Xiaoli. Help. Forget it, enjoy the moment. The ordinary people in the convoy were completely unaware that because of one woman, they had avoided a catastrophe. Xiaoli, did you hear someone calling you? Xiaoli, holding a bowl and mixing sauce, had an unnatural blush on her cheeks. Xiaoli, Xiao Rui is calling for your help, aren't you going up? Xiao Yu teased. I think it's you who wants to go, this is the perfect time to go. Not at all. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her ears flushed red. The girls' minds were no longer on cooking, listening to the intermittent heart-racing sounds. This girl really has no shame. She was always bold. Xiao Yu began slicing wood ear mushrooms. Shall go up to deliver them while we cook. It wasn't until the sounds from upstairs faded that the girls breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall, having listened to the wall's corners for nearly an hour, their legs feeling a bit weak. Lin Feng dressed, patting Xiao Rui's perky behind. Xiao Rui, let's go, it's time to eat. Xiao Rui's voice was soft and hoarse. I can't move. Lin Feng said nothing more, adjusted her skirt. As for the safety shorts, she wasn't wearing any, to be precise. She hadn't worn anything when she came. After fixing her disheveled clothes, he scooped her up, pressing down her skirt, then carried her down the stairs in a princess carry. Xiao Rui nestled against Lin Feng's chest, wearing a blissful smile. Xiao Qing was at the stove preparing dishes, and upon seeing Lin Feng carrying Xiao Rui down, she said nothing and brought a large bowl of fish to the folding table. Lin Feng placed Xiao Rui on his usual folding chair, and then sat on a plastic stool beside her. At that moment, Xiao Rui's hair was messy, her clothes wrinkled, and her exposed calves trembled slightly. She bit her lip as if to say, I know you're looking at me, but I'm not afraid to die. Oh dear, what happened to you? Xiao Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Are your legs weak? Xiao Rui kept her eyes closed and didn't speak, her ears turning red. Your face is so red, do you have a fever? Xiao Yu brought over a bowl of cold wood ear mushrooms, suppressing a laugh, and seriously said, should I get a thermometer to check your temperature? You all stop talking. Xiao Rui's voice was as soft as a mosquito, completely unlike her usual loud self. Brother Lin Feng is still watching. The girls simultaneously glanced at Lin Feng setting the tableware and serving rice. A pot of clear stewed boiled fish was placed in the center of the table, the aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by two small dishes, one cold wood ear and one stir-fried mushrooms with ham sausage. Come, let's sit down and eat. Lin Feng picked up chopsticks and placed a large piece of fish in Xiao Rui's bowl. Here, eat more. Xiao Rui looked at the piece of tender white fish in her bowl, then at Lin Feng, her eyes suddenly reddening. She picked up the bowl and began to eat slowly. Come on, you all eat too. Lin Feng also picked up a piece of fish for Xiao Li and the others, placing it in their bowls. This is the meat of a level 1 mutated creature. It can enhance your strength, so eat more. Lin Feng also picked a piece for himself, took a bite, and found the fish tender and naturally sweet. This strange fish looked ugly, but its flavor was unexpectedly good. Upon hearing it could enhance their strength, the girls exchanged glances and began to eat. It's delicious. Xiao Rui's eyes curved into crescent moons. Then eat more. Lin Feng placed another piece of fish in Xiao Rui's bowl and gave each of the other 3 girls a piece, fairly distributing. Soon Xiao Yu stopped using her chopsticks, her eyes wide open. What's wrong? Xiao Qing asked her. I feel. Xiao Yu looked down at her hands, opened her fist, her expression like she had discovered something incredible. I feel like there's strength in my hands. It's not just in my head, there is really strength. Xiao Qing felt the changes in her body after eating a few pieces, nodding her head. Indeed, there is a change. My body feels warm, as if a current of heat is flowing within. Xiao Li ate slowly, taking small bites of fish, her complexion much better than yesterday. Xiao Rui picked up another piece, her cheeks puffed. I seem to be in less pain now. The several girls looked at her simultaneously. Xiao Rui, bold as ever, completely oblivious to what she had just said, mumbled, Sister Xiao Li, you should eat too. Once you feel better, you have to help me. I almost died just now. All right, let's eat. Xiao Qing gave her a light tap on the head. Xiao Rui shrank her neck and finally closed her mouth. The energy from the fish was abundant. The girls could barely finish a small bowl, each straightening their backs, rubbing their bellies, their faces a mix of satisfaction and pain. I feel so stuffed. Xiao Rui slumped in her chair, her skirt wrinkled and careless. It feels like my stomach is going to explode. Me too. Xiao Yu rubbed her belly. I can't eat anymore. I clearly still want to eat, but my stomach just can't take it. Lin Feng watched them thoughtfully. It seemed that ordinary people had a significantly lower absorption efficiency for the flesh of mutated creatures compared to awakened ones. They felt full after just a small bowl, not because their stomachs couldn't hold more, but because their bodies had reached their absorption limit. The energy in the fish was not fully absorbed. In short, their bodies were simply full. However, Lin Feng pondered a question. It was clear that this fish meat could indeed enhance the strength of ordinary people. If they consumed the flesh of mutated creatures more frequently, would their physical qualities eventually catch up to those of awakened individuals? Even if they did not awaken corresponding abilities, as long as their physical attributes were strong enough, with ample strength and quick reflexes, equipping them with weapons and teaching them to fight, wouldn't they no longer be mere decorations? This thought lingered in Lin Feng's mind, which he silently noted down. There was no rush, he could discuss it later. Lin Feng poured the fish from the pot into a bowl, estimating there were at least 2 to 3 gene of fish meat, and ate it all in one go. Physical quality 3. After devouring a pot of fish, Lin Feng's physical quality increased by a full 3 points. He glanced at his personal status panel. Level 192, physical quality 75, strength 56, agility 46, spirit 58, spiritual energy 68. This rate of improvement was faster than absorbing the eerie crystals. Each time he absorbed those crystals, mainly enhanced his spiritual energy, while leveling up boosted his mental power, the most slightly increasing strength and agility. He wondered what the awakening talents of others might be like. They should be quite similar, right? Lin Feng contentedly set down his bowl, exhaling deeply the pot of fish and soup completely cleaned out. All right, everyone finished. Let's clean up the things. Lin Feng stood up and stretched his body. A few began to tidy up the dishes. Xiao Rui walked a bit awkwardly, but still helped carry the bowls to the stove. Xiao Li, take Xiao Rui upstairs to rest. Xiao Li nodded, reaching out to support Xiao Rui's arm, and Xiao Rui obediently followed her upstairs. Lin Feng walked out of the room, followed the stairs to the rooftop, and looked towards the front of the convoy. Traveling by day and traveling by night felt completely different. The headlights at night could only illuminate a few dozen meters ahead, all beyond that was pitch black. The driver was cautious, moving at a pace that made one anxious, and managing to cover 100 kilometers in a night would be considered a blessing. During the day, it was entirely different. The convoy moved at full speed, truly flooring the accelerator. The armored vehicle at the front was traveling at least 100 miles per hour, racing across the wilderness, kicking up clouds of dust, with the buses closely following one after another, while the trucks lagged slightly behind. The private vehicles trailing behind dared not fall behind, racing as fast as they could. Although they did not know why the leading vehicle was speeding so recklessly, they cursed while flooring the accelerator, closely tailing the convoy. No one dared to stop at this critical moment. Occasionally, mutated beasts would dart out from the wild on either side of the road. Some were mutated hyenas, others mutated cats, or even hordes of giant rats, their bodies covered in the distinctive gray-black patches of mutated creatures, their crimson eyes fixated on the convoy. These mutated monsters had long lost their original appearance, each one hideously grotesque, devoid of reason, charging towards the convoy with their mouths full of fangs. Boom! Wang Lai stood on the armored vehicle, raising his hand as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely on the mutated beast's head. The creature let out no sound as it toppled to the ground, its limbs twitching a few times before lying still. Another wolf-like, mutated creature approached from the right side of the convoy. Shun Min leaned halfway out of the window of a bus, a silver-white dagger slicing through the air in an arc, accurately piercing the mutated wolf's head. The dagger spun in the air and flew back into her hand. The vehicles didn't even stop. The convoy whizzed past the corpses of the mutated monsters. No one got out to collect the spoils. Those mutated beasts' bodies were left abandoned by the roadside, quickly covered by the dust kicked up by the convoy. Lin Feng stood on the rooftop, watching those corpses disappear from view, feeling a pang of regret. Just like that, they were thrown away. But the convoy couldn't stop. The gray mist was chasing from behind, and time was of the essence. Every minute was a matter of life and death. The farther they got from the gray mist, the safer they would be. The road twisted and turned, and Shun Yutong's astrological ability played a crucial role, guiding the driver of the armored vehicle along the route. She provided each turn precisely, avoiding high-risk areas. Lin Feng stood high up, clearly seeing what the convoy was avoiding. Either it was a dilapidated village shrouded in a faint mist that even sunlight couldn't penetrate. Just a glance at that village made Lin Feng feel a chilling aura rising from his heart, as if something was sleeping there ready to awaken at any moment. Or it was a collapsed high-rise building, its surface covered with a layer of black vines, the ends of which dangled and twisted in the air, instilling dread. Or it was a bizarre mountain, its shape odd and gray-black, devoid of trees, not even a blade of grass. The mountain was cloaked in a heavy layer of black clouds. Just by looking, one could tell that the things there were not to be trifled with. Although Lin Feng had not awakened any abilities related to mental power, he could still sense the chilling aura emanating from those places, even from a distance, as if his body was warning him to stay far away. The farther the better. Lin Feng gained a new understanding of Shun Yutong's abilities. This woman's skill enabled her to find a relatively safe route in a world riddled with deadly traps, while avoiding the gray mist and sidestepping these bizarre entities. That was no ordinary feat. If it were Lin Feng himself, he might not even make it halfway before plunging into some high-level bizarre territory, getting swallowed whole without a trace. Suddenly, the speeding convoy abruptly slowed down. It wasn't a danger they encountered, but rather another convoy that appeared ahead. Lin Feng looked forward. The convoy approached slowly from a side road, leading with a black Alfred. Following the Alfred were several rugged off-road vehicles, sturdy and durable, along with a few gray tourist buses adorned with slogans from a film crew, and trailing behind were several vans. The entire convoy consisted of about a dozen vehicles, not large in scale, but packed with people. Compared to Lin Feng's convoy, which still had over 100 vehicles despite numerous crises, it appeared somewhat shabby. Soon the two convoys merged, neither side approaching too closely, stopping several dozen meters apart. Wang Lai jumped down from the armored vehicle, followed by Feng Ling, who watched the opposing convoy with a wary gaze. Shun Min stepped out from another bus, leaning against the door. The door of the opposing convoy's Alfred opened. A woman descended from the vehicle. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The woman's face was too recognizable. Even without makeup, she was striking enough to capture anyone's gaze. It was Mo Qingwan. True to her name, she resembled a rising mountain range. Although Lin Feng had never been an admirer of stars, that face, which had appeared countless times on screen, stirred the hearts of many, especially men. It was rare for anyone not to be captivated by beauty. Lin Feng was no exception, as the appreciation of beauty knows no age. On the screen there was always a distance, but at this moment the real person stood just a few dozen meters away. The impact was on an entirely different level. The driver's door also opened, and another woman stepped down. "Isn't that her?" came Xiao Rui's voice from behind, peeking around the staircase, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh my, that's Mi Xuan, known as one of the beauties of the western regions." Xiao Yu also leaned out from behind Xiao Rui, her voice filled with disbelief. "How did they end up here?" Xiao Qing spoke with a tone as calm as if she were commenting on the weather. "Isn't this quite normal? Humanity has all been transported. Ooh, what's strange about having a few stars among them? But they are Qingwan and Mi Xue." Xiao Rui's voice rose an octave, her eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Lin Feng ignored the girl's chatter, his gaze fixed on the two women. De Qingwan, Xiao Mi Xue. Two top beauties stood just a few dozen meters away in the wilderness, their hair tousled by the wind, but their faces and figures could not be concealed even in the apocalypse. Lin Feng's mind began to stir. He jumped down from the rooftop, landing on Xiao Xian's shell. "Let's go take a look." Xiao Xian took strides forward, its massive form caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step. The opposing convoy quickly took notice of this giant creature. "What is that thing? So big?" Such a huge turtle. Hurry, hurry. Don't panic, let's take a look first. As the people in the opposing convoy saw this scene, a visible commotion spread. Those in the bus crowded to the windows to look, their expressions changing from curiosity to shock mingled with fear. Several people who had gotten out of the off-road vehicles instinctively took a few steps back, even opening their car doors ready to flee at any moment. Mo Qingluan's face turned pale, but she did not retreat. She stood her ground, her gaze fixed firmly on the giant creature. Xiao Xian stopped several meters away from the Alfred. Lin Feng jumped down from the turtle's back, landing steadily on the ground. Don't be afraid. Wang Lai stepped forward, his voice steady. This is the beast master of our convoy. This turtle is his mount. The people in the opposing convoy fell silent. A mount? Whose mount is that big? Who can build a house on top of their mount? Hello. She spoke up, her voice carrying a characteristic youthful tone, creating a strange contrast with her striking face. Are you the captain? Yes. Wang Lai nodded. I am Qing Wan. She gestured to the people behind her. This is our convoy. We want to join you and travel together. Our convoy has left half of its members on the road due to the danger. Wang Lai was silent for 2 seconds. Do you have any awakened ones? I am an awakened one. She extended her hand, a faint glow radiating from her palms, soft and imbued with the essence of life. My ability is healing. I can restore injuries. Minor wounds can heal in a few minutes, and I can also stop bleeding and alleviate pain for severe injuries. She retracted the glow and pointed to Mi Shui beside her. Wang Lai raised his eyebrows. A healing awakened one was even rarer in this apocalypse than a combat type. While a combat type could kill mutated monsters and face the strange what would happen when they were injured. There were no doctors or medicines in the convoy. Even a small infection from a tiny wound could claim a person's life. The value of a healing awakened one was evident. Mi Shui took a step forward, standing beside Mo Qingwan. My ability is danger perception. I can sense surrounding threats in advance, including the strange mutated creatures and the speed of the gray mist's movement. Lin Feng perked up. Yet another perception type awakened one. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Chun Min, who leaned against the car door, playing with a small knife. This woman had claimed her ability was related to spiritual perception, but her actual abilities were far deeper. He wondered if Mi Shui's abilities were even stronger than she had claimed. Chun Min seemed to notice Lin Feng's gaze, turning her head to throw him a flirtatious glance. Wang Lai nodded. You can join, but I need to clarify a few rules first. Mo Qingwan listened attentively. First, no stealing from others of violators will be killed. Second, no coercion of violators will be killed. These 2 rules were the ironclad laws of the convoy. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui visibly relaxed. They knew their value. In this apocalypse there were no laws. The easiest thing for people was to unleash their inner malice. Although they had awakened, they were both support types. Facing a group of burly men, they would still have to lie down. Wang Lai continued. Aside from these 2 rules, following the convoy is currently a voluntary principle. No one is forced. Resource collection relies entirely on oneself. The convoy will not require any resources from anyone, and awakened ones will not actively provide protection. If danger arises, each must find a way out on their own. Fairness principle. Everyone relies on their own abilities. They exchanged glances without speaking, but Lin Feng could see their hesitation. This convoy clearly appeared much safer than theirs, but shouldn't awakened ones protect ordinary people? Their awakened ones only cared about their own patch of land, and it was highly probable that the other members following them would be abandoned. However, this hesitation did not last long. Reba sensed the movement of the gray mist, which was now closer than before, then turned to nod at Yangmi. We will join you. Wang Lai did not say anything more, turning back to leave. He did not want to waste too much time. The convoy needed to set off immediately. Lin Feng stood beside Xiao Xian, closely observing the 2 big stars before him. He had to admit that these 2 women looked several times better in person than on screen, both in beauty and temperament. Especially after awakening, their skin resembled that of 20-year-old girls. Beautiful beyond words. Hey there, your captain has walked away. After Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui boarded the vehicle, the convoy resumed its journey. Only then did Lin Feng snap back to reality as he watched the Alfred smoothly merge into the line. Lin Feng leapt nimbly onto the rooftop, signaling Xiao Xian to follow, when suddenly footsteps echoed behind him. Chun Min had somehow climbed onto Xiao Xian's back and ascended the spiral staircase to the roof. She stood with arms crossed, her gaze flickering between amusement and quiet knowing as she fixed it upon him. Little brother Lin Feng. Moi. He turned and felt a shiver run down his spine beneath her enigmatic, knowing stare. What's with that expression? Nothing much. Chun Min withdrew her gaze and tapped lightly on the stone slab beneath her feet. I just wanted to say, your turtle moves incredibly steadily. Far smoother than my coach. That thing jolted me so violently, I thought my waist would snap. Up here it feels like standing on solid ground. Lin Feng, uncertain of her intent, offered a cautious reply. It's decent. I suppose Xiao Xian walks with unusual steadiness. Mind giving your elder sister a tour? From the outside this little house looks quite impressive, but I've never seen the inside. Lin Feng didn't refuse. Youthful pride stirred within him. He'd secretly hoped to impress a beautiful woman. This stone dwelling was entirely his own creation, every detail meticulously refined. All right, come take a look. He turned toward the stairwell. Watch your step. The steps are rather steep. They descended the spiral staircase side by side and arrived at the second-floor doorway. Lin Feng pushed the door open, and Chun Min paused mid-stride. A latex mattress rested atop the carpet, its sheets drawn taut and immaculate. White curtains hung from iron wires across the window, while several empty milk tins on the sill held wildflowers gathered from the riverside. Four girls sat side by side on the edge of the bed, for youthful, radiant faces. This is elder sister Min, Lin Feng introduced. Elder sister Min, hello. Chun Min swept her eyes slowly over them, her lips curling upward, then turned to Lin Feng, her smile deepening into something rich with unspoken meaning. Naughty little brother, she stretched the words playfully. Never imagined you'd truly build a golden house to hide such delicate beauties. Lin Feng's mouth twitched faintly. He met her gaze with practiced composure. If I refuse to feel awkward, then the awkwardness belongs to someone else. Where on earth did you find these four blossoms? Truly extraordinary fortune, young, fresh, and vibrant. Far more charming than any girl aboard my coach. Elder sister Min flatters me. She stepped forward, sat lightly on the latex mattress to test its resilience, then glanced up at Lin Feng, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. This bed is spacious enough. Why not let me stay? One more won't make a difference, will it? Lin Feng hurriedly replied. But elder sister Min, your coach is so roomy. Wouldn't you feel cramped here? The coach jolts endlessly. Nothing compares to this comfort. Chun Min winked. And you even serve hot meals. I caught the scent of fish earlier. It smelled delicious. Lin Feng fell silent. Truth be told, it wasn't reluctance he felt, but desire without daring. Watching him, flustered Chun Min burst into unrestrained laughter, her mirth rippling like wine through blossoms, before finally calming and rising from the bed to stand before him, gently tapping his chest with one slender finger. All right, I'll stop teasing. I know you can't possibly accommodate us all. I was only joking. Lin Feng exhaled in quiet relief, yet inwardly vowed, when I surpass you one day I'll repay you, hundredfold. But her tone shifted subtly as she glanced toward the distant Alfred. The way you looked at those two just now, you nearly glowed, eyes sparkling, mouth practically watering. Not at all. Lin Feng denied instantly, though his voice lacked conviction. Appreciation for beauty is universal. I was merely admiring, nothing more. Chun Min rolled her eyes, dismissed him with a sigh, and headed downstairs. Enough teasing. I'll go inspect your supplies downstairs. As she walked away, she glanced back over her shoulder. You were so generous just now. Why not let me see the storage room too? I'm curious. Just how many treasures have you? Lin Feng trailed behind, lips twitching. Chun Min truly treated him as if they shared no boundary. Seeing him depart, Xiao Rui whispered softly, elder sister Min is incredible. Brother Lin Feng doesn't dare talk back. Xiao Yu quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. She entered the ground floor storage room and froze utterly still, her eyes sweeping left to right to left, her mouth slowly parting in disbelief. Shelves groaned under abundant provisions, rice sacks stacked with military precision, easily 300 or 400 jin, alongside numerous flour bags. Several cured pork slabs hung from hooks on the wall, glistening with rich amber fat. Canned goods filled the racks, meat, fruit, and luncheon sausages alike. Dried goods nestled in plastic bags. Wood ear mushrooms, shiitake, vermicelli, dried tofu sticks, all chosen for longevity. Bottled water formed miniature mountains, crate upon crate, while soft drinks lined adjacent shelves. Dozens of boxes bearing varied brands. Condiments stood in neat rows: salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, chili paste, and beside them several packets of hot pot base. In the corner basin lay cleaned fish fillets, and by the window stood a surprisingly modern stove, crafted entirely from stone. Yet, was this truly the apocalypse? Naughty little brother, you've hidden away such wonders. She turned to face Lin Feng, hands planted firmly on her hips, astonishment etched across her features. Hundreds of jin of rice, dozens of jin of cured pork, over a dozen cans. Not to mention all these dried goods and seasonings. Did you haul half a convenience store back here? Lucky breaks, pure luck. I don't care, Chun Min retorted, her tone laced with playful petulance. I want what? What do you want? This is my home. These supplies were hauled here, sweat and grit from the town. How about a pestle? Want one? The moment the words escaped, Lin Feng regretted them. Chun Min blinked, then locked eyes with him, a slow, sly smile blooming across her lips. A fox sighting prey, certain and serene. A pestle. She stepped closer, her breath warm against his skin. How long? How thick? What material? Lin Feng went utterly still, then inexplicably emboldened thought, so be it. I'll face whatever comes. One arm slid around her waist, the other cradled the back of her head. He lowered his mouth and claimed hers in a bold, commanding kiss. The motion was lightning swift. Chun Min had no time to react before her lips were sealed beneath his fierce, unyielding kiss. Her body stiffened for a moment, perhaps a second or two, before Chun Min suddenly relaxed. Her arms climbed onto his shoulders, and her lips transformed from passive to active teasingly. With a bang, a bottle of mineral water fell to the ground, and no one went to pick it up. Lin Feng's fingers slid down from the nape of her neck. Chun Min was wearing a gray knitted cardigan today, and a button fell to the ground, with a click revealing an exaggerated curve that could not be concealed. Are you crazy? Chun Min's voice was a bit hoarse, tinged with a tremor. Don't you want it? You brat. Lin Feng did not give her a chance to continue, directly picking her up and placing her on the counter in the storage room, which was not very spacious. Did you hear anything? Upstairs, Xiao Rui's soft voice rang out. It's nothing, just the adults moving things. Xiao Yu pretended to be calm. We'll go take a look. Xiao Li pulled Xiao Rui's hand, saying, don't disturb the adults, he's talking business with Sister Min. The few girls upstairs heard a loud voice and instantly blushed from their necks to their ears. Yet the entire convoy maintained its speed, with one vehicle after another following the lead vehicle at a breakneck pace, the roar of engines rising and falling. The convoy ran for several hours on the winding road before gradually slowing down. Attention everyone. The convoy slowed down, preparing to stop for a 2-hour break. Repeat. In the storage room, Chun Min adjusted her clothes, unable to button her top that had been torn off by this brute. Have you had enough, brat? Lin Feng pulled her into his embrace, smoothing her hair that was plastered to her cheek with sweat. I can never get enough. You cheeky brat, from now on sister will be yours. If you dare to abandon me, I will. She made a scissors gesture. Gotcha. Lin Feng shrank back in fright. How could that be? Sister Min, you are my goddess. I've liked you since the first day I saw you in the convoy. The first day, eh? Chun Min raised her head. You dared to like me from the first day? Aren't you afraid it'll throw you into a creepy pile? Not afraid dying under a peony is still romantic. You cheeky brat, Chun Min said gently, like flowing water. I see you as a scumbag, loving everyone you see. What about you, Tong? Look at the way you look at her, you can't wait to devour her. And what about Fong Ling, so capable and graceful, don't you like her? There's also Qing Luan and Mi Shuetade, I think they are your goddesses. As for me, I'm getting old. No way, I swear Sister Min is my favorite. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you right now. Chun Min felt Lin Feng's change and immediately left his embrace. I'm not coming back, I believe you, I believe you. Lin Feng chuckled, indeed sisters are the best, this just proves he was right. Chun Min rolled her eyes at him and frowned at her cardigan that wouldn't button. Give me another piece of clothing, how can I go out like this? Lin Feng went up the stairs. The 4 girls turned to look at him as soon as they heard the footsteps, their gazes complex, filled with awe and curiosity. After such a long time, if it were them, they would probably be ruined. Lin Feng rummaged through the pile of clothes and found a new black t-shirt with the tag still on it, and he thought it should fit Chun Min. As he turned to leave, Xiao Rui suddenly got up from the bed, took a look at the t-shirt in Lin Feng's hand, then stuffed it back into his hands, pulling out a light purple knitted shirt from another pile of clothes, soft fabric with a lace trim at the collar. Brother Lin Feng used this one. Sister Min's skin is fair, and purple looks good on her. Lin Feng looked at the purple shirt, then at Xiao Rui's impressive figure, thinking it was about right, but no, Sister Min's would have to be even more voluptuous. Xiao Rui's eyes sparkled, her face wearing an expression of, am I not being considerate? Praise me. Lin Feng reached out and patted her on. Considerate. Lin Feng turned to go downstairs. Behind him, Xiao Yu leaned in to whisper something into Xiao Rui's ear, causing Xiao Rui's ears to turn bright red as she pinched Xiao Ye's waist, and the two rolled into a bundle on the bed. Downstairs, Chun Min received the light purple knitted shirt, unfolded it to take a look, then glanced at Lin Feng. Is this from that little girl? Very discerning, Chun Min said as she took off her cardigan and put on the knitted shirt, the fabric hugging her body and accentuating an alluring curve. Let's go, it's time to head out. Lin Feng pulled Chun Min up to the second floor, and the girls looked at Chun Min, then at Lin Feng, their eyes wide. Xiao Rui even secretly gave Lin Feng a thumb. Lin Feng shot her an annoyed glance. You all go downstairs and cook, make more food. Xiao Rui stuck out her tongue, pulling Xiao Qing to run downstairs while Xiao Yu and Xiao Li followed behind. When they reached the door, they looked back at Lin Feng before gently, you've trained these girls well. They are obedient on their own. Lin Feng sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her. Chun Min did not shy away, leaning on his shoulder with, you've trained these girls well. They are obedient on their own. Lin Feng sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her. Chun Min did not shy away, leaning on his shoulder with her eyes closed. Sister Min. From now on, live with me. Chun Min opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Then where will your girls stay? Here. And where will I stay? Right here. Chun Min followed Lin Feng's gaze to the mattress, then lightly punched his chest with a not-so-heavy force. You wish. Hey, the bed is so big, having one more person won't make a difference. Shut up. Chun Min straightened up from his shoulder, standing by the window, the light outside illuminating her profile, making her beauty breathtaking. Then where will your girls stay? Here. And where will I stay? Right here. Chun Min followed Lin Feng's gaze to the mattress. Chun Min fell silent for 2 seconds. That you like me since the first day you saw me in the convoy. Lin Feng stood up, walked to her side, and wrapped her waist from behind, resting his chin on. Really? You're lying. You didn't even dare to look at me back then. That's because you were too beautiful, and I got nervous looking at you. Chen Min didn't speak, but placed her hand on Lin Feng's hand, and they stood like that together. Lin Feng, do you want to hear my story? Lin Feng did not reply, only tightened his embrace around her. Chen Min remained silent for a long time, so long that Lin Feng thought she wouldn't speak. A long time ago, there was a little boy named Xin Yu living next door to me. He was younger than you know, actually younger than I was. He always liked to call me Sister Min until he reached high school, after which he called me Min Min. I called him a little brat. The year he finished his college entrance examination, his parents invited me to dinner. He said he had applied to a university abroad and had already received his acceptance letter. I was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and he smiled back, albeit awkwardly. When he saw me off at the door, he glanced at me as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't bring himself to. Later he left. I took him to the airport, and as he was going through security, he suddenly ran back and hugged me tightly. I could feel his heart racing. When he let go, he pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to me before running away without looking back. What was written in the letter? Lin Feng asked, softly, unconsciously relaxing his grip. I won't tell you. He'll tell you when you're not such a jerk anymore. After he left, we kept in touch through calls and video chats. He sent me many photos, snow abroad, the sea abroad. Every time we finished talking, he would say wait for me to come back, and I would reply okay. Thus we spent 4 years apart. On the day he returned, I went to pick him up at the airport. He had lost a lot of weight and tanned quite a bit. The moment he walked out and saw me, he threw his suitcase aside and ran over to lift me up, spinning me around. He said, Min Min, I did it. And then, later he went abroad again for graduate studies for a year. I said, aren't you afraid he'll run away? He replied, you wouldn't dare. On the day he was leaving, he said, I have something very important to tell you. I asked him what it was, and he said to wait until he came back. I cursed him 100 times in my heart, but I still waited. 365 days later, on the 100th day of the countdown, he said he bought a ticket for the following month. I asked why he was coming back early. He said he missed me. The next day I received his call. He said, Sister Min, I lied to you. I bought a ticket for today to give you a surprise. I'm about to board the plane. When I come back, I have something very important to tell you. I asked him what it was and urged him to say it now, but he said he wanted to tell me in person, and then the call ended. That day my eyelids kept twitching and my heart raced with an unsettling feeling. I texted him, call me when you land. No reply. No matter how late, just send it. No reply. One more time, you brat, don't scare me. Still no reply. The next morning I called him, but his phone was off. At noon, it's still off. In the afternoon, off. That evening I received a call, but it wasn't from his number, it was from an unfamiliar landline. Is this Chen Min? I am a staff member from the Star United States Embassy in China. I regret to inform you that Mr. Shen flight crashed with no survivors. I waited and received a cardboard box containing his belongings. Inside was an engagement ring and a note that said I would never wait again. In the days that followed, I lived alone, just like that, for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 8 years. I turned myself into a wall, allowing no one in and myself unable to go out. Then the apocalypse came. When the world collapsed, I actually breathed a sigh of relief until you first appeared in the convoy. I was dazed on the roof of a car when you walked over from a distance, your hair tousled by the wind. The moment I saw you, I thought how similar. No, you're a bit taller than him. You're the kind that is wild, stubborn, and beautiful enough to make one want to bully. Lin Feng opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't get a word out. Shun Min continued, recalling how Shun Yu had awkwardly confessed his feelings to her, his nervousness, wanting to get close yet afraid. Your gaze is just like that. Clearly flirtatious, wanting to strike up a conversation with me, yet afraid of me. You were just as clumsy as he was. So I started teasing you, deliberately swaying in front of you, saying those things that made you blush. I wanted to see you flustered, wanting to see you speechless from my teasing. She paused for a moment. I want to see you just like him. The air fell silent for a long time. Sister Min, Lin Feng finally spoke. I'm not him. Chen Min's body stiffened slightly. I know, she said in a low voice as if speaking to herself. Lin Feng turned her body to face him. Look at me. Chen Min looked into his eyes. Brat, the person I like is you. Ever since you pulled off my button, it has always been you. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions, both touched and speechless. He knew his own character, while lazy, lustful, indulgent, unambitious, preferring to lie down rather than sit up. Despite his many flaws, he had to admit he felt a moment of deep emotion just now. But more thoughts in his mind were, sister, this is the apocalypse. I'm after your body, but you're playing with my feelings. Don't you know I fall for every pretty face I see? Never mind. Enjoying the present is what's important. Whether I can survive tomorrow is still unknown. Lin Feng leaned down and kissed Chen Min's red lips passionately. Just as Lin Feng was about to make his next move, the convoy's loudspeaker blared. Attention, everyone, attention. The convoy will rest for 2 hours and depart in 2 hours. Members are to collect supplies on their own. The convoy will not interfere. We are currently recruiting hunting team members. Interested parties should go to the front to register with Captain Wang Lai. Repeat. A bus came to a halt and 5 or 6 men sat together inside. Did you see that? A thin man whispered the convoy that joined today, that's Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui. A young man, wearing glasses, pushed his glasses up his nose. Two big stars completely defenseless. How have they survived the apocalypse? A young man, wearing glasses, pushed his glasses up his nose. Two big stars completely defenseless. How have they survived the apocalypse? Who knows? The laughter in the bus grew. A buzzcut man scoffed, they can't fight or kill. If danger really strikes, they'll still have to rely on men. Besides, he gestured towards the direction of Alpha. So what if they're awakeners? I heard their convoy doesn't even have a single combat-capable awakener. With supplies so scarce, when hunger strikes, it'll be a matter of a single loaf of bread. By then I'll bring my brothers too. The laughter in the bus grew louder. Big Brother is right. We'll take our brothers along to take care of their business and enjoy the treatment of big stars. In the last row of the bus, a woman quietly muttered, "These men are truly shameless." The laughter in the carriage continued, with the conversations growing increasingly audacious, filled with lewd jokes. An old man could no longer bear it, his murky eyes glaring at the group of men. Enough? No matter what, she is still an awakened. If you offend her, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The crew-cut man shot him a glance. Old man, what business is it of yours? I'm just reminding you. The old man did not back down. Captain Wang Lai said that robbery and coercion are prohibited in the convoy. If you want to engage in any filthy business, you should first ask if the captain agrees. Wang Lai, the man sneered. Wang Lai is too busy running away right now to bother with us. Besides, didn't we just say before setting off that everyone manages their own? We trade some services with our own supplies, which doesn't violate the convoy's rules, right? The old man opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. All right, the thin man waved his hand. Big Brother, don't stoop to the level of that old man. Let's continue with our conversation. The laughter erupted again, and the old man let out a long sigh. A woman holding a child whispered, "This world has completely changed." The convoy finally stopped outside a small grove beside which lay a dried-up riverbed with not a single drop of water in it. Vehicles turned off one by one. The doors opened, and people poured out of the cars. Some tried to find a water source, while others took bags to forage for wild vegetables, preparing for lunch. Xiao Xian stopped at the edge of the grove, directly lying on the ground, to start digging. "Lin Feng, the captain, wants you all to come for a meeting." Jiang Sheng's voice came from out. "Got it, coming right away." Chun Min wriggled out of Lin Feng's embrace, straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes, tied her hair back up, and pulled the door down the stairs, with Lin Feng jumping off, Xiao Xian's back behind her. Jiang Sheng stood next to Xiao Xian, a hint of awkwardness on his face. "The captain said he has matters to discuss, so you all need to hurry over." The door of the armored RV was wide open, and when Lin Feng approached, many people were already seated inside, including Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui. This luxurious RV actually belonged to Shun Yutong. Lin Feng didn't know much about the people and situations in the convoy, only aware that Shun Yutong was a rich heiress before the apocalypse, and this luxurious RV had been with her since the beginning. As for why every meeting was held in this vehicle instead of Wang Lai's, the likely reason was that this vehicle had the most space, with tables and sofas, making it the most comfortable. Of course, Lin Feng had once been assigned a large bus, but it was taken back. Wang Lai held a teacup, his gaze lingering for a moment between Lin Feng and Chen Min before shifting away. The bandages on Dong Ye's body had been removed, leaving only a few shallow scars. She was speaking to Mo Qingwan, her voice so gentle that it gave Lin Feng goosebumps, especially the way Dong Yu looked at Mo Qingwan made Lin Feng's mouth twitch. "Sister Qingwan, your healing ability is incredible. I thought my arm was going to be useless, but once you placed your hand on it, it was better in less than 10 minutes. Dong Ye's gaze was too familiar, just like how Lin Feng looked at beautiful women. Her attraction to women was known to all the awakened in the convoy, and she never concealed it in public. The two women she had taken from Lin Feng earlier were the best proof. Among the core members of this convoy, Dong Yu had the weakest abilities, as she couldn't intimidate a single woman, not Chen Min, not Shin Yutong, not Fong Ling. These women either had stronger abilities than her, or held higher status, or both. So her gaze was always fixed on the ordinary women in the convoy who lacked the ability to protect themselves. But now the convoy had welcomed two newcomers. Both newcomers were not only awakened, but also two big stars. They were both auxiliary type, awakened with weaker abilities, so she felt an opportunity had come. Dong Ye's eyes were glued to Mo Qingwan, and Mi Shui sensed something. Her danger perception ability instinctively detected something was off, but she couldn't articulate what it was. "Everyone is here. Let me start by saying that our convoy has two new awakened, Mo Qingwan with the ability of healing, and Mi Shui with the ability of danger perception. Welcome aboard." Lin Feng stood up from his seat, walked around the small table, wearing a warm smile on his face. "Sister Qingwan, Sister Mi Shui, I'm your fan. I really like you both. I never expected to meet you in person during the apocalypse. It's such an honor." As he spoke, Lin Feng opened his arms, pretending to hug them. "Welcome to the convoy. From now on, we are all family." Before his arms could touch Mo Qingluan's shoulder, his ear was seized by a hand. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lin Feng tilted his head and stepped back. Chun Min stood behind him, pinching his ear with 2 fingers, her expression, smiling, while Lin Feng felt a chill run down his back. Sit still. Sister Min, I was just expressing my enthusiasm. Sit still. Lin Feng rubbed his ear and returned to his seat, sitting obediently, while mumbling. Xin Yutong circled between Chun Min and Lin Feng, her lips curling slightly, yet she said nothing. Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui exchanged glances. Mo Qingwan shook her head slightly, meaning, don't ask, she didn't know what was going on. Mi Shui nodded slightly. I hope we didn't scare you. Chun Min's expression instantly switched, revealing a warm smile. Don't mind that scumbag. He can't function when he sees pretty girls. Sister Min, I don't. Shut up. Laughter erupted in the carriage, and thanks to Lin Feng's interruption, the atmosphere became much more amicable than before. Wang Lai coughed, pulling everyone's attention back. Let's talk business. Don't mind that scumbag. He can't function when he sees pretty girls. Sister Min, I don't. Shut up. Laughter erupted in the carriage, and thanks to Lin Feng's interruption, the atmosphere became 120 kilometers, which would take just about an hour on Blue Star highways. But in the apocalypse, with winding routes, bizarrely occupied areas, and the ever-present threat of mutated creatures, it would be a great fortune to arrive by tomorrow. But the current issue is that aside from the vehicles of a few awakened, many people's fuel in the convoy is about to run out. Those private vehicles were already low on gas, and after driving all morning, their tanks are nearly empty. The car fell silent. Without fuel, a vehicle is just a pile of scrap metal. No one spoke. Guai lowered his head, his fingers tracing circles on the table. He had his whole family to take care of. 7. No one spoke. Guai lowered his head, his fingers tracing circles on the table. He had his whole family to take care of 7 or 8 people. Jiang Sheng also remained silent. His bus was transformed entirely for growing potatoes, with only the driver left. Xin Yutong was sketching on a map, seemingly oblivious to the question, while no one else dared to have ideas about her vehicle. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. He didn't even have a bus. His mode of transport was a turtle. Even if they contributed their bus, that was their business. I have no problem, Chin Min spoke up. My bus is quite empty. It can accommodate a lot of people. I can move to Lin Feng's vehicle. Everyone turned to Chin Min, then their gaze landed on Lin Feng, implying that he had quite the capability to pull this off. Then Mo Qingwan spoke. Our convoy situation is somewhat unique. A part of it consists of crew members, and we have rescued quite a few people on the road. The bus is already packed, and we have exhausted our food and water. I came here seeking help. Fong Ling cast a glance at Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui. Dong Ye's expression shifted from infatuation to worry as she moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing, subtly distancing herself from Mo Qingwan. Don't you have any supplies? Mo Qingwan shook her head. The supplies in our convoy are collected and then distributed evenly. At first it was fine, but as the dangers increased, fewer people were willing to go out and gather supplies. So, Lin Feng understood. With over 100 people in the convoy, some risked their lives to work, while others enjoyed the benefits, leading to dwindling willingness over time. We still have some supplies, Wang Lai said, but it's not enough to sustain the entire convoy. Fong Ling closed her notebook. Our convoy's food reserves are only enough for 2 days. With over 100 more people, if divided, it will only last a day. Lin Feng, how much do you have? All eyes in the carriage turned to Lin Feng, knowing that his turtle's storage held a considerable amount of good things. Mo Qingwan looked at him, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Chun Min tightened her grip around Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng quickly ran through his inventory in his mind: about 300 to 400 pounds of rice, 50 to 60 pounds of flour, dozens of cans, 5 or 6 pieces of cured meat, plus the fish he caught from the river today, enough for himself and a few girls for over half a month. But sustaining the entire convoy? Impossible. It's enough for me. I can't spare any. Besides, this morning, didn't the people in the convoy force me into a corner precisely because they were unwilling to hand over supplies? Captain, weren't you also forced to agree due to significant losses in supplies and food scarcity? What? Are you becoming soft-hearted? Wang Lai coughed twice and finally voiced his thoughts. What I mean is we should expand the patrol team. After all, the number of us awakened is scarce, especially now. We can't possibly manage 500 to 600 people. What do you mean? Wang Lai pointed to the forest outside. According to Yutong's predictions, there are many low-level mutated creatures in that forest. What? Mi Shui stood up, using her ability to sense the surroundings, her expression slightly changing. Chun Min's forehead glowed faintly as her mental power spread towards the forest. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and said, there are creatures, but not many, and they are quite concentrated. Mostly level 0 mutated creatures, about a dozen level 1, but none at level 2. Wang Lai nodded and continued, we should form a hunting team, providing them with weapons led by the awakened to hunt within. The supplies obtained will be distributed according to contribution, ensuring fairness. As for those who refuse, although Wang Lai didn't say it, everyone understood, those who refused would just wait to die. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. He was inherently selfish and would never share his resources to support strangers. They were not beautiful ladies. But how will we solve the weapon issue, and how will the acquired prey be distributed? The old rule 50 for oneself, the remaining 50 to be handed over distributed by us awakened. Now with Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui, we have exactly 10 people to allocate based on contribution. Gua Yi pulled out a gleaming knife from under his seat about 60 centimeters long with a thick spine and an incredibly sharp blade, the handle designed with anti-slip texture. This is a fine steel knife fused with strange materials. Its sharpness is several times stronger than an ordinary cleaver. It can slice through level 0 mutated creatures as easily as cutting tofu. He then took out a bow, a recurved bow made of spring steel fused with strange materials with a range of 150 meters. I used the teeth of mutated razorfish for the arrowheads. I've tested it within 50 meters. It can penetrate 3 layers of steel plates no problem against level 0 mutated creatures. Lin Feng picked up an arrow and examined it. It was indeed incredibly sharp. But Gua Yi's voice carried a hint of helplessness. My awakened ability is in mechanical repair and modification. Making weapons is truly not my specialty. This knife and bow are already my limit. Infused with level 1 materials, they can only deal with level 0 mutated creatures. Against level 1, the blade will dull and the arrows won't penetrate. As for dealing with the strange, he shook his head. There's absolutely no way. Mi Shui suddenly spoke up. There's someone in our convoy who has a black dog. A black dog? Yes, a pure black dog that has been with us since the first day. Once when we encountered something strange, we found that the blood of the black dog could repel them. Black dog blood. Gua Yi was somewhat excited. Are you saying it's the black dog blood from folk legends? Yes, our convoy has managed to survive this long thanks to the blood of that black dog smeared on our weapons, which can harm the strange beings. Several times when strange entities attacked, they circled around us for a long time without daring to approach precisely because we had black dog blood in the vehicle. Exactly. How did I not think of that? Gua Yi slapped his thigh. Black dog blood wards off evil. It's a traditional remedy passed down by our ancestors. There must be some truth to it. Folklore isn't always baseless. The strange entities in this world have some similarities with the ghosts from our Blue Star legends. If black dog blood can ward off evil, it should be equally effective in this world. After Lin Feng reached level 1, he gained an additional slot for a beast companion. Xiao Xian was his first beast, and he had yet to find a second. The blood of the black dog can ward off evil and repel anomalies. If he contracts that black dog and levels it up, will its blood become even stronger, or can it directly kill anomalies? If it can deal with anomalies, who would worry about nighttime attacks in the future? Lin Feng straightened up and looked at Mi Shui. Is that black dog for sale? Mi Shui was taken aback. What do you want a black dog for? I am a beast master. My beast is that turtle, as you should have seen. I have a second slot for a beast that I've yet to find a suitable contract for. As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone in the car immediately understood. The thought of Lin Feng contracting that black dog and nurturing it to be like Xiao Xian made them realize he could walk confidently among anomalies. I can help you ask. Mo Qinglan's voice chimed in, tinged with her unique youthful tone, but her next words made Lin Feng's heart sink. However, that black dog is very important to our convoy, so it can't be cheap. Lin Feng silently cursed. This woman was trying to fleece him. But thinking of the potential of leveling up the black dog after contracting it, he gritted his teeth and conceded. All right, you asked first. The group continued to discuss forming a hunting team. Wang Lai's intention was clear: to recruit those willing to join from the convoy, distributing weapons made by Gua Yi, and having Awakened lead the team into the woods for hunting with the spoils split evenly. Those who join the hunting team can bring one family member onto the bus. Those who are unwilling should find their own way, and those who wish to sit back and enjoy will wait for their demise. After Wang Lai set the tone, no one opposed. Lin Feng listened absent-mindedly, his mind filled with thoughts of the black dog, and as soon as the meeting ended, he stood up. Sister Qinglan, hurry, take me to see that dog. Mo Qinglan's convoy was at the tail end of the main group with dozens of vehicles lined up. At that moment, a tour bus was surrounded by a crowd of people, about a dozen, both men and women. An old man leaned against a tire, tightly clutching a black dog in his arms. The old man appeared to be over 60 with graying hair and a frail body. At that moment, the veins in his arms were bulging, and he hunched over, protecting the dog in his embrace. The dog was very small, appearing only a few months old, entirely black, without a single stray hair. It looked listless, resting its head on the old man's arm, and its leg was wrapped in a bandage with dark brown blood seeping through. No, you can't eat it. The old man's voice was hoarse, and he trembled all over. Have you forgotten? It was its blood that kept you alive all this way. How can you be so ungrateful? 3 men stood in front of the old man, the leader in his 30s wearing a wrinkled suit. That was then, this is now. Now we have the protection of powerful Awakened in the convoy. Can it be the same? Exactly. One of his lackeys stepped forward. We've all gone a day without food. What's wrong with eating a dog? Exactly, everything in the vehicle belongs to everyone. Hand it over. The surrounding crowd began to stir. Just hand it over, old man. It's just a dog, not a person. We're all stars. Eating your dog is an honor to you. The crowd joined in, and the leading man suddenly gained confidence, reaching out to grab the dog from the old man's arms. Let go. The old man held the dog tightly, shrinking back. Suddenly he was kicked, his body toppled to the side, hitting the ground, but he still clung to the black dog, refusing to let go. What's going on? Mo Qinglin's voice wasn't loud, but the crowd around went silent at her words. The man saw it was Yang Mi and immediately put on a smiling face. Sister Qinglan, everyone's been hungry all day. We were just thinking of getting something to eat. This old man has a dog, and we were planning to stew it and share some with you, but he's being ungrateful, so we were teaching him a lesson. Let go and give the dog back. The man's smile faltered for a moment. Sister Qinglan, everyone hasn't eaten for a whole day. If we don't eat, we'll starve to death. It's just a dog. I'll pay you. He pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and waved it in front of the old man. See this? Real money, is it enough? The old man didn't even look at the cash, just held the dog tightly. Enough, old man, don't be ungrateful. He pulled again, and the old man didn't let go. He yanked once more, dragging the old man's body forward half a meter, scraping his knee on the gravel and drawing blood, but he still didn't release his grip. You son of a... Lin Feng walked over, not giving him a chance to speak, and kicked the man in the stomach. The man was sent flying back by Lin Feng's kick, crashing into the bus with a loud thud that shook the whole vehicle. Then he fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in a ball, unable to utter a sound, his face a mask of pain and fear. The others witnessing this scene all took a step back, afraid to say a word. Lin Feng squatted down, and the old man trembled, looking at him with eyes full of vigilance. Old man, don't be afraid. I am a beastmaster. Can I take a look at that dog? The old man's hands instinctively tightened around the dog, but after a few seconds he finally let go. Lin Feng took the black dog. It was very light. The dog was only a few months old, and having not eaten much in recent days, it felt weightless in his hands. Lin Feng examined it carefully and confirmed it was a 5 black dog rumored in folklore to ward off evil, perceive yin and yang, and dispel spirits. He had previously thought it was just superstition. But after crossing into this apocalyptic world and witnessing real anomalies like strange beasts and resentful spirits, his perspective on this dog changed. And selected by ancestors, could it be an ordinary creature? Old man, I want this dog. I'll give you 10 kilos of rice. Will you trade? The old man's lips quivered. 10 kilos of rice could last him half a month in this apocalypse. Mo Qinglin's voice came from behind. Lin Feng, that's not fair. She walked over, arms crossed. This dog can ward off evil and drive away anomalies. You want to trade it for just 10 kilos of rice? At least 100 kilos. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Indeed, beautiful women have dark hearts. Lin Feng ignored Mo Qinglan and looked down at the old man. Old man, 10 kilos of rice, and I'll arrange for you to sit in the front of the convoy's bus. It's safer there, and you can escape quickly when the gray mist comes. Lin Feng thought about it. Chun Min's bus was empty anyway, and wasn't it essentially his? Arranging a seat was no big deal. I am a beastmaster, I won't eat it. Instead, I will find a way to make it stronger. Lin Feng looked into the old man's eyes, stating his final bargaining chip. If he didn't trade, he would find another way to obtain it. Really? Not eating it. Not eating it. The old man glanced at the dog in Lin Feng's arms, and with reluctant tenderness ran his hand slowly from its head to the tip of its tail. He'll trade for it, as long as you don't eat it. Its name is Xiao Hei. My late wife bought it to keep me company. Who would have imagined the world would come to this? Mo Qinglan frowned. With so many people in the convoy, such paltry goods were negligible, and she said, this is improper. It is merely a bargain between consenting parties. What is improper about that? Don't forget, this is our convoy. We must follow our rules. The communal pot arrangements don't apply here. Lin Feng's gaze swept the crowd, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Even if it's her. He pointed at a tall figure, a woman in her 20s. Ah, that beauty, Lin Feng called, waving to her. The woman froze for a moment, looked around, and realized he was beckoning her. You there, come over. She hesitated for a moment, then squeezed through the crowd. Up close, Lin Feng noticed her figure was exquisite, tall and willowy, curves in the right places, features delicate, and a high-nose bridge. One glance revealed her past profession, a model who had even walked international shows. What's your name? Su Wan. The woman's voice was hoarse, her lips chapped, as if she had not known a full meal for a long time. Su Wan, a fine name. Lin Feng appraised her from head to toe and nodded inwardly. Come with me, and you'll have enough to eat every day. A murmur swept through the crowd like an explosion of whispers. Su Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not look down nor avoid Lin Feng's eyes. She had gone a day without food, her stomach hollow and gnawed by hunger. She had once been a model, and the company had landed her a role. She had starved herself many times to keep her figure, but never like this. Never so ravenous she wanted to bite at the table. After a moment of silence, she asked, Are you telling the truth? I'm not lying. That big turtle in the convoy is my mount. Don't agree to him. Mishue pushed through and grabbed Su Wan's hand. Su Wan, don't accept this scoundrel. Mishue shot Lin Feng a glare full of anger, caution, and a hint of regret that she had let Su Wan come along. Lin Feng shrugged, cradled the black dog, helped the old man, and began to leave. This is boring, I'm off. He walked a few steps, and then halted. My offer still stands, follow me, and you'll have food. Of course. Only for beauties. Without waiting for a reply, he took the dog, and walked away. The black dog in Lin Feng's embrace opened a pair of deep clear brown eyes, and looked up at him, then stuck out its tongue, and licked the back of his hand. Hey little one. Lin Feng ruffled Xiao Hei's head, and with the old man following approached Xiao Xian, who was at the edge of the trees using its paws to dig a large pit. Once it stopped moving, it would not stop digging and nibbling at clumps of earth. Lin Feng shook his head and let it be. Sister Min. Chun Min set down a water bottle, glanced at Lin Feng, then at the old man, and finally at the black dog in his arms. Is this the dog? Chun Min reached out to pat its head. Xiao Hei's tail wagged gently. Old sir, you go with her. Pointing at Chun Min, Lin Feng told the old man. She will arrange a seat for you. He'll send the rice over later. Tin Jin, I want short you. The old man nodded without protest. Let me borrow the dog for a while. Chun Min took Xiao Hei from Lin Feng's arms, and guiding the old man back on the bus, Chun Min produced a sausage, peeled it, broke it into small pieces, and fed them to Xiao Hei. The dog sniffed once, and then devoured the morsels, eating greedily, clearly driven by hunger. Have you packed my things? Sister Min, everything's packed. A few women descended from the bus. They were young in their 20s, dressed in t-shirts and jeans, makeup sparse, but still pleasant to look at. Among the crowd, they were of some attractiveness. They shouldered bags and carried parcels, lugging big and small packages down from the vehicle. Is that all you have? Lin Feng had come up to the bus unnoticed. A core awakener like Chun Min had so little, only a small sack of food, some instant noodles, bread, not even 10 jin of rice and flour together, and a half bag of wild greens at best. The best item looked like half a fish, probably part of the morning distribution. It was embarrassingly meager. That's it. Chun Min fed the last piece of sausage to Xiao Hei. I never had much. Supplies in the convoy are scarce, and most of it I don't even want. Lin Feng handed a bag of rice to the old man, and on impulse gave him the wild greens as well. Here, these are yours. From now on, you ride on this vehicle. Keep that bag of greens too. Thank you, thank you. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he kept thanking them. Lin Feng waved him off, and went to pull Chun Min into an embrace. Sister Min, if you come with me, you won't be eating wild greens anymore. He'll make sure you grow plump and well fed. You are the one who will be fattened. Chun Min playfully tapped his chest. In the end times, such a line was as sweet as the finest of declarations. Affection was a luxury in the apocalypse. Lives hung by a thread, death could come at any moment. Many women in the convoy who had lost husbands soon found new men at their sides, not only for food and resources, but for emotional solace. So long as it was not coerced, people would often turn a blind eye. This was one of the ways resources flowed among the lower ranks. After all, everyone was simply trying to survive. Let's go. The return trip was swift. Lin Feng pointed to the house atop Xiao Xian's back. Move it up there. Put clothing on the upper floor, a food and water go in the first floor. The women behind Chun Min answered and carried their things up the stairs. Standing at the storage door, their eyes swept across shelves laden with supplies, and they were stunned. The contents could feed them for months. No wonder Sister Min had insisted on moving here instead of staying on the bus. If it were them, they would follow too, yet they knew it was beyond their reach. They quietly put their possessions down, said nothing, and went back downstairs, glancing over their shoulders with every step. Brother Lin Feng's Sister Min, dinner is ready. Coming. Lin Feng took the black dog from Chun Min's arms and patted its head. Let's eat. A small storage room with a table set up, a large basin of fish and meat placed in the center, and steaming milky fish soup, alongside 2 small dishes, stir-fried potato shreds, and a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms. A large basin of steamed rice is placed on a stone platform nearby, the aroma of rice wafting through the air. 4 girls stand by the table, their hands neatly positioned in front of them, resembling elementary school students waiting for their teacher's instructions. Please sit down and eat. Chun Min spoke, her tone warm and natural like that of a hostess. The 4 girls glanced at Lin Feng before slowly sitting down. They perched on the edge of plastic stools, sitting up straight, their eyes fixed on the dishes on the table, swallowing hard, yet refraining from picking up their chopsticks. Seeing this, Lin Feng picked up a piece of fish and placed it in their bowls. Eat, relax, Min, Jia won't bite. Lin Feng set the black dog down, picked up a piece of fish from the basin, and the black dog's tail wagged rapidly, drooling as it stared intently at the fish on Lin Feng's chopsticks, yet it did not approach. Only when Lin Feng placed the fish on the ground did the little black dog approach to sniff it before beginning to eat. Xiao Rui's eyes widened. She put down her chopsticks, crouched beside the little black dog, and reached out to pet its back. So black, so cute. What's its name? Little Black. Little Black, Little Black, are you starving? Xiao Rui picked up a piece of fish from her bowl, tore it into small strips, placed it in her palm, and offered it to Little Black. Little Black sniffed it, and cautiously began to eat, its tongue licking across Xiao Rui's palm, making her giggle with delight. Xiao Yu also crouched down to pet. Xiao Qing and Xiao Li ran to a corner to find 2 slightly older stainless steel bowls, cleaned them, poured a small half bottle of clean water, added some rice, and scooped a few spoonfuls of fish soup, mixing it well before placing it in front of Little Black. The four girls surrounded Little Black, their faces beaming with joy. Alright, eat first, you haven't eaten yet either. Only then did the girls return to their stools. Chun Min's eating posture was very elegant, yet her speed was not slow at all. The awakened ones have large appetites, and she finished a bowl of rice in just a few bites, while Lin Feng's pace was even faster, casually chewing the fish meat before swallowing. Accompanied by the prompt of Constitution 1-1, the large basin of fish meat was quickly devoured by the group. I'm full, you all clean up. Lin Feng placed the bowl on the table and glanced underneath, seeing that Little Black had already finished the fish soup rice lying beside his feet with its head resting on his foot, half-closed eyes snoring softly. Lin Feng bent down, picked up Little Black, and headed to the rooftop. Once on the rooftop, he set Little Black down and pressed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto Little Black's forehead. Contract. The contract had no special effects, just a feeling of an additional connection with his spirit, allowing him to sense the dog's emotions and issue commands through this mental link. Familiar Beast 22, Familiar Beast 1, Xian Gui, Familiar Beast 2, by Xia Dog Level 0 Evolution, requires 10 evolution points. Ability 1, the power to exorcise. Note your familiar's blood has the effect of dispelling anomalies. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. It inflicts extra damage on anomalies of level 1 and below and causes a deterrent effect on anomalies of level 1 and above. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Familiar Beast 22, Familiar Beast 1, Xian Gui, Familiar Beast 2, by Xia Dog Level 0 Evolution, requires 10 evolution points. Lin Feng glanced at the number of evolution points he had. 11. 2. It was enough for Little Black to evolve from level 0 to level 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng silently chanted in his heart, "Evolve." A faint light of evolution enveloped Little Black, and then its size began to visibly grow. The originally few-month-old puppy slowly became larger, its limbs became thick and powerful, and its claws extended from its pads, sharp as ever. The entire evolution process was completed in just a few minutes. The puppy transformed from a round and clumsy form into a streamlined shape of an adult dog. No, it was even larger than an adult dog, with its shoulder height exceeding Lin Feng's calf. Reaching out to touch it, he could feel the explosive power coursing through its body. Evolution feedback: Constitution 3, Strength 4, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Choose one familiar beast ability as your innate talent. The information on the panel changed. By Xia Dog Little Black. Ability 1, Power to exorcise. Note your familiar possesses the power to exorcise, inflicting significant damage to anomalies of level 2 and below, and causing a deterrent effect on anomalies of level 2 and above. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Ability 2, Guardian Domain. Note dogs are guardians of humanity, capable of releasing a guardian domain with a radius of 100 meters to deter anomalies, dispelling level 2 and below anomalies. Within the domain, the concealment effect of anomalies is nullified, reducing their power by 50 and doubling damage dealt to anomalies. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Lin Feng saw the newly appeared ability description on the panel, his lips unable to suppress a grin, and then he chuckled. A guardian domain of 100 meters with anomaly abilities directly reduced by half and damage doubled. Moreover, it can dispel anomalies. This is simply a godly. What does this mean? It means that finally he can have a good night's sleep. Since the first day he crossed into this apocalyptic world, the convoy had never enjoyed a peaceful night, as they had to keep moving forward. Initially, patrol members were arranged on the roof to guard against anomalies that could appear at any time, but the patrol members were just ordinary people without awakened abilities. They could handle ordinary people, but they were utterly helpless against anomalies. Later, only a few awakened ones took turns keeping watch, yet even so many people still died every night. Now, with Little Black's guardian domain activated, the radius of 100 meters equates to a small safe zone. Even if anomalies come with their abilities halved and damage doubled, as long as they don't encounter high-level anomalies, they would be manageable. Lin Feng. Chun Min's voice came from the staircase, tinged with concern. What are you laughing at? You look like a fool. Min Jie, come here. Chun Min approached, smoothing Lin Feng's hair that had been blown askew by the wind. What's up? Min Jie looked at Little Black. Chun Min's gaze fell on Little Black, her eyes wide with astonishment. This. She reached out to pet Little Black's head, and Little Black didn't shy away. Instead, it nuzzled against her hand, wagging its tail excitedly. It's grown so much. Just a lump earlier, and now it's this big. It just evolved, and Little Black has 2 abilities. What abilities? Lin Feng didn't hide anything, explaining all of Little Black's abilities to Chun Min, especially the one that could create a temporary safe domain. As Chun Min listened, her expression shifted from astonishment to seriousness, then to gravity, her alluring eyes fixated on Lin Feng, as if confirming whether he was joking. Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Let's go find the captain. Chun Min turned and walked away, then paused after a couple of steps, seeing Lin Feng still standing there. What? Let's go. Lin Feng patted Xiao Hei's head, signaling it to follow. When Lin Feng and Chun Min arrived in front of the armored RV, they found a crowd of people, mostly men of various ages, with a majority being young and strong, and a few women mixed in. Gua Yi stood at the front of the crowd, piles of steel knives scattered on the ground, handing them out one by one, stating with each one, "The knives are borrowed, they must be returned." Wang Lai stood nearby, scanning the crowd with an inherent aura of pressure. Other team members were also present. Lin Feng spotted Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui, both with two short knives at their waists and a bow in hand, testing the tension of the bowstring. Wang Lai saw Lin Feng and Chun Min approaching. "You're just in time. We've chosen 60 people. You, Mi Feng, Ling Dongyu, and Chun Min each lead a team, while Qingwan and Mi Shui lead another, each with 10 hunting team members heading into the woods." Lin Feng glanced at the 60 individuals standing loosely, their formation disorganized, each gripping a weapon with a fierce determination in their eyes, driven by desperation for survival as food ran scarce. "I don't need any people for my team. Just me and Sister Min are enough. You all can take the rest." He'll lead Xiao Xian straight through. Lin Feng had no interest in leading a team, finding it troublesome to protect them. He walked directly to Gua Yi, picking up the few remaining recurved bows from the ground and taking an entire bundle of arrows. "He'll take these bows and all the arrows. Oh, this knife is nice too." He picked up a long knife as well. Gua Yi watched Lin Feng gather the bows and arrows with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "These recurved bows are hard to make. The materials are limited and the quantity is small. You're taking them all for yourself." "What's the hesitation?" Lin Feng didn't even look up, instead picking up another long knife. Wang Lai coughed behind him. Lin Feng put those down first. Lin Feng ignored him, clutching his belongings tighter and turning to Wang Lai with a look that said, "I've taken everything. What can I had some good news to share with you, but since you're being so stingy, I won't tell you." Wang Lai. Chun Min nudged Lin Feng, laughing to ease the tension, saying, "Captain, that's just his character. He can't stand losing even a bit." "But it is indeed good news. It's about the entire convoy." Chun Min waved her hand behind her, and Xiao He walked out from beside Lin Feng. Wang Lai looked at the dog, his gaze lingering on it for several seconds without much change in expression. "Level 1 this dog. Indeed much stronger than an ordinary dog. Is this the good news?" Chun Min didn't hold back, detailing Xiao He's abilities, including its dispelling power and protective field. After hearing this, Wang Lai's expression shifted, and not just his, the faces of the other awakened ones varied as well. "A protective field with a radius of 100 meters. Wang Lai fell silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Since the first day of crossing over, the gray fog had been chasing from behind with strange nightly attacks, supplies dwindling, and personnel decreasing, with someone dying every day. As the captain, he couldn't panic, couldn't be afraid, couldn't fall. He had to hold on, making everyone believe he had a way to lead them to survive. Hearing about Xiao He's protective field now, that taut string inside him finally relaxed. It is indeed good news. Wang Lai's voice returned to calm as he looked at Xiao He, gazing at it for a long time before his eyes towards Lin Feng became more favorable. "All right, for future gains I'll give you an extra share." "Deal." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. "Good dog, my future good days depend on you." After the discussions were concluded, the awakened ones redistributed their team members, ready to set out. 10 people lined up, carefully advancing along the edge of the woods. Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui led the last team, standing at the entrance of the woods with a dozen people gripping knives, their hands trembling. Their team had the lowest combat power among the awakened and couldn't help but feel fear. Mi Shui closed her eyes, sensing the dangers within the woods. When Lin Feng returned with the weapons to Xiao Xian's back, 4 girls were peering out the second-floor window, clearly having noticed the awakened ones leading people into the woods. "Xiao Rui, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qing, Xiao Li, come up here." "What's wrong, sir? Can you shoot arrows?" The 4 girls shook their heads in unison. "It's fine if you can't. Just try it first." Lin Feng handed a recurved bow to each of them. The girls took the bows, weighing them in their hands. Xiao Rui tried pulling the bowstring, her face turning red, but surprisingly, she managed to. She released her grip, staring at her fingers in disbelief. I can pull it back." "You've eaten the meat of level 1 mutated fish for 2 meals. Your physique and strength are no worse than ordinary men, so pulling it back is normal." Lin Feng picked up an arrow from the ground, placed it on the bow, pulled it back, and released. The arrow shot out with a whoosh, embedding itself in a dead tree 30 meters away. "This bow is nice." The girls exchanged glances as Xiao Yu also tried and managed to pull it back. Xiao Li and Xiao Qing followed suit, especially Xiao Li, who pulled back the bowstring the slowest. Yet when she did, her gaze and posture made it seem like she was born to wield a bow. Lin Feng nodded, realizing they had some combat talent. With a bit of training, they could become good helpers. "When we enter the woods later, you'll stand on this rooftop and shoot at any mutated creatures you see." While speaking, Lin Feng used earth control technique to raise the edge of the rooftop with another layer of stone wall, just enough to serve as a railing, allowing them to stand behind it while being mostly shielded with only their upper bodies exposed. "All right, this is the railing. Stand behind it to shoot arrows to avoid falling. Don't lean out too much. Aim before shooting. It's fine if you miss. Everyone starts from missing." Just make sure not to shoot anyone. Seeing the girls chatting and practicing pulling the bows, Chun Min couldn't help but ask, are you serious? Of course. We're in a state of escape. In the apocalypse, there are no idle hands. Everyone must strive for survival, and they're clearly having fun. Let's go. Xiao Xian, responding to the command, stood up from the dirt pit. Having eaten a bellyful of dirt, its size had increased again, and it wouldn't be long before it needed to adjust the size of the house. Oh, what a blissful worry. Xiao Xian stepped forward into the small forest with people around searching for wild vegetables, making way for this enormous creature. Xiao Xian's size was so large that branches brushed against its shell, creating a swishing sound. The deeper they went, the denser the trees became. Thankfully, Xiao Xian's earth control technique was effective. The soil lifted the roots of the trees, automatically parting to create a wide pathway. Other teams, unlike Lin Feng, who charged boldly with Xiao Xian, moved very cautiously. Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui, along with her team, crouched low and cautiously moved forward while Reba used her abilities to sense the movements around them. Suddenly, Mi Shui raised her hand, saying, "Stop, there's something ahead." The people behind her halted in unison, their brows sweating and their hands trembling around the knife handles. They were facing a mutated creature, which was enough to instill fear. 20 meters ahead, beneath a massive tree that could be embraced by a single person, a mound of earth had been disturbed, forming a small hill with a blackened cave entrance underneath. Mo Qingwan signaled everyone to follow and to circle around from both sides, forming an encirclement. A groundhog poked its head out of the hole. Its size was not much smaller than an adult dog. Upon seeing the crowd, it not only did not retreat, but its fur bristled like steel needles, revealing its long incisors as it lunged toward the nearest person. "Be careful," cried a woman in her 40s by Mo Qingwan's side, wielding a long knife and striking down. The groundhog felt the wind from above, and with a swift motion retracted its long sharp claws, abandoning its attack to swipe at the descending blade. With a clanging sound, the knife blade collided with the claws, sending sparks flying. "Zhang Jie, be careful," Mo Qingwan shouted. This Zhang Jie had been her bodyguard before the apocalypse. Initially, there had been 6 of them, but after days of fleeing, only Zhang Jie and another person remained. Since both she and Mi Shui had awakened their abilities, they had been following them. Without the protection of the bodyguards, the 2 of them would have been completely devoured by the people in the convoy. The groundhog reacted swiftly, leaping towards Zhang Jie's calf as it landed. A man next to them quickly stepped forward, slashing down at the groundhog's back. The knife blade cleaved through the rough fur, and a deep wound exposing bone immediately oozed blood. The groundhog screeched in pain and spun around, lunging at the man. At that moment, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the groundhog with precision. This arrow was shot by Mo Qingwan, who quickly knocked another arrow onto her bow. "Hurry! Help out! What are you all standing around for?" The people around holding their knives hesitated, intimidated, until they were sternly rebuked by Zhang Jie. "If you don't act now, there will be nothing for you." Others gritted their teeth, their eyes fierce, rushing forward as a group. 10 or so people surrounded the groundhog, hacking at it with wild swings, lacking any coordination. The groundhog dashed through the crowd, knocking several people down. Each time it attempted to escape, it was thwarted by Zhang Jie and another bodyguard named Ayong. Finally, Zhang Jie seized the opportunity, delivering a lethal strike to the groundhog's neck. The blade sliced through, blood gushed forth, and the groundhog convulsed on the ground a few times before lying still. The people around were panting heavily, almost all of them wounded, especially the 2 unfortunate souls who were the most severely injured. One had their hand bitten off, while the other had several deep gashes on their calf, each visible to the bone. "Bandage them up. The rest of you take the prey and keep moving forward," Zhang Jie said, glancing at the 2 injured. 2 people emerged from the crowd, tearing their clothes into strips for makeshift bandages, then hoisting the groundhog to continue onward. As for the 2 injured on the ground, they could only help each other limp back to the camp, while everyone else showed no signs of stopping. This was the apocalypse. Acquiring resources was more important than healing the wounded. Mi Shui wanted to say something, but Mo Qingwan tugged at her, urging her to keep. The other teams appeared to have it much easier, especially Wang Lai's group. Wang Lai walked at the forefront, his pace leisurely, as if strolling through his own backyard, followed by 15 people, knives in hand, scanning their surroundings. "Captain, there's movement over there." One person pointed at a thicket ahead. Wang Lai glanced in the direction of the finger and raised his hand casually. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the thicket, instantly exploding it. A groundhog flew out, landing on the ground, its body emitting smoke. The dozen or so people behind him stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. In less than a second, the groundhog was dead. "What are you all staring at? Go and retrieve it." One quick thinker ran out to fetch the groundhog's corpse. Wang Lai glanced at the groundhog, and then at the dozen people. "Those who want to eat meat, get your hands dirty. Those who contribute nothing will get nothing." He turned and continued walking. With his current strength, dealing with such low-level mutated creatures was as easy as squashing an ant. However, what he wanted were warriors who dared to fight and kill, not a bunch of pigs waiting to be fed. The people exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their knives, and followed Wang Lai's lead. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Lin Feng's group was completely different. On the rooftop, 4 girls crouched behind a stone wall, arrows knocked on their bows, each eager to take a shot. Xiao Yu, your grip is too tight. Relax a bit, yes, just like that aim. Release. Whoosh. I hit. Xiao Qing's voice was filled with excitement. Not bad, you hit. It's still alive, keep practicing. Xiao Rui jumped up and down from the other side. Brother Lin Feng, I want to try too, please teach me. She bounced over from the other side and directly dove into Lin Feng's embrace, pushing Xiao Qing out. Xiao Qing glared discontentedly at Xiao Rui after being forced out. Please teach me. You've been teaching Xiao Qing for so long. Lin Feng sighed, helplessly standing behind her, his chest against her back, his right hand holding her hand that pulled the bowstring, and his left hand supporting her hand that held the bow. Steady your hand, yes, just like that. Lin Feng whispered in her ear. The breath brushing against it made Xiao Rui's ears turn red. Focus, don't rush. Wait until you're aimed before you release. Whoosh. The arrow flew out, striking the groundhog in the abdomen. Xiao Rui jumped out of Lin Feng's embrace, bouncing high. Brother Lin Feng, did you see? I hit. I saw. Lin Feng handed the bow back to her and patted her on the head, saying, continue. What are you so proud of? You're not the only one who hit. Xiao Yu scoffed at Xiao Rui's smug expression. I hit too, and you haven't even hit yet. Xiao Rui's smugness made Xiao Yu grit her teeth in frustration. Shun Min leaned against the wall, arms crossed, rolling her eyes at the scene. Just spoil them more. Sister Min, are you jealous? Lin Feng walked over, reaching out to wrap his arm around Shun Min's waist. Come on, let me teach you two hand in hand, you'll learn right away, every shot will hit perfectly. Shun Min sidestepped to avoid him, her silver knife spinning at her fingertips, the blade pointed at Lin Feng. Get lost, don't disturb me. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, chuckling. Sister Min, your knife is too fast, if it cuts me I might get disfigured. Getting disfigured is good, that way you won't harm little girls when you go out. Suddenly Xiao Rui shouted with uncontainable excitement. Brother Lin Feng, come look. I hit its head. Lin Feng walked over, following Xiao Rui's pointing finger. An arrow was embedded in the groundhog's head, and besides that several other arrows were stuck in it at odd angles. Good job, well done. Xiao He, go down and bring back the prey, and also retrieve the arrows. The crouching Xiao He dashed down the stairs like the wind, leaping off the turtle's back. In the blink of an eye, it returned with the prey and pulled out all the misfired arrows, bringing them all back. Good dog. Lin Feng patted its head. Brother Lin Feng, hurry up and let the big turtle find the groundhog again. It's so much fun. Oh, and let the big turtle keep the groundhog under control so it can't move you, otherwise I won't hit it. Xiao Rui clung to Lin Feng's arm in a spoiled manner. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. All right. Xiao Xian continued forward as he unearthed one groundhog after another using his earth manipulation technique. Upon seeing Xiao Xian's terrifying size, the groundhogs were flustered and attempted to burrow back into the ground. However, under Xiao Xian's control, the soil became as hard as steel. They could not burrow back, and instead the earth firmly bound them in place, rendering them fixed like immovable rakes. Then the 4 girls excitedly took turns shooting arrows. The arrows flew out, either landing beside the groundhogs or piercing into them. The groundhogs, unsure if they were frightened or in pain, squeaked frantically, struggling desperately, yet they could not escape. The cries of the groundhogs grew increasingly shrill, eventually turning into a plaintive whimper, as if pleading, you can't bully us like this. Let me go and well settle this onion on. After seeing that their practice was nearly sufficient, Lin Feng shot through the head of a groundhog, ending its miserable life. Killed a level 0 groundhog, gained 0 evolution points. While it was good for them to practice their archery, the heads of the ones to be hunted still needed to be claimed. He couldn't let them kill all of them. Even 0.1 points were valuable. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Xiao Xian continued to clear the path, unearthing one groundhog after another using his earth manipulation technique. The girls' aim with the arrows became increasingly precise, and their hands steadied. Particularly Xiao Li showed the fastest improvement, hitting a stationary target with 3 arrows. Their hunting efficiency surpassed that of any hunting party. Other team members carefully scoured the forest searching for targets. When they occasionally spotted a groundhog, they had to encircle and intercept it for a long time to prevent it from swiftly burrowing away, all the while guarding against the frenzied counterattacks of the dying groundhogs, which incurred casualties to kill. Since entering the forest, over 10 groundhogs had already died at their hands. Brother Lin Feng, have the groundhogs decreased in number? It had been quite a while since they encountered new groundhogs, Xiao Rui asked. They haven't decreased. Chun Min extended her spiritual sense, sensing the movements around them. There's an underground cave ahead where most of the groundhogs are located, including some level 1 ones. Xiao Xian, let's go take a look. Xiao Xian headed deeper into the woods, and after walking about 200 meters, he found a broad clearing appearing in the center of the forest. In the center of the clearing there were dozens of pitch black holes, some of which were large enough for a bear to enter. Many people were already standing around the clearing with Wang Lai and a few awakened individuals at the forefront, followed by 4 to 5 dozen people wielding long knives, each bearing various. Upon seeing Lin Feng's beast Xiao Xian emerge from the woods with heavy steps, Wang Lai addressed them. Chun Min, can you sense it? Chun Min nodded. This is the spot. Wang Lai asked, shall we make our move? Lin Feng replied, let's do it. Lin Feng immediately initiated his earth manipulation technique, golden brown light shining from his palm. Although his technique wasn't as strong as Xiao Xian's, it was sufficient to upheave a section of the ground. The earth was lifted as if by an invisible giant hand, suddenly arching upwards, and then cracking open, large amounts of soil rolling to the side. Boom. The ground collapsed. No, to be precise, a layer of the entire surface was lifted, exposing a dozen groundhogs. They were stunned, not understanding why their home was gone, but upon seeing so many people glaring at them, they began to flee in all directions. Some ran towards the woods while others charged towards the crowd, panic-stricken and unable to discern their direction. Wang Lai was the first to strike, sending arcs of lightning from his palm, splitting into several paths in midair, accurately striking 3 groundhogs. Their bodies immediately convulsed from the electricity and then fell motionless. Chun Min's flying knives followed closely behind, carving an arc through the air, piercing through one groundhog's head, then bending around to penetrate a second. Dong Yu charged into the crowd of groundhogs with a long knife in hand, the blade slicing through the air as she decapitated one groundhog. Although her strength was not impressive and she was not as strong as Lu Tieju, her physical defense was decent, making her capable of dealing with these level 0 groundhogs. Fang Ling also drew a short knife, darting swiftly among the groundhogs. With remarkable speed, each time she flashed, another groundhog met its end with her strikes, precisely cutting at their throats. In less than 2 minutes, all the groundhogs were dead. Lin Feng didn't even get a chance to make a move, they had all been slaughtered. Members of the hunting party stood outside the clearing, dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had needed a dozen people and a great deal of effort to kill a single groundhog with some sustaining injuries. If it weren't for the occasional help from the awakened ones, at least half of them would have suffered casualties. And now in just 2 short minutes, over 10 had been killed with no injuries sustained. Was this the difference between ordinary people and the awakened? Their desire to grow stronger intensified, even harboring resentment for not being awakened. There are still some underground, 3 of them level 1, and quite large. Chun Min sensed that there were still a few big ones underground and immediately alerted them. Xiao Xian, drive those big ones out. Xiao Xian's earth manipulation was far superior to Lin Feng's. The golden brown light shone brightly as the ground began to shake violently. Instead of just lifting a layer of soil like Lin Feng, the entire earth in front of him rolled like waves, rocks and dirt surging upwards, quickly forming a small hill hundreds of meters away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp cry emanated from underground as 3 massive groundhogs burst forth from the churning soil. They were several times larger than ordinary groundhogs, each the size of a calf, with a row of sharp spines running from their necks down to their tails, their forepaws larger, with incredibly sharp claws glinting coldly. At this moment, they were filled with rage, their eyes blood red. Having been peacefully sleeping in their holes, they suddenly found their home destroyed and crawled out in a daze, recklessly charging at the enemies that had ruined their home. Then, they halted. Their charging stance transformed into a comical screeching halt, their forepaws plowing deep grooves into the ground, as they saw a ferocious beast countless times larger than themselves. Xiao Xian standing right in front of them, his large bell-like eyes fixed on them, seemingly saying, try to come any closer. The groundhog's charging posture turned into a ridiculous emergency brake, and they turned tail to flee, frantically digging at the ground with their claws, desperately trying to burrow underground. Haha, how hilarious. It turns out mutated creatures can be scared too. Xiao Rui laughed, pointing at the comical groundhogs. Wang Lai and the others did not give them a chance. Lightning shot from their palms, striking the last groundhog in the back. The groundhog let out a miserable cry as Chun Min's flying knife came from the side. Lin Feng quickly shouted, Xiao Xian. 3 spikes shot up from the ground, instantly piercing the bodies of 3 groundhogs, killing them instantly. Killed a level 1 mutated groundhog, gained 3 evolution points, current evolution points 5. Too fortunately I got the head. Lin Feng patted his chest, relieved that he had secured the kill, lest he regret it for 3 days. Wang Lai, what are you all dawdling for? Bring the spoils back. Only then did the hunting team members snap back to reality, hurriedly dragging and lifting the abundant spoils as they returned to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, as Lin Feng tossed the last groundhog from the rooftop, the ground was already piled high with groundhogs. Fang Ling was busy taking notes while the hunting team members gathered around, their faces alight with excitement despite their injuries. Some had their arms wrapped in cloth, others had bandages on their legs. A crowd from the convoy surrounded them, as well, salivating at the sight of so many groundhogs. The captain and the others are amazing. Look at all these groundhogs. Yeah, but I wonder if they'll share some with us. I haven't eaten meat in days. I'm about to vomit from eating wild vegetables. Stop dreaming. If you want to eat meat, join the hunting team. I think cooking wild vegetables in a paste is just fine. Didn't you see? Today we brought back those corpses and injured members. I fear for your lives. Are those monsters so easy to kill? I wish I were an awakener. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Wang Lai took the notebook from Fong Ling, glanced at it, and spoke up. This time the hunt yielded 3 level 1 groundhogs and 32 level 0 groundhogs, with Lin Feng's team having the highest kill count, accounting for 1/3 of the total. Based on this contribution plus the promise to give you an additional 10, that totals. I don't want the level 0 groundhogs, though, just give me 2 level 1. Lin Feng interrupted Wang Lai directly, stating that he still had hundreds of pounds of food in his storage room. Level 0 groundhogs couldn't compare to level 1 ones. The meat from these large groundhogs could greatly enhance his physique, especially for Xiao Li and the others whose improvements would be even more pronounced. Are you sure? Absolutely. Wang Lai nodded and made a note. Lin Feng's team will receive 2 level 1 groundhogs. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They were letting go of so many groundhogs and only accepting 2 level 1 ones. Someone quietly remarked, "Is that Lin Feng crazy? He clearly could have received more level 0 groundhogs." He pointed at his head. The person next to him shot him a glance, replying, "You don't understand. The meat from these creatures can enhance strength. Even if the portion of level 1 meat is smaller, its effect is certainly better than that of ordinary groundhog meat. He's actually profiting here." Wang Lai continued, "I only want 1 level 1 groundhog. Do you all agree?" A few awakeners signaled their approval, and seeing no objections, Wang Lai proceeded. The hunting team members hunted a total of 8 groundhogs. According to the rules, half must be turned in. Who's he go get 4 and share them with the... A burly man stepped out from the crowd, dragged 4 groundhogs from the pile, and handed them to several hunting team members, saying, "Brothers, follow me for your share of meat." All right. The remaining 52 members of the hunting team eagerly followed Huzi, each groundhog weighing 30 to 40 pounds, enough for each of them to enjoy 2 hearty meals. As for the 8 deceased team members, they could only blame their unfortunate fate. Qing Luan and Mi Shui. Wang Lai glanced at these 2 former stars. After more than a week of survival in the apocalypse, they no longer exuded their past glamour and now wore grim expressions. Your team contributed the least. You will get 2 groundhogs. Jiangsheng, considering you cultivated the first batch of 500 pounds of potatoes today, you will receive 3 groundhogs. Jiangsheng repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, Captain. I will certainly work hard to ensure everyone has food." Lin Feng looked at Jiangsheng in surprise. He had only been traversing for 8 days, and excluding the time spent modifying the bus, he had managed to cultivate 500 pounds of potatoes in just 7 days. He was truly the chosen one of the apocalypse. What was most lacking in this world was not anything else but food. This meant that as long as he was in the convoy, they would not suffer from food shortages. This was just level 1. If his level increased, it could produce 100 pounds, or even 500 pounds, which would be enough to sustain the entire convoy. Lin Feng thought to himself that this young man was truly talented and should be interacted with more in the future. "Gua-yi," Wang Lai called out, "the entire convoy's repairs and modifications depend on you, so your contribution allows you to receive 6 groundhogs." "Thank you, Captain. I may not be good at anything else, but I can repair a car without issue." He happily took away 6 groundhogs. The route planning for the convoy relies on Yutong, so Yutong will receive 8 groundhogs. Fong Ling will get 5. Dong, you will get 4. After the spoils were distributed, each took their share back to process, and soon fires were lit in the camp. The hunting team members clutched their portions of meat, grinning from ear to ear. Each one received over 2 pounds of meat, and not a single person complained about the foul-smelling entrails. This was the meat of mutated creatures, and with every bite they hoped to grow stronger. Soon the aroma of meat wafted throughout the camp. "This meat really can enhance strength," someone shouted. This further heated the atmosphere. Some team members, unwilling to eat their share, brought the meat back to the vehicle to share with their families. Meanwhile, Mo Qing Luan and Mi Shui stood beside AI Air FA, surrounded by a crowd of about 100 people. "Sister Qing Luan, what are we going to eat?" a young woman in ancient costume asked, her voice tinged with a sob. "Yes, Sister Qing Luan, everyone hasn't eaten anything." "Sister Qing Luan, please share some food. My child is crying from hunger." A middle-aged woman squeezed through, holding a crying child in her arms. "Sister Qing Luan, didn't you get meat? Share a little bit, just a bit," another man chimed in. Mo Qing Luan held the 2 groundhogs, which seemed like a lot, adding up to 70 or 80 pounds. However, with over 100 people to share, each could get was hardly substantial, and it was barely enough for this meal. What about the next meal? In their convoy, supplies were distributed uniformly, but in Wang Lai's convoy the rules were different from the communal cooking they were used to. Each person's supplies were their own, and now that everyone was in need, nobody was willing to share with them. In Wang Lai's convoy, the only ones who enjoyed communal meals were those who had lost their vehicles and joined the patrol team or the logistics team members. But even then, it was only slightly better than others in the convoy, usually consisting of wild vegetables with a bit of oil and salt, occasionally mixed with rice or flour to make wild vegetable dumplings. Moreover, each person's portion was strictly limited. They wouldn't starve, but they wouldn't be full either. When one couldn't even satisfy their own hunger, there was no way they could share food with these newcomers. Most of the members in Mo Qingluan's convoy had run out of supplies except for a few who might have some hidden. Now as everyone was starving, the first person they thought of was their team leader Yang Mi. Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui sensed the emotions in the crowd, hunger, anxiety, and a near-explosive tension that could lead to chaos. They did not know how Wang Lai and the other awakeners would react to the chaotic crowd, whether to calm them down or to conduct a thorough purge. From the indifference shown by the awakeners from their convoy when they saw team members die while hunting groundhogs today, the likelihood of a purge seemed higher. The probability of a purge was higher, and she dared not take that gamble, especially with so many familiar faces in the crowd. Everyone quiet down and listen to me. Everyone quiet down and listen to me. Mo Qingluan's voice was loud, yet it lacked any real authority. Fortunately, she was flanked by two bodyguards, their cold gazes scanning the crowd, which subdued the surrounding noise. The convoy hasn't departed yet. Let's go into the woods to gather wild vegetables. There is no danger in the woods. The awakened ones in the convoy have already cleared it. She pointed towards the woods. Gather wild vegetables, make a vegetable soup, and with the groundhog meat, everyone can have a share. The crowd fell silent for a moment before some voices broke the silence, saying, "Good, I'll go with you." Of course, there were those who wished to benefit without effort, voicing their concerns. The woods are so vast, could there be danger? Sister Zhang, you handle the groundhog here, while Mi Shui and I take them to find wild vegetables. Do you want me to follow you? Sister Zhang said with concern. No need, Mi Shui can come with me, and I am not weak either. She flexed her arm, demonstrating strength. All right, just be careful, pay attention to safety, and return quickly. The convoy will depart in 1 hour. In the end, out of more than 100 people, only a little over 10 were willing to follow Yang Mi to search for wild vegetables. However, many remained stationary, staring eagerly at Sister Zhang and the others as they processed the groundhog meat. They preferred to wait, drooling, rather than venture out to find food themselves. The aroma of grilled meat wafting from the front of the convoy stirred turmoil in their stomachs. A young woman stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing at the meat soup boiling over the fire in the camp for a long time before shifting her gaze away. A few men walked towards her, led by a buzzcut man from the bus. He approached the woman with a lewd smile, pulling out half a pack of biscuits from his pocket and waving it in front of her. Want some? Spend the night with me, and this half pack of biscuits is yours. The woman's face paled, her fingers tightening on her skirt. She wanted to refuse, but she was so hungry. The buzzcut man leaned closer, the biscuits swaying nearer, their scent wafting from the bag and invading her nostrils. The woman's throat involuntarily swallowed. Get lost. A middle-aged woman witnessed this scene, pushing the buzzcut man aside and pulling the young woman behind her. What do you think this place is? If you want to bully someone, go find someone else. Someone like you isn't worthy of my girl. The buzzcut man stumbled back, regaining his balance and wanting to argue, but upon seeing the patrolling team looking over, his expression darkened and he stopped spitting on the ground before turning to leave. The middle-aged woman grabbed the young woman's hand, leading her to a secluded spot where they crouched down. After glancing around, she carefully pulled out a Snickers bar from her body, broke it in half, and handed one piece to the young woman. Yao, eat a bit to fill your stomach. Sister Qingluan will be back soon. Thank you, Sister Li. The young woman called Yao. Yao took the Snickers and bit into it, tears streaming down her face. Why are you thanking me, Yao Yao? Don't underestimate yourself. In this circle, the most important thing is to have vision, to follow the right people. With your looks, you are no worse than Su Wan. When the time comes, why not choose the strongest? Li Jie, enough. I know what you want to say. This circle is not as clean as you think. There are many who trade themselves for resources. Besides, this is the apocalypse. I won't harm you. Finish the food and don't let others find out. For the rest, just listen to me. The convoy is like a small society. To survive, everyone employs their means. The other men aren't as foolish as the buzzcut man, who immediately fixated on the most beautiful women in Mo Qingluan's convoy. They quickly negotiated over the food they held, and some women, unable to withstand their hunger, followed them into the bus or tents. These consensual transactions were overlooked by the patrolling team as long as they did not cause chaos. In another part of the camp, an old woman stood in front of an SUV, reaching out to tug at a woman's bag. Inside the bag was a piece of meat the young woman had traded for with a bag of salt. The old woman held tight to the bag, muttering, "You young people can't eat that much. What's wrong with sharing a little with me? Don't you know to respect the elderly? At my age, how can you let me go hungry? Even in a celebrity's convoy, they wouldn't dare let me starve. Why don't you?" The young woman held the other end of the bag, refusing to let go. "This is my stuff. I traded it with my own salt." The old woman saw the crowd gathering and raised her voice. "What's wrong with me taking a little meat from you? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders?" She tugged at the bag, but the young woman did not let go. She tugged again, and the bag ripped open, the piece of meat falling to the ground. The old woman reached for it, but was blocked by a figure. The old woman looked up to see a patrolling team member holding a knife standing in front of her, expressionless. "It is forbidden to seize others' belongings in the convoy. Violators will be executed. Didn't your captain inform you of this rule?" The old woman protested, I don't care about your ridiculous rules. I'm an elder, you should give us food. There's so much food in your convoy, why not share some with us? Step back. This is your final warning. If you don't heed my advice, I have the right to execute you on the spot. The patrolling team member holding a knife with both hands fixed a fierce glare on her, seeming ready to strike with another word. The old woman's words were instantly swallowed in fear, retreating repeatedly, while mumbling unpleasant words under her breath, turning to leave faster than the young people. The patrolling team member bent down to pick up the meat, dusting it off on his pants before handing it to the young woman. She accepted the meat, softly thanking him. Before long, Mo Qingwan returned from the woods with more than 10 people, her harvest not as plentiful as she had imagined. Upon hearing that the awakened ones had entered the woods to hunt mutated creatures, initially only a few bold individuals sought wild vegetables, but when they learned there was no danger, more people joined the search. Hundreds rushed in like a swarm, overturning everything edible. They were not as delicate as the people in Mo Qingluan's convoy, especially since what they found belonged to them with no need to surrender, fueling their enthusiasm. The 10 or so of them found only 2 or 3 bags of wild vegetables, likely not even weighing 10 pounds. Mo Qingluan poured out the wild vegetables she brought back, instructing someone to give them a simple wash, and told Sister Zhang to take one of the processed gopher meats, cut it into small pieces, and put it into the pot. With just over 100 grams of meat and less than 10 jin of wild vegetables, each person could only get a tiny bit. Sister Zhang, add more water, let the wild vegetables and meat cook. The aroma of the meat soup made everyone's mouths water, and when it was almost ready, she tossed the wild vegetables into the pot handful by handful. The crowd gathered around, each holding bowls of various kinds, stainless steel, ceramic, plastic. As long as they could hold something, it was fine. Seeing the crowd getting a bit chaotic, Sister Zhang scolded sternly, everyone line up, no line, no food. Over 100 people formed a crooked line, and Sister Zhang used a large iron ladle to serve each person's bowl, with a scoop of soup, a small piece of meat, and a small spoonful of wild vegetables, ensuring that everyone's portion was roughly the same. Soon the soup in the pot ran low, the meat was gone, and the wild vegetables were finished. Is that it? A man slammed his bowl to the ground. This little bit is enough for who? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. This vegetable is bitter and astringent, even a dog wouldn't eat it. Exactly. Another person echoed. Isn't there still one gopher? Why not cook it all together? Right, cook it all together. This little bit is enough for who? Sister Qingluan, you can't do this. We all ran out with you from the production team, and now that you have food, you won't care about us. Mo Qingluan stood aside, holding a bowl of soup. After taking a sip, she was hit by a wave of bitterness, filling her mouth. Frowning, having lived a life of luxury for many years, she had never eaten such bitter food. Mi Shui placed her bowl down, forcefully stood up, and shouted to those around her, enough of you. This is our last food, it's all cooked. What are we going to eat tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Have you thought about it? We'll talk about tomorrow when it comes. The man who threw the bowl retorted, having been accustomed to acting arrogantly back on Blue Star, he didn't even regard the 2 female stars. Just eat your fill first. Eat your fill. Mi Shui sneered. Over 100 people, 2 gophers, how can we get full? Don't you all have a bit of common sense? What about the day after tomorrow? Have you thought about it? We'll talk about tomorrow when it comes. The man who threw the bowl retorted, having been accustomed to acting arrogantly back on Blue Star. We are actors. We don't hunt. A female actor squeezed out from the crowd. How can we kill those monsters? You are an awakened, you have the ability, you should protect us. Responsibility. Mi Shui stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd. Who told you that awakened ones have the responsibility? Mi Shui stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd. Who told you that awakened ones have the responsibility to protect you? The convoy we just joined, Captain Wang Lai said. It was on a voluntary basis on the road. Everyone relies on their own abilities. The awakened owe you nothing, and we owe you nothing. She pointed to the hunting team in front of the camp roasting meat. Look at them, every one of them is injured, some even died in the woods. They have meat to eat, and that was earned with their lives. But what about you? You are scared of going to forage for wild vegetables. Over 100 people, only a dozen are willing to go, while the rest just wait here. Mi Shui looked at the heads bowed people who dared not speak. What's the matter? Are you all mute? Speak up. If you want to eat meat, go sign up for the hunting team. If you want to forage for wild vegetables, the woods are over there. If you want to follow the convoy, just follow obediently. If you don't want to follow, you can leave now, no one will stop you. After saying that, she picked up her bowl of soup, turned, and walked to the side of the Alfred, drinking it sip by sip. The soup had already cooled down, and the bitterness of the wild vegetables was even stronger. She frowned as she finished it. Sister Zhang and another bodyguard stood silently beside her, and Mo Qingluan, their hands resting on the knife handles. Attention everyone. Attention everyone, the convoy is about to depart. All aboard, do not fall behind. Repeat. The loudspeaker of the convoy sounded, and the armored vehicle at the front had already started, followed by modified buses, starting one after another. The people in the camp hurriedly packed their things and ran toward their vehicles. Wait for me. My car is out of gas, let me get on. Big brother, please let my wife and kids get on. I still have a few packs of instant noodles here by 2. A middle-aged man knocked on a bus door hastily shouting. The driver saw this and opened the door. Hurry up and get on, find your own seat. If there isn't one, find an empty spot. Shall we pack the things up? Thank you, big brother. Wife, hurry up and get on. The middle-aged man said, gratefully handing his belongings to a young man behind the door, pulling his wife and child onto the bus. The bus was already filled with people, and the aisle was also packed. These people had run out of gas and had to exchange supplies to get a chance to board. The man looked around and finally found an empty seat on the bus, pulling his wife and child to sit down directly. Attention, everyone, the convoy is accelerating. Keep up with the convoy. Maintain distance. Do not fall behind. Xiao Xian kept a safe distance from the lead vehicle, following at a steady pace. Lin Feng was on the roof handling the 2 level 1 gophers, pulling out the barbs from their backs one by one, skinning the mice, knocking out their large incisors, and collecting every single sharp tooth carefully. These are high-quality materials. I will integrate them into the weapons when I find Gui another day. The internal organs and heads of the gophers were chopped off and thrown away. Those things looked unappetizing. Ziz. The sound of brakes echoed, and the vehicles behind saw this and quickly stopped, with a few people jumping down to pick up the heads and internal organs from the ground, putting them back into their vehicles. What Lin Feng found unworthy in their eyes was still meat cleaned up. It could easily weigh 20 to 30 gene. They almost got into a fight over it, but under the urging of the horn, they finally continued to follow the convoy. Lin Feng, brother, it's raining. Lin Feng looked up as a drop of rain fell on his forehead, followed by a second, a third, and the rain became heavier and more urgent. The sky quickly turned gray, and then darker. The rain poured down harder. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a torrential downpour. Lin Feng quickly cleaned the gopher meat with rainwater, then rushed down the stairs, hung the gophers on the wall, and dashed into the stone house on the 2nd floor. He shut the door behind him. His clothes were completely soaked, making him look like he had just been fished out of the water. Lin Feng, brother, here's a towel. Change your clothes first. Xiao Rui took out a dry towel and handed it to Lin Feng. After taking the towel, Lin Feng wiped his face, then dried his hair, casually took off his wet clothes, and nonchalantly wrapped a bath towel around himself. The reactions of the girls varied. Xiao Rui and a few of the girls covered their eyes with their hands, but the gaps between their fingers were so wide, it was almost pointless to cover. Chen Min, however, was completely different, hugging a stuffed bear, boldly observing and commenting, not bad. Of course, didn't Sister Min experience it today? Do it again. Let go of me, they are still here. The pouring rain fell relentlessly, shrouding the sky in darkness. Inside the stone house on Xiao Xian's back, the absence of light rendered the room pitch black. Lin Feng ultimately failed in his attempt, as Chen Min was nearly lost in the kiss, but at the critical moment, she kicked Lin Feng away and grabbed a blanket to cover herself. The room was too dark, and in the end, she couldn't tell whom she had grabbed, only feeling as if she were submerged in water, with waves crashing over her one after another. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the room through the window, revealing Xiao Yu's flushed, sweat-streaked face. Xiao Yu, is that really your name? Yes, my full name is Su Xiuyu, but everyone calls me Xiao Yu. I think you should be called Xiao Shui. Look, this blanket is useless. How annoying. Woo. One must never let a beauty down. Continue. The rain outside grew heavier, pattering against the car, creating a rhythmic sound. Even with the windshield wipers on full speed, it was futile. The windshield was covered with water and visibility was completely blurred, relying solely on the hazard lights to discern the direction of the convoy, which had suddenly slowed down. The wheels skidded on the muddy road, causing the car body to sway left and right. The modified buses at the front, enhanced by Gui, fared better with higher chassis and larger tires, but the small cars behind faced trouble, their wheels stuck in mud, unable to escape despite flooring the accelerator. Several cars were stranded halfway, and people braved the torrential rain to push their vehicles, their clothes soaked through, covered in mud, yet they could only get up and keep pushing. Some cars were trapped too deeply to be pushed out, and even with the engine smoking, it was to no avail. We're finished, the car is gone, everything is gone. The car owner cried out in despair. The convoy ahead wouldn't stop for him. Car after car passed by. No one stopped, no one helped. In this apocalypse, everyone was living for themselves. One after another, people abandoned their vehicles, carrying whatever they could on their backs, running to knock on the bus doors, pleading for a spot with the supply. Some people couldn't produce anything, banging on the car doors outside, crying out loudly, but the doors remained shut. The convoy trudged through the rain, moving as slowly as if crawling. Inside the lead vehicle, Wang Lai found Shin Yutong. Yutong, with this rain, the convoy can't move. See if there's any place nearby where we can park and rest until the rain stops. Shin Yutong didn't respond, but nodded, spreading out a hand-drawn map in front of her, her brow slightly furrowed. After a few minutes, she lifted her head and pointed to a location on the map. There's a cliff here sloping inward. Below there is an open area where we can take shelter from the rain. How far? 3 kilometers. Attention everyone, the lead vehicle is turning. There is a cliff 3 kilometers ahead. The convoy will take shelter at the rock face. Keep close, do not fall behind. The convoy turned in the pouring rain, heading towards the cliff with vehicles following one after another. The 3-kilometer journey took over half an hour. Indeed, there was a patch of open ground beneath the rock face, and after the armored RV parked steadily, the following vehicles turned in one after another, the headlights illuminating the entire area beneath the cliff. People jumped down from their vehicles, standing on the dry ground, looking up at the towering rock face, exhaling deeply. Wang Lai got out of the RV, and Wang Lai scanned the convoy and looked at Feng Ling. Count how many vehicles and people are left. Soon Feng Ling, accompanied by a dozen logistics personnel, completed the tally of personnel and vehicles. Captain, now including Mo Qingluan's convoy, there are only 567 people left, and we lost 37 small vehicles on the way. Wang Lai fell silent for a few seconds. From initially several thousand people to the current 567, every time they stopped a batch of people would be lost, and every time they set off some vehicles would be left behind on the road. This is the apocalypse. Arrange for everyone to rest, and the patrol team should remain vigilant, report any situations at any time. The patrol team began to take action, with some directing vehicles to rear. Lin Feng had already put on his clothes and stood beside Xiao Xian, while Xiao He quietly crouched nearby, ears perked up, listening for any signs of danger. Wang Lai approached Lin Feng and looked at the black dog beside him, saying, "Lin Feng, try testing your beast mastery ability. We will be staying here for the night." Xiao He. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, a faint golden light spread from it, expanding outward like an inverted bowl over the open ground, with a large portion extending into the rock face. Then the faint golden light gradually faded away, and everyone within the range felt a sense of peace, as if being protected by someone, deterring the lurking entities in the darkness. "Captain, it's ready. The duration is about 12 hours, but once this protective field is released, it cannot be moved." Lin Feng explained the effect of Xiao He's skill. Wang Lai nodded, then spoke in a deep voice, his words clearly reaching every ear in the convoy. "Everyone pay attention. Stay within a radius of 100 meters from this center." "Yes." Everyone hurriedly got out of the vehicles, moving into the 100-meter range, especially quickening their pace after hearing those strange sounds in the rainy night. If you don't want to die, just obey. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, and the temperature in the air dropped, especially when the wind blew, taking away the warmth from their bodies, causing someone to involuntarily sneeze. "Hu Zi, start a fire. Let everyone warm up," Wang Lai said to the burly man beside him. "Captain, the wood in the truck is all wet, it won't light." The burly man called Hu Zi, whose real name was Wang, who was said to have some familial connection with Wang Lai. He initially helped Wang Lai manage the 100 or so members of the patrol team, and is now one of the squad leaders of the hunting team, considered the top among the awakened. "Use gasoline. There are gas barrels in the truck. Pour some, and once it catches fire, it won't matter if it gets wet." Hu Zi responded and turned to run off. The bonfire flared up as gasoline-soaked wood ignited, illuminating an area of several dozen meters. The crowd gathered around, finding a spot to sit by the fire. Those with tents were already looking for places to set them up, while those with food sat around the bonfire eating. "Can we spend the night here?" someone asked. Captain Wang said to rest here for 12 hours before moving on. A child asked, "Mom, is it safe now?" The child's mother replied, her voice somewhat hoarse, "It's safe now." The awakened master said, "It's safe. Sleep now." A bespectacled man couldn't suppress his excitement, speaking to those beside him. "Did you see that? That black dog with a flash of golden light conjured up a shield out of thin air. Now how should I put it? I feel completely at ease. That's not just any dog, that's Lin Feng's beast. I've heard from my brothers in the patrol team that it can dispel the eerie." "Really? Then does that mean we can finally get a good night's sleep?" Tisk, not just that dog. Look over there, that turtle is now bigger than a truck, and it's carrying a house on its back. That's also his beast." Several people turned their heads towards Xiao Xian's direction. The bespectacled man clicked his tongue. "With that ability in this world, he'd be living better than anyone else." "Isn't that so? I heard there are several beauties in that house." Tsk. On the other side of the crowd, near a small fire, Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui sat side by side, both of their jackets soaked, removed, and leaning against the side, wearing only fitted base layers. Mi Shui poked at the wood with a twig, making the flames burn brighter. Her gaze lingered on the giant turtle for a while before she suddenly spoke. "Senior Sister Qingluan, that dog wasn't so formidable before it reached him, right?" Mo Qingluan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. The black dog followed the man closely, now transformed remarkably, its physique towering and strikingly majestic. That dog was just an ordinary black dog following their convoy for a week, but once he took it away, its abilities awakened. A golden aura enveloped it, so eerie that none dared approach. What kind of fortune is this? Comparing oneself to others only breeds frustration. Had I known, I would never have let him obtain it so easily. Also, Senior Sister Qingluan, look at that giant turtle. So large, able to run, bear burdens, fight, and even house people. It's practically a mobile fortress. Mo Qingluan continued her silence, her gaze settling on the storage room on the first floor. Flames flickered there, and several shadows busied themselves within, apparently all women by their silhouettes. Clearly Mishue noticed it too. She stared for a few seconds before spitting disdainfully. That scumbag. Mo Qingluan glanced at her. Who are you cursing? Who else? Mishue lifted her chin toward the stone house atop the turtle's back. Didn't you see those women? I noticed them earlier, for young girls all radiant. Just now some women from the crew were gossiping, probably overheard what he said at noon. Something like, only the beautiful ones. I reckon they're trying to get close to him. Mo Qingluan's lips curved slightly, a smile restrained. What are you laughing at? Mishue glared. Mo Qingluan's tone was leisurely. I wonder if you call him a scumbag because he truly is one, or because the women by his side aren't you. Mishue's face flushed, instantly uncertain whether from embarrassment or the piercing truth. She grabbed a nearby branch and threw it at Mo Qingluan, who deftly dodged. What nonsense are you spouting? I said nothing. Are you flustered? Mishue wanted to retort, but seeing Mo Qingluan's teasing smile, huffed and turned away in silence. Yet from the corner of her eye she still glanced toward the stone house. They were likely cooking. Her stomach rumbled with hunger. Nearby, the crew gathered around a campfire surrounded by young women. All were actors in their early 20s. Some had played minor roles on Blue Star and were quite attractive. They huddled closely together. Did you see that awakened one? I think his name is Lin Feng, whispered a short-haired girl, her eyes sparkling. A girl with long curly hair chimed in. Yes, he just got off that giant turtle accompanied by a black dog. He's tall and good-looking, no less handsome than those popular stars. More than handsome, another girl leaned closer. Did you notice? He's so clean and neat, unlike us drenched raggeds. It's like we live in two different worlds. Do you smell that? Several girls inhaled sharply. A faint aroma of roasted meat wafted from the stone house atop the turtle's back. He has food, a house to live in, and the ability to protect himself. Following such a person means no more hunger, whispered a tall girl. I'm going to the restroom. Suwan, where would there be a restroom in this wilderness? Asked the short-haired girl knowingly. Behind the rocky cliff over there. She pointed carelessly in a direction that clearly led to the giant turtle. The other women watched her receding figure, then glanced down at themselves. Their clothes were soaked and emitted an unpleasant odor. After hesitating for a few seconds, none rose to follow. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng was oblivious to this. At that moment he stood behind Xiao Xian, watching it dig into the cliff with its sharp front claws. The claws sliced through the rock like cutting soft tofu, flaking off large chunks of reddish-brown stone. Then it crunched and swallowed the ore. Lin Feng found it strange that today Xiao Xian wasn't digging earth, but showed such interest in the stone. Lin Feng picked up a piece of the rock. One side was reddish-brown, while the other was completely different, a deep black reflecting a metallic. Is this? Or? Lin Feng thought of Xiao Xian's earth-eating ability, capable of devouring minerals to grow. Xiao Xian ignored Lin Feng and continued voraciously, its claws like twin excavators, the cliff revealing an ever-widening gap with increasing black ore. Lin Feng communicated with Xiao Xian through his mind. What are you eating? Ore. Tastes good. Helps me grow. Was this really ore? Lin Feng's eyes brightened instantly. He patted Xiao Xian's shell. You glutton, you can park anywhere and still find ore. Your luck is truly unmatched. Lin Feng noticed Xiao Xian's physique becoming sturdier as it consumed more ore. Its dense scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its size gradually increased. This was evident from the shell's edge. The stone wall of the house now protruded slightly beyond the shell. Haha, eat as much as you can. Xiao Xian needed no urging from Lin Feng, fully immersed in the joy of feeding. Its front claws dug faster, the gap growing larger. Now the entrance could fit a truck. How it could consume so much was a mystery, as if it harbored a dimensional space within its stomach. Just as Lin Feng wondered how big Xiao Xian could grow, its movements suddenly slowed. After swallowing the last, its large eyes blinked slowly. Then it laid down, retracting its limbs and head into its shell, its heavy body pressing against the ground. Lin Feng's smile froze on his face. Hey! Lin Feng hurried forward to pat Xiao Xian. What's wrong? No response. He patted twice more. Xiao Xian, don't scare me. Lin Feng grew anxious and suddenly opened his personal panel. The status for Xiao Xian changed. Beast Taming 1 Mystic Turtle. Current status: sleeping. Sleeping accelerates the conversion effect of the earth-eating ability, promoting the beast's rapid growth. This sleep will last 8 hours. Note: forced awakening is possible, but will cause the beast to become weak for 24 hours. Lin Feng stared at these words for a full 10 seconds before Tell me this, Lin Feng muttered to Xiao Xian. We're on the run with who knows what lurking outside. Yet you eat your fill and sleep without telling me. You scare me to death. He even kicked Xiao Xian lightly. Xiao Xian remained motionless, the kick only causing a slight ache in Lin Feng's foot. A faint low rumble came from within its shell. Lin Feng was speechless. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and sat down beside Xiao Xian. It was just a matter of 8 hours. If Xiao Xian could grow a bit more, it would be well worth it. He thought to himself that if he could add 2 more rooms and take in 2 more beautiful girls, it would be quite delightful. Just then he saw a figure walking toward. The footsteps were somewhat hesitant, as if she was repeatedly convincing herself. Her clothes were drenched by the rain, the t-shirt clinging to her skin, outlining a graceful curve. Lin Feng was dazzled by this impactful scene. He recognized her, the tall girl from earlier, the one with a model-like figure who stood out in the crowd. What was her name again? Su Wan. Yes, Su Wan. She stopped in front of Lin Feng, twisting the corner of her shirt with her fingers, looking shy and timid, a tactic she often used. Men were very susceptible to this. Of course, Lin Feng was no exception. He simply looked at her unabashedly, from her long legs to her visually striking waist-hip ratio to her endearing face. Lord Lin Feng, She deliberately paused. Just then a growl echoed from her stomach. Her face flushed from her neck to the tips of her ears, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The hunger in her stomach forced her to make a decision. I want to follow you. Can you make sure I have enough to eat? Lin Feng assessed her for a while. She truly was a stunning beauty. In Blue Star, someone with her level of looks and figure would at least be of a certain status, but in the apocalypse, beauty couldn't be eaten. However, pretty people did indeed find it easier to find food. Sure, but you have to follow my rules. What rules? Be obedient. Su Wan was taken aback, not expecting such a simple request. She opened her mouth, obedient. What kind of rule was that? But without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Very straightforward. He'll be obedient. Lin Feng stood up from beside Xiao Xian, brushed off the dust from his pants, flipped over onto the turtle's back, and then bent down, reaching out his hand toward Su Wan. Come up, it's time to eat. Su Wan looked at the hand extended toward her, stunned for a moment, then reached out to grasp Lin Feng's hand. A surge of strength came from his palm, and she was effortlessly pulled onto the turtle's back. Standing on the turtle's back, she looked down at the ground, which wasn't very high, only about 2 meters. But now her perspective had completely changed. She suddenly realized that looking down at the crowd from here, the noise, hunger, confusion, and fear seemed to fade into the distance. Lin Feng had already reached the platform at the storage room door, looking back at her and saying, "Why are you dazed? Come in." Su Wan hurriedly followed. Many people witnessed this scene. The branch in Mi Shue's hand snapped with a crack. "Look." Her voice was low, but the intensity of her gritted teeth could be felt from afar. "Sister Qingwan, look. That Su Wan was just teased by that scumbag at noon. I kindly brought her back, and now she willingly walked into his arms." Mo Qingwan glanced at the tall figure on the turtle's back disappearing at the stairway, then looked at Mi Shue's nearly furious face. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm not. Your branch just broke." Mi Shue looked down and saw that the branch in her hand had indeed been snapped in two. She threw it into the fire. "I just can't stand it. Su Wan was at least a public figure on Blue Star. Now she willingly walked into his arms like this. It's like what?" Mi Shue was stumped and couldn't find a suitable word for a long time. "Are you disgusted that she walked into his arms, or that the person she walked into the arms of isn't you?" Mi Shue opened her mouth, realizing she had nothing to refute. Everyone had their own choices. Oh, what did that mean in their circle? Some actresses slept with everyone in the crew just for a role. There were plenty of them. She too had her own little thoughts. I just think he is too scummy. Did you see? He already has several women in his house. Adding Su Wan would make 5. No, there's also Chen Min, that awakener, who's getting involved with him. What does he think he is? Like an emperor selecting concubines. Mo Qingwan didn't respond, but couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Just as Mi Shue finished speaking, there was movement near. On the crew's side, the few women exchanged glances. She went up. The short-haired girl whispered to her companions, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I saw it. She succeeded. They fell silent simultaneously, then the short-haired girl suddenly stood up, sweeping her damp hair back, revealing her smooth forehead. She glanced at the other girls beside her. "Shall we go?" The curly-haired woman bit her lip, stood up, and said with a daring tone, "Let's go." They fell silent simultaneously, then the short-haired girl suddenly stood up, sweeping her damp hair back, revealing her smooth forehead. She glanced at the other girls beside her. The 5 of them walked neatly toward the giant turtle. As they got closer, they truly felt how enormous the turtle was, lying on the ground like a small mountain, with its shell's edge even higher than their heads. The 5 of them stood in front of Xiao Xian, looking up. "It's really huge," the curly-haired woman murmured. "Su Zhao, stop being coy and call him." The short-haired girl pushed her a bit. The curly-haired woman named Su Zhao cleared her throat, looked up, and called out, "Brother Lin Feng." Lin Feng had just led Su Wan into the room and hadn't had a chance to introduce her to Chen Min when he heard someone calling him from outside. Lin Feng ladled a bowl of hot soup from the pot and handed it to Su Wan, saying, "Drink it while it's hot, warm yourself up. We'll go take a look." Lin Feng stepped out, seeing several women standing below, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother Lin Feng, do you have anything to eat?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "I do, but what can you offer in return?" The short-haired girl certainly had a lot of courage. She looked up at Lin Feng without flinching. "My name is Su Rana Jr. at the Film Academy. I happen to be filming in Shudian City. These are my good friends I met on set. This long-haired woman with big waves is Su Zhao, and this little beauty in ancient costume is Ngo. They are Chui Shuang Xiang Rongrong and Wang Ke." We can offer anything as long as I can eat my fill, even if you want me to have my friends as companions. The other women nodded eagerly, seemingly oblivious to the trap in her. Lin Feng looked at the few women in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of beauties in the entertainment industry. Even after a few days of surviving the apocalypse, they still maintained their charm. Each one of them would be considered a campus belle, and they were all extraordinary in their own right. Come up, Lin Feng said, but the room is running out, you'll have to go to the rooftop. The short-haired girl Su Ran was taken aback. She originally thought she could trade her body for a meal, but unexpectedly Lin Feng actually after all, this is the back of a giant turtle. How many people have wished to get close, but never had the chance? Even standing on it, one could consider themselves half a member. All right. She quickly nodded, extending her hand, afraid that Lin Feng might change his mind. Lin Feng pulled them all up, saying, you all go up first. Soon, I will have Su Wan bring you food. Su Ran and the others climbed up the stairs to the rooftop, where some bows and arrows were placed. The rooftop was not large, only about 10 square meters. From here, they could see the entire camp with bonfires, vehicles, and crowds all in view. We really made it up, Su Zhao whispered. We made it up. Several of them fell silent, simultaneously exchanging glances. They laughed together, a sense of safety rising from the depths of their hearts. Too many had died in the past few days. Now finally feeling a sense of security, it felt more real than any words could express. By the bonfire, Mi Shui had already turned the branches to ash. Did you see? 5 more went up. There are now 5 on the rooftop, plus Su Wan from before, making 11 in total. Mo Qingwan said calmly. Mi Shui, what? You're getting anxious. Mi Shui silent broke down, saying, Sister Qingwan, if you keep this up, I won't sit with you anymore. Then where will you sit? Mi Shui looked around. Oh, everyone else was a stranger, tired survivors. There was no one like Mo Qingwan who was familiar enough to bicker with. She huffed and left the back of her head for Mo Qingwan. On the other side, when Su Wan brought a basin of food up to the rooftop, 5 actresses sat side by side behind the stone wall. Hearing footsteps, the short-haired girl Su Ran turned her head first and saw the basin in Su Wan's hands, her eyes lighting up instantly. Is it food? Yes. Su Wan took out a piece of plastic cloth from the bag hanging from her arm, laid it on the ground, and then placed the basin on the cloth. The basin contained several porcelain bowls filled with rice, and a large bowl of meat soup with 6 pieces of meat the size of baby fists inside. Just the right amount. Is this meat? Su Ran's voice trembled slightly in disbelief. It's go for meat level 1. Su Wan squatted down, starting to distribute the meat to each person. Lord Lin Feng said, 1 piece per person. This meat can enhance our physique. Su Ran moved, picked up a piece of meat from her bowl, took a bite, and her eyes widened, chewing. The long-haired girl Su Zhao also moved, eating small bites at a steady pace. This meat. After eating it, I feel so warm. It's like a surge of heat flowing out from my belly. Me too. The meat of a level 1 mutated creature can enhance our physique, making us stronger than ordinary people. The several women exchanged glances, hastening their eating. The soup was quickly drained to the bottom of the bowl. So full. Brother Lin Feng is too good to us, even giving us meat from level 1 mutated creatures. The girl dressed in ancient costume and Gu hugged her knees and rested her chin on them, her voice weak. She was the youngest and had suffered quite a bit these past few days. Not only did he take us in, but he also gave us meat. Don't say any more, if you do I will cry. You have no idea how those perverted men in the convoy try to make me sleep with them for a measly wild vegetable bundle. I'll go to hell. Su Zhao cursed out loud as she spoke, and one could imagine how furious she must have been. The women fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter together. Now looking at those people in the camp, a sense of superiority arose within them. The others in the crew were still starving while they had already eaten rice. Those in the convoy had to ration their wild vegetables while they had already feasted on meat from level 1 mutated creatures. They suddenly realized that making the right choice was more important than hard work. Clearly their choice was the best one made in the apocalypse. Downstairs, Lin Feng had finished the rice in his bowl and placed it on the table. Standing up, Chen Min and the 4 girls looked up at him, simultaneously asking, what's wrong? You all eat. I need to step out for a bit. I have something on my mind and can't sit still. Xiao Rui stood up, saying, Brother Lin Feng, it's so dark outside. It's fine, or I'll just be in the camp. I need to talk to Fong Ling about something. Lin Feng had already walked to the door, paused, and added, Xiao Rui, later go find Hong Jia to borrow a tent and have those on the rooftop wash up and change into clean clothes. Xiao Rui nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. After Lin Feng walked far, the girls began to chatter quietly among themselves. Brother Lin Feng must think they all smell bad. You wouldn't smell good either if you didn't shower for a week. When Lin Feng found Fong Ling, she was directing people to unload wood from a truck. Sister Ling. Fong Ling looked up at Lin Feng, the black dog following her. What brings you here? I have something to ask you for help. Go ahead, what is it? Lin Feng pointed in the direction of the cliff, saying, my beast has discovered that this cliff is a mine with plenty of ores inside. I thought many people in the convoy are hungry, right? I'm a kind person who can't stand seeing others suffer. I want to hire people to mine. Can you help me arrange that? Kind. Fong Ling interrupted, thinking of him as a miser who wouldn't spare a dime and would not help others in need. When others insulted him, he would retaliate fiercely. Kind. When have you ever been kind? I've always been kind, it's just that you haven't realized it. Lin Feng said calmly, continuing, how about this, dig 100 kilograms of, or in exchange for a bowl of thin porridge. How does that sound? Fair enough considering how precious food is right now. Fong Ling's lips twitched as she scrutinized Lin Feng. You want to trade 100 kilograms of, or for a bowl of porridge? That's called kindness. Even the stingiest person would not be as cheap as you. That's just plain black heart. Lin Feng wasn't embarrassed, saying, Sister Ling, just tell me, will you help me or not? Of course I'll help. How could I not? These people are starving mad. Don't say 100 kilograms for a bowl of porridge, even 200 kilograms for a bowl, they would do it. I'll send someone to ask. She walked a few steps, then turned back to look at Lin Feng. But your porridge better have more water. Don't let it be too thick, or you won't be able to feed so many people working. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, looking at Fong Ling with a peculiar expression, not expecting her to be like this. Fong Ling's efficiency was indeed quick. In less than 20 minutes the news spread throughout the entire camp. Suddenly Lin Feng thought of something, slapping his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about this matter. With people gathered, what remains is the tools for mining. In my anxiousness I can't think of anything. The main reason Lin Feng is in such a rush is that he knows the convoy must set off tomorrow. The gray mist does not wait for anyone, and the growth rate of Xiao Xian devouring the ore is significantly faster than that of eating dirt. Now that Xiao Xian is asleep, the ore lies brightly before him. Since that is the case, he can mine it and take it away, feeding Xiao Xian while on the move, achieving a win-win situation. When Lin Feng found Gua, he was squatting on his bus, pressing his hands against the body of the vehicle with blue light emanating from his palms as he modified the body. His brothers and sisters were beside him, shining flashlights and moving parts, busy as bees. Gua was busy with his work and didn't turn his head, asking, what's the matter? I found that my beast has discovered a mine just below the cliff. I want to hire someone to mine, but I lack tools. I want to ask you to help me get a batch of pickaxes and shovels. A mine? Take me to see it. Upon hearing this, Gua immediately stopped what he was doing. The two made their way to the cliff where Xiao Xian lay sleeping, surrounded by scattered pieces of ore. Gua squatted down, picked up a fragment of rock and examined it closely, growing increasingly delighted. A blue light flickered in his palm, and moments later a small lump of metal was extracted from the ore. The ore, having lost its metallic components, turned into a pile of fine sand. Gua gazed at the metal, his eyes sparkling. Iron, or with a purity not low, containing at least 70 iron. Lin Feng, for the ore you mine I want 30. Don't be hasty in rejecting, you won't lose out. I will help you make tools for free, and they won't be ordinary tools, but ones made using mutated materials. Moreover, I need materials for modifying vehicles. Lin Feng quickly calculated in his mind. Gua providing technology and taking 30 seemed reasonable, and tools made from mutated biological materials would definitely be more efficient than ordinary mining pickaxes. Alright, 30 it is, deal. Good, I'll make the tools for you. We have metal ready. You go get some groundhog claws. They are extremely hard, and when fused into iron they become both wear resistant and sharp. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned to find Fong Ling trading 10 kilograms of rice to exchange for the groundhog claws from this hunting trip. With the materials ready, Gua quickly produced the first batch of mining pickaxes. Lin Feng picked one up. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, incredibly sharp, and the iron handle was sturdy. A truly suitable tool. Gua, thank you. Go. Don't thank me. Hurry and get to work, I'm not done yet. You lad, for a little exchange you brought everything to me. Are you trying to fleece me? As Lin Feng carried a dozen iron pickaxes to the cliff, over 30 people were already waiting there, standing sparsely. The tools are here. These iron pickaxes look good. Lin Feng shouted, come over to collect the tools. Those who haven't received theirs, go to Gua to get them. Once you have them, hurry back to mine. 1 pickaxe per person. Return it after use. 100 kilograms for a bowl of porridge. The more you mine, the more you can exchange with no upper limit. Everyone follow me. Lin Feng led the group to the pit that Xiao Xian had dug. This is the spot, start mining. An older man was the first to step inside, gripping the pickaxe tightly. He swung his arm, and the pickaxe easily struck into the rock wall, breaking off a large chunk of, or the fracture gleaming darkly. Seeing this, the others quickly found their spots. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng listened to the sounds of pickaxes striking the rock wall, a reassuring rhythm echoing in his heart. Tomorrow there would be enough rations for Xiao Xian on the road. Looking around, he spotted Xiao Rui squatting outside a tent, while Xiao Qing and the others were boiling water nearby. Xiao Qing, Xiao Rui, Su Wan, you all come here. The girls looked up simultaneously, and Xiao Rui said, Brother Lin Feng, what's the matter? I'm in line waiting to take a shower, taking advantage of the rain to have some water. What shower? Come over to work. Go over there to cook porridge. When those mining come out, they will need to eat. Cooking porridge. Alright, I'm coming now. Xiao Rui looked puzzled, but still got up to Lord Lin Feng, why bother them with such trivial matters? Xiao Rui, you all continue. Red Jia walked over from her bus, followed by a dozen girls. On such a cold night, they were still dressed lightly. They'll take the girls to help cooking porridge serving food. We're familiar with this work, let those girls do something else. Lin Feng glanced at her. Red Jia always knew where she should be present, so he nodded. All right, follow me. Red Jia waved her hand, and a dozen girls followed along their steps light. Passers-by looked at this group of girls with confusion in their eyes. They wondered what Lin Feng called the women of the convoy over for. Could it be to reward the group of mud-legged miners? Arriving at the edge of the cliff, Lin Feng chose a relatively flat spot. Stamping his foot, the earth control technique activated, and the soil moved under his will, transforming into a stove in minutes. Guoge, just in time. One matter should not trouble two masters. Hurry and help me make 2 large iron pots. Guoye stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Are you just using me? I just helped you make over 100 iron pickaxes, and now you want me to make pots. Just a casual request. Lin Feng replied without changing his expression. Besides, don't you get 30 of the mined, or? The pots are part of the mining equipment, right? Even the emperor can't afford to starve his soldiers. Oh right, remember to make a scale, well needed to weigh the ore. Guoye stared at Lin Feng for several seconds before Alright, I'll do it. You're truly the most shameless person I've ever seen in my life. He called over several brothers beside him to place the pickaxes down. Here they are, a total of 140, with 12 made using level 1 groundhog claws, which are significantly sharper than ordinary ones. Make sure to keep them safe. As he spoke, he utilized the materials to finish the iron pots, which fitted perfectly with the stove, and finally made a scale. All done. Lin Feng looked at Guoye's pale, exhausted face, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you, Guoge. Rest assured you won't miss out on the ore. Guoye waved his hand and turned to leave, grumbling as he walked. I must have owed you in my past life. Red Jia was already busy with the girls gathering firewood from somewhere, lighting the fire, and pouring rainwater into the pot. Lin Feng climbed onto Xiao Xian's back and retrieved a 50-kilogram bag of rice from the storage room, enough to cook several pots. The aroma of white porridge soon wafted through the air, with Red Jia stirring it with a large iron ladle. It smells great. Hurry up and mine. Once enough is mined, we can eat. Whoever gathers enough supplies can also pick a girl to ease their fatigue. Red Jia's voice rang out among the crowd of miners. Red Jia, you said this. I've been eyeing your Xiao Mei for a long time. Go away, Xiao Mei is mine. Hearing the men's discussions, the girls under Red Jia giggled, and one even teased, Sister Xiao Mei isn't cheap. You can't even smell her without 2 kilograms of rice. Why not take a look at my sister? This spurred them to mine even faster. Under the allure of white porridge and women, it was more effective than any motivational speech or inspirational broth. Soon the first person emerged, carrying a middle-aged man whose face was covered in sweat and dust. He moved it several times and placed it on the scale. 101 Jin, what is your name? Zhao Daong. Xiaoli didn't know when she had arrived, holding a notebook and a pen. All right, Zhao Daong, 101 Jin, go over there to receive your porridge. Zhao Daong walked to the stove, receiving a bowl handed over by Hong Jia. The bowl wasn't large, but the porridge inside was thick with salt added. Lin Feng disregarded Fong Ling's advice and added more water to the porridge, even putting in salt, all to give them more strength to work. The camp was incomplete. Just moments ago, some people criticized Lin Feng for being too stingy, giving only a bowl of porridge for digging 100 Jin, thinking it better to conserve energy, but now they couldn't sit still upon smelling the aroma. Can it really be exchanged? Real porridge, not diluted with water and wild vegetables, but genuine rice porridge. Hurry up, get your pickaxes, or there won't be any left. Those who had been sleeping in the carts or napping by the bonfire, including the lazy members of Mo King Luan's original crew, all stood up, rushing. Don't rush, line up. Soon, all 140 pickaxes were distributed. Those who received tools excitedly dashed into the mine, while those who didn't stood by, unwilling to leave. Moreover, the crowd kept increasing, with a man who looked to be in his 50s pushing his way in. Young man, I can mine too, isn't it just 100 Jin? I worked in a mine when I was young and have some strength. Lin Feng glanced at the already distributed pickaxes on the ground and said, the pickaxes are gone. You need to figure it out yourselves. You can bring your own tools to mine, or you can buy from Guoye. As long as you gather 100 kilograms, I will give you porridge. The old man nodded, squeezing out of the crowd. Others saw this, and also went to find Guoye. Lin Feng smiled at this scene. Brother Guo, don't say him ungrateful business. The sound of pickaxes in the mine became even more frequent as Lin Feng watched the pile of ore grow larger, a smile blooming on his face. Suddenly he noticed a short, plump woman covered in stains from her designer clothes and wearing a large gold chain walking over and saying, You have so much porridge, why not share a little with us? We are all survivors, shouldn't we help each other? Lin Feng was taken aback, wondering where such a foolish person came from. Someone next to the scale retorted, Go mine a dig 100 kilograms, and you can exchange it for a bowl of porridge. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, the woman's voice rose an octave. On what basis? Why should we women go mining? This is men's work. What's wrong with sharing a little with us? Can't we have a warm meal? There was a moment of silence as everyone absorbed the absurdity of her words. Indeed, Mo Qingluan's crew had all sorts of people. Mo Qingluan, your people, are you going to manage this? If not, I'll just chop her up to feed the monsters. Mo Qingluan, who had been resting beside the fire, suddenly heard Lin Feng calling her. She opened her eyes, looked in Lin Feng's direction, stood up, and walked over leisurely. Mi Shui followed behind her, casting Lin Feng a somewhat unfriendly glance. Mo Qingluan stood in front of Lin Feng with a beaming smile, her beautiful eyes seemingly capable of speaking. Lin Feng, you are wronging me. This isn't one of my crew. Even we are from your crew, aren't we? She tilted her head towards Mi Shui beside her. Mi Shui snorted, turning her face away, disinterested in the topic. Mo Qingluan shrugged and spread her hands at Lin Feng. So you handle it. Ooh, I won't take responsibility. Lin Feng did not expect Mo Qingluan to be so straightforward, directly abandoning her responsibility. The woman clearly did not anticipate Mo Qingluan's attitude, either, her face flashing a hint of panic, quickly replaced by a forced bravado. Who do you think you are? Try touching me and see what happens. Do you know who I am? Get lost, you have 10 seconds to leave my sight. Lin Feng interrupted her directly. The woman was stunned for a second before exploding. You little brat, who do you think you are? If it weren't for the apocalypse, you wouldn't be where you are today. People like you aren't even worthy to carry my shoes in Blue Star. Do you know who my husband is? Her words became increasingly vicious. Lin Feng's face darkened. Xiao He, who was squatting beside Lin Feng, moved instantly upon hearing his command. Like a gust of wind, he dashed in front of the woman, opened his mouth, and bit her calf, with sharp teeth, dragging her towards the edge of the protective area, without any hesitation. I'll let go of me, let go, help, murderer. The awakened are killing. As her body was dragged on the ground, covered in rubble and mud, she clawed at the ground desperately, her fingers bloodied, but unable to stop. I'm sorry, spare me. Please spare my life. Her cries morphed into desperate wails. Xiao He dragged her straight out of the protective area, where heavy rain poured down, a sound that sent chills down one's spine echoed through the downpour. No one could see what happened in the darkness, and the screaming suddenly stopped. Evolution. 1 Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. The entire camp fell silent for several seconds, watching the black dog shake off the raindrops and quietly sit back down beside Lin Feng. Those who had been laughing and joking now looked at Lin Feng with completely changed expressions, their earlier admiration and flattery replaced by a hint of fear and wariness. Although the other awakened ones in the crew remained indifferent, they wouldn't kill over trivial matters. Even people like Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui would protect ordinary individuals, while Wang Lai and the others would accept survivors they encountered along the way, appearing gentle on the surface regardless of their true intentions. The camp began to murmur quietly. Did he really throw that woman out to feed the monsters? Although that woman was annoying, she didn't deserve to die. Stay away from him in the future. Lin Feng paid no attention to these comments, turning to look at Hong Jie, his tone returning to normal. Hong Jie, the porridge in the pot, you and the girls can eat as much as you want to. I can't let you work for nothing. Arrange things for me, and don't let anything go wrong. Hong Jie witnessed the entire process. Her fox-like eyes lingered on Lin Feng's face for 2 seconds before she smiled. In the apocalypse, only a man like this could maintain order. She felt her choice was not wrong. Don't worry, I'll thank you on behalf of the girls. She turned to call her subordinates, her voice regaining its efficiency. Did you all hear? There's plenty of porridge, get to work quickly. As Lin Feng turned to leave, he heard Mo Qingluan's voice from behind. Lin Feng, wait. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. What's up? I'm going to sleep now, do you want to come with me? Before Mo Qingluan could respond, Mi Shui exploded next to her. Dream on, you scumbag. Lin Feng glanced at Mi Shui in disbelief. Had she eaten explosives? Ignoring her, he directly asked Mo Qingluan, what's the matter? Mo Qingluan fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. I want to trade the remaining groundhog meat for some rice to make porridge. The more than 100 people who came with me have run out of food. We can't just let them starve, can we? Lin Feng looked at her, then at the people huddled around the fire, contrasting them with those busy in the mine. The ones behind her were either chatting or lying down waiting for food distribution. Can you really manage them? Look at them. Lin Feng pointed at those working hard in the mine, weighing their haul in exchange for white porridge, unwilling to eat it themselves, but giving it to their wives and children nearby. And what about those following you? They're all complaining about when the rain will stop and how hungry they are. How many of them have stood up? Mo Qingluan's eyes lingered on that group for a few seconds, her smile fading slightly. Those are given to the actors and directors of various productions. Mi Shui scoffed, and certain executives, investors, and the wives of big shots, a bunch of pampered folks. You expect them to mine? That would be worse than killing them. If you want to trade with me for rice, I can only say there's none. Even if I have to feed it to the dogs, I won't give it to them. Don't you understand what kind of people you're dealing with? However, Lin Feng changed his tone, his gaze resting on the fiery passion of Mo Qingluan and the exotic features of Mi Shui for a moment. I'm quite interested in both you and Mi Shui. Mo Qingluan was silent. Mi Shui's ears turned red. If you can't survive, feel free to come to me. I can't say more, but I can certainly feed you too well. After saying this, Lin Feng turned and left not giving them a chance to respond as he strode toward Xiao Xian, flipping onto the turtle's back and shouting down. Xiao Qing, come up here. Xiao Qing was busy weighing and recording. Hearing his shout, she almost dropped her pen. She glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Li beside her, her face flushing bright red. Xiao Yu gave her a push. The master is calling you, hurry up. I'm still keeping the accounts. I'll do it. Xiao Yu snatched the pen and notebook from her hand. Quickly, don't keep them. Xiao Qing lowered her head as she walked toward the stairs, her heart racing. Mi Shui watched the scene with a smirk. This scumbag dreaming of taking care of us too. I'd rather starve than sell myself out. Mo Qingwan stood beside her, silent, her gaze lingering on the stone house atop the giant turtle for a few seconds before returning to the group by the campfire. She was silent for a while as if making a decision. Mi Shui. What? Go tell Wang Jie to notify the people from our original team that starting tomorrow we won't take care of them anymore. Mi Shui paused. Are you saying? Let them fend for themselves. I'm no longer the team leader, and I've had enough. Mi Shui looked at Mo Qingwan's face, and in her eyes there was a light she hadn't seen in a long time. She nodded. It's about time. Why should we support a bunch of parasites? She walked toward Wang Jie, her steps noticeably lighter. In the second floor room, Xiao Qing lowered her head, twisting the edge of her clothes. Master, why did you call me up? Come here. Xiao Qing was indeed the tallest among the four girls, and her slender frame and incredible curves, especially those long legs, were striking. It truly proved the saying below the chest, all legs, and they were incredibly resilient. A split was easy for her, and Lin Feng couldn't help but admire her numerous flips. The sounds of mining echoed continuously, and those who had worked all night began to rest, bringing a stillness to the camp. Half asleep, Lin Feng felt the door open and the mattress sank slightly as someone leaned in beside him. His instinct was to pull the person into his embrace. Still awake? Chun Min's voice sounded in the dark. What's up? Lin Feng felt her coldness and pulled the blanket over her. I just went to Yutong's car, and she said the rain won't stop in the next couple of days. Lin Feng tightened his grip, feeling the incredible elasticity, so the captain decided to have everyone mind to completely renovate the bus. Those small vehicles and vans can't even move on these roads. This world doesn't even have decent roads. The chassis is too low. Once it rains, they get completely stuck and can't get out. The captain said rather than breaking down on the road, it's better to repurpose them now and directly dismantle them into armored buses. Then let's dismantle them. Lin Feng yawned. Is there a problem? Chun Min rested her head on Lin Feng's arm, exhaling softly. This means we'll have to stop for another day. The gray fog doesn't wait for anyone, and supplies are running low. People in the team have nothing to eat. How can they have the strength to mine? Lin Feng was too sleepy. His food was enough anyway. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters. Tomorrow, sleep now. Chun Min noticed how listless Lin Feng looked. She adjusted the blanket for him and closed her eyes. The room fell completely silent. Only the sound of a few breaths could be heard, along with the occasional sound of mining tools from the cave. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng was startled awake by a dull vibration, and he opened his eyes wide. Lin Feng moved Chun Min's hand away and sat up. Chun Min groaned sleepily. What time is it? I don't know. Xiao Xian is awake. I'm going down to check. Lin Feng lowered his head to glance at the ground, which was indeed much higher now, at least 3 meters by his estimation. He leaped off the turtle's back, with Chun Min following suit. A crowd had gathered in the open space around. Even those still working in the mine heard the commotion and put down their picks to come out and see all of them looking up at Xiao Xian with mouths agape, as if an egg could fit inside. This is twice the size of last night. Not just twice, this is still while it hasn't stood up. It has grown this much overnight. If it keeps growing like this, what will happen? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Lin Feng quickly spotted a few individuals standing at the front. Wang Lai was right at the front, gazing up at Xiao Xian's massive form, while Feng Ling stood beside him, jotting down notes on a notepad. Even Xin Yutong, who never got out of her vehicle, had arrived. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Xian, displaying rare curiosity as her lips moved slightly, seemingly talking to herself. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Lai hurriedly approached and asked, "How much bigger can your beast grow?" Lin Feng shrugged. "I don't know either. You ask me, who should I ask? It grows by consuming minerals, and I actually hope it gets bigger, so I can build a larger house and plant some flowers." Wang Lai replied, "Bigger is better." Of course, Lin Feng continued with a righteous tone, "I have a kind heart. Now that it's the end of the world, and everyone has crossed over, life is uncertain. I can't bear to see beautiful things fall, so it's definitely better for it to grow bigger, making it easier for me to collect beautiful women." Wang Lai's mouth twitched at Lin Feng's boldness, glancing at Chun Min beside him, as if asking her to manage him. Chun Min wore an expression that said, "That's just the way he is. What can I do about it?" Wang Lai was left speechless, replaying the situation of the awakened in their convoy in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more his mouth twitched. Dong Yu was a lesbian with sadistic tendencies. Just look at the women in her vehicle. They were practically tortured beyond recognition. Jiang Sheng was even more outrageous. He had no interest in women at all. His vehicle was filled with adult toys, and although there were many women in the convoy, he was a complete fetishist. Gua-yi. Let's not even talk about Gua-yi. His vehicle had over 10 people, all basically muscular men, who worked efficiently, without a single woman. He always claimed they were relatives like cousins or brothers. Well, he did have a lot of brothers. Chinmin. She used to be the most troublesome for Wang Lai. Her unpredictable nature along with her mysterious psychic abilities meant that those who offended her met a grim fate. No one in the convoy dared to provoke her, but now she was calm and peaceful since Lin Feng had taken her, and her eyes soft and serene like a cat, whose fur had finally been smoothed. Shen Yutong. Does her increasingly quiet demeanor count? Wang Lai thought of himself. He cleared his throat, suppressing these chaotic thoughts, and bringing the conversation back to serious matters. Lin Feng, if your turtle continues to grow, its size will only increase. Can we take some survivors with us? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed immediately. No way. Wang Lai stared puzzled and asked, why not? My beast allows no one but women aboard unless they are eunuchs. Lin Feng had a look that suggested there was no room for negotiation. Wang Lai was left speechless. Fong Ling couldn't help but chime in, Lin Feng, this is too. Sister Ling, don't try to persuade me. I make the decisions regarding my beast. If you want to come aboard, you're always welcome, but as for this matter, it's off the table. Wang Lai rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Alright, today's plan is as follows. Yutong says the rain won't stop anytime soon. I plan to use this day for everyone to participate in mining and to assist Gua-yi in modifying vehicles. The small vehicles can't pass through. We lost over 30 yesterday. We can't continue like this. Lin Feng nodded. Mining is no problem. I can also have Xiao Xian help out. One can replace 100 men. Wang Lai glanced at Xiao Xian's size and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's arrange it this way. We aim to mine more today. Fong Ling and I will go discuss with the vehicle owners. Wang Lai led Fong Ling and Gua-yi around the camp. Everyone, can I have your attention? Wang Lai's voice clearly echoed throughout the camp. This rain isn't going to stop anytime soon, so we'll need to stay another day. During this time, I plan to modify a batch of large vehicles, gathering usable materials to enhance off-road capabilities. In the upcoming journey, small vehicles simply won't hold up. If you are willing to dismantle your vehicles to provide parts, you will have priority boarding on the modified vehicles. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Are we supposed to dismantle our vehicles? After pondering for a while, most vehicle owners agreed. No one was a fool. Yesterday, dozens of vehicles broke down on the road, and those stuck in the mud were just piles of scrap metal. Rather than waiting for their car to end up like that, it was better to dismantle it now and earn a spot on the vehicle. However, some still held out hope. I'll wait a bit longer. My vehicle has a high chassis and can still move. Besides, who wants to squeeze with dozens of others? A man adorned with gold chains was reluctant to give up his current lifestyle. His vehicle was a Hummer, and there were 2 beautiful women attending to him. Naturally, he was not keen to leave. Wang Lai paid him no mind. It was entirely voluntary. The situation with Mo Qingwan was even more challenging. She stood in front of them trying to. These 3 tour buses need modifications and require minerals. Everyone needs to help with mining and transporting. Those who work will receive a bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Sister Qingwan, a finely dressed woman, shrank by the fire, her voice overly affected. How can we do such rough work? Just look at those mining. They're covered in dirt, tired and filthy. We at least used to be stars back on Blue Star. Blue Star is gone. Mo Qingwan interrupted her. The woman's eyes began to redden and tears fell freely. She was indeed a professional, as the surrounding people started to chatter. Sister Qingwan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Of course, not everyone was like that. There were some who weren't part of the crew, standing up with expressions different from those lounging or sitting actors. They recognized reality, understanding that this convoy wouldn't support them for free. Sister Qingwan, we will go mining. Mo Qingwan nodded. Go find Gua-yi for tools. The captain has already organized people to cook wild vegetable porridge. Mo Qingwan looked at the majority, who still showed no movement, and spoke again. Everyone listen to me. She hadn't finished her sentence when someone interrupted. Sister Qingwan, you know we've never done this kind of work. Why don't you talk to Lin Feng and ask him to give us a bowl of porridge? Even half a bowl would be fine. Yes, Sister Qingwan, you're a big star. He would definitely be willing to give you something for your face. They spoke as if it were a matter of course. Look at that one Suwon. She used to be in the same crew as us, and now she's enjoying life over there without mining. Why should we be hungry? Pretty privilege of being good looking is a skill. If I looked like that, I'd be lying on his bed too. Why would I mind? Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Mo Qingwan looked at the group of people in front of her, wanting to say something, but ultimately saying nothing. Her bodyguard Wang Jia had a grim expression, as if she wanted to rush in and land a few punches on the group. Mi Shui couldn't hold back any longer. She pushed through the crowd, quickly reached Mo Qingluan's side, and grabbed her wrist. What are you doing here? What good will it do to talk to them? They won't budge at all. Just look at how they are. Are they the type to negotiate? Mi Shui pulled Mo Qingluan away from the crowd, and after walking a few meters, she said in a tone filled with frustration, Sister Qingluan, you weren't like this when you used to negotiate contracts. Back then, who dared to haggle with you? When you slammed your hand on the table, they wouldn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Who in the crew would dare to speak to you like that? Sister Qingluan, where's your astuteness? I feel like you've become foolish now. Mo Qingluan paused for a moment. I just feel that. In the end times, saving one person is better than none. Mishua looked at her, her gaze softening as she continued to walk, saying, don't worry about it for now. Let Wang Jie handle it. The more you speak, the more they think you're easy to negotiate with. These people can't be reasoned with, they need to find their own way to survive. You can't help everyone. If they don't want to live, you can't pull them along. Don't involve yourself. Understood. Dawn arrived. The convoy mobilized everyone it could, with those who could mind doing so, and the logistics staff starting to unload bags of wild vegetables from the vehicles. Lin Feng and Guai were also called to set up a few stoves and large iron pots, cooking a mixture of wild vegetables and rice to make porridge that was distributed to all the workers. Although it tasted bad, it could still fill their stomachs. Boom. A loud noise came from the cliff. After waking up, Xiao Xian, under Lin Feng's direction, began mining. Its front claws were larger than the previous night, and with each strike it could pry open a large section of the rock wall, pulling down entire chunks of iron ore. Its efficiency surpassed that of over 100 people working through the night. In just a short hour it had piled up a small mountain of ore. Lin Feng stood by, watching the pile of ore, then glancing at those far from Xiao Xian who were mining, and those who had gathered enough to collect their porridge, calculating in his mind. Am I at a loss? What loss? A voice came from behind, startling Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around abruptly and saw a figure just half a meter away from him. Mo Qingluan had arrived in front of him, without him noticing, close enough for him to catch the scent of her perfume. Do you walk without making a sound? What were you just saying about being at a loss? I was doing some calculations. Lin Feng pointed to the pile of ore Xiao Xian had mined, and then to another pile, saying, look, they had over 100 people mining all night, and only managed to get. They mined so little, and I traded quite a bit of porridge for it. Meanwhile, my Xiao Xian did in 1 hour what they did in a whole night. So do you think? Am I at a loss? Mo Qingluan looked at the pile of ore, then at those mining on the cliff, and could only softly say, in the end times we are all humans from Blue Star, saving one is better than none. Lin Feng turned his head, eyeing her with a peculiar gaze, taking in her appearance, before finally resting his gaze on her chest. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to be such a saintly healer. Mo Qingluan followed his gaze down, unable to see her toes, suddenly realizing something, and blushing furiously. She played games too, so she naturally knew what healer meant. It was just that Lin Feng's tone and expression, the subtle emphasis on the word healer as it came from his mouth, made her feel a bit exasperated, accompanied by a long-lost feeling of shyness. You? Lin Feng waved his hand, choosing not to tease her further, instead changing the subject. What did you come over for? Aren't you watching over that group of old men and ladies over there? Mo Qingluan became increasingly excited. You see, this way the convoy is safe, your beast grows larger, and it can carry more people on its back, thus everyone. Lin Feng grinned. How about coming with me? Xiao Xian has plenty of space on its back, one more person won't make a difference. Mo Qingluan hadn't spoken, yet when Mishue's voice came through, she hurriedly walked in front of Mo Qingluan, blocking Lin Feng's view, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Feng. The captain said that once it's modified we get a bus. Who would want to go with you? Lin Feng noticed her protective stance and glanced at Mo Qingluan behind her. Mo Qingluan seemed to want to say something, but with Mishue blocking her, she opened her mouth, and then closed it again, her expression somewhat complex. Lin Feng had only mentioned it casually, but this little girl, kept opposing him every day. Mishue, you little brat, always going against me. Be careful, I'll hang you up and spank you until your bottom is swollen, do you believe me? Mishue's face flushed instantly as she instinctively covered her back, stepping back a bit, while glaring at him. You dare? You just wait and see if I dare. Sister Qingluan, look at her. Mo Qingluan watched Mishue's furious expression, and then glanced at Lin Feng's what can you do to me demeanor, finally unable to suppress a smile. She stepped forward, pulling Mishue behind her, and smiling at Lin Feng. You little brother Lin Feng, don't tease her too much as she can't handle it. Lin Feng looked at Mishue's puffed-up face and smugly snorted. All right, since it's for your sake. Mishue. Lin Feng ignored her further, and turned to Xiao Xian, shouting, Xiao Xian, keep mining. Eat as much as you can today, just don't fall asleep. Xiao Xian let out a low sound, as if responding to Lin Feng. With a rumble, another batch of ore rolled down. Xiao Xian lowered its head, picked up the largest pieces, crunching them, and swallowing them before continuing to mine. With each claw it could pry open large chunks of ore, but Lin Feng slowly noticed that Xiao Xian's speed was decreasing. At first he didn't mind, but 10 minutes later Xiao Xian's movements had clearly slowed down significantly, and eventually it simply stopped mining, lying beside the pile of ore and slowly nibbling at a piece, chewing for a long time before swallowing. Lin Feng stood a short distance away, watching Xiao Xian's drowsy appearance, frowning. Using his thoughts to communicate with Xiao Xian, he received a clear emotion in response, full. Don't want to move. Digesting. Lin Feng understood that it had eaten too much ore, and its body needed time to digest, and absorb. Mo Qingwan walked up to Lin Feng and said, "You see, although your beast is powerful, it still needs humans to mine." Lin Feng turned his head to glance at her. "What do you want to say?" Mo Qingwan did not rush to respond. She looked at the sweaty individuals in the mine and slowly said, "Your beast's size is constantly growing. In the future, as it continues to grow, when its shell becomes large enough to build a castle, it would clearly be inappropriate to let it mine by itself. Just look at its current size. Can it even squeeze into the mine?" Lin Feng pondered over her words. Indeed, Xiao Xian's size had doubled since last night. If it grew a few more sizes, mining would really require. Mo Qingwan, seeing that he did not argue, continued, "Think about it, your beast grows quickly by consuming ore, but someone needs to mine the ore and place it in front of its mouth. If you raise a team of miners to do the digging while your beast eats, both tasks can proceed without hindrance, allowing you to focus on your own matters. Moreover," Mo Qingwan said more smoothly, "if the number of miners increases, the efficiency will be higher. Organize those idle people, provide them with food, and they will help you work. Your beast will grow faster and protect the convoy, increasing everyone's survival chances. A win-win situation." Mo Qingwan began to elaborate on the various benefits from multiple angles, painting a bright picture, and Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Mo Qingwan became increasingly excited. "You see, this way the convoy is safe, your beast grows larger, and it can carry more people on its back, thus everyone." "No way." Lin Feng suddenly snapped awake, removing his hand from his chin. He felt as though he had been doused with cold water, instantly regaining clarity. Mo Qingwan was stunned. "Why not? What you said earlier makes sense, but that last sentence, don't even think about it. You can come up anytime, but no one else can. My beast allows no one but women to ride. But if the convoy needs... The needs of the convoy are their own matter. My beast is my own matter." Lin Feng interrupted her decisively. "However, your points are indeed valid. We can't let Xiao Xian do everything itself, though finding a group of people dedicated to mining and feeding it is certainly a good idea." Mo Qingwan looked at him, her gaze complex. She seemed to want to persuade Lin Feng a bit more, but upon seeing his expression that said, "Bring it up again, and he'll turn against you," she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. "So what do you want to do about the mining team?" Lin Feng stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "There's certainly no shortage of people. Just in the convoy there are 400 or 500. Moreover, it's only been a few days since we crossed over, and we might encounter people from other convoys at any time. There are plenty of people willing to work for food. After all, not everyone is as foolish as those in your convoy." Mo Qingwan. Lin Feng continued to express his thoughts. "I just feel that ore isn't something you find every time. Once I organize the mining team, if there's no ore to mine, I can't just keep them for nothing. Also, how do we prevent people from being dishonest?" Lin Feng never doubted humanity's inherent nature, but once they thought they had the support of an awakened individual, they would act differently. "What's so difficult about that?" Mi Shui suddenly interjected, her tone carrying a hint of pride in her understanding. "Just form groups. A few people in each group, and if they complete their tasks, they get food. If they don't, the whole group gets punished by rationing. For those who dig more, we can offer extra rewards. When I used to film variety shows, that's how the production team managed the extras, but it worked quite well." Lin Feng and Mo Qingwan turned to look at her simultaneously. Mi Shui, under their gaze, asked, "Why are you both looking at me? Am I wrong?" "You're right." Lin Feng rarely complimented her. "You finally said something sensible." "You?" Mi Shui was about to blow up, but Lin Feng had already turned away. "Also, the vehicle assigned to me can accommodate those willing to join the mining team. Let them gather supplies themselves. If they truly run out of food, we only need to provide one basic meal a day to ensure they don't starve." Mo Qingwan noticed Lin Feng and Mi Shui staring at her without blinking. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of Qingwan. I thought you were a saint." "Not at all. I just think that if everyone eats a little less, the food saved can help more people survive." Mo Qingluan's voice grew softer. "Haha, great. Let's do it your way." Lin Feng suddenly felt that Qingwan was indeed an excellent leader, very much to his liking. As long as they don't starve at critical moments, they are a source of labor. Without mentioning the discussion between Lin Feng and Mo Qingwan about forming the mining team from dawn to noon, and from noon to night, the cliff below transformed into a bustling mining site. To boost everyone's morale, the awakened individuals in the convoy generously shared their food reserves, mixing it with wild vegetables to cook pot after pot of porridge. Anyone who came to work could go find guai to collect tools. Then they would eat a bowl of porridge made from wild vegetables, which wasn't particularly tasty, but could fill their stomachs. The few women responsible for logistics were overwhelmed, and Hong Jia, along with the girls, stopped their business to busily distribute the porridge. Almost everyone, regardless of gender, was busy either mining or transporting ore. The busiest were Guai and his brothers, who drained the gasoline from the small vehicles and began disassembling them, taking apart usable tires, batteries, and parts one by one. Guai himself squatted beside the delivered or extracting the metal components. Under his guidance, these metals and materials began to be shaped, welded, and transformed. Originally just an ordinary bus, it transformed like magic piece by piece. Starting with the tires made from a mixture of metal and rubber were the first to take shape, each one towering over a person. Next came the chassis of the vehicle, which was thickened and reinforced, followed by modifications to the engine. To match such a large vehicle, Guai put extra effort into the engine modifications, adding hybrid power. Finally, the body of the vehicle was built hastily with seats of various designs welded in from other vehicles, disregarding aesthetics and focusing on cost-effectiveness. As long as it could carry people, it was sufficient. The final vehicle measured over 3 meters wide and 15 meters long, resembling a colossal beast that had been fully formed. All right, Guai dusted himself off. It's finished. He jumped into the driver's seat, turned the key, and the engine emitted a deep rumble. Shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, this steel behemoth slowly started maneuvering smoothly and dashed out into the rain before quickly returning. Great! The onlookers couldn't help but cheer. With this vehicle, safety was greatly enhanced. They no longer feared falling behind. Guai turned off the engine and got out, patting the vehicle. We aim to modify a few more before dawn. After the news spread, those who had been hesitant were unable to sit still any longer. This massive vehicle was much safer than their small broken. They all expressed their willingness to dismantle their own vehicles, hoping to secure a spot after modification. Guai, unafraid, knew that the more materials he had, the sturdier the modifications would be. When he sought the strange crystal from Wang Lai, he felt justified in his request. Next time he asked for a level 3 strange crystal to break through to level 3, it would be easier to approach without needing to scrounge for a level 2 strange crystal at the last moment to help him level up. Lin Feng was also busy on his end. Xiao Xian's back armor has grown to over 40 square meters, with the original stone house occupying only a small central area surrounded by a vast expanse of open space. Lin Feng communicated with Xiao Xian through his thoughts, instructing it to begin work expanding the 10 square meter small room into 40 square meters. The storage room and kitchen on the first floor were separated, making them much more spacious than before. A soft ladder was made on the stair platform to prevent awkward situations where Xiao Rui and the others could not return home. On the second floor, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but decided not to divide it into 2 rooms, directly expanding it into a 40 square meter bedroom, with a 10 square meter bathroom partitioned inside, fully equipped with a bathtub, toilet, wash basin, and water heater. He also specifically found someone from the convoy to swap out a mirror to install above the wash basin. Although it was made of stone, Lin Feng used earth control magic to make it incredibly smooth, making it look like it was made of tiles. Of course, a super large bed was indispensable, big enough to sleep 7 or 8 people comfortably, with unspoken feelings of sharing a big blanket. At the head of Xiao Xian, there was a large sliding floor-to-ceiling window. Stepping outside led to a 2-meter-wide circular corridor with exquisitely crafted railings that significantly expanded the usable area of the second floor. As for the central area of the rooftop, he spent half a day constructing a large water reservoir, creating pipes in the walls to connect to the bathroom and the kitchen on the first floor. For this, Lin Feng found Guai using a piece of bacon and a bag of 20 kilograms of rice as a high price to have him make some fittings, a complete set of metal bathing accessories, faucets, shower heads, and also the metal cabinet doors in the kitchen, along with the large floor-to-ceiling window. Of course, these fittings were definitely not worth the value of a piece of bacon and rice. Lin Feng was not one to take advantage without compensation. He primarily wanted a lighting system, a large storage battery modified from a car battery, wires, light bulbs, and a solar charging panel. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to request 2 more solar panels, but Guai refused, saying there were no materials to make them and the current ones were needed for modifying vehicles. After much negotiation, he agreed to help Lin Feng manufacture a few more panels for free once he found the materials. All these were skillfully installed on the house, using earth control magic, ushering in the era of electricity so that it wouldn't be dark at night, where one might mistakenly touch someone and not even know it. Wow, it's so big. Xiao Rui, not knowing when she climbed up using the soft ladder, entered the bedroom and found the room completely transformed. Such a big wardrobe. I can fit so many beautiful clothes now. Wow, and there's a bathroom too. I won't have to go outside to find a place to relieve myself anymore. Lin Feng, you're amazing. Xiao Rui bounced over to Lin Feng. He rubbed her small head and tested the switch. The bedroom lights turned on as he had hoped. No problem. Perfect timing. You call Xiao Qing and the others to come back and tidy up the house and cook something. At 8 p.m. the sky had completely darkened and Xiao He released the protective domain again. Dinner in the camp was ready, still porridge made with a mix of rice and wild vegetables. Although it didn't smell appetizing, it carried a faint bitter scent. However, for those who had worked hard all day, this bowl of hot porridge was more substantial than anything else. The group of miners set down their tools, took out their bowls, and formed a not-sorterly line, eagerly watching the porridge in the large pot. Zhao Dayong, yours is next. The woman serving the porridge was steady-handed, scooping a heaping spoonful of wild vegetable porridge into Zhao Dayong's bowl. Zhao Dayong held the bowl and approached his wife and child, handing the bowl over for them to eat first. His wife took the bowl and fed half of it to the child. Daddy, you eat too. Zhao Dayong grunted in acknowledgement and the couple shared the meal. Looking at his blistered hands, a smile crept onto his face, a smile that spoke of having survived another day together filled with hope for the future. The miners huddled in small groups by the fire, sipping their porridge, speaking softly. Their topics ranged from how much or they had mined today to when the convoy would set off tomorrow, and then to what those who hadn't worked would eat tonight. What to eat? What a joke, someone scoffed. When I passed by over there earlier, everyone was starving, and one woman was crying, saying she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Serves them right. Someone stuffed a mouthful of porridge into his mouth and said, when we were working during the day, they were all pretending to be dead. Now they're hungry. At the edge of the camp, those actors, agents, directors, and other affiliated personnel from Mo Qingluan's convoy, who did not participate during the mobilization, pretended to be dead during the transport, watching, thinking the convoy would surely feed them. But when dinner time arrived, they realized no one was serving food anymore. Someone approached Sister Wang, their voice tinged with tears. Sister Wang, where's Qingluan? We haven't eaten anything all day. Can you give us a bowl of porridge? Just one bowl. Sister Wang glanced at her, her voice flat. Go report over at the mine, dig 100 kilograms of, or for a bowl of porridge. But we are all women, how can we have the strength to dig after being hungry all day? Oh, I forgot to remind you, Qingluan is recruiting long-term miners for Lin Feng. Now it's 500 kilograms for a bowl of porridge, no exceptions. After saying that, Sister Wang ignored her and turned to leave. 500 kilograms. The woman sat down on the ground, burying her head in tears. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's side, Qingluan, you set the price at 500 kilograms of, or for a bowl of this porridge. Are you sure? Lin Feng scooped up a spoonful of thin porridge, which was mostly rice water with only a thin layer of rice at the bottom. He looked at her in disbelief, thinking to himself, Qingluan, you are truly the real Zhou Beiopi. Mo Qingluan, unflustered and unbothered, retorted, just tell me whether this is porridge or not. You don't know how expensive food is until you're in charge. When I was managing over 100 people a few days ago and couldn't find food, we ate less than this in a day. Look at Captain Wang Lai, he alone has mined more than 500 pounds today. That porridge. TSK. It's all wild vegetables, and the rice in there is even less than in this bowl. Moreover, the mining pick you provided, how sharp it is. Are you really unaware, or just pretending? As a weak woman, guess how much I mined today? 1 ton. Okay, you're a weak woman, but you're still twice as strong as a grown man. Lin Feng hadn't expected that the mining pick he provided would be so efficient, nor that Yang Mi would be able to endure hardship and go to mine. Fine, you think whatever you want, it's not me who's getting scolded. When the time comes for scolding, I'll say it was the big boss's orders. What do you think, Lin Feng, little brother? I can't argue with you. Let's go, my big star, I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Feng changed the topic, taking the opportunity to invite her, as he was the one benefiting from it. Scumbag, I want to go too. Mi Shui followed behind the two, like a little shadow. Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui followed Lin Feng as they climbed up the soft ladder. When they stepped onto the ground on Xiao Xian's back, the scene before them left them momentarily bewildered. The ground beneath their feet was as smooth as polished stone, illuminated by the light flooding in from the open door. Lin Feng stepped inside first, and after a moment of hesitation, Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui followed him into the room. The layout on the first floor was such that the room on the right close to Xiao Xian's head was empty, with a small pile of or stacked inside, while the kitchen on the left was filled with rice flour, cured meat, and various canned seasonings, all neatly arranged on the cabinets and shelves. Seeing so much food left them utterly astonished. While they were still starving, Lin Feng had already hoarded enough supplies to last for months. 2 folding tables were pushed together in the middle, already set with dishes. There were 2 large bowls of meat, one containing potato stew with gopher meat, and the other boiled fish still steaming. The fragrance of the fish blended with the rich aroma of the stewed meat, causing both of their stomachs to growl audibly in the quiet room. Their ears flushed red as they fixed their eyes on the 2 bowls of meat, swallowing cautiously. Lin Feng noticed their expressions and chuckled to himself, realizing that even a big star looked just like an ordinary person when hungry. Sisters, come and sit. Chun Min spoke in a friendly tone, like a hostess welcoming guests. Just as Lin Feng was about to sit down between the 2 girls, he felt a gentle tap on his wrist from Chun Min as his hand rested on the chair. You sit over there, don't block me from talking to the 2 sisters. Lin Feng looked at Chun Min and then at the giggling Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui, feeling a bit aggrieved as he said, oh, and walked around to sit on the other side of the table. Xiaowei and the others were still standing by the stove, not daring to come over. What are you standing there for? Come and sit. Lin Feng called out, patting the chairs on either side. Xiaowei glanced at Chun Min and hesitated for a moment before pulling Xiaoli to sit. Chun Min sat beside Mo Qingluan, serving her and Mi Shui each a piece of meat. Don't be polite, eat as if you're at home. Qingluan, I heard you went mining today and managed to dig 2 tons in an afternoon. Mo Qingluan was taken aback. Not that much, just a little over a ton. How did you find out, Minjia? The whole camp is talking about it, Chun Min chuckled. The miners were astonished, saying you dug more in 2 hours than they did in a whole day. Not really. It's mainly because the tool is very effective. That's still impressive, Chun Min replied, serving her another piece of fish. Let's eat first, and chat while we eat. The moment the fish entered her mouth, Mo Qingwan felt it was the best thing she had eaten since the apocalypse. At that moment, she realized how blissful it was to be full. Mo Qingwan managed to eat with some restraint, while Mi Shui devoured her food with abandon, still chewing, while reaching for the bowl of potato stew. Eat slowly, don't choke. Chenmin pushed the bowl closer to her. When Mo Qingwan had nearly finished eating, she asked, "How did you set up this kit?" "He did it." Chunmin nodded towards Lin Feng. "With earth manipulation, he can create houses, so making a stove is a piece of cake." After finishing their meal, Chenmin stood up and beckoned the two to go upstairs. "Come on, let me show you around." Mo Qingwan had initially thought about declining, but seeing Mi Shui gazing curiously at the staircase leading to the second floor, she had no choice but to follow Chenmin upstairs. On the second floor, they first passed a circular balcony with railings that reached waist height, allowing them to see the entire camp. This way, Chenmin opened a door and led the two into a room. The room wasn't large. Against the wall was a wide stone bed covered with clean sheets, the quilt neatly folded. In the corner there was a stone sofa layered with cushions and a few pillows, while the ceiling lights emitted a soft glow. Chunmin sat down by the bed and casually patted the space beside her. "Sisters, do you want to stay?" Mi Shui looked at the big bed, her gaze drifting to the bathroom. "Qingwan Jia." Her voice was somewhat hoarse, wishing to say stay. They had stayed in luxurious hotels before, and rooms like this were usually beneath their notice, but in the apocalypse, being able to stay in such a room was something they had never dared to dream of. Mo Qingwan glanced at Mi Shui, her gaze lingering on the big bed for several seconds before she turned away. She grabbed Mi Shui's wrist and pulled her a step towards the exit. "No, we have other matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality." Chunmin did not try to keep them, only smiling and nodding. "You're welcome to come anytime. The door here is always open for you." Mo Qingwan did not look back as she dragged Mi Shui down the stairs. Passing the kitchen, her gaze lingered inside for a while before she grasped the soft ladder and descended step by step. When they finally stood on the ground, the two of them paused for a moment, looking back at the window glowing with light. They exchanged a glance, remaining silent for a while before heading towards the modified vehicle. Sister Zhang leaned against the car door, seeing Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui return. "You came back earlier than I expected." Mo Qingwan nodded. The modified vehicle was as large as a train carriage, with the front section, reserved for the awakened, taking up a third of the total space of the vehicle. They entered through the door at the front of the vehicle, and the interior was much more spacious than she had imagined, more comfortable than their previous outfit, complete with a bed, mini fridge, LCD screen, bathroom, and everything else. Gua Yi had exceptional skills in vehicle modifications, completely transforming it according to Shen Yutong's armored RV model. A door led to the rear compartment, which was much messier, with 2 levels where taller individuals had to bend down, and various haphazardly welded seats were attached to the vehicle. The lower level even had no seats, just a bare layer of iron sheet, allowing survivors to do as they pleased. They could sit on the ground or lie down. Gua Yi didn't even consider installing a metal seat for ordinary people. Once the door was closed, the front and rear compartments offered completely different experiences. Mi Shui saw Mo Qingwan sitting on the cold iron bed without saying a word for a long time. "Qingwan Jia, are you regretting it?" Mo Qingwan glanced at Mi Shui. "Regret what?" The environment here was quite nice. Although it indeed couldn't compare to Lin Feng's little house on the turtle's back, it was vastly superior to most survivors' accommodations. Besides, didn't you say he was a scumbag? "What? Do you want to stay?" "No way. Let's tidy up and we'll get a good night's sleep tonight." Gua Yi was working fervently, with everyone holding tools and transporting components and ores. He was modifying the 7th vehicle, and nearly all of the 100 or so vehicles in the convoy had been dismantled, their materials now integrated into these 7 modified vehicles. The driver of the tour bus at the film crew mustered his courage to approach Gua Yi. "Master Gua, could you help us modify our 3 buses as well?" "Where are the materials?" Gua Yi did not lift his head, continuing his work. "The materials haven't been mined yet. Without materials, what can I modify?" Gua Yi looked up at the few people in front of him. "And even if there were materials, I wouldn't do it for free. You either bring supplies to trade, or forget it. Looking at you, you probably have nothing, right?" The newcomers were left speechless and ultimately retreated helplessly. The crew looked towards the kitchen where porridge was being distributed, their eyes filled with longing. Some were still persistent, chasing after Sister Wang, pleading for something to eat, only to be met with a glare from her. Inside the vehicle, Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui were tidying up the beds. Rebo whispered, "Sister Qingwan, do you think they can hold out?" "Those who can hold out will, and those who can't will realize by tomorrow. I've spoken to Sister Wang, no one will starve to death." There was a post stating that a person could survive 7 days without food. Having only eaten once yesterday, and with everyone starving all day today, Mo Qingwan really seemed indifferent to them. Their stomachs growled repeatedly, eyes fixed on the kitchen, bloodshot. They wanted to rush up without a second thought, but upon seeing the patrolling team and the hunting team with long knives patrolling the camp, their previous intentions vanished. "I can't take it anymore." A woman suddenly stood up, wrapped in a dirty down jacket. She was a script supervisor in the crew, and during the day, she had lain down with the others thinking that Yang Mi would surely care for them. But now she found that Mo Qingwan really seemed indifferent. Where are you going? A man beside her with tangled hair like a bird's nest grabbed her. This man was quite known in the circle, having shot many dramas relying on his popularity as a young star. I'm going to take a look. His eyes lit up. Are you going to find that awakener to trade for food? If so, when you come back, could you bring me some? The girl shook off his hand. Can you not be so disgusting? I'm going to see if they are still hiring at the mining site. After walking around, she found that the earlier Sister Hong, who was distributing porridge, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a scandalous sound came, cursing under her breath. These filthy men, having just eaten one meal, were already thinking about this matter. Finally, she reached Sister Wang. Sister Wang, I want a mine. Sister Wang glanced at her. Shi Qingwan is helping Lin Feng set up a mining team. To become a member of the mining team, if you don't have a vehicle, you can join King Luan's vehicle. The main tasks are to collect supplies and mine resources. Of course, half of the collected supplies need to be handed over. When there are no tasks, only one meal a day is provided. When there are tasks, there are extra rewards. Currently, it's 500 kilograms of iron, or for a bowl of porridge. Do you want to do it? Yes, I'll do it. Thank you, Sister Wang. Thank you, Sister Mi. The girl nodded repeatedly, hunger nearly burning away her sanity. At this moment, she regretted that when Lin Feng offered a bowl of porridge for mining 100 kilograms of, or she had listened to others, and now needed to pay more. But even with regret, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Go find Li Xiaoli at Lin Feng's beast, and let her give you a pickaxe. She bravely approached the enormous turtle where a tent was set up. Sister Xiaoli, I was sent by Sister Wang to get a pickaxe. She quietly called into the tent. Xiaoli stepped out of the tent, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Name. I'm He-Chi. Go over there and get a pickaxe. Find it yourself, but you must return it after you use it. Xiaoli recorded her name in a notebook, then pointed to a pile of pickaxes nearby. Thank you, Sister Xiaoli. Here you go. Eat something to gain strength for mining. Seeing the girl's dry, cracked lips, Xiaoli couldn't bear it. She walked to the stove, scooped a bowl of porridge, and handed it to her. He-Chi repeatedly thanked her as she took the bowl of already cold porridge, tears streaming down her cheeks into the bowl. Only those who have gone hungry understand how complex her feelings are at this moment. Many people witnessed this scene, and those who were originally part of Mo Qingluan's convoy began to stand up one by one. Little Zhou, are you going? I'm going to ask. The one called Little Zhou wore glasses and appeared frail, as if he could be blown over by the wind. As a star child, he naturally had a certain pride, but at this moment he also yielded. If I stay hungry for another day, I won't be able to hold on. With his departure, others could no longer hold on. One person, then another. By midnight, the mining cave echoed with the clinking sounds again. The extinguished stove reignited the aroma of steaming rice, invigorating those mining at the cliff. He-Chi didn't know if it was good luck or what, but she picked a pickaxe made from a level 1 gopher claw among many. Each swing could deeply cut into the ore. In just a few swings, a large chunk could be mined. After digging a small pile, she would carry it out to weigh. Still need 100 pounds. Keep it up. To record the mining data for these people, Xiaoli called upon Shun, Menqing, Little Qing, and others, plus the new girl, Ngu, to busy themselves together. As for Su Wan, who came with Ngu, she was currently discussing life with Lin Feng. It's fair to say that Su Wan, being a model, was not only perfect in figure, but also free-spirited, allowing Lin Feng to experience what earthly bliss truly meant. Lin Feng subdued this little enchantress thanks to the formidable physique of the Awakener, combined with his exceptional talent and strong recovery ability. At 8 in the morning, the protective domain of Xiaohe dissipated, and the convoy's loudspeaker sounded again. Attention, everyone, the convoy is about to depart. Repeat. The crowd moved, each person tidying up their belongings and boarding the vehicle. Those still mining also halted their actions. Lin Feng woke from his dreams, rose from the warm embrace, dressed, and stepped outside, immediately seeing the pile of mined ores on the ground. Using the earth-moving technique, the ground rolled, and a slope extended from the ground to the storage room door on the turtle's back. Xiaoli, hurry up, tell them to transport all the ore to the warehouse. The remaining half pot of porridge divided among them. Then pack everything up. Okay. With half a pot of porridge as a reward, the mining crowd sprang into action. Suddenly a voice exploded in the crowd. What are you doing? Put that down. What are you doing? Put it down. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see the short-haired girl Su Ran standing in front of the pile of pickaxes, hands on her hips, glaring at an old man who was clutching one of the 12 finest pickaxes. The pickaxe gleamed coldly. Even an ordinary person could tell at a glance that this was a good quality item. What do you need it for? This belongs to Lord Lin Feng. Nearby people gathered around, their gazes fixed on the old man. Surrounded by the crowd, the old man did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held the pickaxe even tighter and said defiantly, old, what's wrong with having a tool for self-defense? Besides, I worked in the mines yesterday, and I really like this one. I'll need it for my work in the future. Low murmurs echoed around. How long did he work yesterday? Just 2 hours, right? Exactly. When Captain Wang Lai organized the mining, he was slacking off, but he was very active when it came to sharing the porridge. You can't steal things. Steal it. The old man's voice rose by 8 degrees. I've lived so many years, what haven't I seen? It's just a pickaxe. What can you do to me? I worked a whole day in the mines. Taking a tool is perfectly reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Xiao Rui squeezed through the crowd. She had just been packing things with Xiao Li and hearing the commotion rushed over to find the old man with the pickaxe. Xiao Rui stepped up in front of the old man and reached out to snatch the pickaxe. This belongs to Lord Lin Feng. You can't take it. Give it back to me. The old man tightened his grip and took a step back. Xiao Rui pulled twice, but could not budge it. You little brat, the old man shouted, glaring at her. Aren't you the one who was in charge of distributing porridge yesterday? I worked so hard yesterday and only got one bowl of porridge. You heartless. Let go. I won't let go. The two were locked in a stalemate, and the murmurs around grew louder, with some saying, this old man is being utterly unreasonable. Others muttered, it's just a pickaxe, is it really that important? Others remarked, that pickaxe is indeed useful, it's several times sharper than an ordinary one. I want one too, but I'm afraid. Get lost. Suddenly a figure surged from the crowd, kicking the old man in the rear. The old man fell to the ground, dropping the pickaxe, wincing in pain. It was Zhao Daong. Seeing the commotion, he immediately sided with Lin Feng, jogging forward to pick up the fallen pickaxe, dusting it off against his pants, and turning to hand it to Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, I've got the pickaxe back. Xiao Rui accepted the pickaxe, saying, thank you, Uncle Zhao. The old man got up from the ground looking disheveled, and said, You are bullying the elderly. I'm going to report you. Go ahead, go. Zhao Daong crossed his arms, giving him a cold glance. Go tell Captain Wang that you were caught stealing. Let's see if he helps you or throws you out of the convoy. You. The old man's lips trembled twice, but in the end he dared not go cursing as he slipped back into the crowd. Xiao Rui placed the pickaxe back with the supplies, counting them 140, just right. Only then did she finally relax. Uncle Zhao, she called out. Can you help me carry these things up? Zhao Daong glanced at Xiao Xian's turtle shell, which had grown larger since last night, resembling a small mountain. Sure, no problem. He'll go call a few people to help. He waved to nearby people, Old Li, Little Li. Come help out. Soon a few burly men arrived, bundling the pickaxes together and carrying them to Xiao Xian's back in several trips. Among them, Zhao Daong worked the hardest, finishing with the pickaxes and helping the others move the piled up or into the warehouse on Xiao Xian's back. Everyone worked together and quickly moved everything. Xiao Rui was distributing the last half pot of porridge. Uncle Zhao, have a little extra. Zhao Daong looked at his bowl, which had 2 more scoops than others, and revealed a simple smile. Thank you, Xiao Rui. He took his full bowl of porridge to find his wife and child boarding the modified bus. Brother Lin Feng were all packed up. Xiao Rui placed the last item on the turtle's back and came to Lin Feng's side, who nodded and ordered Xiao Xian, let's set off. Xiao Xian slowly raised its head, using earth manipulation to move a piece of iron ore from its back into its mouth, swallowing it down. Only then did it lazily lift its body, the massive turtle shell rising from the ground, causing the house on its back to tremble slightly. As Xiao Xian stepped forward, the ground felt as flat as before. At this moment, Shin Yutong's armored RV surged into the rain curtain, first followed closely by the already full 7 modified super buses. Their enormous tires crushed the muddy road as if it were flat, and other vehicles quickly followed. Yu had no intention of stopping. As Xiao Xian plunged into the rain curtain, the torrential raindrops pounded against the house. Lin Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, and even during the day, he could only see the flickering lights of the vehicle, his vision severely obstructed. Xiao Xian's massive size brought up the rear of the convoy, and each step it took felt like the ground was shaking. Chun Min stood alongside Lin Feng, while in the room Xiao Rui and 10 other women were either sitting or lying down. The room was dimly lit with warm light, casting a unique beauty and allure over them. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, a woman's beauty relies on care. Just a few days ago, they were all dirty with cracked lips and foul odors. Now, after changing into clean clothes and having eaten several meals of mutated beast meat, each one had regained their beauty. They were a sight for sore eyes. Perceiving Lin Feng's gaze upon them, each instinctively showcased their most beautiful or alluring side. They were among the first women in the convoy to understand the true meaning of the apocalypse. Early on, they had leveraged their beauty to board Lin Feng's ship, and now they not only had 3 meals a day, but also a safe shelter. They exchanged glances instinctively, making a silent vow to use all their charms to keep Lin Feng from wanting to leave them. The water tank upstairs is full. If anyone wants to take a shower, you can use the bathroom over there. I've installed a water heater, though just be careful not to catch a cold. That's great. A few girls exclaimed, and even Su Wan, who had been resting in bed, sat up. They rushed in, holding clean clothes. The anticipation of being able to take a hot shower was clearly written on their faces. The convoy traveled through the winding wilderness, the road almost invisible, relying solely on the tail lights ahead for guidance. After about an hour, Chun Min's body tensed momentarily. What's wrong? Lin Feng quickly asked upon sensing the woman's tension in his arms. Something is approaching from that direction, less than 200 meters from the convoy. Lin Feng released Chun Min's soft body, stood up, and walked a few steps to the window, looking in the direction indicated by Chun Min. The rain curtain was too dense to see anything clearly. However, Lin Feng could sense a chill and decaying aura approaching. I will go out and take a look. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped onto the balcony, the heavy rain instantly, soaking his clothes, water pouring down from his hair to his neck. He wiped the water off his face and brushed his hair back. He squinted his eyes, gazing forward, scanning both sides of the convoy. On the modified bus in the convoy, the rooftop searchlights lit up simultaneously, their massive beams penetrating the rain curtain, sweeping across the wilderness on both sides of the convoy and illuminating the shadows attempting to approach. It was eerie. There were dozens, no, at least 20 figures swiftly approaching the convoy under the searchlights, skimming along the ground with incredible. There are eerie creatures, and in large numbers, shouted a patrolling team member responsible for lookout duty in the convoy. Wang Lai's reaction was swift. A bolt of lightning struck the eerie figure lunging at the left side of the convoy, exploding it into dark gray gas that vanished, leaving behind a strange crystal. At the same time, Lin Feng was also wielding his abilities. He utilized the talent shared from Xiao Xian, earth manipulation. A sharp earth spike suddenly erupted from the muddy ground ahead, right beneath the eerie creature lunging at an SUV, followed by a series of spikes piercing the creature. The creature burst apart like a popped balloon. Gained evolution point 1. More eerie beings attacked the convoy through the rain, while Lin Feng's attacks continued without pause. A series of notifications flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but he couldn't afford to think about them now. He didn't understand why the eerie creatures could appear during the day, perhaps due to the torrential rain, but he had no time to ponder. He continuously unleashed his abilities to eliminate the eerie beings. The convoy's speed surged. The area he could defend was always limited, and a shadow lunged at the side window of an SUV in the middle of the convoy, its sharp claws tearing through the metal, causing the occupants inside to scream in terror. The eerie creature lunged violently, causing the vehicle to tilt dangerously. The door ripped off and flung into the mud, allowing the eerie being to slip inside. The entire SUV then flipped uncontrollably, rolling several times in the muck, landing on its side, its wheels spinning in the air. The sound of screams intermittently pierced through the rain. Other awakened ones also took action. Fong Ling wielded 2 broken blades, slicing through an eerie being like a gust of wind. In the next moment, the creature was cleaved in two, and she even had time to pick up a strange crystal from the ground. Chun Min's flying knives appeared in the fray, effortlessly piercing another eerie being while using her mental force to retrieve the strange crystal Lin Feng had killed. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. It was not in vain, and the spoils were secured. An SUV was overturned by a cat-like eerie creature the size of a leopard. Other vehicles in the convoy swerved to avoid the approaching eerie beings, skidding in the mud, crashing into each other. You're looking for death. The driver of the crashed vehicle slammed the gas pedal, but it was futile. Seeing the eerie creature about to pounce, he grabbed his weapon and jumped out of the car, running towards the convoy. The back door opened, and 2 panicked women rushed out, watching the man run ahead, without looking back, quickly following him. Chang'o, wait for me. At this moment, there was no time to think. They crawled and rolled forward, only to be pounced by an eerie creature that bit off their head, blood splattering into the mud, washed away by the rain. Other drivers cursed as they maneuvered around the crashed vehicles, flooring the gas pedal and racing forward. Xiao Xian crossed over a flipped SUV, the vehicle lying sideways in the mud, its windows completely shattered with no one inside. Only mixed blood and muddy water flooded the entire cabin. It did not lower its head or slow down, and as it stepped over the roof, the vehicle was directly crushed. Xiao Xian also accelerated to keep ahead. A Hummer was stuck in a deep pit, and someone was waving at the convoy. Help me, please. No vehicle stopped, they simply swerved around. Everyone was desperate to floor the gas pedal, fearing they wouldn't be fast enough and would be caught by the eerie creatures. Lin Feng stood on the balcony, activating earth manipulation repeatedly, completely soaked, as if submerged in water. He gripped the railing tightly, breathing heavily, his temples pounding, and his body felt drained, an aftermath of severely exhausting both his mental and spiritual energy. Xiao He squatted by Lin Feng's feet, guarding him closely, ears perked. Not good. A big guy is coming. Chun Min had appeared before Lin Feng, reaching out to support the slightly faint Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even have time to ask where the big guy was before he sensed a terrifying aura erupting in front of the convoy, and all the searchlights were directed toward it. Everyone's eyes were fixed in that direction. A shadow accompanied by a mud and stone torrent several meters high rushed toward the convoy, and within the flow, countless terrifying eerie creatures roared and howled. Prepare to face them. Wang Lai had somehow jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and shouted. The convoy suddenly swerved, the first 7 modified buses attempting to spread out, but the rain was too heavy and the ground too slippery, preventing the convoy from fully dispersing. A gigantic serpentine figure rose half its body from the mudslide. How big was it? Even at the back of the convoy, Lin Feng looked up and felt that the snake was as thick as a chimney, its scales emitting a black glow, with each scale connected to a shadowy, eerie being that protruded halfway, shrieking in agony, as if countless vengeful spirits were entwined. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. Before Lin Feng could fully comprehend its form, the mudslide, accompanied by the giant snake, crashed directly into the center of the convoy. A 15-meter modified bus couldn't evade in time, being overturned on the spot, the massive vehicle rolling like a toppled block for dozens of meters before coming to a stop, with the two cargo trucks and several SUVs behind it submerged by the mudslide. The vehicles were deformed, the supplies inside scattered everywhere, and the entire convoy was severed in half. Someone crawled out from the overturned vehicle, covered in blood, struggling through the mud. "Run!" someone shouted, hastily running backward. But the giant snake had already turned its head. Its vertical pupils swept across the convoy, fixating on the panicked crowd. Then it moved. Its body emerged from the mudslide, and Lin Feng finally saw its full form. A giant snake over 50 meters long, surrounded by vengeful spirits, terrifying beyond measure. It moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it lunged toward a tourist bus filled with people. "Block it!" Wang Lai shouted from the top of the tour bus, pushing forward with both hands as a basketball-sized thunderball smashed down onto the giant snake's head. The lightning erupted violently, causing the giant snake's head to tilt momentarily, scattering the strange scales with the electric force. Yet upon closer inspection, the scales themselves only bore a few charred marks, showing no signs of damage. No defenses broken. It let out an enraged hiss and charged forward at high speed, its tail sweeping across, striking the side of the tour bus. The vehicle flew dozens of meters away, twisted into a heap of scrap metal, with large amounts of blood flowing from the contorted metal. Lin Feng urged Xiaoxian as he hurried toward the battlefield. He spotted Wang Lai sprawled helplessly in the mud, while Feng Ling's figure darted past the giant snake, her short blade sparking as it sliced through the snake's body. Dong Yu wielded a long knife, but before she could get close to the snake, she was ensnared by the resentful spirits clinging to it, struggling to fight them off. The claws of the spirits left her bloodied, and if Feng Ling hadn't come to her rescue swiftly, she would have already perished in the snake's jaws. A flying knife suddenly lunged toward the giant snake's eye. Clang! The knife was instantly deflected, and even Chen Min's attack on the snake's eye failed to breach its defenses. "This thing is impervious. We need to get out of here," Feng Ling shouted loudly. Feng Ling hesitated no longer, lifting the unconscious Dong Yu with one hand and grabbing Wang Lai's arm with the other. She unleashed her speed talent to the fullest, darting past the overturned vehicles. Feng Ling pursued the vehicles ahead. The convoy began to detour, with other vehicles hastily moving away from the giant snake's vicinity, racing toward. No one stopped, no one looked back. Everyone was fleeing. Some vehicles were destroyed, and the fortunate survivors ran forward recklessly, taking the chance to escape, while the giant snake was still consuming those trapped in the overturned vehicles. "Go!" Lin Feng commanded Xiaoshuan, turning away. "Our approaching now would be akin to seeking death." Suddenly Lin Feng spotted a familiar vehicle, the bus belonging to Hong Jia, which was now tilted at the edge of a mudslide, completely stuck in the mud with most of the windows. At that moment, Hong Jia stood in the muddy water with her 10 or so girls, completely soaked, waving at the passing vehicles, but not a single one stopped, leaving her in despair. Without their vehicle, this group of women stood no chance against the bizarre situation, especially in such heavy rain. When she felt the ground tremble and lifted her gaze to see Lin Feng's massive turtle beast rushing toward her, hope surged within her. "Quick, girls, follow me, get on Lord Lin Feng's beast." Her despairing expression immediately faded as they hurried behind Hong Jia toward Lin Feng's beast. "Quick, girls, follow me, get on Lord Lin Feng's beast." Her despairing expression immediately faded as they hurried behind Hong Jia toward Lin Feng's beast. Hong Jia lifted her head, looking at the descending soft ladder, and quickly shouted to the girl in front of her, pushing her toward the ladder. That girl grabbed the ladder and scrambled up, rain pouring down on her, robbing her of body heat. Halfway up, she slipped down, but was caught by another girl below. "Hold on tight, everyone, hold on tight." Some were crying on the ladder, but they did not stop, continuing to climb. Hong Jia stood below, steadying each person as they ascended, before finally being the last. Seeing that Hong Jia was already on the ladder, Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Xiaoshuan, run." He had already seen the giant snake rearing its upper body beside the wreckage of the tour bus. The snake's slit pupils locked onto Xiaoxian with precision through the rain, and Lin Feng felt a chill shoot down his spine after just half a second of eye contact. The giant snake lunged forward, its massive body charging toward them, carving wide trenches in the mud. As it closed in on a distance of 50 meters, Lin Feng felt the overwhelming sense of death enveloping him. Xiaoxian sensed Lin Feng's urgency, and all four legs propelled her forward in a burst, sending the soft ladder flying back. Hong Jia was nearly thrown off by the sudden acceleration, but clung tightly to the ladder. The giant snake opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite Hong Jia. A foul stench assaulted her senses, and a rush of heat surged from her thighs, leaving her both embarrassed and terrified. Just as it seemed she would be bitten, an immense pulling force yanked her and the soft ladder up, lifting her to safety. The giant snake snapped at nothing but air, tumbling forward into the muddy water and filling its mouth with mud. She landed on the platform, her chest heaving violently, her wet hair sticking to her face, looking utterly disheveled. She gasped for breath as if trying to expel all the fear she had just experienced. She was so close, so very close to being eaten. Hiss! The giant snake let out an enraged roar. Xiaoxian sped up, moving almost like a blur along the ground. The giant snake pursued relentlessly. Everyone stand up, don't cower. The wind is strong on the turtle's back. All of you get inside. You might fall off. Lin Feng shouted to the trembling girls. Hong Jie suppressed her trembling legs, climbed up, cautiously glanced at Lin Feng with a slightly flushed face, hoping he hadn't seen the embarrassing moment from earlier. Quickly follow me upstairs. She urged the girls, rushing toward the upstairs bedroom. Lin Feng followed up to the second-floor balcony, watching the giant snake close in. Enduring a splitting headache, he activated his earth control technique again, raising a wall of earth that was immediately shattered by the giant snake's impact. A ground spike shot out, but was crushed into rubble upon touching the scales. It was futile, completely futile. The gap in strength was too vast. Lin Feng felt his mental energy depleting rapidly, and his spiritual energy was drained entirely. Lin Feng pulled out the remaining low-level strange crystal from his pocket and absorbed it quickly, the little energy restored barely making a difference. He pressed on. Having squeezed out all his spiritual and mental energy, he constructed a sinkhole technique. The giant snake's body plummeted into the pit, but in the blink of an eye it climbed back up, now more furious than ever. It's over. In front lay the convoy. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and prepared to have Xiaoxian divert the giant snake. You want to lead it away? Did you forget something? Lin Feng had only spoken half of his words when Chun Min's voice came from beside her. What? Lin Feng turned to look at Chun Min, whose eyes held only calmness devoid of panic, radiating a certainty that compelled one to ponder. Lin Feng was too focused on escaping to think of anything else. Xiaohei, Chun Min said helplessly. Xiaohei's abilities restrained the strange forces. Indeed. Lin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality. Xiaohei, the black dog that had been following closely at his feet, was quiet and unassuming, yet its ability was to ward off evil, specifically restraining the strange forces. The resentful spirits entangled around the giant serpent were fundamentally no different from those strange forces. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and these countless strange forces cohabiting with the giant serpent gave them unimaginable terrifying. I truly am. Lin Feng wished he could slap himself. I was scared silly. Who knew that strange forces could also appear in broad daylight? Perhaps he had encountered too few dangers and didn't know how to utilize the combat partners around him. Xiaohei, guard the area, cover that serpent maximum range. Lin Feng shouted. Xiaoxian, prepare to halt the battle. Woof! Xiaohei let out a howl, and golden light erupted from its body. The golden radiance instantly enveloped an area with a radius of 100 meters, completely wrapping the relentless giant serpent. The giant serpent's body suddenly halted. The dense, strange mist surrounding it upon contact with the golden light sizzled and burned away like snow being doused with boiling water, dissipating in large swathes, while the resentful spirits entwined with it emitted sharp, piercing wails of agony. Thousands of cries rang out simultaneously, the faces of the resentful spirits materializing within the golden light. Countless twisted, anguished, and grotesque spirits struggled frantically, attempting to detach from the giant serpent, only to dissolve into wisps of blue smoke under the golden power that wards off evil. Kill 1st level resentful spirit, gain evolution point 1. Kill 1st level resentful spirit, gain evolution point 1. 1. A barrage of prompts echoed in Lin Feng's mind, the number fluctuating wildly, jumping from single digits to tens, then surpassing 50, rapidly heading towards 100. The giant serpent's body convulsed violently, as the resentful spirits on it were largely exterminated. After the death of those spirits, cohabiting with it, patches of white scales appeared resembling the ashen remains of long-dead creatures. But this also thoroughly enraged it. Its vertical pupils suddenly turned blood red, and black mist billowed from its eye sockets. Its body arched violently, with its tail thrashing against the ground, splattering mud everywhere as it opened its massive jaws and lunged fiercely at Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, earthwall, block it. Xiaoxian had already turned, agilely slamming its forepaw down. A rock wall several times thicker than any earth wall Lin Feng had controlled before rose from the ground, acting as a barrier in front of the giant serpent. The giant serpent collided violently with it. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the stone wall cracked significantly, the giant serpent's head twisting to one side from the impact, scales shattering and black mist seeping out. It shook its head, clearly dazed from the blow. Before it could regain its senses, a surge of earthy yellow light erupted from the ground, as the earth rose like a living creature wrapping around the giant serpent's tail, body, and neck. The giant serpent struggled desperately, but the majority of its resentful spirits had been eliminated, and with Xiao Hei's protective domain suppressing the strange forces, its strength was significantly weaker than before. Earth spikes! Lin Feng shouted. Xiao Xian unleashed rows of sharp earth spikes, accurately piercing through the gray-white scales that had lost the support of the resentful spirits. Thud, thud, thud. This time the earth spikes did not shatter, but truly pierced through the giant serpent's scales, embedding into its flesh. Dark green, strange blood gushed from the wounds, only to be burned into blue smoke by the golden light. The giant serpent let out a painful shriek, its body suddenly writhing as a wild force shattered the dirt, binding it, scattering debris and mud everywhere. Its head lifted, blood-red gaze fixated on Xiao Xian. Its effective Xiao Hei evolve. Lin Feng glanced at his current evolution points, which had already accumulated over 200, indicating that the majority of the once-level strange forces cohabiting with the giant serpent had been eliminated. Now was the perfect time to evolve Xiao Hei to exterminate more cohabiting resentful spirits and continue weakening the giant serpent's power. The advantage is mine. This wave can hit. In an instant, Xiao Hei underwent a tremendous transformation under the power of evolution. Its size dramatically increased. It had originally been at Lin Feng's knee height, but now rose to his waist. Golden patterns flowed through its fur, and its eyes gleamed with extraordinary brilliance. Beast Warding Hound evolved successfully. Current level 2. Next evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. Attribute feedback received: Constitution 12, Strength 7. Open Xiao Hei's attribute panel. Warding Hound Xiao Hei. Ability 1. Warding power. Note your beast possesses warding power capable of dealing substantial damage to 3rd level and lower strange forces, with diminishing effects against higher level strange forces. Ability 2. Protective domain. Note, can release a protective domain with a radius of 200 meters, intimidating strange forces, inflicting intense burning damage and deterrent effects on 3rd level and lower strange forces. Within the domain, the concealment effect of strange forces is nullified. All attributes are reduced by 50, and damage to strange forces is doubled with diminishing effects against higher-level strange forces. Ding. Kill 2nd level resentful spirit. Gain evolution point 10. The prompt sound echoed again as the remaining resentful spirits on the giant serpent disintegrated under the intense warding golden light, like snowflakes melting away. Those resentful spirits that were still clawing and flailing frantically dove into the serpent's hide, seeking to evade the lethal warding golden light. Yet the warding power was omnipresent, forcibly stripping them from each scale and every inch of flesh. As numerous resentful spirits perished, the giant serpent's struggles weakened significantly, large patches of its scales peeling away to reveal the gray-white flesh beneath. The giant serpent let out its final wail as it lunged at Xiao Xian, but Xiao Xian moved. Its forepaw lifted high and struck down fiercely onto the serpent's head. Bang! The giant serpent's head was driven into the mud, sinking half a yard deep. It convulsed twice, its tail flailing one last time before being sent flying by another paw strike, splattering mud everywhere, and then it lay completely still. The massive serpent began to crumble, shattering and dissipating in large chunks, enveloped by Xiao Hei's warding golden light, ultimately vanishing without a trace. This terrifying giant serpent, which had stirred up mudslides and overturned a dozen vehicles in the convoy, met its pitiful end here. Kill 3rd level resentful corpse. Serpent. Gain evolution point 100. Lin Feng slumped on the balcony, leaning against the wall, his fingers still trembling slightly. Xiao Hei sat beside him, silently guarding him. When it saw Lin Feng's gaze, it wagged its tail and lay down next to him, resting its head on his leg. Lin Feng rubbed the damp head of the dog. Haha, good dog. Is it over? Yeah, it's over. I didn't expect that this giant snake, despite its terrifying appearance, was actually so easy to defeat. Lin Feng nodded. Chun Min explained to Lin Feng the reason this giant snake is so powerful is that it is fueled by hundreds of vengeful spirits. Its inherent strength is not that great, and it just happened to encounter a force that counters it. We can only say we were lucky. Lin Feng, yeah. Chun Min waved her hand gently, and the items that fell from the dead giant snake were grasped by an invisible mental force, quickly flying towards her and landing in her palm. It was a dark red scale and a level 3 eerie crystal. Chun Min handed the item to Lin Feng. He took a glance and saw that the scale was only the size of a palm. Instead of a cold aura, it emitted a warm lust. Lin Feng examined it repeatedly and finally tapped it with his finger, producing a sound akin to metal. Finding nothing special, he casually returned it to Chun Min. Sister Min, you keep it. It might be useful later. And this level 3 eerie crystal is also for you. Chun Min was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? What would I keep it for? I'm only level 1 and can't use this thing. You take it back to break through to level 3. Once your combat power increases, I can finally relax. Chun Min looked at him for 2 seconds, her lips slightly curving upwards. Without declining, she accepted the eerie crystal and the scale. Then she bent down, slipping one hand under Lin Feng's armpit to lift him up. Let's go, come with me into the house. We need to catch up with the convoy quickly, we can't fall behind. Lin Feng, forcing himself to regain his spirits, shouted Xiao Xian, Keep up with the convoy, don't get left behind. Xiao Xian emitted a low hum as a response, and began to chase after the convoy, which was already far enough that its tail lights could no longer be seen. Lin Feng was utterly exhausted, especially with a throbbing pain at his temples. His entire body felt drained, and he leaned heavily against Chun Min, almost being half-dragged, half-forced into the door. The room was crowded with people. Hong Jia and her 10 or so girls were huddled in a corner, soaked to the skin, with strands of hair sticking to their faces. Their lips were purple from the cold, curled up in a ball, and drops of water dripped from their clothes, forming small puddles on the floor. Xiao Rui and the others were better off. They had been hiding inside for a while. They had only seen that terrifying scene from the window, and a few of them were quite scared, fearing that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying giant snake. Thankfully, it ended without incident. Seeing Lin Feng and Chun Min come in, Xiao Qing immediately rushed over with a towel. Master, Sister Min, here's a towel. Lin Feng took the towel and headed towards the bathroom, casually shedding his soaked clothes and tossing them on the sink. He quickly took a hot shower and wrapped himself. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Fortunately, he had asked Gua Yi for a large-capacity modified battery back, then which allowed for hot water. Upon exiting the bathroom and seeing the disheveled state of Hong Jia and the others, he said, Xiao Rui, find some dry clothes for them to change into. There's hot water inside, I'll let them wash up. If they get sick in this apocalypse, there won't even be medicine to find. Thank you. Hong Jia, her teeth chattering from the cold, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Xiao Rui acknowledged her and ran to rummage through the cupboard, quickly bringing back a few towels to hand to the closest girls, and then scurrying to find clothes in the wardrobe. Lin Feng did not linger any longer, and went straight to the large stone bed, collapsing onto it, closing his eyes, and then he knew nothing more. This left over 20 women in the room, exchanging glances. Chun Min looked at Lin Feng lying motionless on the mattress, shook her head with a trace of heartache, stepped forward to adjust his sleeping position, accidentally tugging the towel off. Her face flushed, and she cursed quietly. TSK. She still pulled over the quilt to cover him properly. Chun Min noticed a pair of eyes staring at them. Stop dawdling. Change out of those wet clothes. If there aren't enough towels, share among yourselves. If you get sick, there won't be any medicine for you, Chun Min. Hong Jia was the first to react, hurriedly pushing the girls next to her. Did you hear that? Get moving. You change into dry clothes and sit over there to rest. Your legs are shaking. And you stop crying. You're still alive, so what's there to cry about? Prompted by Hong Jia, the girls began to move one after another. Some directly unfastened their drenched clothes, took the towels to wipe their bodies, and wrapped their hair with them. Others helped each other to the bathroom for a hot shower. What a vivid and colorful scene, but unfortunately Lin Feng had already fallen asleep and couldn't witness such a nosebleed-inducing moment. After more than half an hour, everyone in the room had roughly changed into a set of dry clothes. Although the sizes were not quite right, at least they were no longer shivering from the cold. The soaked clothes were washed clean, twisted dry, and hung on a thin rope. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Chun Min's gaze surveyed the group before speaking. Xiao Rui, take them downstairs to make some ginger soup. Okay. The group made their way down the stairs to the kitchen. You're called Hong Jia, right? Wait a moment there, I have something to say to you. The others, seeing Chun Min call Hong Jia aside, were unsure of what she wanted to discuss, but they obediently followed her instructions. Hong Jia cautiously stood before Chun Min, unsure of what being called over meant. She was not afraid to face men, as she could handle them. However, facing Chun Min, another woman, she felt uncertain. Her heart raced. What's your name? Lu Hongying. How old are you? 29. She finally revealed her real age, which was quite a bit older than the younger age she claimed outside. Chun Min circled around her twice, nodding repeatedly, not bad, not bad. Lu Hongying felt a chill as she was scrutinized by Chun Min's penetrating gaze. She wondered if Chun Min didn't want her to come up. Was she going to be thrown away? Just as she thought that, suddenly a question stunned her. Do you want to become Lin Feng's woman? Huh, don't you want it? I do. Lu Hongying nodded repeatedly. What was happening? Was this woman actively finding women for her man? This couldn't be right, but she didn't dare voice her thoughts. She feared being tossed away to feed the strange. Who in the convoy wouldn't fear her a bit? But aren't those girls all Lin Feng's women? Lu Hongying asked, confused. They aren't worthy. Huh. Now it was Lu Hongying's turn to be puzzled. Chun Min continued, tell me, how have you managed to keep your purity? Huh. Caught off guard about her biggest secret being revealed, Lu Hongying's face flushed, and under Chun Min's mental pressure, she began to recount her story. I am the older sister of a big brother in Blue Star. My father once was. Through Lu Hongying's narration, Chun Min understood why this woman could navigate the apocalypse with such ease. Her father in his youth was a prominent figure of force to be reckoned with. After cleaning up his act, he engaged in legitimate business. Her mother was one of the big brother's women, and having a daughter late in life, she provided ample resources and affection. Moreover, there were many younger brothers and bodyguards who protected her both openly and secretly. It wasn't just the little rascals who stayed away. Even respectable men who approached her would find their entire lineage thoroughly investigated. All of this was to provide her with a safe environment to grow up in, fearing that his little cotton-padded jacket might be stolen. Yet she was anything but easy to manage. From a young age she associated with little delinquents, and as she grew older she became involved with young women, even dabbling in several bars and clubs, which truly troubled her father. Since many blonde-haired young men or certain elite individuals approached this little cotton-padded jacket with ulterior motives, they either broke their legs, or fell into ditches, or ended up breaking a few ribs while walking. No man dared to come near her anymore. With those below too afraid to approach and those above giving her face before long, she turned into an old maid. When the apocalypse struck she immediately returned to her old ways. Oh, the big brother's daughter. Not bad. You should do this and that later on. Chun Min nodded, whispering into Lu Hongying's ear. Even Lu Hongying's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Chun Min in disbelief, and under the threat of her gaze reluctantly nodded. The convoy traveled for an unknown period when Lin Feng was abruptly awakened, his eyes barely opening a slit. He saw a captivating woman. Upon noticing Lin Feng had awakened, she shot him a charming glance and tied her hair back. It was Hongjia. Why was she here? Hiss. The torrential rain outside continued unabated, and the vehicle swayed awkwardly on the muddy road as the convoy faced an uncertain path. The convoy moved forward, stopping sporadically, speeding up, and slowing down, sinking deep into the mire. After much effort, they halted 7 or 8 times before continuing on, during which another group joined the convoy, strengthening their numbers. Uncertain how much time had passed, the rain lightened, and the convoy began to decelerate, finally coming to a complete stop. Also coming to a halt was the mad Chun Min. You must be seriously ill. I'm falling apart here. Lin Feng felt that after managing to catch a little sleep, his restored energy was once again drained by these two individuals, and he didn't even call her Sister Min anymore. Chun Min, you must be seriously ill. I'm falling apart here. Lin Feng felt that after managing to catch a little sleep, Lin Feng was stunned for a while. This woman was not right. She didn't align with the rumors circulating in the convoy. The rumors claimed that before her crossing, she was the big brother's mistress, surrounded by a bunch of girls. How could a mistress remain so pure? Even those seemingly youthful and beautiful university students had been involved with countless others. Now was not the time for such musings. Lin Feng noticed that something was indeed off about Chun Min. Her excitement was excessive. Chun Min collapsed in Lin Feng's embrace, giving him the chance to roll out of bed. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. Looking at Chun Min's slightly flushed body and infatuated expression, Lin Feng wanted to curse, but the words stuck in his throat. Sister Min, you're not yourself. Lin Feng's words carried a hint of concern. Brother, I've reached level 3. I successfully advanced using that strange crystal you gave. At this moment she appeared languid. Lin Feng casually pulled a blanket over her visually striking figure. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. Sister Min, you're not yourself. Lin Feng's words carried a hint of concern. Brother, I've reached level 3. I successfully advanced using that strange crystal you gave. Level up. Yes. Chun Min turned over, scooting up a bit, resting her head on Lin Feng's lap. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him for quite a while, as if trying to engrave him in her heart. I broke through the realm using the level 3 strange crystal you gave me. It went smoothly, and then a powerful desire arose within me, and I couldn't control it at all. Don't act coy with me, you little brat. She lifted her face, her eyes glistening with moisture. What? Sister wants to thank you, and you aren't happy. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. It was false to say he wasn't happy, so he had to change the subject. Not at all. Oh, I was referring to your mental state. Chun Min propped herself up, allowing the blanket to slide off her shoulder. She didn't hurry to pull it back, but closed her eyes, a faint glow appearing on her forehead, as if she were using her mental power to probe her own condition repeatedly. After a moment she opened her eyes and said softly, it might be a side effect of being an awakened. Side effects? Lin Feng frowned. Are there side effects to being awakened? Why haven't I noticed anything? Chun Min leaned against Lin Feng, tilting her head to look at him. No, you have noticed. Think about it carefully. Since crossing over, has your attitude towards women been the same as when you were in Blue Star? Lin Feng was about to speak when he suddenly stopped, recalling his experiences before and after awakening. Why haven't I noticed anything? Chun Min leaned against Lin Feng, tilting her head to look at him. No, you have noticed. Think about it carefully. Since crossing over, has your attitude towards women been the same as when you were in Blue Star? To consider how to get. Lin Feng remained silent. He indeed thought of some things from those first few women to now, including Xiao Li Xiaoqing and Su Wan. Even when he saw Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui, he felt that possessiveness. It was not admiration, but a sudden thought of whether he could win them over. Although the women he currently had approached him for various reasons, and he hadn't forced anyone, it was undeniable that he had indeed changed. It seems so. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Does Dong Yes fondness for wordplay count as a side effect? Absolutely. Chun Min's tone was very certain. Before her crossing she was a lesbian, but it wasn't this extreme. Look at those women who got into her car. They're in. Chun Min continued. And Xin Yutong, not being talkative isn't due to shyness. She was very lively when she was in Blue Star. Now she barely speaks 10 words. Then what about you? Lin Feng looked down at her. What are your side effects after awakening? Chun Min's gaze drifted, and after a long silence long enough for Lin Feng to think she had fallen asleep, she slowly began to speak. In the past I thought I enjoyed tormenting others using mental powers to control and torture them. Watching them suffer allowed me to forget my own pain, which is why everyone in the convoy feared me. Fong Ling avoided me, Wang Lai frowned at me, and even someone like Gua, he kept his distance from me. Lin Feng remained silent. Later I realized I was wrong. That day in the storage room, when you kissed me so deeply that I gasped for air, my mind was completely blank. No him, no airplane, no ring, and none of those repeated images. From that day on, all I wanted was to make up for the regret of not fully giving myself to the one I love. Lin Feng opened his mouth wanting to say something. She looked at him, her gaze filled with affection. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would casually give myself away? Lin Feng shook his head. If that were the case, he wouldn't have been so astonished that day. Who could have imagined that a woman in her 30s could be so flawless? It was truly something one wouldn't dare to do. That day I was clear-headed. I thought I needed a sense of completion, only to later realize that was not the case. Seeing Lin Feng still in that dazed expression, Chun Min withdrew her gaze, not wanting to continue the conversation. She discovered that she seemed to have awakened a particular preference that excited her immensely, something she didn't want Lin Feng to know. So she simply turned over, facing away from him, her voice returning to a teasing tone. So don't take advantage and then act coy. Lin Feng looked at the smooth curve of her back, suddenly understanding something, yet feeling as if he understood nothing at all. Was that Hong Jia arranged by you? Chun Min buried her head in the blanket. What? Are you unhappy with it? No, I just think your side effects are quite... Lin Feng was actually quite speechless, feeling that she just enjoyed teasing people. Those who made mistakes in the previous convoy were tortured by her to the brink of death, and now he was suffering the same fate. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that she definitely had certain quirks. She actually took the initiative to choose women for him, to torment him together. Lin Feng did not believe that these peculiarities of awakeners were side effects. Perhaps the excessive absorption of the strange crystal had amplified certain aspects of their preferences, or perhaps obsessions. The sound of rain outside had lessened, and the convoy finally came to a stop. Are we there? Chun Min asked. It should be. Let me take a look. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the balcony, and glanced outside. Xiao Xian had already laid down again, and the convoy had stopped at the edge of a village. Lin Feng, let's go. The captain is calling us for a meeting. Fong Ling's voice came from below. Lin Feng looked down as she was standing not far from Xiao Xian, holding an umbrella. Catch. She tossed the umbrella into the air, and Lin Feng reached out to catch it. We'll be there soon. Lin Feng turned and walked back inside, patting Chun Min's shoulder that was exposed from the blanket. Get up, the captain is calling us for a meeting. Chun Min turned over, her eyes still closed, and groped around to find her clothes and put them on. The two of them descended from the turtle's back using a soft ladder. Lin Feng opened the umbrella, and Chun Min slipped under it, wrapping her arm around his, as they walked side by side towards Xin Yutong's armored vehicle. As they passed by the convoy, Lin Feng saw quite a few new vehicles and unfamiliar faces. What is that? He saw that in the area near the modified vehicles there were over 100 tall horses standing in the rain, some pulling wide carts, while others carried neatly tied bundles and skins on their backs. Several patrolling team members were speaking with the people holding the horses, seemingly assigning them areas to rest and explaining the rules of the convoy. The two entered the armored vehicle, put the umbrella away, and leaned against the door. As Lin Feng stepped onto the vehicle, he noticed that it had become significantly larger. He noticed a new face aboard the vehicle. It was a woman sitting beside Fong Ling, looking quite young, perhaps 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a deep red Tibetan-style robe. Her straight nose and delicate features were like a masterpiece crafted by the creator, unforgettable at first glance. Her hair was tied into a long braid that fell from her right shoulder to her chest, the end of the braid secured with a red string from which hung a silver bell. What captivated Lin Feng the most was not her beautiful appearance, but the eagle standing on her shoulder. The eagle was a uniform gray-brown, its feathers shining with a metallic luster under the light inside the vehicle, its claws gripping the leather pad on her shoulder, and its golden eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Wang Lai saw Lin Feng and Chun Min enter and cleared his throat. Let me introduce, this is the newly joined awakener of the convoy. Her ability is horse taming, similar to Lin Feng's beast mastery, but with a different focus, allowing her to raise horses and create special pellets to enhance their endurance. The girl stood up confidently, slightly bowing toward Lin Feng as she spoke, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. My name is Gesang Zhuoma. I know you. Your beast is a very large turtle, quite impressive. Lin Feng looked at her. She spoke with a smile that lit up her face, as clean as the sky on the plateau, causing Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. You are impressive too. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the eagle on her shoulder. What is its name? It's called Goldeneye. I found it when its wings were injured and it couldn't fly. I healed it, and it has stayed with me since. Goldeneye seemed to understand its owner's words, raising its head to emit a cool cry, its golden eyes resembling two pieces of amber. Lin Feng couldn't help but like it more and more. Is your eagle for sale? Gesang Zuoma's smile faltered for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. Not for sale. The girl's tone carried a hint of anger as she turned slightly, shielding the eagle on her shoulder with her hand. Humph, you are not a good person. Lin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, and next to him a light laugh was heard. Chun Min lowered her head, pretending to examine her nails, while the others present were unsure how to respond. Lin Feng was not upset. He smiled, and said, "You know I'm a beast master. Seeing such a magnificent eagle, naturally I like it very much. It's just like you, beautiful, noble, like a pearl of the sky on the grasslands." Humph. Even if you flatter me, I'm still not selling. Gesang Zhuoma turned her head away, no longer looking at him, although a faint blush appeared on her. All right, Wang Lai knocked on the table. Now that you all know each other, let's get down to business. He pointed at the map. We are currently at this location next to a village that has been thoroughly looted. Mi Shui just sensed that there is no danger and the buildings in the village are relatively intact. The rain won't stop anytime soon. My thought is to stay here for a night. After the convoy was attacked by that snake, some vehicles need repairs and Jiang Sheng is seriously injured and needs to rest. Lin Feng looked around and indeed did not see Jiang Sheng. That guy is really lucky. The vehicle flipped over several dozen meters and he didn't die. Chen Min pulled Lin Feng back. Lin Feng then realized he had misspoken. He didn't die, he just broke a few ribs. I've already treated him, and after a few more treatments he should recover. He's currently lying in the vehicle. Mo Qingwan spoke up. Your abilities are quite impressive, you can heal broken ribs. I only knew you could treat external injuries, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Mo Qingwan sat opposite him, tilting her head, and saying, "Of course, but when will you return the supplies you owe me?" Lin Feng's smile froze. When did I owe you supplies? Don't think you can slander me just because you're good-looking. Mo Qingwan had already guessed that Lin Feng might deny it. She took out a small notebook from her bag and held it up to him. Here, this is the list. Li Xiaoli has another backup list. I helped you assemble a mining team of 78 people. Without supplies, what will they eat? I can't just work for you and end up in debt, can I? Lin Feng looked at the small notebook filled with names and suddenly remembered that when they had talked by the cliff, Mo Qingwan had mentioned forming a mining team and he had told her to handle it. It was just a casual remark. He never expected her to take it so seriously. Fine. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Go to my place later and take some rice and flour. Just manage it and don't let my supplies go to waste. Mo Qingwan nodded in satisfaction and put away the small note. Wang Lai coughed twice, bringing everyone's attention back. Lin Feng, have your beast cast the protective field in the village. They'll let everyone take shelter from the rain in the village and will set off early tomorrow morning. Lin Feng nodded. All right, Captain, I'll take Xiao Xian into the village and make sure everyone stays within a 200-meter radius. Wang Lai instinctively asked, has your beast's level increased? The others also turned their surprised gazes toward Lin Feng. Yes, thanks to your favor, I was abandoned halfway, and after a fierce battle, I finally leveled up. I mean, Captain Wang, don't you worry about me dying halfway. Lin Feng's tone was filled with discontent. Wang Lai's face remained expressionless as he quietly replied, the rules of the convoy state that if you fall behind, no one will come to rescue you no matter who it is. You should remember this as you haven't been part of the convoy for just a day. Lin Feng. Wang Lai continued. But since you managed to catch up, we won't have to rush tonight. We can rest here, and I'm actually quite relieved. He could understand Wang Lai's actions, but he couldn't help but complain a little in his heart. Just like on Blue Star, when faced with uncomfortable situations, people always wanted to vent a bit, and it's even worse in life and death crises. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the convoy had to act this way. Wang Lai had stated this on the first day the convoy was formed, and many people thought he was cold-blooded. However, along the way, he had seen too many people who had perished while attempting to save others. Many newly added survivors had lost their entire teams, and only the clever ones could survive in such danger. Then it's settled. Notify everyone the whole team will enter the village and leave after dawn. The meeting dispersed, and everyone left the vehicles. Lin Feng held an umbrella and walked back under Xiao Xian's shell alongside Chen Min. Besides, Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui, Gesang Zhuoma was inexplicably following behind him. Is your beast named Xiao Xian? Zhuoma stood not far from Lin Feng, her beautiful big eyes looking at the mountain-like turtle. She stared for a while before suddenly speaking, this is the safest place in the convoy. Do you want to go up and take a look? Lin Feng asked. Is that okay? Come up with me. Lin Feng led everyone up a soft ladder onto Xiao Xian's back. The group entered the kitchen on the first floor, and Zhuoma glanced around at the storage cupboards and the clean stove as well as the neatly stacked supplies. Zhuoma exclaimed excitedly, wow, your supplies here are more than our entire horse team. It's not too bad, Lin Feng said, picking up a bag of rice and a bag of flour, handing them to Mo Qingwan. I've given you the items, so don't make me regret today's decision. Mo Qingwan happily accepted the bags, the heavy feeling making her heart feel a sense of security. In the apocalypse, nothing is more reassuring than holding heavy rice and flour. Don't worry, let's go. Mi Shui stopped looking. Mo Qingwan shoved a bag of flour into her hands and pulled her along. Zhuoma, I'll take you up to see it. The three of them went up to the second floor. Lin Feng said, Xiao Rui, this is saying Zhuoma. You can let her look around as she pleases. Saying Zhuoma looked around the room, her eyes practically shining. Being young, and with a girlish heart, she quickly bonded with the other girls in the room. Lin Feng circled the room, and didn't find Hong Jie, so he turned to ask Xiaoli, Xiaoli, where are Hong Jie and the others? Hong Jie said the vehicle was lost, and she went to find Gua Yi to ask. The others followed her, saying they were looking for ways to survive. Lin Feng didn't say much, just nodded. Let her go, oh, everyone has their own way of living. It was obvious how her girls could survive in the convoy. Go call Xiao Qing and the others to come down and make dinner and make it a bit more lavish. After Xiaoli agreed, she took Xiao Qing and the others who were still chatting in the room downstairs. Xiao Xian moved forward to the open space in the center of the village. Lin Feng issued a simple command to Xiao Xian with his thoughts. Xiao Xian slowly rose, stepping steadily, bypassing several vehicles blocking the road, and walked straight into a relatively spacious open area in the village before coming to a stop. Xiao He deployed the protective field. The black dog following Lin Feng shook off the rainwater from its fur, stood up, and then a pale golden light spread out, enveloping a radius of 200 meters like a dome. Vehicles entered the protective range one after another, and the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief as they got out of the cars and began to push open the doors of the houses in groups. Survivors who found shelter from the rain rummaged through the leftover supplies and started a fire which quickly lit up. Once the patrol team confirmed that no one was left behind, they also left, and the aroma of the communal meal began to waft. In a house, Hong Jie sat on a wooden stool holding a stick and poking at the fire in front of her. No one spoke. After Hong Jie woke up, she didn't stay on Xiao Xian's back, but brought them down. She never thought that after becoming involved with Lin Feng, no one spoke. After Hong Jie woke up, she didn't stay on Xiao Xian's back, but brought them down. She never thought that after becoming involved with Lin Feng, she could ask him to keep them. Although the girls under her were fundamentally people who couldn't survive in the convoy, she knew, without saying, that Lin Feng wouldn't look at them. She believed in the principle of equivalent exchange. Lin Feng had saved their lives, and in her heart the chips she initially offered when sending Xiao Li and the other girls were already exhausted. Even if this time she had to bet her own life, she still insisted on the idea of equivalent exchange and not climbing onto Lin Feng's coattails. She would make him responsible. She had just run through the entire convoy but still found nothing. She first went to find Gua Yi, hoping to get a vehicle, but she had nothing to offer except for a group of girls. Gua Yi merely glanced at her, showing no interest when his gaze fell on her and the group of girls behind her, and bluntly stated, currently the convoy has no vehicles available. Modified cars are allocated based on the number of awakened individuals. As for other vehicles, you'll have to find a way yourself. She then went to find Fong Ling and asked, does the logistics team still need more hands? Fong Ling looked at them and shook her head directly, saying, the logistics team has enough manpower, and the people under you can't handle the heavy labor. Carrying, unloading, and loading goods are all physical work, and they can't manage it. Hong Jie couldn't argue back, and merely nodded silently, turning to leave. The girls following her either lowered their heads, looked at the houses by the roadside, or quietly wiped their tears with their sleeves. She asked around in the convoy, and it turned out that two people in private vehicles were eyeing their group of beauties with greedy looks. Ha, I have my eyes on you, come serve us well, and I'll get you something to eat. Not only did Hong Jie frown, but even the women behind her shrank back. Those men had a notorious reputation in the convoy, and the women who went to them were often tormented beyond recognition. At critical moments, they were even abandoned to delay the bizarre pursuit. The few modified vehicles were a mix of good and bad. For a group of women to approach them almost meant being thorough. It was actually Mo Qingwan who was recruiting without discrimination. The minor team provided one meal a day when there was no work, and that was a porridge so thin it could reflect a person's image. Hong Jie tucked her loose hair behind her ear and said, let's stay here tonight. Tomorrow when day breaks I will find a way, or at least we can get a good night's sleep tonight. Hong Jie, why don't you stay with Lord Lin Feng? Suddenly one of the pretty girls spoke up. Hong Jie fell silent for a moment and replied, if I stay, then what about you? On Lin Feng's turtle shell, several simple, yet substantial dishes were placed on the table. Chen Min was serving Zhuoma, and she picked up a piece of stir-fried potato with meat and placed it in Sang Guzoma's bowl. Zhuoma, try this. Zhuoma, sitting nearby, had bright eyes and said, wow, it's delicious. Do you all usually eat like this? Not every day, it's just that these past 2 days we've had more field mouse meat and fish. Although it's simply salted for preservation, it can't last long. If we don't eat it soon, it will spoil. You should also try this fish meat. Spoil? What does that mean? Zhuoma took a bite, and her eyes brightened even more. It's so good. Our horse team hasn't had meat for nearly a week. Lin Feng took a sip of soup. The fish meat could no longer provide him with attribute points, but it still tasted good. He casually asked, your horse team raises over 100 horses. Oh, why is there a lack of meat? Couldn't you just kill one for food? No, we can't eat that horse. Zhuoma waved her hands repeatedly. Why not? She pulled out a deep brown pill slightly larger than a quail egg from her small shoulder bag and opened her palm to show it to Lin Feng. If the horse eats this, it can't be killed and eaten anymore, but will die. Lin Feng leaned in to examine the pill, which resembled compressed feed with a smooth surface and a faint scent of grass. He reached out to take it, carefully inspecting it. There was a fluctuation of energy within. Zhuoma said, I made this grain pill using my own abilities, mixing the eerie crystal with fodder and grains. A horse trained by me can go 3 days without food after eating one, and its strength and endurance will gradually increase. No wonder, since it's made from eerie crystals, it makes sense. I've heard that in the convoy there were survivors who found something and ate it only to turn into a walking corpse, causing quite a stir. That must have been caused by eating the eerie crystals. Zhuoma, how did you safely get here these past few days? Hearing this, she spoke with a hint of pride. My golden eye is amazing. It can spot traces of the eerie from far away and lead us. In these past few days, whenever our horse team encountered something eerie, it detected it beforehand and helped us avoid it. She gently stroked the feathers of the golden eye. Sometimes I wish it could fly higher and farther, but it seems quite afraid of the sky. Oh, it never dares to fly too high or too far, as if the sky is dangerous too. Lin Feng and Chun Min exchanged glances. Here it comes. Lin Feng said, Zhuoma, would you like your golden eye to become even more powerful? Zhuoma, who was focused on eating meat, raised her head suspiciously. When she heard this, her large eyes flashing with caution. Don't think that just because you're treating me to meat you can buy my golden eye. Oh, at most, I won't say you're a bad person. The golden eye is my partner. I won't sell it. Chun Min quickly interjected. Zhuoma, it's not about selling. Lin Feng has the ability to tame beasts, and he can help evolve your golden eye, making it stronger, able to fly higher and see farther. The golden eye will still belong to you. You will raise it. Don't you want it to soar freely in the sky? It seemed that Chun Min's words moved Zhuoma. She fiddled with the rice in her bowl, glancing at the golden eye and contemplating for a long time. She asked, will there be any danger in the evolution of the golden eye? No, I promise you. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and quickly replied. Zhuoma bit her lip, thinking for a moment, and then suddenly narrowed her eyes in suspicion. You must have ulterior motives. Why would you help me evolve the golden eye? Aren't you? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Didn't she fall for this? Are the young girls nowadays so hard to fool? But then Zhuoma blushed and said, oh. Lin Feng was taken aback by this question. What kind of logic is this? But he quickly nodded yes. From the moment I first saw you, I was deeply attracted by your beauty. You are like a pearl on the grassland, beautiful, just like the brightest star in the sky. Chun Min next to them was struggling to hold back her laughter while sipping soup, barely preventing herself from bursting out. Zhuoma's ears turned red, and she lowered her head, fiddling with the rice grains in her bowl. Is what you said true? Her voice suddenly became much smaller, no longer as straightforward as before. Lin Feng maintained his composure. It's true. Then did you want to buy my golden eye before? Wasn't it because I wanted you to notice me? Zhuoma's eyelashes fluttered and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She tried hard to maintain her composure, but couldn't help it, her lips forming a soft arc. All right then, Zhuoma's voice became even smaller. He'll trust you this once. If you dare to deceive me, he'll have the golden eye peck your eyes out. Lin Feng's heart, which had been hanging, finally let go, only to feel it rise again. Chun Min cast a teasing glance at him, implying that it was shameless of him to deceive a young girl who was merely in her teens. Lin Feng replied, what can I do? It seems her mind is not quite right. I must leave. My sister will start to worry about me. Zhuoma shyly stood up, flustered, and stole a glance at Lin Feng before hurriedly leaving. All right, Zhuoma, you are always welcome to visit me. After Zhuoma walked away, Chun Min sighed softly and said, oh, I just realized you are quite the smooth talker, the jewel of the grasslands, the brightest star in the sky. Tsk tisk, I didn't expect you to be so good at charming young girls. Do you think your sister is too old for you? You haven't even said a word to her. Lin Feng could only chuckle awkwardly and quickly walked over to wrap his arms around her waist. No, Sister Min is my one true love, the one who holds my heart. Chun Min leaned into Lin Feng's embrace, playfully poking his chest with her finger. I see your heart must be made of durian, with someone on each spike. Lin Feng. In such a situation, saying anything would be wrong. Lin Feng directly lifted her into a princess carry and walked upstairs, gesturing for the girl in the room to leave. Do not disturb me while I execute family discipline. The night was completely enveloping the village. Xiao Xian lay low in the center of the village while Xiao He was kicked by Lin Feng to guard the balcony, the room filled with sounds that quicken the heart. In the house where Hong Jie and the others lived, a dozen girls were seated around a fire when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it? Hong Jie, it's me, Xiao Li. Hong Jie stood up to open the door, and outside stood Xiao Li holding a heavy bag from which a small bowl of rice was peeking out, generously topped with meat and vegetables. Lord Lin Feng sent me to deliver this. Xiao Li handed over the bag. Inside is a pot of rice and some meat from a level 1 gopher. The Lord said to let you eat first. Hong Jie stood at the door receiving the bag, which was heavy enough to weigh down her palm. Suddenly her nose felt a bit sour. Please tell him thank you for me. Shaoli nodded, turned to leave, and after taking a few steps looked back, and said, Hong Jia, the Lord said, if there's no suitable place, just come back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Hong Jia's face as she nodded, watching Xiao Li's figure disappear into the night. She returned to the fire with her belongings under the gaze of the other girls, and opened the bag to reveal its contents. Inside was an inner pot of a rice cooker filled with rice topped with succulent gopher meat. The girls' eyes lit up instantly. Hong Jia, is this for us? Yes, it's for us. Hong Jia handed out chopsticks to each person. Eat up while it's hot. No one moved their chopsticks. Everyone looked at each other. It was only after Hong Jia picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth that a girl in a gray sweater cautiously picked up a piece of meat herself. It's delicious, Hong Jia, this meat is really good. This comment seemed to flip a switch as a dozen pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached into the pot, some grabbing vegetables, others scooping up rice using their palms to catch any falling grains. A young girl, the youngest of them all, squatted in a corner eating and crying. Why are you crying? We have food now. I'm crying because I wonder if we'll ever be able to eat such good food again. Boo-hoo. The girl in the gray sweater asked, will he take us in? Hong Jia was silent for a moment, then said, if it really comes to that, I'll go find him tomorrow. He seems unreasonable towards ordinary people, but he's actually not a bad person, or just look at how he risked himself to save us. But Hong Jia didn't say that going to find Lin Feng again would likely bring her suffering. She recalled the exhausting day and the scene where she had fallen asleep, causing her legs to feel weak. Shaoli climbed back onto Xiao Xian's back and, hearing no noise from upstairs, cautiously walked into the room. Did you deliver it? Yes, I delivered it. Come here. Shaoli climbed onto the bed quietly and was embraced by a pair of powerful arms. Under the soft light, Lin Feng could see the girl's fair skin and the subtle rising and falling of her breathing. In the late night, the sound of raindrops diminished as if the rain had stopped. Afterward, Lin Feng slowly stood up, covered the girl on the bed with a blanket, and walked alone to the window. Lin Feng opened the panel evolution points, 1231. With a thought, he upgraded Xiao Xian. 1,000 evolution points were consumed and formless energy spread within Xiao Xian, radiating outward. Immediately, Lin Feng felt the shell beneath his feet begin to tremble slightly, and the surface of Xiao Xian glimmered with faint light as its size rapidly expanded. The edges of the shell expanded outward, growing from over 40 square meters to over 100 square meters in a short time. Lin Feng looked down, and Xiao Xian resembled a small hill. Its limbs became sturdier, covered in layers of scales resembling iron, shimmering with a cold luster. Its claws gleamed with a dark golden light, each nail thicker than an adult's waist. When Xiao Xian's head emerged from the shell, Lin Feng noticed it had grown a pair of horns, still small, extending upward from the sides of its head, colored in pale gold and featuring spiral patterns on the surface. The once simple and honest appearance now bore an indescribable majesty, like a mythical beast awakening from slumber. Lin Feng pushed open the door and leaped down to the ground, carefully examining Xiao Xian, whose imposing presence grew with each glance, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Xiao Xian, upon seeing Lin Feng, immediately stretched its head forward to nuzzle him, expressing its joy, and indeed it nuzzled him. Then, bang! Lin Feng was sent flying backward, followed by a loud crash as a wall of the courtyard collapsed. Xiao Xian. Lin Feng angrily crawled out from the rubble of the collapsed wall, looking disheveled, and immediately slapped Xiao Xian on the head. Smack! After being slapped, Xiao Xian became even more excited, thinking Lin Feng was playing with it. Its large head came over to nuzzle again, causing Lin Feng to jump back. Damn it! Get away! Don't touch me! Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing hand, shouting. Can't you see how big you are now? Do you think you're still a little kid? No nuzzling. Lin Feng looked at the giant beast before him, quite majestic, but then saw its pitiful little eyes. Majestic, my foot, it was nothing but a goofball. Ding! The evolution of the beast tamer's black turtle was successful. Current level 3, the next evolution requires 1000 evolution points. Lin Feng had yet to recover from the staggering number of 10,000 when a surge of energy flowed back through the formless link. Evolution feedback acquired physique. Lin Feng opened his panel and glanced at it. Level 192. Physique 174. Strength 144. Agility 112. Spirit 159. Talent 1, Beast Tamer Familiar 22. Talent 2, Infinite Evolution. Your familiar can evolve infinitely. You can choose one of its abilities as your own talent ability. Talent 3, Power of Metal. Talent 4, Not Selected. Familiar 1, Xiangui. Level 3 next evolution requires 1000 evolution points. Physique 1260. Strength 1180. Agility 720. Spirit 980. Spiritual Energy 870. Ability 1, Earth Devour, can consume soil, ores, metals, etc. to acquire necessary growth. Ability 2, Power of Metal Node. Due to Xiangui consuming a large amount of minerals, its ability has evolved, gaining control over earth and metal, capable of manipulating the ground and forming defenses, bindings, and attacks. Familiar 2, by Sia Dog. Level 2 next evolution requires 1000 evolution points. Physique 155. Strength 114. Agility 166. Spirit 290. Spiritual energy 300. Ability. Ability 2. Guardian Domain. Note, can release a Guardian Domain with a radius of 200 meters, intimidating anomalies causing severe burning damage, and a stunning effect to anomalies of level 3 and below. Within the domain, the concealment effect of anomalies becomes ineffective. All attributes decrease by 50, and damage to anomalies is doubled. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the control of metal as he extended his mental power. Suddenly, a chunk of iron ore flew out from the storage on Xian's back and landed in it. With a thought, the metallic components and stones in the ore automatically separated. Under the control of his mind, the metal twisted and transformed, then split apart, shaped into 2 iron balls the size of fists, which Lin Feng spun around. He could now control metal. Although not as effortless as earth manipulation, it was far more practical. Who would have thought that sharing Xian's talent could also evolve, equating to gaining an additional ability? Glancing at Xian, he saw this guy sneaking a bite of the ore in the storage. With the warehouse nearly emptied after so much digging, Lin Feng sighed. Well, eat up. I can always recruit more people to dig more later. Lin Feng lightly leaped, soaring up and landing steadily on Xian's back, walking a circle on the turtle shell. The first thought in his mind was, it's time to expand. Xian, work with me. Lin Feng's mental power connected with Xian, and then a large amount of soil surged onto the turtle's back, continuously being sent up. Lin Feng guided the soil along the edges of the turtle shell to form a stone wall. The previous stone house shook slightly, yet the person sleeping inside remained undisturbed. A brand new small villa took shape. The first floor of the small villa stood a full 5 meters high, empty except for a pile of mining tools and other debris stored in a corner. Lin Feng planned to use this space in the future to store the metals and minerals that Xian would need. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, the layout here was U-shaped. Facing the position of Xian's head was a small garden carefully arranged with flower beds and some soil. Of course, Lin Feng was not intending to plant flowers, but was pondering whether he could grow some vegetables like potatoes. After all, farming is ingrained in one's genes. Though still on the run, since the conditions were right, it had to be arranged. To the left was the kitchen and dining area, the middle was the living room, and to the right were 2 bedrooms. On the third floor was Lin Feng's personal space, where a super large bedroom was a must. The rooftop featured a massive water reservoir and a solitary solar panel. If conditions allowed, Lin Feng wanted to cover the entire roof, achieving freedom in water and electricity. Thanks to Xian's formidable strength, the entire villa was built without Lin Feng expending much effort. He mainly guided the process, but the details would require Lin Feng to arrange them later. At present, it resembled a shell with the interior furniture and other items to be arranged gradually as conditions permitted. By the time everything was completed, daylight had broken, and finally there was sunlight today. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Before crossing over, he had only a small room, yet now, despite being on the run every day, he lived in a life truly is a game of fate. In the village, people began to wake up one after another. When they opened their doors and saw the center of the village, they froze in shock. Some didn't understand why their companions had suddenly stopped moving. They too looked up at what caught their gaze, staring in astonishment, as if the shock was contagious. What is that? A turtle. What a huge turtle. Oh my, how did it grow so much? That house on its back, it wasn't like this yesterday, was it? My goodness, is this a villa? This news spread like wildfire through the morning village as more and more people emerged from their homes and vehicles, looking towards the giant turtle in the center of the village. Sounds of exclamation, discussions, and various conversations filled the crowd. Xian lay there quietly, its size multiplied several times compared to yesterday, resembling a small mountain, enough to induce a fear of giants with the oppressive aura felt even from a distance. He has become stronger again. Wang Lai observed this scene from the edge of the crowd. Isn't that a good thing? Fang Ling replied, if he is stronger, the safety of the convoy will be greater. Wang Lai remained silent for a while before nodding. Yeah, it's a good thing. He felt that his position might be at stake. Shen Yutong stood quietly on her armored RV, her gaze fixed on the villa atop Xian. The morning sunlight illuminated her delicate face, making her look like a painting, yet a hint of longing flashed in her eyes, though it was unclear what she yearned for. Sister Qingluan. Mi Shui's gaze also fell on the villa. Look at that house. It's countless times better than our vehicle. Mo Qingluan did not respond, seemingly lost in thought. Mi Shui continued to whisper in her ear, if only we could live there. Living there would mean getting beaten. Mo Qingluan finally spoke, her tone filled with the realization of reality. Did you not see the girls around him? Each one is more beautiful than the last. Do you really think he likes us? Isn't that so? Mi Shui retorted. When he saw us for the first time, the look in his eyes was as if he wanted to devour us. He only likes our status and aura, not us as individuals. If any beautiful starlet had stood before him back, then he would have had the same look. Once he possesses us and the aura fades, we might not even compare to an ordinary woman. Mi Shui exclaimed, that can't be true. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely applaud Mo Qingwan, as she spoke too accurately, striking a chord deep within Lin Feng's heart. What Lin Feng truly valued was indeed their identities. That aura, in terms of beauty was the most inexpensive thing in the apocalypse. The idea of men collecting stamps would never cease until they were old and inflexible. Which top beauties appearing in beauty contests are not more beautiful than stars? Which beauties raised by wealthy families are not exquisite? Occasionally seen through videos are the daughters of noble families and Western aristocratic girls, all possessing exceptional temperament, appearance, figure cultivation, and abilities. Women nurtured with vast wealth and top-tier family backgrounds are the true gems of this world, the kind ordinary people can only dream of. Just a glance makes one feel like they have stumbled into paradise. Mi Shui remarked, then why do you still get close to him? Mi Shui asked, then why are you getting close to him? Mo Qingwan glanced at Mi Shui and replied, do you think we can survive? Why not? We are awakened ones. I can sense danger in advance, and we have our convoy along with powerful awakened ones protecting us like Captain Wang Lai's sister Feng Ling, and Mo Qingwan continued, taking over Mi Shui's words that lingered in her throat. Do you think I enjoy mining? Do you think I like having a bunch of chaotic people in the vehicle? You saw the tragic scene when that giant snake attacked the convoy yesterday, right? Who do you think can save you? Mo Qingwan said, seriously staring at Mi Shui. This is an apocalyptic world. Blue Star is gone. Everywhere is filled with bizarre mutated monsters. This world is unfamiliar, and anything can happen in the future. One must recognize reality. If you want to be a mere ornament, you can learn from Su Wan and the others. Just lay flat and endure the beatings. I won't be a mere ornament. Mi Shui shook her head. Then prove your worth. Apart from recognizing the situation, you also need to align with the right people and do the right things. Even if you have to endure beatings, in the end be a valuable ornament, not a toy that gets discarded after use. As Mo Qingwan spoke these words to Mi Shui, it seemed she was also explaining it to herself. Oh, Mi Shui nodded as if she understood. Sister Qingwan, you say how to do it, and I will follow you. In this life, I will stick with you. All right, follow me. As Mo Qingwan walked up to Xiao Xian, looking up at the increasingly massive beast, a wave of safety surged within her, and she momentarily entertained the thought of just being an ornament, but quickly dismissed it. Now is not the time. Lin Feng, I've come to find you. Her voice was sweet and melodic, seemingly intentionally, using her unique tone to sound coy. Lin Feng leaned halfway out from the second-floor garden. Seeing Mo Qingwan, he flipped over and jumped down from a height of over 10 meters, landing steadily on the ground. What's the matter early in the morning? Mo Qingwan didn't beat around the bush, saying directly, I plan to scour the village for all valuable supplies. Don't waste anything we can take. After all, I can't let you feed the mining team for free, can I? So you won't say I just take the benefits without doing the work. All right, just do as you see fit. Lin Feng waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Originally, those people had casually agreed to help find food for Xiao Xian. Although Lin Feng considered himself selfish, lazy, lecherous, and fond of slacking off, he still felt a sense of satisfaction in having someone voluntarily do things for him. He still reminded her, you can collect more metals and minerals for Xiao Xian's daily food. The first layer of the back is a storage, so hauling a few hundred tons is no problem. A few hundred tons? Can your turtle carry that? Mo Qingwan said incredulously. Lin Feng chuckled, let it try and you'll know. Mo Qingwan didn't inquire further, turning back to her modified bus, clapping her hands and shouting to everyone, everyone get off and gather. All the miners come over. Soon about 70 or 80 people gathered around, both men and women, with Zhao Daong standing at the front, holding a shovel, seemingly ready to work at any moment. Mo Qingwan scanned everyone and said, now listen up everyone. Collect all usable items from the village at the fastest speed before the convoy departs, especially metals. No matter if it's a piece of iron wire or a sheet of metal, dig them all out for me. Even a screw should not be overlooked. Also would old furniture and tattered quilts. Even the beams of houses must be taken down. All of these must be brought along. Mo Qingluan's initial plan was to collect some necessities, but after hearing Lin Feng say they could take a few hundred tons of supplies, her mind became more active. Things that no one valued could still be useful in the apocalypse. What can be used to make fire for warmth and cooking? Even a piece of ragged clothing can provide fabric for reuse. This is not Blue Star, oh every little bit counts. Someone shouted, do we have to tear down the houses too? Yes, flatten the houses for me. Move all usable wood, not a single beam should be left. A balding middle-aged man crossed his arms, his tone reluctant. We contributed the vehicles. The captain said we would get seats. Do we still have to? Why should we? A rich young man next to him said, yeah, why? Our vehicle has become a source of materials. Why should we do such hard labor? I want go. He was frustrated. Initially, he had a good seat in the G class, but now that it was running low on fuel, he thought it would be better to switch to a modified vehicle. As a result, he had spent quite a bit of money to finally gain the affections of a school beauty, only to have her run off with a manager named Sister Li from Mo Qingluan's crew. Several beautiful and charming women in the convoy had been lured onto Wang Lai's vehicle by her sweet words. The rich young man cursed silently and spat. That foolish woman thinks she can cling to the convoy captain's thigh just because of a few women. She really overestimates herself using beauty as a tactic. Lin Feng is easier to handle than the captain. If I had known that shameless woman would run away, I should have given her to Lin Feng directly, I could have gained some benefits from it. Now there were still people in the convoy who didn't understand that Lin Feng was no longer the awakened one who was nothing. Anyone could see who the boss was just by looking at where his turtle was standing. Mo Qingwan glanced at them. If you don't want to go, you can get off my vehicle and find a seat on another one. The balding middle-aged man's face turned red instantly. Why? This was promised by the captain. Those who contributed vehicles get seats. You can't break the rules. Before he could finish, Zhao Daong walked over, followed by two burly men. The three of them stood there, and Zhao Daong slammed the shovel he held into the ground. Rules. Zhao Daong's voice was deep as he stared at the man. On this vehicle, the rules are set by Sister Qingwan. Once you are on this vehicle, you must listen to Sister Qingwan. Furthermore, Sister Qingluan's mining team belongs to Lord Lin Feng. So are you trying to rebel? If you don't want to join, you can get off this vehicle right now. No one will stop you. The balding man looked at Zhao Daong's size and the two burly men behind him, taking 2 steps back, but still forced out a sentence. I am going to find the captain to reason with him. Zhao Daong then turned his gaze to the rich young man who was stuck in a dilemma. Was Mo Qingluan's team really under Lin Feng's command? How could it be that, guys? He wasn't foolish. Given the current situation, offending Wang Lai was better than offending Lin Feng. He had seen the scene where the owner of the off-road vehicle in front of him was sent flying by Lin Feng's turtle just for cursing him. If that petty person remembered him, surviving 2 chapters would be a stroke of luck. He murmured, "Let's do it. I love working. Since no one is unwilling, let's get moving." Mo Qingwan said, "Zhao Daong, take a team to dismantle from the east, and the rest follow me. First, we need to search everything in the house." The crowd quickly dispersed, and a mud brick building collapsed with a thunderous crash as several people pulled it down with ropes, while others retrieved wooden beams from. Get a few people to help carry this main beam away. Someone found some rusty farming tools in the house and shouted, "There are supplies here, come help." Someone pried open a locked warehouse and dragged out a roll of barbed wire, but Gua Yi immediately shouted, "I want that, I'll tell Lin Feng later." Only then did several people let go. Lin Feng stood bored beside Xiao Xian, one hand resting on Xiao Hei's head. To be honest, the fur of this creature was remarkably smooth. It felt amazing. Xiao Xian stared at Lin Feng with its adorably silly big eyes, wanting to nuzzle against its owner and play, but every time it moved, Lin Feng would kick it away, not allowing it to come close. My owner no longer loves me. He used to hold me every day when I was young, but now that he has a new favorite, he forgets the old one. This iron piece is really tasty. The village was cluttered with tattered clothes and blankets left behind by other teams, bundled together various old boards from dismantled cabinets, and beams piled up. In order to make it easier for these people to load things onto Xiao Xian's back for storage, Lin Feng directly built a stone ramp from the ground up to Xiao Xian's back. Soon a scattering of metal items were among the first to be sent to the warehouse. Iron pots, water pipes, screws, door handles, and discarded car frames all piled in the corners of the 5-meter-high warehouse. What was most surprising was that someone had brought down several solar panels from the village. The young man carrying the panels was sweating profusely as he carefully placed them in the corner of the warehouse. Seeing this, Lin Feng patted the young man's shoulder and said, "This is good, I'll reward you later." The young man quickly bowed in thanks and then turned to run away. Lin Feng found Hongjia in the village. Each of these young women was holding some old metal items, and they had all become quite dirty. "Hongjia, what are you all doing?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. "Well, aren't you collecting metal? I figured since the girls have nothing to do, they could help you out." "Help me?" Lin Feng said. "Alright, I actually have something for you to do. Come with me." He pulled Hongjia along as they walked back. With Lin Feng leading, Lu Hongying seemed to lose her usual aura, unsure if she was persuaded or what. Lin Feng brought them to Mo Qingwan and said, "Qingwan, I'm leaving them in your care. Later go to my place and bring a bag of rice down. Let these girls help cook porridge. I can't have them working without feeding them, or they might call me a miser." Mo Qingwan looked at the people Lin Feng had brought and immediately understood this Hongjia had probably climbed into his bed. This scoundrel, this rotten man, even arranged for women to be on my vehicle and offered them porridge. What about me? Yet her smile remained undiminished. "Don't worry, Sister Hongying will definitely not be mistreated here." Both Mo Qingwan and Lu Hongying misunderstood Lin Feng's intentions. He simply thought that since those people were working for him, it was unreasonable not to give them something to eat. Plus, last time when they were mining on the cliff, Hongjia and her friends helped cook porridge and seemed quite skilled at it. He didn't like to bother others, one task shouldn't trouble 2 masters. Mo Qingwan and Lu Hongying both thought Lin Feng was going to arrange for them to stay on Yang Mi's vehicle. Actually, if Lu Hongying didn't leave, staying on Xiao Xian's back would have been fine with Lin Feng. He hadn't reached the point of being so heartless as to deny responsibility after the deed. Lu Hongying saw Lin Feng turn and walk away thinking that's it, I've incurred another favor. How am I supposed to repay this? Could it be? When Lin Feng returned to Xiaoxian's side, the entire village was busy bustling about. The newcomers needed to adjust, and those without food were everywhere begging for it. Fortunately, after nearly 10 days of travel, there were fewer foolish people, so no major chaos had occurred. Brother Feng. A clear voice called from behind. It was Zhuoma riding a chestnut horse weaving through the crowd. She stopped beside Lin Feng, dismounted with a graceful motion, and pulled out a green barley cake wrapped in oil paper from her satchel. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you something delicious. She handed the cake to Lin Feng, saying, I've hidden it for a long time and never wanted to eat it. You should try. Lin Feng looked at the barley cake in his hand, and then at Zhuoma's bright, expectant eyes. He took a bite. To be honest, it wasn't good, coarse, dry, hard, and slightly bitter. But after chewing a couple of times, he swallowed it, and smiled at her, giving a thumbs up. Delicious. Really? Zhuoma's face lit up with joy. Really? Lin Feng said, breaking off a large piece of the cake and handing it back to her, but good things should be shared. Here, I'll give you half. Zhuoma took the half piece, which still bore Lin Feng's tooth marks. Her ears turned red as she shyly took a small bite, and said, Brother Feng, my sister agreed. Lin Feng was taken aback. Huh? Agreed to what? Zhuoma looked down, kicking a small stone on the ground. My sister said, you're very capable, and agreed for me to be with you. Lin Feng stuffed the last bite of barley cake into his mouth, chewed it up, and asked, what about you? What do you think? Zhuoma looked at him, not dodging his gaze, her eyes filled with seriousness, a hint of expectation, and a trace of nervousness. My thoughts are the same as my sister's. I also think you're very capable. My father used to tell me when I was young that I would meet my Luojia beloved when I grew up, and he would protect me forever. Brother Feng, you will protect me, right? Lin Feng looked at the girl before him, her clear eyes filled with all his image, and a twinge of guilt arose in his heart. His initial thought was to deceive her, but he hadn't expected this girl to be so innocent. This was comparable to Chun Min's love-struck mentality. Could this girl be the same? But he still solemnly nodded, I will. Zhuoma leaped into Lin Feng's arms, exclaiming, you're so great. The convoy will depart in 1 hour. Everyone get ready. The loudspeaker in the convoy blared. I have to go back to help my sister pack things. After saying this, Zhuoma remounted her chestnut horse and trotted away, glancing back 3 times. Meanwhile, Hongjia started calling for those who were working. Everyone move faster. The porridge will be ready soon. Once you've finished moving, come get a bowl. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried their actions, especially when they smelled the fragrant rice, which gave them extra strength. The others in the convoy heard this, and quicker than their brains could process, rushed over. Can you save me a bowl? I want to join the mining team. Anyone wanting to join the mining team can, but this bowl of porridge is not for you. If you haven't worked, how dare you ask me for food? Want to eat, huh? Next time we stop, go work. Get out of the way and don't hold us up. Zhao Daong immediately stepped in to help Hongjia when he saw people crowding around. The convoy soon set off, with Shen Yutong's armored vehicle leading the way, followed by 6 modified vehicles in succession, and then other vehicles. There was also a group of people on bicycles and tricycles joining the convoy. Next came the cavalry with over 100 magnificent steeds, and Lin Feng's Xiaoxian still trailing at the back of the convoy. Zhuoma rode her chestnut horse, darting around Xiaoxian, while a hawk named Golden Eye circled overhead. Zhuoma. Lin Feng shouted from the terrace on the 2nd floor, calling down, why not come up and rest for a while? Zhuoma looked up at him, the sunlight illuminating her face, making her appear exceptionally beautiful. I won't go up, I want to ride with my sister. With that, she galloped away, the chestnut horse speeding off for dozens of meters alongside a tall black horse. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing Zhuoma's sister, who was slightly older than Zhuoma, dressed in a dark blue robe. She had a tranquility and softness about her that Zhuoma lacked, yet she too was beautiful, causing Lin Feng to linger for a moment. Indeed, she was older than Zhuoma. She tilted her head, saying something to Zhuoma, who glanced back at Lin Feng, a flush of shyness appearing on her face. The weather today was unusually pleasant, the sun warming the skin as the convoy moved at a steady pace, stopping only for half an hour at noon to rest before setting off again. Having nothing to do that day, Lin Feng renovated the entire house, crafting pipes and parts from discarded metal and embedding them into the stone walls, reconnecting them to the bathroom and kitchen. His ability to manipulate metal was quite good, so he wouldn't have to be at the mercy of that old glass plate Gui. He also took out some potatoes, cut them into pieces, and buried them in the flower bed of the 2nd floor garden, watering them. Hopefully there would be some harvest in a few months. If not, he could always bring up a beautiful woman with awakened plant abilities. Jiang Sheng's skills were quite impressive. It would be even better if he could find vegetable seeds. As dusk fell, the convoy began to slow down, the silhouettes of buildings appearing in the distance as they gradually approached their destination. A gas station. Behind the gas station were rows of buildings, or rather a part of the city. The Blue Star City had randomly landed in this world. Have we arrived? Chun Min stepped out from the building, standing beside Lin Feng, gazing at the eerily quiet city ahead. It should be. Lin Feng squinted his eyes for a moment. This place feels very dangerous. Chun Min sensed the atmosphere. It is indeed dangerous, but the convoy has no choice but to come. Supplies and fuel are running low, and without enough resources we cannot escape the approaching gray fog. The convoy came to a complete stop outside the gas station. Everyone pay attention. We have arrived at our destination. Feel free to search for supplies. Wang Lai's voice echoed throughout the convoy. Lin Feng's heart sank. Free search. Chun Min noticed something was off with Lin Feng's expression and asked what's wrong. The captain said free search. Something feels off about this place. I can sense it. He can't possibly be unaware. Chun Min replied, then let's go ask the captain. Let's go. The two of them dismounted from Xiao Xian, walking side by side through the crowd, quickly reaching the armored vehicle at the front, where Wang Lai was speaking with Feng Ling and Gui. Upon seeing them, he signaled for them to hurry over. Captain, there's a strange presence at the gas station over there. Chun Min pointed towards the residential buildings behind the gas station. That place seems even more dangerous. What are your thoughts? Wang Lai simply replied, the convoy no longer collects that 50 of supplies. They need to rely on themselves to survive. How large this city is and how many strange things it contains, no one can say for sure. We cannot rashly venture deeper. Every awakened one lost is a loss to the convoy. So you mean to let those ordinary people scout for us? Wang Lai looked at her calmly. Isn't that their choice? Have you forgotten what happened by the small river last time? Chun Min smiled brightly. All right. I'll just ask Lin Feng. Last time supplies were lost from the convoy and many people died. A group pressured Wang Lai to abolish the contribution system, believing that the awakened ones were exploiting them. At that time, they felt victorious, thinking they had forced the awakened ones to concede that the awakened ones were afraid of their numbers. Since then, Wang Lai had stopped caring about these people's comings and goings, focusing solely on leading the team. He welcomed anyone wishing to follow the convoy, and even had Guo Yi modify the vehicles to accommodate everyone, only allowing the patrol team to maintain surface order. Perhaps at that time Wang Lai had already foreseen today's scene. Lin Feng immediately understood and gave Wang Lai a thumbs up, truly deserving of being the captain, considering things that would happen days later. In the past, awakened ones would clear the dangers at the front while ordinary people followed behind to collect supplies. In the face of a city-level danger, no amount of awakened ones would suffice. Now it was good. There was no need to accept moral coercion anymore. Everything was their own choice. Mo Qingluan seemed oblivious to everyone's thoughts. Sister Min, my minor team, is waiting behind. Do we need to do anything? I told them in advance that any supplies found should be surrendered. Half those unwilling could disembark. Noticing everyone looking at her with unusual expressions, she took a half step back, falling silent. Do you want to enter the gas station with us? Wang Lai asked Lin Feng. Yes, I don't need fuel, but I want the items in the convenience store. Lin Feng's current steed with Xiao Xian fuel was useless to him. Rather, food held greater value, especially since he had a horde of women to support. All right, let's set off. A few awakened ones headed towards the gas station, while other ordinary people gathered from various directions, some carrying fuel barrels and others simply water bottles. As they stepped under the gas station's canopy, the light suddenly dimmed. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the ground where dark brown stains still lingered, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Someone has been here. Feng Ling observed the bloodstains on the ground. Guo Yi walked towards the gas pump, picked up a nozzle, placed his hand on the pump, and after a few seconds of blue light flickering, squeezed the trigger, but no fuel flowed out, only a hollow sound. It's empty. Guo Yi's voice carried an undeniable disappointment as he squatted down and opened the inspection cover beneath the pump, revealing it to be clean and without any signs of leakage. The fuel has been drawn out. It seems another convoy took it away. Damn, we came for nothing. Lin Feng, however, was indifferent. He didn't need a vehicle, and fuel was of no use to him. His gaze swept over the convenience store where shattered glass littered the floor and the items within were in disarray. The ordinary people behind him also noticed, their expressions shifting from anticipation to disappointment. Some cast their eyes towards the residential buildings behind the gas station, where there should be plenty of good items. Vehicles, fuel, and food were not lacking. Guo Yi took a deep breath and said to Wang Lai, Captain, let's look for the underground oil tanks. Those convoys might not have the time to excavate the underground equipment. Wang Lai nodded, turned, and walked in the direction pointed by Guo Yi, with Feng Ling and several members of the patrol team following him. Lin Feng did not go but walked towards the convenience store, while Chun Min pulled on his arm. Be careful, there might be something inside. Lin Feng gathered his spirit and cautiously entered the convenience store, where the lighting was dim and the lights had long since gone out. Lin Feng glanced around and felt a chill in his heart. The shelves inside were toppled over, most of them empty, and the ground was littered with some flattened packaging and beverage bottles. Where? Chun Min pointed her chin towards the direction behind the cash register. Lin Feng followed her gaze and saw a half-open door behind the cash register, shrouded in darkness with nothing clearly visible. Lin Feng did not rush in, or instead he picked up a beverage bottle from the ground and threw it inside. The bottle hit the ground with a thud, and immediately a shadow darted out from within, moving at incredible speed, its limbs flailing as it lunged at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng stumbled back 2 steps as a dirt wall rose up to block the creature's advance. It was something resembling a spider with 8 legs that were not those of an arthropod, but rather human arms. Its palms were open with sharp, dry nails embedded in the ground. In the center of its abdomen, several human faces were outlined, both male and female. Disgusting, Lin Feng exclaimed just as the creature bypassed the dirt wall, climbing up to the ceiling and suddenly launching itself down. Without giving it a chance to approach, 2 sharp spikes had already risen from the ground, one piercing through its left arm, and the other nailing it to the abdomen, effectively pinning it in place. The faces on its abdomen let out a sharp, painful scream as a mental assault surged toward Lin Feng. He remained completely still, unfazed by the mental attack, and Chun Min was no exception, being instead struck back by her own mental power. The creature's body convulsed wildly, the faces contorted intensely, struggling violently, as black liquid oozed from its torn wounds. Just then Chun Min's flying knife arrived, the silvery blade cutting through the air and piercing the creature's bizarre head. Its struggle gradually diminished until its entire form dissipated, leaving behind a strange crystal rolling on the ground. Killed a level 2 humanoid spider entity, gaining 10 evolution points. Chun Min retracted her move, and the strange crystal flew into her hand. It's a level 2 strange crystal. Here, take it, and hurry to break through to level 2, don't embarrass your sister. Lin Feng did not hesitate to accept it, stuffing it into his pocket. Min Jia, is it safe now? Yes, it's all good. Killed a level 2 humanoid spider entity, gaining 10 evolution points. Chun Min retracted her move, and the strange crystal flew into her hand. It's a level 2 strange crystal. Here, take it, and hurry to break through to level 2, don't embarrass your sister. There were also a dozen boxes of snacks and instant noodles, all well packaged and untouched. You keep watch here, Lin Feng said, bending down to pick up 2 boxes of Red Bull. They'll go get some people to help carry them. Lin Feng quickly returned to Xiao Xian's side, bringing the Red Bull into the kitchen, calling out, Xiao Li, Xiao Rui. Come down and help move the stuff. Before long, 10 girls came down the soft ladder. Brother Lin Feng, what are we moving? There are plenty of drinks and snacks at the convenience store. We're going to bring them back. Yeah, we get snacks now. Xiao Rui skipped along behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly returned to the convenience store entrance, where he saw Chun Min standing there playing with her knife, while a few people lay on the ground in front of the convenience store groaning. Lin Feng observed the scene on the ground. 3 people, one hugging his leg, another covering his knee, and one sitting on the ground with the help of a companion. Several steel pipes and crowbars were scattered on the floor. What happened? Is anyone hurt? Lin Feng asked Chun Min. Chun Min shook her head. Before she could speak, the man sitting on the ground shouted first, Why are you occupying the convenience store? We are all human. Why should awakened ones monopolize everything? The person next to him, who was holding his leg, chimed in. Right, the stuff here belongs to everyone. Come on, let's all go in and take it. There's nothing to eat anymore. You must give us some. Yes, give it to us. Some people joined in, but most remained unmoved, especially those who had joined the convoy recently. Stepping back a bit, Lin Feng noticed that these people were mostly new faces who had joined the convoy only a couple of days ago. He turned to Chun Min and shook his head. Min Jie, your heart isn't hard enough. People like this who cannot recognize the situation should be. Lin Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The ground trembled slightly, and then a row of spikes shot up sharply from the concrete floor, precisely piercing through the bodies of those who had shouted the loudest. Pust! The cries abruptly ceased. Evolution points 1. They should be sent away from this world. This world is too cruel and unsuitable for their survival. As Lin Feng said this, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, these people were far easier to kill than the strange entities. Everyone fell silent, stepping back a few paces, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a demon. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the convenience store, his gaze sweeping over the people who had retreated. I came here first, though I dealt with the strange entity, and the things inside are mine. Whoever thinks they can take them, come and try it. No one dared to move. Lin Feng turned around, looking at Su Wan and the others, who were so frightened they resembled quail, and spoke in a warm tone as usual. What are you dawdling for? Get all the stuff moved back. Okay, well, do that right now. Watching them carry the items box by box, Lin Feng wore a broad smile. Wang Lai and the others walked over with their heads down, all of them covered in grease. The gas station is completely empty. Wang Lai said. I don't know which group of bastards cleaned out the oil tanks like locusts, leaving not a single drop of oil behind. Gui Yi cursed as well. Lin Feng did not respond, simply watching them complain. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds, looking at the outline of the city not far away. We need to go into the city tomorrow. This city is not small. Even if it's just the outskirts, we can at least find a lot of supplies. Let's rest here tonight, and after dawn we'll organize people to go in and search. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll have Xiao He cast the protective field in a bit. Are you going in with us tomorrow? Of course I'm going. I have women to support. I need to stockpile more supplies, and even tear down some buildings to prepare food for Xiao Xian on the way. Wang Lai's lips twitched again, unsure whether it was from thinking of Lin Feng's lecherous nature or the chaotic scene that would ensue from tearing down buildings tomorrow. As night fell, a golden light barrier began to expand from Shaohei, enveloping an area with a radius of 200 meters. The campfire had been lit, marking the beginning of a night where one could comfortably enjoy the warmth. The sound of light footsteps and jingling bells came from the staircase. Lin Feng turned to see Zhuo Ma climbing onto Xiao Xian's back, heading upstairs accompanied by another person. It was the woman dressed in a dark blue robe, her gaze surveying the surroundings as she nodded to herself, acknowledging that this place was indeed the safest and best spot in the entire convoy. Ame was indeed blessed by the celestial longevity, encountering such a man in the apocalypse. Zhuo Ma hurriedly walked up to Lin Feng and tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother Feng, this is my sister. She has been so good to me, making all the decisions along the way. If it weren't for her, we would have." Lin Feng's gaze fell on the woman whose face bore a gentle smile reminiscent of a refreshing breeze that brought comfort. "My name is Yangjin, Zhuo Ma's sister. With Ame following you, I feel at ease. You are a reliable person." Her voice was soft, exuding a gentle quality. Lin Feng smiled, realizing it was the first time someone had called him reliable. "You're flattering me. Come in and sit down, a dinner is about to be served." Lin Feng gestured for her to enter. Yangjin nodded slightly and followed him into the room, with Zhuo Ma trailing behind. Both women assessed. The house was spacious, with all the sofas and benches made of stone, as if they had grown from the ground, polished to a smooth finish. Lin Feng led the two to the dining room, where the long stone table was 6 meters long, every seat covered with an abundance of food. The dishes were simple but generously portioned. There were also some drinks recently collected on the table. Lin Feng casually found a spot to sit, with Chun Min on his left and an empty seat reserved for Zhuo Ma and Yangjin on his right. "You have quite a few people here." After sitting down, Yangjin looked around at the room's occupants. Aside from Chun Min, who was an awakened, there were 10 other women, all beautiful. She wondered if her sister would be bullied in the future. Lin Feng smiled and opened a bottle of drink for them. "Sister, don't worry. From now on, we are all family. Zhuo Ma won't suffer any grievances with me. I may not have many virtues, but I guarantee that my women will not go hungry. They will be well fed." Yangjin's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for 2 seconds before she nodded slightly. Though it was just the phrase "wealth" in this apocalypse, it was already enough. Xiao Rui Suwan stopped standing around and sit down to eat. It was the first time everyone gathered at a table for a meal, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Lin Feng was quite casual, and as they spent more time with him, they noticed he had no airs and acted freely. Everyone chatted while eating, discussing their escape in the new world and reminiscing about events before the apocalypse. Occasionally, Zhuo Ma would interject with stories about her sister's childhood mishaps, like falling into a river while riding a horse. Yangjin lightly tapped the back of her head, not using much force. After dinner, Zhuo Ma did not return with her sister. She clung to Lin Feng's arm, looking up at him. "Brother Feng, I brought Jin Tong. Can we help?" "Sure, let me level up first, and then I'll help it evolve." Lin Feng led Zhuo Ma to the 3rd floor. Once outside on the balcony, she whistled, and a small black dot rapidly enlarged. Jin Tong's figure quickly appeared, landing steadily on Zhuo Ma's arm. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and took out the level 2 ghost crystal, beginning to absorb it. The energy of the level 2 ghost crystal was more pure and powerful than that of the lower level ones. After a full 10 minutes, the ghost crystal in his palm had vanished. Level increased to level 2. Lin Feng stood up, clenched his fist, relishing the delightful sensation of this power transformation, which was truly addictive. Lin Feng, level 20. Physique 185. Strength 171. Agility 138. Spirit 187. Spiritual energy 177. Talent 1, Beast Mastery contracted Beast 23. Lin Feng glanced at his updated attributes, each number significantly higher than before. He turned to see Zhuo Ma holding Jin Tong at the door, her eyes fixed on him, filled with anticipation and nervousness. "It's ready, hand Jin Tong to..." Lin Feng waved at Zhuo Ma. Zhuo Ma stepped forward without hesitation and handed Jin Tong to Lin Feng. The creature remained calm in her hands, its golden pupils gazing at Lin Feng, neither struggling nor resisting, simply watching him quietly, its golden eyes reflecting Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng took Jin Tong, inhaled deeply, activated his talent ability, and concentrated a drop of blood at his fingertip, gently dabbing it on Jin Tong's forehead. As the drop of blood touched Jin Tong's forehead, a faint golden light spread from it, flowing through its feathers before vanishing. Ding contract with the Beast Mastery Gene Eagle successful. Lin Feng noticed he still had over 200 evolution points left, enough for 2 evolutions. With a thought, he directly consumed 110 points to initiate 2 evolutions. Jin Tong's body trembled slightly as its form began to change. Lin Feng placed it on the ground, and it grew taller, comparable to Zhuo Ma's height. Its claws gleamed with a metallic luster, and the edges of its feathers shifted from dark brown to gold. Especially its eyes, where something seemed to be coalescing deep within the pupils. It let out a clear, resonant call that echoed through the night sky. Ding evolution of the Beast Mastery Gene Eagle successful. Lin Feng received attribute feedback: Physique 11, Strength 9, Beast Mastery 3, Gene Eagle. Level 2 next evolution requires 1000 evolution points. Physique 110. Strength 190. Agility 400. Spirit 300. Spiritual energy 210. Ability 1 A breaking illusions. Note you can share Jin Tong's vision breaking illusions. Can perceive all living things or as breaking through illusions and disguises. The higher the level, the less information is revealed. Ability 2 Wind power. Can release wind energy to form wind blades, creating strong winds. Lin Feng observed Jin Tong for a while, growing fonder of it, especially when those eyes gazed at him, making him feel as if his secrets were being uncovered. No, it truly can perceive information. Lin Feng realized that the information he saw through Jin Tong's eyes transformed into something he could understand. Sang Guzhuama. Level 2. Physique 35. Strength 35. Agility 40. Spirit 56. Spiritual energy 51. Talent horse training. He then looked at Chen Min, who was reclining on the sofa. Chen Min. Level 30. Physique 88. Strength 87. Agility 80. Spirit 150. Spiritual energy 100. Talent psychic power. His gaze swept over to Xiao Rue in the corner. Lin Yu Rue. Physique 9. Strength 5. Agility 4. Spirit 5. Spiritual energy 51. Talent none. Lin Feng severed the mental link and returned to reality, feeling a surge of excitement. He had struck gold. With this kind of insight, the world was no longer a blur, and he could distinguish everything. He compared the information he perceived through the breaking illusions Jin Tong, realizing that the basic attributes of ordinary people were around 5, while those of newly awakened individuals doubled. As for Xiao Rue, it could be said that the mutated beast meat was not fed in vain, as her physique was almost on par with that of a newly awakened level 0 person. After reaching level 1, at least one attribute based on one's talent would exceed 20 points, and after reaching level 2, attributes would directly surpass 50. Chen Min, at level 3, had broken the 100 mark. This represented a tremendous leap in power. However, there were exceptions. Lin Feng looked at his overall attributes, unable to close his mouth. With these stats, he could take on 10 Chen Min. Sorry, I have opened. What a divine eagle. Zhuoma, nervously pinching the hem of her clothes, finally breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Feng spoke, cautiously leaning in to look at the giant eagle that stood almost as tall as she was. It has grown so big. She extended her hand, hesitating to touch the golden-eyed creature. Golden-eye. The eagle looked at her and gently nudged its head into her palm, as if to say, I'm here. Zuoma's eyes instantly turned red as she wrapped her arms around the eagle's neck, burying her face in its feathers. The golden-eyed eagle spread its wide wings to protect Zhuoma. After a long while, Zhuoma finally let go of the eagle, her eyes still red, as she dove into Lin Feng's embrace, saying, Thank you, Brother Feng. Her voice was muffled and nasal, and Lin Feng felt a surge of pride for finally securing the eagle, transforming it into an indescribable softness. Touched. Perhaps. Lin Feng patted Zhuoma on the back and commanded the golden-eyed eagle protect her well. All right, let's sleep. We still need to enter the city tomorrow to gather supplies. Zhuoma released. Lin Feng sniffed and asked, Are we staying here? I'm not ready yet. I'll sleep downstairs. After saying that, she rushed down the stairs, and the golden-eyed eagle flapped its wings and followed her with. Lin Feng shook his head, remarking on how shy the little girl was, thinking to himself that he would take advantage of her another day. He turned and smiled at the women in the room, saying, Tonight, I'm aiming for 10. Amidst the gasps of the women, he jumped onto the big bed. In the night breeze, the crackling sounds of the campfire echoed as the crowd gathered around it, boiling the last of their food into porridge, mixing flour with wild vegetables that gurgled as they. A small team prepared to steam large buns from the white dough, getting ready to enter the city tomorrow to gather supplies, of venture fraught with danger. Whether they would be gruesomely slaughtered or devoured whole, no one knew. Thus, they brought out everything edible to prepare it all at once, leaving no regret. Morning light streamed through the window as Lin Feng struggled to roll out of bed. He winced, rubbed his lower back, and dressed slowly. Given his physique, taking on 10 was more than enough. However, Chen Min was not one to play fair, and the 11th was a fierce tigress. Though she was good, one must not indulge too much. From now on, moderation is key. I must restrain my desires, starting with myself. Lin Feng exited his bedroom and made his way to the small garden on the second floor. He poked the soil in the flower bed, confirming that the potatoes were not buried too deep and should sprout successfully. Lin Feng picked up a watering can made of stone, turned on the faucet at the nearby sink, filling it halfway with clean water, and carefully watered the edges of the flower beds. Grow quickly, let me have food freedom soon. The people in the camp were slowly waking up, and the gas station area was packed with people, appearing more crowded than the previous evening. Could it be that more scattered survivors were joining the convoy? Since the news spread last night about the plan to enter the city to search for supplies, everyone was preparing to set off today, each person wielding an assortment of weapons, carrying backpacks or bags. The crowd whispered among themselves, forming small groups, eager and ready to charge into the city. Zhuoma stood behind Lin Feng at some point, gazing at him with a resentful expression, saying nothing, but her eyes conveyed a message of in your heart. Lin Feng approached her, and she remained silent, just looking at him with her chin slightly raised. What's wrong? What do you think? I don't know. You. Zuoma's face flushed, her voice lowered, but her resentment remained unchanged. I couldn't sleep all night last night, just hearing you all upstairs. She couldn't continue, turning her face away from him, her ears flushed red. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose, saying ahem. Well, I'll work on the soundproofing of the room later. We need to head into the city for supplies soon. Where's the golden-eyed eagle? Let it fly out first to scout the general situation inside. Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Zhouma's attention was indeed diverted. She cupped her hands around her mouth and whistled. A golden shadow soared from the rooftop. As the golden-eyed eagle spread its wings, Lin Feng's breath quickened. He hadn't noticed last night, but now as it soared he was thoroughly shocked by its size. When its wings fully extended, they spanned about 5 meters. With a powerful flap, the golden-eyed eagle shot up dozens of meters, disappearing into the sky within moments. It circled in the air twice before continuing to ascend toward the city above. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness linked through the contract, and his vision instantly shifted, as if leaping into the air, hovering high above, gazing down at the city's architecture. The morning light bathed the city in gold, with towering skyscrapers and roads littered with numerous parked cars, the streets eerily quiet, devoid of the city's usual hustle and bustle, as if the pause button had been pressed. The golden-eyed eagle flew over residential buildings, passing through a commercial area where a subway train sat quietly on the elevated track. Shop signs, hanging half off, and dark brown blood stains remained on the ground and walls, suggesting a fierce battle had occurred. As the golden-eyed eagle approached the city center, it spotted a massive silhouette moving slowly beneath the shadow of an office building. Lin Feng followed its line of sight, clearly seeing the creature, a corpse ghoul towering 2 stories high, resembling a humanoid creature with a row of grayish-white bone spines protruding from its back, its exposed muscles looking explosive, resembling a zombie from a movie. Level 3 corpse ghoul characteristics: immense strength, averse to sunlight. This corpse ghoul seemed to sense a gaze upon it, as its grotesque head turned toward the golden-eyed eagle, letting out a furious roar. This roar triggered a chain reaction. The previously silent streets and commercial districts erupted into a chorus of shrieks as countless corpse ghouls rushed out of the buildings. When exposed to sunlight, they emitted wisps of black smoke, quickly retreating into the shadows, their howls persisting. Level 0 corpse ghoul characteristics: speed and strength, far surpassing that of a normal human. Fierce sunlight. Lin Feng noticed that there were many corpse ghouls swarming out of the buildings by the hundreds in just this short time. Moreover, there were also quite a few level 1 and level 2 ghouls. While level 0 ghouls feared sunlight, levels 1 and 2 merely feared it, allowing them to move freely during the day, now mindlessly wandering in the shadows of the streets. The golden-eyed eagle continued to fly, and Lin Feng instructed it to circle the city's edge first. Outside they might encounter level 3 ghouls, but the city center would definitely harbor even more terrifying creatures. If they encountered something that could threaten the golden-eyed eagle, there would be no time to cry. Safety first. If there's no need to take risks, then don't. This is following one's heart. When Jin Tong circled around to the other side of the city amidst a villa area, it noticed something unusual. Jin Tong lowered its altitude slightly, and as Lin Feng focused on one of the villas, he unexpectedly discovered traces of human activity. There are people here. There are still people in this city. Are they other arriving convoys or residents who have survived here all along? Lin Feng had Jin Tong make one last circle, confirming the general situation before calling it back and severing the link. Lin Feng opened his eyes to find Wang Lai and the others approaching Xiaoxian's location. By the time Lin Feng jumped down from Xiaoxian's back, Wang Lai, Feng Ling, and Dong Yu were already waiting for him in the open space. The enormous figure of Jin Tong landed on the roof of the villa where Xiaoxian was. The others looked at this giant eagle that stirred up a whirlwind. Is this your new beast of burden? Wang Lai asked with near certainty. Yes, I sent Jin Tong to scout. What did you find out? Wang Lai inquired. Lin Feng briefly recounted what Jin Tong had seen, mentioning that the city was quite large, and that before delving deeper, he had already spotted 3-level corpse monsters. He hadn't even reached the city center and noted signs of activity on the other side of the city. Wang Lai fell silent for a few seconds before stating directly. Yu Tong said there is more than one 3-level anomaly inside. This city has at least 100,000 corpse monsters, and there are even higher level ones in the city center. I suggest we don't go in. He paused for a moment, his gaze landing on Lin Feng's face. How about we team up to kill a few 3-level corpse monsters? The distribution of the 3-level anomaly crystals will be based on headcount. What do you think? That sounds fair and reasonable. Lin Feng shook his head immediately. No, your calculation has issues. All of you are level 2, while my sister Min is level 3. If we calculate by headcount, we would be at a disadvantage. Wang Lai asked, then how should we distribute it? Lin Feng crossed his arms. Of course we take the larger share. My sister Min will be the main force in fighting the 3-level anomalies. If you want the 3-level anomaly crystals, you'll have to supplement with resources. Anything collected, be it medicine or food, will suffice. We can't just work for free. Wang Lai nodded, surprisingly straightforward. All right, let's do it your way. He had been stuck at level 2 for too long. If he didn't break through to level 3, soon he might lose his position as team leader. After discussing the rough distribution plan and the upcoming action route, Wang Lai turned to make arrangements. Lin Feng had nothing specific to arrange. He simply called over Zuoma's sister Yang Jin to have breakfast together and inquired about the situation with her convoy and how many people were willing to follow. Well, we counted last night, and about 50 people will follow on this mission. The others are either those we encountered on the road or the elderly women and children. They need to stay at the camp to guard the horses and supplies. Those who followed the convoy seemed to be eager to enter that area to search for vehicles and supplies. Lin Feng nodded. In a bit, have the convoy members follow closely behind Xiao Xian and not venture out on their own. Wang Lai was also busy preparing for the entry into the city. Huzigo called the patrol and hunting teams. Wang Hu immediately sprang into action after hearing Wang Lai's command. All right, big brother. The weather today was unusually pleasant, the sun warming the skin as the convoy moved at a steady pace. Soon Fang Ling and Wang Lai gathered the people along with all the survivors still on the modified vehicles, creating a chaotic crowd of over 200 people. They all looked at Wang Lai, unsure of what the captain was about to say. Wang Lai began. Yesterday, I mentioned that we have reached our initial goal. We can only stay here for a maximum of 2 days, so this time for collecting supplies and vehicles, everything will be open for exploration. These modified vehicles will all be entering the city, so your journey ends here. You can freely choose to join any Awakened One's vehicle, or you can go into the city to look for vehicles yourself. The crowd started murmuring. What? You're not taking us? How can we do that? Who knows what dangers lie in the city? Someone said, if you want take us, isn't it more comfortable for us to find our own? Nearby someone immediately retorted, what do you know? What if there's no fuel on the road? What if it rains heavily and the vehicle breaks down? Captain, this isn't acceptable. It's like burning the bridge after crossing the river. We've already contributed our vehicles, and now you're telling us to find our own. Huzi and the others raised their weapons, shouting angrily, back off. Are you trying to rebel? Do you believe we won't take you down right now? We've already shown you enough mercy to bring you this far. Someone said, Captain, is it because we didn't contribute any supplies? Well, contribute, well, give half, you can't leave us behind. Wang Lai replied solemnly, I said you can explore freely. If you want to take risks, join the Awakened One's vehicles. As for the terms, you can discuss among yourselves. We need to drive vehicles deep into the city, and even I might not survive. As for you, think for yourselves. After Wang Lai finished speaking, he walked away. Huzi called over a group of team members willing to take the risk and boarded Wang Lai's vehicle. Some strong members of the hunting and patrol teams had their own ideas and wanted to go into the city to search for vehicles and supplies, since that way they wouldn't have to hand over anything to the convoy. It would all belong to them. No one stopped them. Everything was voluntary. After being called down from the vehicle, the agent's sister Li and several glamorous-looking women appeared bewildered. Were they being kicked off the vehicle? Not just them, everyone was being kicked off. Sister Li hurriedly stepped forward. Captain, we want to join your vehicle. What are the conditions? Wang Lai shook his head at the few of them. You can't. Why can't we? Wang Hu pushed her away, and Sister Li nearly fell to the ground. Wang Hu looked down at her. The rules for my brother's vehicle are simple. If you can fight, all anomaly crystals and mutated creatures must be handed over. Any ordinary supplies you find are yours. If anyone can kill an anomaly, they can join us. This statement left them in silence. They were skilled at seducing men, but asking them to kill anomalies terrified them, and they all stepped back, shaking their heads. The team members behind Wang Hu smiled as they looked at the glamorous women. You delicate stars should just stay where it's cool. When the big guy returns with supplies, and if he's in a good mood, he might reward you with some food. For now, don't block the way. Sister Li was fuming inside, glaring at the women in the group, unable to attract even a single man. They were truly useless, and it seemed that the captain's route was unfeasible. Sister Li recalled Lin Feng. That little scoundrel surely couldn't resist the temptation of women. Coincidentally, she had resources in hand. If she could take these girls to Lin Feng's turtle shell, living in a villa wouldn't be more comfortable than following the other awakened ones in the convoy. So she shouted, Yao Yao, and the rest of you come with me. At this moment, other awakened individuals were surrounded by several survivors in front of modified vehicles, inquiring about the conditions for joining. Mo Qingwan was welcoming to all, leaning against the car door with a smile as she addressed the people before her. If you want to get on the vehicle, you can. This time we are entering the city, and after collecting supplies, half must be submitted. Moreover, you must obey orders and gather the metals and minerals that Lord Lin Feng needs, which we will refer to as mining. Lastly, you must not be afraid of death. I cannot protect all of you. Some in the crowd hesitated. Collecting supplies is fine, submitting half is acceptable, but why do we have to enter the city instead of gathering supplies on the outskirts? This is the captain's decision. You can choose to go or not. Zhao Dayong, maintain order. Those willing to go, register your names. After Mo Qingwan finished speaking, she directly got into the vehicle. Okay, Sister Qingwan, leave it to me, old Zhao. Zhao Dayong patted his chest and said. However, Gua Yi shouted, yes, you strong enough, come be my brother. I will ensure your safety. The person called by Gua Yi turned pale and quickly waved his hands. Brother Gory'll pass. I can just find a vehicle on the outskirts. Jiang Sheng had his car overturned, and after Chun Min's approval his vehicle was assigned to him. Jiang Sheng had no combat abilities and did not want too many people on his car. He only needed a few to help carry supplies and drive, turning down all others. Apart from the girl driving for Shun Yutong, no one else was brought along. In fact, the number of people willing to take the risk of following the awakened into the city was still small. Many others decided to look for vehicles on the outskirts upon hearing they would venture deep into the city. Someone remarked the city is so large, finding a vehicle shouldn't be hard. Just in that small community in front, there are plenty of things. Isn't it better than risking it with the awakened as laborers? Exactly. Let's go. Form a team. Thus a large number of people armed with various weapons entered the city. The departure speed was faster than Lin Feng had imagined. Within half an hour he had not even finished his breakfast when the car horn sounded urging him to set off. This time it was not Shin Yutong's vehicle leading the way, but rather Wang Lai's modified car with him standing on the roof surrounded by a dozen burly men wielding crossbows. Next was Gua Yi's modified vehicle equipped with a massive repeating crossbow on its roof. A bolt as thick as an arm was already loaded with 3 or 4 muscular men operating the crossbow, while others stood guard with bows or spears on the roof. Lin Feng signaled for Xiao Xian to follow closely. Lin Feng, you lead the charge, we will follow behind. Hearing Wang Lai shout, Lin Feng, standing on the rooftop of a 3-story building, extended his hand and made an okay gesture. To his left were Zhuoma and Yang Jin, and to his right was Chen Min. Xiao Xian moved past Wang Lai and the others, leading the way with 7 modified vehicles closely following, followed by 50 men on galloping steeds, each wielding sabers and bows. Some survivors who believed it was safer to follow the awakened hung back at a distance. Jin Tong had surveyed the area in the morning, and following this main road passing through 3 communities they could reach the commercial plaza where level 3 corpse monsters were discovered. The main road was very wide with 6 lanes in both directions, currently filled with vehicles parked haphazardly, sedans, SUVs, vans, and even buses. The insides of the cars were empty. It was unclear where the people had gone. Xiao Xian did not pause in his steps. He stepped onto a sedan, crushing it down to a flat sheet of metal with parts scattering everywhere. The gigantic head lowered slightly, its mouth grabbing a white sedan that was lying across the road, and with a crunch it crushed and swallowed it whole before lowering its head to seize an SUV nearby. It was like entering a buffet. Haha, don't be shy, eat as much as you want. Lin Feng chuckled at the sight. Xiao Xian transmitted back feelings of satisfaction, leisurely clearing the roadblocks with the sound of metal being ground to bits echoing along the main road. Those behind watched in astonishment. Gua Yi, observing the scene of Xiao Xian consuming the vehicles, felt a pang of regret. These were high-quality materials being devoured like this. However, today's goal was to eliminate the level 3 anomaly and strive for everyone to advance to level 3. Once they reached level 3, he could modify even more powerful armored vehicles. We are about to pass the second community. This was a residential area consisting of dozens of buildings. Xiao Xian continued forward for about 200 meters when noises were heard from both sides. Lin Feng instructed Jin Tong to soar into the sky, and through Jin Tong's perspective, he saw the corpse monsters lurking in the shadows of the community buildings, turning as if they had sensed something, all rushing toward the main road. More corpse monsters surged out from the stairwells and underground garages, even jumping from the windows of the buildings above. Some broke their legs, but still crawled toward them with all limbs. There were too many of them, dozens, hundreds, and they kept pouring out. The corpse monsters are coming, prepare for battle. Lin Feng shouted. Almost the instant his voice fell, he summoned the power of stones, and a row of sharp spikes rose from the road, impeding the first wave of rushing corpse monsters, piercing them all and pinning them in midair. Kill level 0 corpse monster evolution 0.1. Kill level 1 corpse monster evolution 1. The continuous notifications of evolution points resounded, which Lin Feng promptly chose to mute. On Gua Yi's modified vehicle, the giant crossbow let out a dull sound as a bolt the thickness of an arm pierced through a corpse monster over 3 meters tall, pinning it to the ground. The strong men immediately began to reload. Seeing this, Lin Feng summoned a spike that suddenly shot up, piercing through the monster's head. Kill level 2 corpse monster, gain evolution point 10. Monster stolen. On the modified vehicles behind, the archers standing on the rooftops fired arrows in a rain-like fashion. The corpse monsters were so densely packed that any random shot was likely to hit one. Those fallen corpse monsters were trampled into mush by their companions behind. On Xiao Xian's back, Xiao Li, Xiao Rui, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qing each occupied advantageous positions, knocking arrows in their recurved bows ready to shoot. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, Xiao Rui, teach Su Wan and Ngu how to use the bows and arrows. Okay, brother Lin Feng. Watch me, I will surely teach them to hit their targets every time. Xiao Rui responded quickly, but soon her frustrated voice came through. Su Wan, why are you so clumsy? Aim properly before shooting, don't wait. I was aiming. Suwon, scolded by Xiao Rui, felt a bit flustered, and her arrow slipped from her hand, missing the target by 2 meters and embedding itself in the tire of a car. And go, hold your bow steady before shooting, your arrows are flying up into the sky. Xiao Rui yelled again. This is driving me crazy. How did you manage to perfectly avoid hitting the target? Xiao Rui was so angry that her twin ponytails were about to come undone. Yang Jin stood on high holding a command flag. She raised the banner high and waved it twice to the left. Instantly, the 50 cavalrymen split into 2 teams. One remained in formation to suppress the undead with arrows, while the other flanked the horde of undead, as directed by Yang Jin. The riders gripped their sabers and charged into the horde of undead from the flanks. The powerful momentum of their steeds propelled them forward, slicing through the bodies of the undead, as if they were grass being cut by a scythe. Lin Feng caught sight of this and silently praised, what magnificent horses and brave warriors. They faced the undead without fear, especially the horses which trampled the blocking undead, smashing their skulls, as if stepping on watermelons. Yang Jin's command ability was exceptional. One wonders where she found such a group of mounted archers. Could they perhaps be princesses passed down from some tribe? With her flag waving, the formations changed unpredictably. No wonder this cavalry could survive until now, they truly had some remarkable skills. As the cavalry faced danger, Jin Tong dove from the sky, her wings flaring. A whirlwind of wind blades violently cut into the densest area of the undead, shredding several level 2 undead and a mass of lower-level undead into pieces. Wang Lai stood atop the vehicle, his hands crackling with electricity. Bolts of lightning struck precisely on the heads of the level 2 undead, causing them to stiffen, instantly turning to char by the time they hit the ground. Others also displayed their abilities. Even Xin Yutong was drawing her bow and shooting arrows. Chun Min and Zhuoma beside Lin Feng were no exception. Chun Min's flying daggers were incredibly agile, their trajectories nearly invisible, as one undead after another fell swiftly. Zuoma's bow never faltered, her speed was almost a blur. Without even knocking an arrow, energy arrows pierced through the heads of the undead. Amidst this, she even had time to speak to Yang Jin's sister, direct the cavalry to flank right. Wang Lai, standing atop the vehicle, his electric energy dimming considerably, scanned the ever-increasing undead and finally called out towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, there are too many undead. Should we retreat for now and strategize? Lin Feng noticed that the undead flooding into the area grew denser. After clearing the area within 2 minutes, new undead surged forth. While their numbers were fewer, their quality was evidently higher, with several over 3 meters tall level 2 undead mixed in. Arrows shot by ordinary people could barely breach their defenses, only the few combat awakened ones could deal with them. 2 cavalrymen were caught off guard and were struck down by a level 2 undead that broke through the line, quickly overwhelmed, and lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xian, unleash your ultimate move. Xiao Xian halted, its front claws crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Then the ground began to tremble within a radius of several hundred meters. Immediately spikes erupted from the pavement, not in rows, but in entire patches. The cement ground was torn apart as countless spikes of varying thickness shot up, their tips sharp as spears slanting outward. One spike pierced through 3 undead, the next through 5, and soon an overwhelming number of spikes sprouted wildly, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Some undead were impaled through their bodies, others through their skulls, gruesomely skewered by multiple spikes, thousands of undead perishing within seconds, their mangled bodies hanging from the towering stone spikes like a macabre exhibit. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Feng Ling held her short blade suspended in midair. Wang Lai stood atop the vehicle, the electricity in his hands extinguished. He gazed at the battlefield, now covered in spikes, remaining silent for several seconds, his lips twitching, as if to say something, yet he could not find the right words. The other ordinary people looked on, as if witnessing a divine apparition. Several riders dismounted and knelt towards Xiao Xian, chanting softly. Lin Feng himself was startled. He knew Xiao Xian might be formidable after its upgrade, but knowing and witnessing were 2 separate matters. Lin Feng observed Xiao Xian leisurely crushing a public bus and devouring it mentally, taking note of its achievements. What are you all standing around for? See if there are any still alive, finish them off, and then continue on our way. This instruction jolted everyone back to reality, and they then turned to slay the remaining undead. The cavalry dismounted, using their blades to cleave open the heads of the undead, skillfully extracting the crystals and storing them in bags. Their movements were swift and practiced, clearly not their first time doing this. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Xian to retract the spikes, which sank back into the ground. Several awakened ones remained on guard against the occasional undead, while those in modified vehicles also came down to gather the spoils. How many crystals did we recover? Lin Feng asked after seeing the situation below was nearly settled. Feng Ling's voice came back, we are counting. Roughly estimated at over 500, with the majority being level 0, around 100 level 1s, and only a few dozen level 2s. Why are there only so few? Don't skimp on my crystals. Lin Feng directly questioned without thinking. Almost 2,000 undead had perished on sight, and Xiao Xian had taken out more than half. Feng Ling replied exasperatedly, Lin Feng, don't just stand there talking without experiencing it yourself. If you don't believe me, come down and dig yourself. Some of these low-level undead have 5 or 6 that don't produce a single crystal. Alright, fine. Just don't forget to send my share up. We agreed I would take 70. Got it, don't worry, you won't miss out. Satisfied with the response, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Chun Min's flying dagger and Zuoma's bow. He had never noticed anything special about Chun Min's flying dagger before, but after witnessing the miraculous effect of Zuoma's bow, he realized it was no ordinary item after looking through the broken illusion eye. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to share the broken illusion eye talent. Activating it, a faint golden halo gathered in his pupils. When he looked at the flying dagger in Chun Min's hand, a piece of information flashed into view. Unique item, soul devouring blade, a gift from a shattered world manipulated by mental force, dealing additional damage to the soul-killing enemies, allows absorption of residual soul power to slowly enhance quality. Note: don't use it for nail clipping, for if the previous owner knew their divine slaying weapon was used for that, they would probably rise from their grave in anger. Though considering that world is shattered, it's likely the grave is gone, so never mind as long as you're happy. Lin Feng's pupils flickered with golden light. What? My talent can mock. Then he turned to Zuoma's longbow, whose exquisite bow body shimmered with a flowing azure light, resembling a beautiful artwork rather than a tool for killing. Unique item, wind chaser bow, a gift from a shattered world, consumes spiritual energy to condense wind energy arrows, releasing wind blades upon impact for secondary cutting, killing enemies, allows absorption of soul power to slowly enhance quality. Note: the previous owner seems to have been an elf, having shot at someone called the sun god in life, and before dying they remarked, this bow has accompanied me for 4,000 years, or longer than my wife. Then his wife kicked him out of the tree. This story teaches us never say a weapon is better than your wife in front of her. Lin Feng exclaimed, what the hell? Chun Min paused, her nail grooming, looking up and asking, what are you going crazy about? Lin Feng pointed at the white flying dagger in her hand. Is that a magical object? You're using it to groom your nails. Chun Min looked down at the flying dagger in her hand, then back at Lin Feng. It's quite useful, it cuts through iron like mud, much better than nail clippers. Do you want to use it? As she spoke, she handed the flying dagger to Lin Feng. He took a deep breath, glancing at Chun Min's dagger, and then at Zuoma's bow, finally managing to utter, where did you get your magical objects? Why don't I have any? I found it. Chun Min replied matter-of-factly. I picked it up nearby when I awoke and thought it was quite sharp, and it just transformed into what it is now as I used it. Lin Feng turned to Zuoma. Yours was found too. Brother Feng, how did you know? It was at my feet when I crossed over. The bowstring was broken at that time, but I repaired it with cow tendons, and it has become more beautiful with use. See, isn't it pretty? Zuoma presented the bow to Lin Feng, as if showcasing a treasure. Lin Feng felt a pang of envy in his heart. He too wanted a weapon that could grow. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Chun Min shot a glance at Lin Feng. Isn't that turtle of yours something you picked up? Lin Feng was taken aback, recalling that when he first crossed over he had seen a turtle right after awakening, and had picked it up without a second thought. Later he discovered he had awakened a talent, and contracted it without thinking. After collecting everything in the camp, he found no other living creature by the time the convoy set off, except for the strange turtle. Seeing how Xiao Xian looked now, Lin Feng finally felt balanced. Zuoma quietly asked, Brother Feng, how did you know this is a magical object? Lin Feng pointed at his eyes. With these I can see some information. Alright, Sister Ling, do you want to come up and sit for a while? Feng Ling, after delivering the strange crystal, turned to leave, leaving him with a neat back. Lin Feng, your strange crystal, take it. A heavy bag was tossed up from below, landing accurately at Lin Feng's feet. He looked down at the bag. Alright, Sister Ling, do you want to come up and sit for a while? Feng Ling, after delivering the strange crystal, turned to leave, leaving him with a neat back and head. This woman really. Lin Feng clicked, his tongue bent down to pick up the bag, opened it, and looked inside. It was half filled with various strange crystals of different colors. Xiao Rui, go to the kitchen and bring up 2 storage boxes. Xiao Rui hurriedly brought up 2 storage boxes from downstairs. Lin Feng poured all the strange crystals into them, and counted, finding over 300 level 0 strange crystals, and more than 70 level 1, with only 35 level 2. Not bad. Lin Feng put all the level 0 and level 1 crystals into 1 storage box, and handed it to Zuoma. Zuoma, I remember you need strange crystals to make grain pills, here, take these. Zuoma received the box, her eyes lighting up. Really, giving me this many? Take it, there will be more later. If it's not enough, we'll give you more. Lin Feng suddenly added, oh right, can my beast eat those grain pills? Zuoma looked at the strange crystals in her hand. I've only made grain pills with level 0 strange crystals before, I haven't tried level 1 yet. But the golden, I can eat them. As for your big turtle. She gestured at Xiaoxuan's size. I'm afraid what I make wouldn't even be enough for it to nibble on. It's fine, let's make it first, and see the effect. There's no rush to fill it up, just a trial will do. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out 18 level 2 strange crystals, and handed them to Zuoma. Let's split these level 2 strange crystals. Before he finished, Chun Min huffed from the side. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Lin Feng instinctively tense his back. He turned his head to see Chun Min leaning against the railing, arms crossed, a smile that was neither here nor there on her face. Her gaze clearly conveyed, "So you're not even pretending anymore. Have you forgotten your old love the moment you found a new one? Not even asking me about it." Sister Min, Lin Feng, desperate to survive, immediately replied, "Once I get level 3 strange crystals, you'll be the first to have them. You need high-level strange crystals to enhance your strength now. Level 2 isn't very useful to you. It's better to give them to Zhuo Ma to enhance her strength." Chun Min looked at him, her expression unchanged, but the corner of her mouth slightly lifted. She didn't speak, but her eyes clearly indicated, "At least you're perceptive." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to put away the strange crystals in his hand, Zhuo Ma spoke up. "Brother Feng, I don't want these level 2 strange crystals." "Why not?" Zhuo Ma hugged the low-level strange crystals to her chest, shaking her head. "You've already given me a lot. Keep the level 2 ones for yourself. It's most important for you to enhance your strength. If you become stronger, you can protect me better." As she finished the last sentence, a hint of shyness adorned the young girl's face, truly captivating. Lin Feng gazed into her bright eyes. A surge of indescribable feelings welled up within him. The most difficult thing to bear is the favor of a beauty. Lin Feng silently sighed in his heart, accepting all 18 level 2 crystal nuclei. He didn't refuse. Pushing back and forth would only make her awkward. He would accept them and find a chance to replenish them from other sources later. "All right, they'll keep them for now." Lin Feng's voice softened significantly. He turned his gaze forward again, passing through a small area, before reaching the commercial plaza. "Get ready, we are setting off." Xiaoxian took a step forward, continuing onward. The deeper they went into the city, the more foul the air became. The buildings on both sides of the main road grew increasingly towering, with the goods inside the ground-level shops faintly visible, seemingly untouched. Of course, the number of abandoned vehicles on the road also increased. Xiaoxian almost crunched down on one, with every step the sound of crunching echoing continuously. Occasionally, when it swallowed a vehicle with gasoline, black smoke with a gasoline scent would billow from the corner of its mouth. Black smoke. Is this directly transformed into the energy needed for its growth? Truly accepting everything. It seems Lin Feng underestimated the terrifying nature of this ability to consume soil. Moreover, the number of corpse monsters had noticeably increased. Previously, they encountered one wave when passing through a small area, but now it was a wave at every intersection, with level 2 corpse monsters increasing exponentially. These level 2 corpse monsters were tough. Ordinary people's arrows bounced off their skin, which was hard as steel. The cavalry no longer dared to act as recklessly as before against low-level corpse monsters, forming a defensive formation instead. The riders all switched to bows, shooting dozens of arrows simultaneously to block any stray monsters that broke through the line. The main force still relied on awakeners to deal with them. Every bolt of Wang Lai's lightning could knock over a level 2 corpse monster, but as time passed, the frequency of attacks decreased significantly. Dong Ye's performance was merely passable. Wielding a long knife, she swung it down hard onto the shoulder of a level 2 corpse demon, only managing to sink it 2 inches deep. The corpse demon swung a claw back at her, but she retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to her shoulder. Otherwise, she would have stumbled backward rather than just staggered a couple of steps. If it weren't for Fong Ling swooping in from the side to sever the head of that corpse demon with a single strike, Dong, you would have faced her next attack with bitter regret. As a result, this woman once again found herself surrounded by 3 level 2 corpse demons dashing left and right, but unable to break free from the encirclement. Eventually, she was rescued by Wang Lai with 3 bolts of lightning, while Fong Ling struggled to pull her out. She cursed as she picked up her knife, ready to charge forward again. "You need to rest." Fong Ling pulled her back, saying, "If you charge again, you'll end up lying down." Dong Yu struggled, but couldn't break free. Oh, finally she huffed and leaned against the side of the vehicle to catch her breath. The most outstanding performer was still Xiaoxian. Whenever the corpse demons swarmed in numbers that ordinary methods couldn't handle, Lin Feng would call for Xiaoxian to take action, unleashing large-scale spikes to clear the area, while the remaining corpse demons were shredded by the storm of wind blades from the golden-eyed entity. Of course, the one who had it the easiest was Chun Min, whose flying knives accurately harvested the lives of the corpse demons. Each time they sliced through the air, a long line of them would fall, and the blade edges would emit a faint glow as the soul-eating blade absorbed soul power. As for the ordinary people in the vehicle, they had become mere bystanders, collecting spoils only after the battle ended. However, they had grown increasingly skilled at excavating corpse crystals. The convoy took more than 2 hours to traverse the stretch of road leading to the edge of the commercial plaza, stopping and starting while fighting. When Lin Feng and the others crossed the last street, everyone simultaneously gasped in shock. The commercial plaza was an open area the size of 2 football fields, featuring a commercial building and 4 towering office buildings. In the center of the plaza originally stood a fountain surrounded by green spaces for relaxation and some food trucks. However, due to the roar of a level 3 corpse demon earlier that morning, a dense horde of corpse demons was now wandering around. There were at least several thousand of them. What drew the most attention were the few massive ones mixed among them, each towering 2 stories high, with claw-like fingers and a row of sharp-boned spines protruding from their spines. Their mouths were filled with uneven fangs stretching to their gums, and their exposed muscles were a dark red, giving them a terrifying appearance, as if they had been skinned. There were a total of 3 of them. The convoys stopped, and all eyes were fixed on the tide of corpses, their breaths becoming shallow. This was just the visible portion. Who knew what was lurking in the shopping mall or office buildings nearby? Moreover, the subway station was not far away, with a subway train just sitting there on the overpass. Who knew if there would be more corpse demons there? My heavens, how are we supposed to fight this? Guo Yi stood atop a modified vehicle, feeling a chill run through his limbs as he took in the scene before him. Everyone else was tense except for Lin Feng, whose body was trembling. It wasn't fear but excitement, like seeing a sumptuous feast before him. So many evolution points. This was the only thought in his mind. And the first to take action was not Lin Feng, but Wang Lai. Upon seeing the level 3 corpse demons, he too was filled with excitement. The hope of increasing his strength was right before his eyes. Locking his gaze on one of the most conspicuous gigantic figures in the plaza, without hesitation, he unleashed a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh directly from his palm, striking precisely at the chest of that level 3 corpse demon. Boom! The lightning exploded, pushing the corpse demon back half a step. The bulging muscles on its chest were scorched in a large patch, and the sudden attack enraged the corpse demon, which let out an angry roar. Then it moved. Its speed was completely disproportionate to its size. Its 2-story high body exhibited surprising swiftness as it charged straight toward Wang Lai, sending the lower-level corpse demons blocking its path, flying and shattering the stone-paved ground. Retreat! Wang Lai shouted as he immediately leaped off the top of the vehicle. He hadn't anticipated the absurd speed of this level 3 corpse demon, which had closed the distance to the modified vehicle in the blink of an eye. The corpse demon's arm swept across, and its sharp claws tore through the rooftop of the modified vehicle, as if it were paper, ripping apart the seemingly indestructible roof. A few patrolling team members who were unable to jump out in time were instantly shredded by the razor-sharp claws, blood splattering everywhere. The entire vehicle tilted to one side, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. The others hurriedly jumped down, rolling on the ground several times and getting up covered in blood. The battle erupted in an instant. All the corpse demons surged toward the convoy from the plaza, and the other 2 level 3 corpse demons also sprang in. Feng Ling transformed into an afterimage as she darted across the battlefield, her short blade aimed at the back of a level 3 corpse demon's knee, which was one of its few weak points. However, the blade only pierced an inch before being blocked. The corpse demon merely glanced down at her, then lifted its foot to stomp down. Feng Ling dodged sideways just in time, leaving a deep pit where the foot had landed with cracks radiating outwards for over 10 meters. Jiang Sheng's vehicle was in trouble. He had originally been at the back of the convoy, but when the driver attempted to steer away from a charging level 3 corpse demon, they were trapped by a wave of lower-level corpse demons surging from the underground shopping mall, which overwhelmed the vehicle from all sides. When Dong Yu tried to rescue Jiang Sheng, she was struck by a claw from that level 3 corpse demon, sending her flying sideways like a ball and colliding with a bus. The bus immediately caved in by more than half, glass shattering everywhere. When she slid down, she was covered in blood and struggled to stand, but couldn't. Feng Ling darted past from the side to drag her away, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The modified vehicle, deprived of assistance, was completely engulfed by the corpse demons, torn apart, while the people inside screamed as they were ripped to shreds. Others who wanted to help were too late, as another large group of corpse demons surged from the subway station, including 2 level 3 corpse demons. Lin Feng was firmly restrained, unleashing spikes as if they were free. Meanwhile, Xin Yutong's armored recreational vehicle also ran into trouble as a level 3 corpse demon appeared out of nowhere, crashing into the side of her armored vehicle. The sound of tearing metal was sharp and piercing. The entire RV began to cave in and twist from the middle, its structure ripping apart and flying sideways, crashing at the other end of the road with supplies and equipment scattering everywhere. A figure flew directly out of the vehicle. It was Xin Yutong. She tumbled to the ground, rolling twice with a gash on her forehead, blood streaming down her cheek, and the bow she had gripped tightly flew out of her hand. Just as that level 3 corpse demon was about to charge in and attack Xin Yutong again. "Goldeneye!" Lin Feng shouted to the sky, without hesitation, knowing that everyone in the convoy could die, but Xin Yutong must not. A golden figure swooped down from the sky, the golden eye skimming low over the ground, its claws accurately grasping Xin Yutong's shoulders and waist, pulling her up just as the level 3 corpse demon was about to arrive. As Xin Yutong was lifted into the sky by the golden eye, her legs trembled slightly, but in the next moment, she was out of danger as the level 3 corpse demon let out an angry roar when it missed its target. The golden eye set Xin Yutong gently on Xiao Xian's back, but as she landed, her knees buckled, causing her to fall to the ground. Blood trickled from her forehead, yet her eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment at her narrow escape. Thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if she hadn't used that word in a long time. Don't talk, go rest downstairs. Lin Feng didn't look back, his gaze fixed on the battlefield as he continuously unleashed spikes to kill the corpse demons. Something also happened on Gua Yi's side. The massive crossbow on top of his vehicle fired a volley of arrows, but hadn't reloaded yet, when a level 3 corpse demon lifted a hefty decorative boulder from a nearby green area and hurled it at Gua Yi's vehicle. The boulder crashed down with a whoosh, shattering the crossbow on impact. A snapped bowstring shot out, hitting a nearby burly man and sending him flying 3 meters away, landing heavily on the ground, while several others were crushed into a pulp. Moreover, the boulders severely deformed the vehicle, causing 2 tires to fly off, rendering the entire car useless. When Gua Yi climbed up from the ground, his face was covered in blood. He glanced at the completely wrecked vehicle, and then at the few remaining brothers who were helping each other while the rest had not escaped. Let's go to Lin Feng. The convoy was caught completely off guard by the unexpectedly powerful corpse demons plunging into chaos. Mo Qingluan was the first to sense something was wrong. After witnessing a series of incidents, her reaction was like a cat that had stepped on its tail. She slammed the steering wheel, making the vehicle cut through an arc and narrowly avoid colliding with the fighting horseman pressing closely beside Xiao Xian. Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the door. She shouted up at Xiao Xian, her voice urgent, while Mi Shui anxiously pulled at Mo Qingluan, saying, "We're going to die, we're going to die." Mo Qingluan, seeing no response, finally lost her usual composure, watching more and more corpse demons rush into the convoy. The seemingly sturdy modified vehicle was easily torn apart by the level 3 corpse demons, with no one inside managing to escape. She regretted not going up sooner. All this talk of value was meaningless. In the face of life and death, being a vase was better than being dead. Sister Qingluan, what should we do? What to do? I don't want to die. Mi Shui spoke to Mo Qingluan with a tearful voice. Right, Sister Hongjie. Sister Hongying, quickly let your man lower the soft ladder. Mo Qingluan grasped Lu Hongying's arm, as if seizing a lifeline, almost pleading. After Lin Feng killed a level 2 corpse demon with a few more spikes, it seemed he heard a woman's voice from below. Peering out, he saw Mo Qingluan and Hongjie lying on the roof of the vehicle, surrounded by corpse demons. Xiao Rui, go lower the soft ladder and bring them up. Xiao Rui set down her bow, ran downstairs, and lowered the soft ladder. Hurry, don't push, come one by one. The women climbed up quickly, and with Xiao Rui's help, a dozen girls managed to scramble onto the shell of Xiao Xian, followed by Mo Qingluan and Mi Shui, with Hongjie being the last to ascend. However, aside from them, there were still dozens of miners wanting to climb up, but Xiao Rui directly pulled up the soft ladder. Brother Lin Feng said that this turtle only allows women to board unless they are eunuchs. The remaining men looked despairingly, with countless corpse demons below, other awakened individuals too preoccupied to help. The only escape above had now been cut off. No, it wasn't cut off. A man stepped forward from the crowd. Zhao Daiyong. I can't die, I have a wife and children waiting for me to return. He picked up the knife in his hand, steeling himself, and with a flash of the blade, blood splattered everywhere. He cried out in pain, Miss Xiao Rui, can I go up now? The surrounding men clenched their legs tightly and stepped back a half step, thinking, damn, this guy is ruthless. Xiao Rui, seeing this scene, didn't know what to say. Mo Qingluan reacted the quickest, hurriedly lowering the soft ladder. Come up quickly. Zhao Daiyong gritted his teeth and climbed onto Xiao Xian's back, finally breathing a sigh of relief, having survived. Don't move, I'll treat you. Mo Qingluan's hand glowed with white light, and soon Zhao Daiyong's bleeding stopped, though he lost something forever. Seeing this, others followed suit, and cries of agony erupted. Give me the knife, it'll cut first. The corpse demons are climbing up. Don't fight, I'm almost done cutting. Only about 20 men managed to climb onto Xiao Xian's back, crammed together in the warehouse below, unsure whether to cry or be thankful for surviving, while others, unable to make up their minds, were either completely overwhelmed by the corpse demons or retreated like the remaining horsemen, taking shelter under Xiao Xian's massive shell, using its body as cover to hold out for. The only one truly holding this battlefield was Xiao Xian. Each time it swung its front claws, it cleared a radius of several dozen meters. Level 3 corpse demons struck against its shell, their claws sharp enough to tear apart modified vehicles, yet they shattered upon impact. The lower-level corpse demons couldn't even reach the height of its feet. Lin Feng. Wang Lai's voice called out, closely followed by 3 level 3 corpse demons, lightning crackling around his legs, moving as fast as Feng Ling's speed talent. The time has come. Quick. Lin Feng scanned the battlefield and indeed saw all the level 3 corpse demons drawn out, not just the 3 he had seen earlier, but a full 6 of them, doubling the number. Xiaohei. Lin Feng shouted. Xiaohei, who had been guarding Lin Feng's side, stood up. Woof. A golden light erupted from Xiaohei, a brilliance so radiant that even sunlight couldn't overshadow it, instantly covering a radius of 200 meters as Xiaohei unleashed the full force of the evil-banishing golden light. The corpse demons suddenly halted their movements, desperately attempting to flee from this deadly area, yet at that moment their bodies, shrouded in golden light, visibly slowed down. Corpse demons, which had been as fast as cheetahs, now felt as if they were swimming in mud. The already low-level corpse demons, upon encountering this golden light, emitted wisps of black smoke from their bodies, their skin charring and cracking, and they let out sharp screams trying to escape this terrifying zone. But it was already too late. A large number of low-level corpse monsters collapsed to the ground, turning into ashes that scattered away, leaving behind strange crystals as proof of their past existence. Slaying a level 0 corpse monster gained evolution points 0. 1-0. Slaying a level 1 corpse monster gained evolution points 1. 1. Slaying a level 2 corpse monster gained evolution points 10. 10. The notifications for kills rang out densely. The 6 level 3 monstrosities were similarly suppressed. Their bone spikes began to show fine cracks, and the dark red muscles started to wither in the golden light, turning grayish-white. Their speed noticeably decreased, and their attacks became more sluggish. Stop them! Wang Lai's roar came through as a basketball-sized thunderball smashed towards one of the level 3 corpse monsters attempting to escape the protective domain. Boom! The thunderball struck the corpse monster's left leg, blowing the entire leg apart from the knee down. The massive body of the corpse monster lost its balance, crashing to the ground, followed closely by Feng Ling, whose short blade precisely stabbed into its hindbrain, while Chun Min's flying knife also shot out, piercing through from the back of its head and exiting through its eye socket. That level 3 corpse monster instantly stiffened and then fell heavily to the ground. With the first corpse monster taken down, the remaining level 3 corpse monsters roared and retreated. Don't let them escape. Wang Lai's voice was filled with excitement. Xiao Xian blocked them. Xiao Xian slammed a front paw down heavily on one of the level 3 corpse monsters that had just been attacking it. The terrifying weight of Xiao Xian pressing down on the corpse monster produced a series of bone-cracking sounds. Slaying a level 3 corpse monster evolution points 100. Meanwhile, a thick, giant rock wall rose up, blocking the way of the other 4 level 3 corpse monsters, completely cutting off their escape route. All the awakened ones still able to fight, and Lin Feng's summoned beasts charged forward again, a series of attacks landing on the corpse monsters. As 5 consecutive notifications of 100 evolution points sounded, the level 3 corpse monsters were completely wiped out. With the fall of the level 3 corpse monsters, those low-level corpse monsters within the protective domain were utterly defenseless. In less than 20 minutes, the area within a radius of 200 meters was completely cleared of corpse monsters. The world seemed to fall silent. Xiaohei lay on the ground, tongue hanging out, exhausted from exerting its full force to activate the anti. From the road to the square, everywhere were remnants. Most of the low-level corpse monsters that were burned by the anti-evil golden light turned to ashes, leaving only a few severed limbs mixed with human corpses. Shin Yutong's armored vehicle and 6 modified cars were almost completely destroyed, leaving only 2 that could barely run, but they were severely. The remaining survivors in the convoy gradually gathered together. After counting, there were originally nearly 200 ordinary people who had followed the convoy into danger, but now fewer than 50 were still alive. Before the horse team set out, there were 50 riders, but now only a dozen or so remained. Yang Jin looked at the scene before her, her eyes reddened, but she did not shed tears. She silently directed the horse team, treating the wounded and collecting spoils. Lin Feng opened the panel to take a look. Evolution points, 4,125 points this time. He made a fortune. As for how many people died, Lin Feng didn't concern himself with that. In the apocalypse, which day doesn't see death? Maybe one day he would suddenly encounter a high-level anomaly himself. Otherwise, why would Lin Feng indulge his desires? His current mentality was that living one more day was a gain. Who knew what would happen the next moment? Equally excited was Wang Lai. We finally won. At this moment, he held 6 freshly dug level 3 crystals in his hand, and his excitement was evident on his face. Lin Feng jumped down from Xiao Xian's back with Chun Min and Zhuoma clapping his hands as if brushing off non-existent dust, and walked straight towards Wang Lai. Such important spoils had to be personally witnessed. Oh, what if someone tried to embezzle them? Captain, Lin Feng said casually as he reached Wang Lai. It was agreed that we take 70. I can take a little loss. You guys can take more low-level crystals. Just give me 5 level 3 crystals, and it'll be enough. Wang Lai's smile froze on his face, and Feng Ling beside him also looked up, both shaking their heads simultaneously. No way, Wang Lai said. Lin Feng's heart sank. Damn. I knew you weren't a good person. Are you trying to go back on your word? Lin Feng took a step back. Xiao Xian closed the door. Release the dog. Xiaohei bite him. At once a wall of earth rose around them, and the little black dog that had been following Lin Feng suddenly dashed out, moving as fast as a shadow, accurately biting Wang Lai's rear. Ouch! Wang Lai jumped up from the ground. Lin Feng, you are violating the rules of combat. Feng Ling was startled by the sight, and quickly reacted, shouting, Lin Feng, call your dog back. Listen to me, it's not what you think. I won't listen. Hurry up and give me the crystals, or today won't end. Wang Lai was tugged by Xiaohei, staggering several steps. Lin Feng, listen to me, it's not that I want to embezzle your crystals, it's that we really need them. Let it loosen its grip. He was emitting blue and white arcs of electricity all over, but Xiaohei seemed completely unaffected, still biting down, without letting go. I can compensate for other things. This time we need 3 crystals for the sake of the entire convoy. Shen Min pushed Lin Feng's shoulder. Only then did Lin Feng slowly call out, Xiaohei, come back. Xiaohei released its bite, and walked back to Lin Feng's feet, squatting down with a slow pace. The obedient dog appearance seemed like a different dog from the one that had just chased and bitten Wang Lai. Wang Lai reached out to touch the spot where he was bitten, wincing in pain. His expression was complex. He hadn't expected that even Lin Feng's dog couldn't be avoided. This originally thought to be the most useless member of the convoy had grown to a height he needed to look up to. Captain, let me treat you. Mo Qingwan appeared in front of everyone, just in time. Lin Feng said, give me a reason. If you can't convince me, the next bite won't be on your butt. After the injury was treated, Wang Lai took a deep breath. I need 1. Feng Ling needs 1. Gua Yi also needs 1. 3. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Do you think I'm doing charity? You want half just by opening your mouth. Without me you wouldn't get a single one. Why should I? Wang Lai organized his words. I am the main combat force in the convoy. If I don't reach level 3, I won't be able to support the upcoming journey. As for Gua Yi, now the convoy's vehicles are gone. If he reaches level 3, he can modify stronger vehicles. We can't possibly rely on our feet for the next journey. Gua Yi walked over from the side, covered in dust and blood. He looked at Lin Feng, his voice a bit hoarse. I can make things for you for free in the future. As long as I can do it, I really need this crystal. With it I can reach level 3 and maybe modify armored vehicles and stronger weapons. Next time we encounter such a situation, we won't be so passive. Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Feng Ling. What about you? Why do you want one too? What can you offer? Feng Ling glanced at Lin Feng, fell silent for a moment, suddenly blushed, turned her gaze away, and spoke softer than usual. I also need one. I will compensate you later. I want one too. Lin Feng turned his head, and Shun Yutong stood just a few steps behind him, her previously injured forehead, now clean and smooth, having been treated by Mo Qingwan. But her face was a bit pale. She looked at Lin Feng and repeated, I need one too. Lin Feng opened his mouth, not you guys. He counted around Wang Lai, Feng Ling, Gua Yi, Shin Yutong. They were already asking for 4, and after he had worked hard for half a day, only 2 were left. A voice came from the side, what about us? Lin Feng turned his head to look at Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui, and said irritably, what do you mean by us? You 2 level 1 little chickens, do you first level up to level 2, then we can talk. Mi Shui's face turned red. But before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Mo Qingwan. Mo Qingluan's smile became more pronounced as she cheerfully said, then give us a batch of level 1 eerie crystals and 2 level 2 ones. You promised to let us level up to 2, first don't go back on your word. After saying that, she tilted her head and blinked, resembling a little fox that had just stolen a chicken. Her goal was never to get the level 3 eerie crystal. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before realizing he had been tricked again. She had never expected to receive level 3 eerie crystals. Her target was clearly those level 1 and 2. That remark was obviously a trap waiting for him to jump in. Alright. Lin Feng squeezed out a word between his teeth. The Awakeners in the team were all clever, taking advantage of him, a naive young man. Mo Qingwan nodded in satisfaction and pulled Mi Shui aside. Chun Min had been watching silently until this moment. When she finally spoke, Lin Feng, let's divide it this way. I don't need the level 3 eerie crystals for now. 1 or 2 won't make much difference. My level 3 strength is enough. You and Zhuoma can each take one of the remaining 2. Lin Feng looked into her eyes, calm and indifferent, and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll listen to Sister Min. Wang Lai and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to conflict with Lin Feng either. This result was the best. Wang Lai cautiously put away 1 eerie crystal and reluctantly handed 1 each to Feng Ling and Gua Yi before finally walking up to Lin Feng. Give it to me. Lin Feng snatched it away, examining the 3 eerie crystals for a moment before taking 1 and turning to Zhuoma, placing it in her hand. Here, Zhuoma, this one is for you. Zhuoma looked down at the eerie crystal in her palm, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Feng, is this really for me? Take it. Lin Feng ruffled her hair. Later, when you absorb the level 2 eerie crystal and reach a bottleneck, use this to break through. In the future, when we encounter powerful anomalies, I'll need you to protect me. I'm just a beast tamer and not good at fighting. Zhuoma nodded vigorously, carefully tucking the eerie crystal into her arms. Yes, I'll take care of the battles from now on. I won't let Brother Feng get hurt. Lin Feng then walked over to Shun Yutong and handed her the other crystal. Here, this one is for you. When Shun Yutong received the eerie crystal, she paused slightly, seemingly surprised that Lin Feng would actually give it to her. She looked down at the eerie crystal in her palm, then glanced up at Lin Feng, giving a gentle nod, not saying anything, but gripping it tightly. Lin Feng looked at the last remaining level 3 eerie crystal, shook it slightly, then put it into his pocket, shaking his head. Sai, we agreed on a 70 split before we set off, but in the end it was divided by head count. What a loss, what a loss. Lin Feng suddenly raised his voice, calling out to the surrounding crowd, what are you all standing around for? Move. Collect all the eerie crystals, not a single one is to be left behind. Bring them to me. Once we finish this, you all go and empty that underground supermarket. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly sprang into action. After all, their purpose in following the Awakeners was precisely to do this, wasn't it? The supplies from a large underground supermarket, even if the Awakeners took the majority, would still be an incredibly rich haul in their hands. Isn't this better than those who struggle to find luck in residential buildings? As for how many people died, it doesn't matter. On the day of the apocalypse, if no one dies, it doesn't matter who does as long as one is still alive. Soon, all the eerie crystals were collected, cleaned, and placed into a storage box. Feng Ling squatted beside, counting them one by one. 0 level 1200 pieces, level 1 437 pieces, level 12 264 pieces. After finishing the count, she recorded it in a notebook, and Lin Feng took a glance at it, nodding. Alright, I'll take them. Lin Feng thought, and a wall of earth rose, forming a slope from his feet to the edge of Xiao Xian's shell, picking up the box and walking away. Feng Ling opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately did not call out to Lin Feng. He still needed to organize the remaining people to scout the underground supermarket for easier transport of supplies, and she was also eager to advance to level 3. Lin Feng had just climbed onto Xiao Xian's back and placed the box on the table in the second-floor living room when he noticed a few figures following behind him and turned to take a look. How did you get up here? Shen Yutong sat quietly on the sofa, a backpack in front of her containing a few daily items she had found from the car. She was folding some clothes and placing them on one side of the sofa, her gaze calm and her movements natural. Shen Yutong looked up at Lin Feng, her voice elegant. My car is gone. The RV was torn in half by that level 3 corpse anomaly, you know. I know, but what about this? Shen Yutong interrupted Lin Feng, her tone still flat. Give me a room. I'll stay with you from now on. Not that. Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Back when he first crossed over, he was still thinking about how to win over this wealthy young lady, but didn't have the guts. Now she had come knocking on his door. And it wasn't just Shen Yutong, but Lin Feng turned to look at Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui on the other side. What's going on with you two? Mo Qingwan looked around, her tone as casual as if she were inspecting her own house. My car broke down, and what car could be safer than yours? I've thought it through, and I'm sticking with you now. Do whatever you want. I'll even bring my own bed warmer. Saying this, she pulled Mi Shui in front of her. I won't stay for free here. I even come with a maid. You won't lose out. Lin Feng circled around the two, his gaze scanning back and forth over them several times, from Mo Qingluan's smiling face to Mi Shui's slightly flushed ears, as if assessing something. Alright, having a bed warmer is acceptable. Mo Qingluan ignored his joking comment, extending her hand, her fair palm open before Lin Feng. Give me the stuff. Lin Feng was taken aback. What is it? The mystic crystal. Mo Qingluan extended her hand forward. How can we level up without the mystic crystal? Lin Feng was taken aback. What is it? The mystic crystal. Mo Qingluan extended her hand forward. How can we level up without the mystic crystal? To hand to Mo. Take it, take it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Mo Qingluan was not annoyed. She steadily caught the mystic crystals, counted them with satisfaction, and then tucked them into her pocket, flashing Lin Feng a smile that bore more sincerity and less calculation. Xiao Rui. Lin Feng called upstairs. Take them to choose their rooms. There are only 2 guest rooms. Let them pick for themselves. Xiao Rui poked her head out from the stairwell and responded, then quickly ran down the stairs, smiling at Shen Yutong and Mo Qingluan. Sister Yutong, Sister Qingluan, come this way. They'll take you to see. There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, let me tell you. After the living room settled into silence, Lin Feng noticed that one person hadn't left. She was leaning against the door, not knowing how long she had been waiting. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, she slowly took a couple of steps forward. Aren't you leaving? Lin Feng asked. Lu Hongying shook her head. Not leaving. I'll be your woman from now on. But her gaze drifted downstairs, where over 10 girls were waiting for her arrangements. But what about my friends? What should I do? Lin Feng naturally knew who she was referring to. The girls under her were indeed beautiful, with striking features and good figures. Her standards for choosing were quite high. With a keen eye, but Lin Feng had no interest in them. He thought for a moment and said, how about this? I know about the mining team with Mo Qingluan. They can take care of cooking and chores from now on, and also manage logistics for the mining team, and you can still be in charge of them. Lu Hongying did not expect Lin Feng to provide them with a more dignified way to live. Alright, I'll thank you on their behalf. After saying this, she took a step forward, stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and kissed him. The kiss came suddenly. Lin Feng was unprepared and was sealed by her soft lips. It was not until Lu Hongying was nearly out of breath that she pulled away, stepping back slightly, her breathing rapid, with a glistening strand of saliva still hanging from her lips. She looked at him, her cheeks flushed, her gaze enchanting, not shying away in the slightest. You go ahead and get busy, I'll come find you tonight. After saying this, she hurriedly left, needing to rearrange tasks for her group of girls and to share this good news with them. Lin Feng touched his lips, still lingering with her warmth and softness. What a beauty. I'll deal with you tonight. Lin Feng picked up the box again and headed upstairs, where Zhuoma was still waiting for him. On the third floor, Zhuoma heard Lin Feng's footsteps and appeared before him like a little sprite. Brother Feng, are you done? Yes, I just finished collecting the mystic crystals. Lin Feng set the box containing the mystic crystals down. Let's absorb the level 2 mystic crystals first. Oh, let's try to improve our strength today. Okay. The sensation of absorbing mystic crystals to enhance strength was even more exhilarating than imagined. The energy flowed through his meridians into his dantian, a feeling that was beyond words to describe. It was an extreme pleasure brought by the growth of spiritual energy, spirit, and four-dimensional attributes. While Lin Feng was enhancing his strength, others were not idle either. After breaking through to level 3, Wang Lai couldn't wait to call Feng Ling and Chen Min to explore the underground supermarket. The goods in this supermarket far exceeded their expectations. The remaining corpse-like creatures inside couldn't withstand even one round against the 3 level 3 awakened and were swiftly exterminated. The other survivors under their lead began an exhilarating large-scale haul. Though the fruits and vegetables inside had already rotted, bags of rice flour, oil, and long-lasting food were piled there waiting for them to transport. The small carts were filled with supplies pushed out of the underground garage and then transported up the dirt slope to the warehouse on Xiaoxian's back. Mo Qingwan and Mi Shui were also busy directing everyone to clear out the previously collected junk in the warehouse. The metals were given to Xiaoxian as fodder while the wood and some rags were thrown away. Now in the supermarket there were clean clothes, brand new bedding, and household items that they wouldn't exhaust, even in 10 years. They made room for the upcoming supplies. Xiao Rui and Ngu along with 10 girls were responsible for recording the quantity of supplies, while Hong Jie led her dozen girls to help organize and categorize the items. After Gua Yi successfully advanced to level 3, he searched for a long time on the surrounding streets and looked at the destroyed modified vehicles, ultimately shaking his head. Using these vehicles as a blueprint for modification was always unsatisfactory. Finally, he set his sights on a vehicle he coveted, his eyes shining. It was a subway train parked on the light rail overpass. He found Wang Lai and pulled him along to clear out the remaining corpse-like creatures, then inspected it thoroughly. Ultimately, he made up his mind to use this as a blueprint to transform it into an armored train for the apocalypse. However, they first needed to get this thing down. In the end, they could only seek Lin Feng, as currently only his beast Xiaoxian had the capability to move this massive creature weighing 1 to 200 tons. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Gua Yi's excited voice came from outside. Lin Feng heard someone calling him, opened his eyes, and felt the strength within him. He was getting closer to the threshold of level 3. He glanced at Zhuoma, who was still absorbing the mystic crystals, and did not disturb her. Zhuoma, you continue, I'll go down and take a look. It seems Gua Yi is calling me. Lin Feng went downstairs and saw Gua Yi's excited expression. You leveled up to level 3. I did. Gua Yi rubbed his hands together. I just broke through. Come with me for a moment. Gua Yi followed Lin Feng in the direction of the subway station for a while. Lin Feng pointed at the subway train on the tracks and said, I plan to transform it into an armored train. That thing is big enough and it will definitely be sturdy after modification. Lin Feng looked at the subway train spanning 8 carriages on the light rail overpass. That thing must weigh several hundred tons at least. How are you going to get it down? Hehe, that's why I came to find you. Gua Yi smiled widely. Rely on your big turtle, it can control the earth, right? If we make a slope and connect it to the bridge, I'll figure out a way to let it slide down. I still have some skills for this. Alright, I'll give it a try, but I have one condition. You say? Help me make one too. Gua Yi was stunned for a moment. Why do you need one? Isn't your turtle more powerful? Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. It's just that Xiaoxian's appetite is getting bigger. It barely got full after eating a whole lot of abandoned vehicles today. I need to stock up on more food for it so it can eat on the road later. Gua Yi thought for a moment and nodded. No problem, since the front and rear of the vehicle can be dismantled. I'll modify it into 2 and give you one. Xiaoxian, it's time to get to work. The giant turtle slowly stood up, guided by Lin Feng, and approached the bridge. It raised its front claws, causing the ground to tremble. The bridge piers began to crack from the bottom, and the bridge surface collapsed, kicking up large clouds of dust. Then the ground began to rise, and a long slope emerged, turning earth into stone to connect with the bridge surface of the subway station perfectly. Gua Yi watched in astonishment, giving a thumbs up repeatedly. Wow. Impressive. This turtle is better than an engineering team from the Lanxiang Institute. Enough talk, the bridge is ready for you. How to get the subway train down is your business. I'm heading to the supermarket. The logistics team is still waiting. Okay, I'll get to work. By the way, can you call the captain over to be a human battery? Otherwise, I really can't get this done. Lin Feng, hearing this, was also impressed. Gugu, you really thought of that. Aren't you afraid the captain will beat you up? When Xiaoxian returned to the supermarket entrance, it was already piled high with supplies. Lin Feng instructed Xiaoxian to get back down. Xiao Rui saw Lin Feng approaching, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and called out to him. Brother Lin Feng, there are too many things in here. I'm afraid the warehouse won't hold them all. No problem, if it doesn't fit, just leave it outside. Let's first move the urgent items. The rest can wait until Gua Yi gets that thing down, then we can stuff it all on the train. Captain, Lin Feng shouted after seeing Wang Lai, but he is preparing to get that train and needs your help. He said for you to be a human generator. Wang Lai's face turned pale upon hearing this. He was silent for a few seconds, but ultimately took a deep breath and turned towards the subway. Soon Gua Yi's excited voice was heard from the subway area along with Wang Lai's suppressed angry response. Say that again. I said, Captain, you are simply the perfect human battery comparable to that thing. Human pillar. Get lost. Lin Feng's lips nearly couldn't suppress a smile, imagining the comical scene where 100 kilometers only needed a single captain to power it. With Wang Lai's electric power, the subway was brought down, and next came the time for major modifications. Gua immobilized a group of people to bring all the vehicles from the street. After a whole afternoon of banging and hammering, the modifications were finally completed. A stunning train had appeared on the road. It was a massive train with thick armor on its exterior, 6 meters wide, and about 30 meters long, supported by 2 rows of huge solid tires able to carry at least 100 tons. Each tire was about 2 meters tall. Gua go. Awesome. Lin Feng praised without hesitation. This is the kind of vehicle a man should drive. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that even Xiao Xian was no longer appealing. Gua Ge, does this vehicle run fast? Gua Yi said proudly. Of course, the maximum speed is 150 kilometers per hour. I modified 6 large motors and equipped them with 6 super large capacity modified battery packs in series. Each can store 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. Finally, I used a high voltage transformer to solve the output problem. If the captain outputs at full power, the speed can be even faster. Oh, it's a pity that although it can run 600 kilometers on a full charge, there's only one captain. Even at full power, he can only fully charge 1 modified battery at a time. If only there were more lightning-type awakened ones TSK, that would be unimaginable. There's nothing I can do. I had to additionally modify 4 large fuel engines as regular power. This not only enhances safety, but also provides ample power. The next journey will definitely be no problem. I guarantee it. He patted his chest. Alright, you modify one for me too. I want to widen, enlarge, and lengthen it, adding more carriages. The power needs to be sufficient. Lin Feng put forward his request. Gua Yi, upon hearing this, asked, what do you want to do? You can't be seriously planning to bring supplies for Xiao Xian on the road, right? Of course. Why would I lie to you? I made this trip so hard, I have to take away a few tons of reinforced concrete. I don't have a captain to provide me with a human battery. If there's not enough fuel, I can use steel cables to tow it. I can tie horses to pull it along, or if worst comes to worst, I can attach it to Xiao Xian and drag it along. After all, what I take away is all food. If it stays here, don't you think that's a huge waste? Gua Yi was rendered speechless, sighed, and could only comply. After all, he had previously promised to help Lin Feng build things for free. If he didn't do this laborious, by the way, you have that super large capacity modified battery. Make one for my villa too, and the solar panels, whether for the train or my villa roof, cover it all. If there's no power to use later, it'll be the first to find you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gua Yi stumbled, nearly falling over. You really have no reservations. As night fell faster than expected, Shen Yutong went to the balcony, gazing towards the depths of the city for a moment, then turned around to warn the others who were still moving supplies. It's not safe here at night, we need to withdraw. No one contradicted her. Everyone quickly moved the piled supplies on the ground into the armored train, and their speed increased significantly until everything was loaded onto the spacious carriage. Gua Yi had no time to modify the train head for Lin Feng, and could only directly attach the unfinished train head to the rear of the train, prioritizing getting out first. In the driver's seat of the armored train, Wang Lai was surrounded by electric light, now serving as a human generator. The lights of the armored train lit up one by one, illuminating the road ahead as if it were daylight. The train started moving slowly. It worked, it's moving. Gua Yi exclaimed excitedly. Soon Zhao Daong pushed the last cart of cooking oil onto the warehouse on Xiao Xian's back. Everyone had evacuated, and Xiao Xian stood up following the train at a leisurely pace. The horse team remounted their horses, leading the horses that had lost their owners back together. When they returned to the gas station, the camp had already lit bonfires, and there were over 100 various vehicles. Some were checking the condition of the vehicles, while others were already cooking the food collected during the day. When those who remained heard the sounds coming from the main road, they all looked up in that direction. Instead of the familiar modified vehicles, a terrifying armored train was slowly approaching. The crowd stepped back a few steps, gripping their weapons tightly. What is that? Where's the captain? When the train's headlights extinguished, the crowd finally noticed the massive turtle trailing behind, and their anxious hearts eased. As Wang Lai and Gua Yi jumped off the train, the cacophony of discussions erupted once more, with some people moving closer to watch, their mouths clicking in amazement. My goodness, that wheel is taller than I am. The armor on this train is way too thick. This is a true doomsday war vehicle. I think this vehicle is even safer than Lord Lin Feng's turtle. It would be great if we could live in it. Someone patted the thick metal plate of the train, enviously saying. When the people inside the train pushed open the doors, they saw the carriages piled high with supplies. The tired faces of those people wore a satisfied expression, but upon seeing the mountain-like piles of rice flour oil and various daily necessities, their expressions suddenly turned sour. They brought so many things. If I had known, I would have gone with them. Did they empty a large supermarket? Do you dare to go? Didn't you see that 100 or 200 people went, but less than 50 returned? Even that awakener named Jiang Sheng hasn't come. What's there to be afraid of? Are we any safer searching the outskirts today? Over 100 people died, dozens of houses fell, and the things we collected don't even amount to a fraction of theirs. But didn't they not dare to go upstairs? There are so many strange things downstairs, isn't it even more dangerous upstairs? Someone gritted their teeth and sought out Feng Ling again. Sister Ling, we want to join you. Is the patrol team hiring, or we can do logistics? Oh, we have strength. Feng Ling glanced at the few men in front of her and shook her head. Wait for news. When we need to expand the team, we will notify you in the convoy. Okay, thank you, Sister Ling. He nodded and retreated respectfully. Brother, what should we do? The leading man looked around and said, let's go ask Lin Feng. I just saw that his turtle had even more supplies. Soon someone found Lin Feng, but it was in connection with Mo Qingwan. She looked around at the people and spoke in a calm tone. If you want to join, it doesn't matter whether you are male or female, everyone is treated equally. The more effort you put in, the more you gain. There's just one condition for joining: you must specialize in collecting mineral resources for Lin Feng's beasts, and for the other ordinary supplies you collect, you only need to hand over half. The rest is yours to distribute. The crowd stirred for a moment. Some felt they had found a vehicle, realizing that today's failure to gather resources was mainly because the awakeners had gone directly into the city. They should yield results tomorrow. More people had recognized the reality of following the awakeners was dangerous, but relying on themselves to survive was even more perilous. Wasn't it just mining? What's wrong with that? As long as there's food to eat, surviving is all that matters. I'm joining. With the first member joining, more and more people entered Mo Qingluan's mining team, quickly reaching over 200. Lin Feng paid no attention to these small matters. He was thinking about how to arrange the resting place for tonight. Yutong had also mentioned that the city was very dangerous. He originally wanted to gather 100 evolution points to evolve Xiaoshuan, but now he could only consume 100 points to evolve Xiaobai first. At the moment the evolution points were consumed, Xiaobai's body didn't undergo significant changes, but its physical data underwent a tremendous transformation. Beast 2, Evil Repelling Hound. Level 3 next evolution requires 1000 evolution points. Physique 750. Strength 610. Agility 830. Spirit 1250. Spiritual power 1300. Ability 1. Evil Repelling Power. Note your beast possesses powerful evil repelling abilities capable of dealing significant damage to level 4 and below anomalies. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Ability 2. Guardian Domain. Note can release a Guardian Domain with a radius of 300 meters, deterring anomalies, inflicting severe burn damage, and a deterrent effect on level 4 and below anomalies. Within the domain, all attributes of anomalies are reduced by 50, and damage dealt to anomalies is doubled. The higher the anomaly level, the weaker the effect. Received Beast Attribute Feedback. Physique 60, Strength 50, Agility. Xiaobai, activate the Guardian Domain. Lin Feng finally found a suitable spot. The terrain was open and close to the edge of the neighborhood, making it convenient for the upcoming actions. A golden light spread out, extending a full radius of 300 meters before stopping, covering not only the gas station, but also completely enveloping a residential building at the neighborhood's edge, with the adjacent 2 buildings partially covered. Those corpses that had been lurking in the corridors and underground garages were touched by the omnipresent evil repelling power within the domain, immediately letting out desperate and hoarse screams. They tried to flee the area. Glass windows shattered and figures jumped down from upper floors, dying instantly upon impact from great heights, while the lower-level corpses were also severely injured, unable to escape, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. In less than 10 minutes, tranquility returned within the Guardian Domain, and the wandering corpses in the vicinity scurried away like bugs scalded by boiling water, rapidly fleeing this place of turmoil. Mo Qingluan, after we finish eating, send someone to search that building thoroughly and bring the supplies back. Prepare to dismantle the building. Lin Feng pointed at the residential building shrouded within the Guardian Domain. No problem, leave it to me. After dinner, the moving work for the neighborhood building officially began. Mo Qingluan divided people into teams of 5, each responsible for a part. Without tools, they went to find Gua, each wearing headlamps, prying open or hammering down security doors. Items were moved out of the corridor one by one, prioritizing food, rice, flour, and oil, which were always in demand, followed by pots, bowls, and plates, furniture and appliances, TVs, washing machines, refrigerators, sofas, beds. Nothing was overlooked. Finally, even the windows were pried open. Glass is also a resource and can always be useful. Those watching in the convoy noticed how easily they were collecting supplies with no danger involved, and that the food collected only required handing over half. The number of people joining the mining team suddenly surged to 300 or 400 with nearly everyone participating. The moving continued late into the night with all supplies transported to an open area and categorized. Anything that could be used was sent to Guai for dismantling to continue modifying the train's front. Xiaoshuan dismantled the building. Xiaoshuan, who had been eagerly waiting, stepped forward, and an invisible force field spread across the entire building. Then the entire residential building, over 100 meters tall and more than 30 stories, crumbled layer by layer. In the astonished gaze of everyone, Xiaoxian leisurely picked through the rubble, swallowing piece by piece of the reinforced concrete. Demolish those two buildings over there together. Lin Feng saw that the entire building's reinforced concrete was almost consumed and pointed at the two buildings behind. Then Xiaoxian slowly exerted its strength. Boom! The two buildings collapsed simultaneously, filling the ground with rubble. In the next moment, Xiaoxian's movements came to a complete stop. Its limbs folded, and its massive body lay on the ground. It had fallen asleep. "Hey, are you asleep again?" In no reply. Only a low, steady breath echoed from within the turtle shell. And Lin Feng opened his beast taming interface for a quick glance. Status: deep slumber. Estimated duration 8 hours. Can be forcibly awakened, but will induce temporary debilitation. Again. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, glancing first at the motionless Xiaoxian, then at the two piles of rubble. He had assumed the beast's appetite was boundless. Yet it had devoured only one building. The other two remained untouched before it drifted off once more. Lin Feng sighed. Mo Qingwan. Assign rotating shifts to gather supplies. Have Guai prioritize constructing my train. If he needs materials, dispatch teams immediately. Dismantle that gas station too. Every scrap of metal goes straight to him. By tomorrow morning I expect to see tangible progress on the train. He turned and strode upstairs, then paused mid-step and added, "Oh, and Guai's requisitions take absolute priority. Steel components, anything usable, send it all. Don't hesitate. Don't hoard." Mo Qingwan stood rooted in place, her eyes clouding with quiet resentment as he walked away without a backward glance, her mind circling one unspoken thought. "You truly don't see me as a woman at all. Here I stand, a delicate, radiant beauty, and all you do is command me like some tireless laborer. Even the most ruthless landlord pales beside you." She stepped down from Xiaoxian's back and gazed at the notebook in her hands, filled with newly enrolled names and meticulous inventories of supplies. With a sharp slap, she struck the notebook against her palm and drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the simmering frustration within. Then she turned toward Guai's workshop. "In Guai, Lin Feng instructed you to expedite the train's modification. List your material requirements. I'll have them delivered instantly." Guai, absorbed in redesigning the locomotive's front end, didn't even lift his head. "Steel, any and all we can get. And haul every abandoned vehicle here." "And understood." Mo Qingwan pivoted and called out to Zhao Dayong. "Did you hear that? Mobilize everyone. Team 1 dismantles the gas station's iron frames. Team 2 extracts rebar from those two collapsed apartment buildings. The rest round up every vehicle within a 300-meter radius. Now." "Yes, Senior Sister Qingwan." Zhao Dayong sprang into action. The crowd scattered, crunching concrete, clanging metal, their labor echoing through the night air. Groans of the undead rose across the city, yet not a single one dared breach the perimeter of the sanctuary. When Lin Feng pushed open the bedroom door, Lu Hongying reclined against the headboard, draped in a crimson silk slip dress, its hem grazing just above her thighs, revealing a slender, luminous length of leg. Her silhouette, breathtakingly voluptuous, held the eye captive. At his entrance, she fluttered her bewitching peach blossom eyes, shy, inviting, utterly enchanting. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Before he could utter a word, a languid voice drifted from the other side of the bed. "Back." Shin Min lay on her side, propped up by one hand, clad in a violet sleep gown, its neckline slightly undone, unveiling a bold, arresting allure that sent Lin Feng's pulse surging. Lin Feng closed the door behind him and switched off the light. And if there exists any bliss surpassing the devoted ministrations of an exquisite, captivating woman, perhaps it is the doubled ecstasy of two. That night stretched long, so long that the camp below transformed entirely into a bustling construction site. Sweat poured freely, a chance of labor rang ceaselessly. When exhaustion set in, shifts rotated. Others stepped forward without pause. All vehicles were gathered. Guai activated his transformative ability. Giant tires forged from fused metal and rubber rose from the forge and mounted onto the train chassis, each towering 3 meters high. From the collapsed residential towers, crews wielded sharp mining picks to slice through walls and shatter concrete, extracting rebar, then ferrying it swiftly. The gas station's iron frameworks and pipelines were stripped bare, even underground fuel tanks unearthed. Mo Qingwan stood atop a vehicle, directing operations, until her voice grew hoarse. Li Jia, the woman who'd missed her chance earlier that day, arrived now, flanked by several young women, all strikingly beautiful. Having failed all day to meet Lin Feng, she reluctantly approached Mo Qingwan instead. She stepped forward with a practiced smile. Qingwan, I need to speak with Lord Lin Feng. He and I must discuss something vital. He has no time for you now. Tell me. It's the same thing. And Imo Qingwan rolled her eyes inwardly. Now. More likely to earn yourself a beating. Li Jie's smile stiffened. She glanced back at the young women behind her, her last bargaining chip, then leaned in, lowering her voice. Qingwan, you know these girls had fame on Blue Star, beauty grace poise. I merely wish to ask Lord Lin Feng if he requires additional attendance. And Imo Qingwan studied her for 2 silent seconds, then smiled sharp and sardonic. Yes, we need laborers. Pick up tools, carry bricks, dismantle metal, dig for rebar. Plenty of work. Or, if you prefer lighter duties, go over there. She nodded toward Hongjia. Find her. She'll assign you a full cartload of men per day. Lie back and live off their labor. We won't stop you. Li Jie's expression darkened. And you? What you? Imo Qingwan cut her off. Li Mu, you still think this is Blue Star where pimping paved paths to power? Look around. This is the apocalypse. Men find you novel now, but how long will novelty last for your girls? A month? A week? When they're worn thin and broken, what will sustain you then? Li Mu opened her mouth. No retort came forth. And, unconvinced, are your girls dim-witted, or simply foolish, to obey you blindly? Stop standing there. If you wish to eat, go to Hongjia, now. The young women flinched, instinctively glancing between Imo Qingwan and Li Mu, then hurried toward Hongjia. Lu Hongying, observing their arrival, gave Imo Qingwan a subtle nod and assigned them tasks. Mostly light duties, cooking kanji, preparing meals. Seeing her entire entourage vanish, Li Jie seethed inwardly, but dared not lash out at Imo Qingwan. Instead, she forced a brittle smile. And, Qingwan, might I request a gentler logistical role? Imo Qingwan replied, for old time's sake, report to Hongjia. She oversees logistics for the mining team. Nat Don Lin Feng awoke abruptly, jolted by a sudden, deep vibration. His eyelids fluttered open. In the early morning, Lin Feng was jolted awake by a sudden vibration. He groggily opened his eyes to see that the sky outside was bright. Beside him, Hongjia and Chen Min were still asleep, while Lu Hongying's hair was scattered across the pillow. Chen Min turned over and continued to sleep, mumbling something indistinctly. Lin Feng didn't have time to appreciate the scene and hurriedly got dressed, coming down from the upper floor. He already felt that Xiao Xian was beginning. When he arrived in the living room, he found Xin Yutong already standing in the small garden, holding a cup of hot tea, while Mi Shui came out from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Lin Feng walked from the living room to the small garden, leaning on the railing to look down. Xiao Xian was getting back on its feet again. However, the key point was that the position of this 200-square-meter villa had returned to the center of the tortoiseshell. Lin Feng glanced around and estimated that the area of the tortoiseshell had increased by over 200 square meters. 400 square meters. Lin Feng murmured. This area is quite large now. It should be enough for everyone. Xiao Rui and the others won't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Lin Feng suddenly thought of many things, such as expanding the villa's area and making a small courtyard, but he quickly dismissed the idea. What he was thinking now was another question. While he could still stay here for a day, let Xiao Xian eat freely and grow once more. How many evolution points would that save him? Now it was 400 square meters, or would it not become 800 square meters by tomorrow? If he were to renovate all at once with such a large area, would he be able to build a villa then? Or perhaps a large flat? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was also living like a wealthy person now. If this were on Blue Star, he might have had to start struggling from the Xiaoshang and Zhou dynasties. Xiao Xian. Lin Feng jumped directly from the third-floor small garden, landing steadily on the edge of its shell. Move forward. Your task today is to demolish all the buildings in this neighborhood. Today I'll let you eat your fill. Upon hearing Lin Feng say eat your fill, Xiao Xian quickened its pace. It had just awakened from its slumber, and now was a time of hunger. As it entered the neighborhood, it stepped into the void, the ground collapsed, and its entire paw sank into the underground garage, large chunks of concrete crashing down, triggering car alarms in the garage, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Don't worry about it. Demolish the building along with the underground garage, Lin Feng commanded. Xiao Xian's paw pressed down heavily, and the ground began to tremble. Boom. With Xiao Xian as the center, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The ground cracked, the building's support columns broke, and one by one the residential buildings began to collapse. More than half of the neighborhood, dozens of residential buildings, became ruins. Even the most hidden corpses had no escape under such widespread devastation. Buried under the rubble, unable to even scream, only a series of prompt sounds echoed. Killing the corpse. Demon evolution points 0. 1. 1. 10. Next came Xiao Xian's feast time. Lin Feng jumped down from Xiao Xian's back and walked toward the camp. The surrounding crowd gradually emerged from tents in various corners, staring at the vast ruins and the voraciously eating Xiao Xian, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock, and then from shock to tears of despair. Lord Lin Feng, are we about to start working again? Zhao Daong's voice had become somewhat shrill. Someone muttered nearby, we just worked all night. I've barely slept for an hour. Are we moving again? This ruin is far more extensive than the 2 buildings from last night. Lin Feng listened to the complaints around him, looking down at the crowd of people rubbing their eyes and yawning, his expression unchanged. What are you all waiting for? You don't have much time left. Hurry up and collect the useful materials. One team needs to clear the ruins and another team needs to gather the vehicles. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into a chorus of lamentations. My lord, we haven't eaten yet, and we haven't rested. If we keep moving like this, we might die. Lord Lin Feng, could you please let us rest for 2 hours? Lin Feng looked at these people with a sense of frustration. What are you sleeping for? If you die, you can sleep forever. Will the gray mist wait for you? Won't the corpse demons eat you? What are you all sitting around for? Get up, work. If it's not done today, no one gets to eat. Lin Feng continued forward, approaching the group of girls under Lu Hongying, who were cooking porridge in front of several large pots. He waved at one of the girls. You there, come here for a moment. Lord Lin Feng, did you call me? Oh. Lin Feng nodded. In a bit, go find Hongjia. There are some level 1 mutant rat meat left upstairs. Bring it down, chop it up, and add it to the porridge. Okay, my lord. Looking at the girl's back, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Oh dear, I heard that. You say I'm a saint, but really I see you as one. I haven't even had a few pieces of level 1 mutant beast meat. Mo Qingwan swayed her figure as she walked up to Lin Feng, looking at him with a sigh. What are you thinking? I just don't like it. Xiao He can't finish it. If I leave it any longer, it will stink. Mo Qingwan stared at him, her eyes full of the expression that she had seen through him, as if to say, go ahead, keep lying. You clearly want to quickly gather materials to make a train and take them aboard. Why not just say it directly? Lin Feng shot her a sideways glance. Who said I was doing it for them? I'm doing it to stockpile food for Xiao Xian. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get to work. If it's not done today, you won't get to eat either. After saying this, Lin Feng turned and left without looking back. Mo Qingwan stood in place, watching his back, clenched her small fist, and swung it fiercely a couple of times at him, silently mumbling, undoubtedly not saying anything good. Did you all hear that? Mo Qingluan's voice was not loud, but in front of these people her aura was formidable. Get to work, no one gets to slack off. If you don't want to work, get out of my team. Zhao Dayong, you take a team to clear the ruins, separate the rebar and metal materials, and send them to Guiyi. The second team will drag all the surrounding vehicles here. When Lin Feng returned to Xiao Xian's back, Xiao Qing and the others had already set the breakfast on the table: hot porridge, boiled eggs, pickled vegetables, and several exquisite side dishes thanks to the supplies collected from the underground supermarket yesterday. Today's meal was much more abundant. Lin Feng was not polite either. He called Xin Yutong and the others to sit down and eat. He finished a bowl of porridge in 2 gulps, then filled it again, and when he had eaten almost enough, he took 2 eggs from the basin and went to the small garden. He placed the peeled eggs in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed them directly. Xiao Xian was still leisurely gnawing on bricks, and the group of people below were indeed moving. However, their efficiency could hardly be described as working. With sharp mining picks, digging iron ore was as easy as cutting tofu, yet they were now striking several times without breaking a single concrete block. 3 to 5 people pushed a cart, walking a few steps to take a break, and they struggled to lift rebar that should easily be carried by one person. They were slacking off, blatantly slacking off. You are just going to leave them be? Xin Yutong's voice came from beside him. She had somehow moved to the railing and now watched the slow-moving crowd below with the same fixed gaze. Lin Feng peeled another egg and popped it into his mouth. After he swallowed, he spoke evenly. Control what? Am I to flog them with a whip? Not that it is impossible. Lin Feng turned to look at her. Seeing Xin Yutong unnaturally calm, as if it were perfectly natural, he thought to himself that a wealthy heiress mindset was truly different. Let them be. If they want to dawdle, let them. If they want to work, let them. I do not owe them, nor do they owe me. If they can produce it, then build. If they cannot. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Xian, who was still gnawing at fragments of brick. Consider it stockpiling rations for Xiao Xian, who premium steel as provisions should hold out for a while. By noon, Xiao Xian had chewed through nearly half a block of reinforced concrete, and then laid down, limbs drawn and head tucked back into its shell. It fell asleep again. Lin Feng opened the panel and read Xian Gui's status: sleeping, estimated duration 16 hours. Good grief. Lin Feng rubbed his temple. The sleep had doubled, 8 hours longer than last night. Yet, considering Xiao Xian's almost pocket dimension appetite, having devoured the equivalents of a dozen buildings, needing such a long slumber finally made sense. Elsewhere, Guai stamped his feet in frustration. He came to Lin Feng and called out, tilting his head back. Lin Feng, I cannot do this work. Lin Feng sprang to the ground and asked, what can you not do? Guai wore an exhausted, helpless expression. There is not enough steel. The deficit is enormous. Yesterday we managed to fully retrofit that vehicle because we dismantled 7 modified cars for parts and had a complete subway car as a fallback. Today you asked me to modify a locomotive head, enlarge it, and make a freight compartment. The materials are far from sufficient. Those people have been rummaging all morning. The recovered rebar and vehicle parts together would not even make a few wheels, let alone the outer shell of a locomotive head. Lin Feng glanced at him. Then what do you propose? Guai spread his hands helplessly. How would I know? You urge me to build, yet you do not supply enough materials. What am I to do? Even the craftiest cook cannot make a meal without rice. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment and looked at the shrinking queue. Some people could not bear the hardship after having taken an easy share yesterday, stripping that residential block and gaining half the supplies. Each now had no small amount of food, so they simply abandoned the effort. They loaded their loot onto the vehicles they had found and left the line, which infuriated Mo Qingwan. Mi Shui cursed incessantly beside her, but one by one, they were ungrateful betrayers. Only Zhao Daong's 20-odd men together with a crew of fewer than 100 continued to toil with vigorous effort. He thought that since he had joined he would see it through to the end of vacillation was not his nature. He was acutely aware that in this era one had to attach oneself to an awakened person to survive long, and the only thing he could offer was his own strength. If it cannot be fully modified, then forget it for now. Make an empty frame you can hang on your car and finish it later. Guai paused when Lin Feng reacted. An empty frame? Yes. First make a shell that can carry things. If that is impossible, hitch it behind your locomotive and drag it, but when materials turn up later gradually upgrade it. Guai considered for a moment. Alright. He'll secure the wheels and suspension first, then add an iron-plated cargo box. When we find more materials, we'll complete the powertrain and the armor. Watching Lin Feng's expression grow complicated, Guai asked, You tell me to modify the locomotive head and to make a cargo box. Are you stashing supplies for your Xiangui, or planning to cart these people away to work for you? Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and looked at the miners still working. His mouth tilted in a faint sneer. If I truly relied on these people, Xiao Xian would have starved to death long ago. Guai's eyes flickered. He stepped closer to Lin Feng and whispered, You are not like the captain taking ordinary people along in order to what? Lin Feng's curiosity was instantly piqued. His interest showed plainly in his gaze. Guai scanned the area and, satisfied no one was near, leaned in and lowered his voice even further. Of course it is to use them as bait. 1. To distract anomalies. 2. A bustling crowd attracts high-tier anomalies. Kill those anomalies, harvest their anomaly crystals, and you grow stronger. About last time. Never mind, you were a rookie then and would not have understood. But think about yesterday. Lin Feng's mind raced back over the events of yesterday, first forcing all ordinary people off the vehicles to wander freely, then assembling all the awakened to depart together. Even those whose roles were only support and who had no real combat power were brought along. Moreover, nearly all members of the patrol and hunting teams were present and boarded. Those were the young, able-bodied men from the convoy, while the ones left behind were almost entirely the old, the weak, and the slight. At the time he had not reflected deeply, he had assumed it was simply concentrating forces. There was also the fact that once the crowds dispersed and they set out along the main road, they encountered virtually no mass corpse anomalies. While passing the first community, it was only when crossing the second community that they were struck by a horde of corpse anomalies, which coincided with more than 100 deaths. This could not be dismissed lightly. In Jiangsheng, such an important auxiliary awakened individual suddenly died. Dong Yu still lay in a train car, her fate unknown. Also, the convoy had shrunk from several thousand at departure to only 500 or 600 survivors now, despite people continually joining along. Lin Feng remembered the initial patrol team. At that time, the patrol team enjoyed good treatment, and many joined, but their casualties were also fastest. Their numbers dwindled quickly, while the few awakened leaders saw their strength increase rapidly. Damn, Lin Feng muttered under his breath. I thought the captain was a good man. Turns out he is so devious. They had been using ordinary people as cannon fodder. No wonder the convoy appeared fair and benevolent to everyone. The rules aboard his vehicle required mutated creatures and anomaly crystals to be surrendered, while ordinary supplies were almost entirely redistributed. Those people believed joining the patrol was a windfall, never suspecting they were paving the captain's path with their lives. Should keep your voice down. Guai chuckled, a smile devoid of reproach, as if it were only natural. You should have asked yourself why he can be captain. Do you think it is because he is soft-hearted? He patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I am betting on you. In this world, only those with ruthless hearts and sufficient power can survive. After saying that, Guai left, leaving Lin Feng standing in the wind, disoriented. No, what are you betting on? Is that what I intended? Lin Feng was napping when a cacophony jolted him awake. He rubbed his eyes and sat up on the bed. The noise outside was not mere clattering, but the thunderous clash of battle and the crackle of lightning. A fight. Had Captain Wang Lai engaged someone? With no time to ponder, Lin Feng vaulted off the bed and leapt down from Xiao Xian's back. Xiao He, seeing this, sprang upright at the doorway and followed in one fluid motion. He hurried across the camp and halted at the edge of the gas station's open ground. What unfolded before him made Lin Feng's brow contract sharply. A new convoy had arrived, roughly 3,000 to 4,000 strong, outnumbering Lin Feng's current group by 4 or 5 times. Yet something was deeply wrong with this convoy. Over 1,000 people bore thick iron collars around their necks and waists, each linked by long, heavy chains to massive vehicles behind them. Those vehicles possessed no grace. monstrous amalgams cobbled together from salvaged parts, less machines than welded skeletons of rusted steel plates and chassis. Each step the chained laborers took sent their iron links clattering violently. Their bodies were crisscrossed with fresh welts, some raw from chafing chains, others livid from whip strikes. At their vanguard stood Wang Lai, locked in tense confrontation with several figures ahead. Opposite him stood a woman, striking and bearing, her features refined and unmarred, perhaps 26 or 27 years old, holding a leafless branch that glowed faintly green. Behind her loomed 4 black men, towering, broad-shouldered muscles coiled like ancient ropes, as if dismissing Wang Lai and his companions entirely. Once more she declared. Her voice pierced the air, sharp, piercing, shattering the illusion of elegance. My Hani is an international guest. What harm is there in requesting a little supplies from you? Your convoy hoards so much grain, why begrudge us a share? She glanced back at the 4 men. They stared brazenly at Feng Ling. One bared gleaming white teeth in a leering grin and thrust his hips forward with a vulgar, "Pretty lady, come play with us," he sneered with thick accent. Your men are weak. Your women were born to be conquered. You are exquisite. Another laughed raucously, mimicking crude motions with his hands while uttering obscenities. The rest were no better. Feng Ling's face flushed crimson, then hardened into ashen fury. Her fingers tightened on the hilt of her short blade, her entire frame taut as a bow drawn to its breaking point. The woman continued, voice dripping with condescension. How ignorant you are. Hani's favor is your blessing. Hurry now, let him plant noble seed within you. She gestured dismissively toward the chained men. And your men. They were born to pull our wagons. See how dutifully they obey. Before she could finish, Feng Ling moved, a blur streaking across the space, her blade carving a lethal arc through the air, severing 3 fingers cleanly from the offending hand. 3 fingers dropped to the dust. A choked cry escaped the man as he staggered backward 2 steps, his mocking gaze now burning with murder. Wretched bitch! He roared, lunging forward. But Wang Lai struck first. A bolt of lightning lanced into the man's chest, detonating with blinding force and hurling him backward several. Yet he rose again almost instantly, glancing down at his charred, blackened skin before brushing ash from his chest and cursing in guttural, unintelligible syllables. Feng Ling launched a second strike, only to be intercepted by another black man's fist. She dodged swiftly, but failed to evade the follow-up blow, twisting aside just enough for the punch to graze her shoulder. The impact sent her hurtling sideways through the air. She spun once mid-flight, before landing hard, skidding backward on her toes until she regained balance. Captain, beware. Blood trickled from Feng Ling's lip as she wiped it away. They are not human. They radiate an unnatural aura. Wang Lai unleashed another lightning strike, this time striking the second black man Fulin. The man reeled backward, his tunic burned through to reveal gray-black flesh beneath. Wang Lai's brow furrowed deeper. His spirit-purging lightning had never failed, never merely stunned, always immobilized or incapacitated. Yet these men stood unbroken, barely wounded. Hope flickered and died in the eyes of the chained laborers. From the hulking welded vehicles behind, dark heads emerged, men, women, children, shouting in discordant chorus, "Kill them! Kill them! Take their women, bind them, and make them pull." Wang Lai murmured low, "No, they aren't aberrations either. My purifying lightning would fell any true aberration instantly. Do not harm my Hani." The woman's voice shrieked as she thrust her glowing branch forward. A flash of emerald light split the earth, and thick sinewy vines erupted upward, like living serpents surging toward Wang Lai and Feng Ling. Barbed and whip-fast, those vines coiled with terrifying speed. Within heartbeats they wove a suffocating lattice around the two. Feng Ling's ankle was ensnared. She hacked through one vine only for dozens more to surge forth. Wang Lai retreated step by step, his lightning shattering several tendrils. Yet each severed end writhed and regrew anew. It was then Lin Feng arrived. Lin Feng, kill them. They enslave our kin. Hearing Wang Lai's words, the woman turned, her gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. Another fool rushing headlong to death. How utterly ignorant. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed gold, faint, intrigued. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He stomped once, and earth surged upward. 4 jagged spikes erupted beneath the 4 black men, swift as subterranean spears. F. For cries tore from their throats as they doubled over, clutching themselves, collapsing helplessly. Spectators recoiled instinctively, clenching thighs, stepping back, terrified of accidental injury, lest shame stain their ancestral line. Xiao He, bite her. Seize that branch. Xiao He suddenly darted out from Lin Feng's feet, like a shadow gliding across the ground. Just as the woman raised a branch aimed at Lin Feng, Xiao He had already rushed to her side, biting down on the hand that held the branch. Xiao He acted decisively, and with one bite shattered the woman's elbow. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, her blood spraying everywhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He picked up the branch that had fallen on the ground, turned around, and dashed back to Lin Feng's side, then squatted down, gently wagging his tail, as if seeking praise. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the woman taking the branch and muttering, wasting resources, wasting resources. He then walked with keen interest towards the 4 black men who were clutching their wounds and trying to rise, suddenly lunging at Lin Feng with fists slicing through the air. Lin Feng didn't retreat at all. He raised his right hand, and with a swift motion landed a precise slap on the side of one man's face, the force spinning him around twice before his knee slammed into the ground with a dull thud. The black man was immediately dazed. He was completely confident in his strength and never expected to be knocked to the ground by a single slap. He cursed in a language that was incomprehensible, attempting to get up and retaliate only to receive another slap to the face. Slap. Kneel down. With that slap, several of his teeth were knocked out, mixed with blood as they rolled on the ground, and his head crashed to the ground with a loud thud. His companions, seeing this, rushed over, but before his fist could land on Lin Feng's hand was already raised, delivering a swift counterslap. Kneel down. The black man spun several times in place, teeth flying out, and knelt down, his hands supporting the ground, shaking his head to steady himself. The 2 behind him saw this and dared not rush forward, instead taking 2 steps back. Lin Feng did not wait for their reaction and stepped forward, raising his hands to deliver 2 more slaps harder than before. Slap. Slap. Kneel down. The 2 fell simultaneously to the ground, their knees hitting the earth. Seeing the second person shaking his head, Lin Feng delivered another slap. The black man was dazed, tears streaming down his face. I've already knelt down, why do you still hit me? Lin Feng shrugged, sorry, it's just a habit. Then his gaze fell on the woman's lowered face. Slap. Do you still dare to talk back? Another slap landed with even greater force, sending all of the black man's teeth flying out, his head crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The other black men pressed their faces even lower, their foreheads almost touching the ground, but they didn't dare make a sound nor attempt to stand up. Meanwhile, the woman with the severed arm crawled over to the group of black men, blood still flowing down her severed arm, but it had healed significantly compared to before. The resilience of an awakened was indeed remarkable. She yelled at Lin Feng, don't hit my honey, please don't hit him. Lin Feng's gaze fell on her, and he raised his hand, delivering a slap to her face. Her head was knocked to the side, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, yet she continued to plead. Did I forget that you are a little darling? I find you even more detestable than they are. Slap. I told you to plead. Slap. I told you to be Western-oriented. Slap. I told you to disappoint your parents. Slap. I told you to betray your race. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Feng finally grew tired of hitting, straightening up to catch his breath. The woman's face was utterly unrecognizable from before. Where's my knife? Fong Ling, not knowing when she had broken free from the vines, handed the short blade to Lin Feng, and then took a half step back. Lin Feng grasped the hilt, twirled the knife in a flourish, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. No, don't kill her, a voice shouted from the crowd, pulling the cart horse as if he had exhausted all his strength. Lin Feng stopped his movement, looking in the direction of the voice. A man struggled to push forward from the cart's line, a thick iron collar around his neck, the chains dragging on the ground with a clattering sound with each step. Awaken one. Please don't kill her, she's my wife, she has her reasons. The man bowed, his forehead heavily against the ground. I can testify. Please give me some time to explain. He knelt on the ground, his shoulders trembling, and his body bore numerous traces of blood. Lin Feng gestured, and the chains binding the man snapped with a crack. Come over and explain. The man, now freed, scrambled to the woman's side, reaching out to support her, only to be kicked in the chest by her. Get lost. Get away from me. Her voice was sharp and piercing. Despite her severe injuries from Lin Feng, that kick sent the man flying, rolling several times on the ground. Yet he did not dodge, instead pushing himself up on his elbows, crawling back and kneeling on the ground once more. My lord, it's like this. The man's voice was hoarse. Her name is Zhou Lin. I am her husband, Wei Domao. We grew up together. She was a good student and got a job at a foreign trade company after graduation. At that time, we were already discussing marriage. Later, the company said they needed to send her to Huzhou for a 6-month business trip. The day she left, she smiled and said that when she returned, we would get married. Her smile was particularly beautiful, and I still remember it vividly. Then, the nightmare began. Wei Domao shuddered at this point. She called crying less than a month later, saying she wanted to come back. Her colleagues here were acting strange. I asked her what was going on, and she said the company wouldn't let her leave, and if she did, she would have to pay a hefty penalty. After that, her calls became fewer and shorter, increasingly odd. I asked her, but she wouldn't say. In our last conversation, she said, I don't want to come back anymore. At that time, I still didn't know what had happened until a year later, when she was rescued and sent back home. I exhausted all my family's savings, scraping together 3,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to take her out of that environment. I worked tirelessly to find her a doctor, gradually steering her thoughts back. Afterwards, she improved somewhat. Although she would still have her episodes, sometimes bursting into tears, she at least recognized me. Later, she gave birth to a child, and that child was black. When he spoke of this, his voice steadied. I raised that child many times. I wanted to strangle him. He was the product of her violation in that hellish pit, but I couldn't. He is her child, and I thought life could go on like this. But then the apocalypse came. When we crossed over, we were surrounded by black people, and as soon as Xiao Lin saw them, she had another episode. This time her condition worsened, she awakened her abilities, and I could no longer hold her back. She began to help them capture people, tying up men from Huaxia, treating them as cattle. I tried to persuade her, I even hit her, I held her, and cried. But she no longer recognized me. Wei Dameo's forehead repeatedly hit the ground. My lord, she was never like this before. When she was in school, she taught the little ones to read. Oh, she was the kindest girl in the village. She was just sick. Oh, she really is sick. I beg you don't kill her. Fang Ling angrily said, it's all because of these brutes. I'll kill them right now. Lin Feng grabbed her. What are you doing? These are my spoils. Who allowed you to act? Wang Lai chimed in. Lin Feng, why are you protecting these black people? Did you hear what Wei Damao just said? They dared to enslave us today, sleep with our women, and tomorrow they would dare to commit genocide. The only reason Lin Feng prevented them from acting was that he had just used the broken illusion golden eyes to check these people's information. Arriving from a certain broken world, this subhuman group was mutated after a failed forced upgrade to the Black Iron race due to an unknown power. This world is rich in species with over 100 human kingdoms and numerous subhuman tribes. For example, there are cat people, dog people, lion people, tiger people, red, blue, green, purple, gray, black, and white apes, bull-headed people, elves, half-elves, and various bizarre, subhuman races, making it a vibrant melting pot. Unfortunately, like Blue Star, they fell into the misty, vast world. This mutated group has permanently lost its potential and cannot be elevated to a higher level by any means. The base strength of an adult is 58 tons with extreme endurance and high physical resistance. Their intelligence level is slightly below that of ordinary humans, and once they enter an angry state, their intelligence drops to primitive levels. This group neither belongs to the human system nor to the Eerie system. They are despised by humans and even reviled by the Eerie. Any offspring born with any race regardless of gender are mutated humans. Males possess X infection ability, and contact with the opposite sex X will ultimately convert them into X-slave status, losing their autonomy, while females have no infection ability. Note TSK TSK TSK. This is a failed product created by that unfortunate thing. If you don't want to face extinction, I suggest you don't let them come into contact with women of their own race. While this thing is disgustingly vile, it can still cause some gray mist apostles to yield to you, which is a skill in itself. I want to tell you that after being properly castrated, as long as the whip is used well, they can become obedient top-notch cattle and cannon fodder. Lin Feng had already devised a fate for these mutated beings. Wang Lai asked Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Zhao Daong. Lin Feng shouted loudly. My lord, incoming. Zhao Daong immediately ran out of the crowd. My lord, what is it? Lin Feng said, I have a task for you. Go prepare the tools and help me castrate them properly. If you don't do it well, they'll have someone castrate you again. Don't worry, my lord, leave it to me. My great-grandfather was in the pig castration business. I guarantee I will complete the task. Zhao Daong was so frightened, he nearly knelt on both knees, hastily assuring. Xiaohei golden eyes surround them. Not a single one gets away. Lin Feng pointed at the convoy in the back. There were at least over 2,000 black Eerie beings, large and small. If they dare to run, as long as they don't die, make sure they suffer. Literally, I can see different things. They are mutated subhumans from another world where there are hundreds of subhuman races. Once these mutants are castrated, they become top-notch cattle, each with strength measured in tons. Don't they like to enslave others and pull carts? Don't they like to sleep with our women? I will fulfill their desires, and from now on they will be slaves for generations, with the males castrated on the spot. How does that sound? Satisfying, isn't it? This is more satisfying than killing them. What use is killing? I want them to atone for generations. Moreover, this race is not the same as the black people of Blue Star. Their bodily structure is completely different. They merely resemble them, as they are a new race formed after a failed mutation. The Gray Mist world refers to them as mutated black. Eerie. New race. Wang Lai and Fang Ling looked puzzled. Yes, they are mutated beings from the failed upgrade to the Black Iron race. Black Iron race. The two asked again. Lin Feng spread his hands. How would I know? He was also taken aback by the information both about the Black Iron race and the Gray Mist apostles. Now he was just as confused and knew nothing. Let's not worry about that for now. Help me suppress them, or they will run away soon. Before Lin Feng's words fell, Fang Ling drew her short blade again and dashed towards the convoy. The two no longer questioned what the Black Iron race was. They only wanted to suppress these mutated beings and vent their pent-up anger. The short blade sliced through arcs in Fang Ling's hands. She understood that these people were powerful, avoiding her weaknesses and maximizing her speed advantage. Those who rushed out from the vehicles attempting to resist were struck by her blade. Though it looked utterly tragic, every strike was non-lethal, perfectly avoiding vital points. It was entirely an expression of inner fury. Wang Lai's lightning accurately struck each mutated being. Although their resistance was high, if one bolt failed, countless others followed. Anyone who dared to resist would be electrocuted until they convulsed. Xiao He was much more ruthless, adhering to the principle of hitting them hard as long as they didn't die. If they dared to run, he would break their legs. If they dared to fight back, he would break their hands. If they dared to curse, he would break their ribs. Golden Eyes was much more elegant, flapping her wings. Countless tiny wind blades were thrown into the crowd. Pieces of flesh were sliced off like execution, and then she would halt. If they ran, she would continue to attack until they knelt and begged for mercy. Seeing this, other mutated beings followed suit, kneeling on the ground. Within less than 10 minutes of resistance, they were completely subdued. These mutated beings indeed did not lack strength compared to level 3 awakeners, but they were lacking in other areas. Coupled with Xiao He's terrifying attributes, they were utterly crushed. In the end, around 2,000 mutated beings were driven off one by one into massive improvised vehicles, filling the empty space with kneeling black figures. Feng Ling climbed into the ironclad house of those massive vehicles and froze completely. The air inside was filled with a foul odor, and light filtered through the gaps in the iron sheets, illuminating the curled figures huddled together. Women, all women, scantily clad, most of them with chain collars around their necks, the other ends of the chains locked to steel pipes. Their bodies were covered in various marks, old and new wounds scattered all over. What made Feng Ling's heart tighten the most was when she reached out to unfasten the chains of the woman closest to her. The woman lifted her head, her eyes shining with a near-mad light, and lunged at Feng Ling's wrist. Feng Ling quickly withdrew her hand. The woman missed her bite, the sound of teeth clashing resonating in the air. The woman lunged again, mumbling, "Don't touch me. Don't. I want honey. Lots of honey. Save me." Feng Ling looked at these women who had lost their sanity, even gone mad, gripping her short blade so tightly her knuckles turned white. Lin Feng. Her voice was almost a growl, the anger in her chest burning fiercely, threatening to consume her reason. "Come take a look." Lin Feng jumped into the vehicle, wrinkling his nose at the stench, and glanced in the direction Feng Ling was pointing at those women, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Rows of information appeared before his eyes. Human females infected by mutated male subhuman status, mental cognition disorder, loss of autonomous consciousness, self-awareness, completely overwhelmed by distorted obsessions. No awakening ability, irreversible. Awakened individuals may retain residual cognition with extremely low probability. Note, there is no saving them. All hope is lost. The only way to regain a moment of self-awareness is to sever the source of infection, castration, killing, and bring them into a state of extreme weakness near death, which will trigger fragments of their original normal human consciousness. Once the body recovers, the infection state will immediately resume. Simply put, they can either live in an infected state or wake up to die in despair. Lin Feng read through the lines in silence for a long time, his fists clenched, and then relaxed only to clench again. "Let's go get them out of here. Don't let them come into contact with any dark entity." Feng Ling's face was grim as she jumped out of the vehicle. She didn't ask Lin Feng what he had learned, just nodded, then called for the people in the convoy to help. Guo used his abilities to free the men shackled by chains, then went to release the women who were locked inside the vehicle. The entire process was more difficult than subduing the mutated beings. The women were more aggressive in attacking their rescuers than the resistance from the mutated beings. They clawed, bit, kicked, using every means possible. However, the rescue team ultimately managed to bring everyone out. The count revealed a somber silence among all present. Mutated beings, more than 2,000 in total, kneeling on the ground, not a single one daring to lift their heads. Rescued women far exceeding the number mentioned by Wei Demao, over 900, each one taken to the other side, rechained for control. It was absolutely necessary, as they would actively crawl over to seek dark entities. Rescued men, over 1,000, supporting each other as they sat on another empty patch of ground, their eyes filled with hatred, staring intently at the kneeling mutated beings. How did this convoy manage to save so many? Wang Lai asked, confused. It's all thanks to the nature of the mutated beings. They are repulsive to dark entities. Even the strange ones don't want to approach them. Lin Feng explained. Wang Lai frowned, but didn't say anything further. Zhao Daong quickly prepared his tools, followed by a few familiar faces carrying a set of equipment. "Lord Lin Feng, I have the tools ready. We can start anytime," Zhao Daong said, opening the toolbox to reveal a row of knives of various sizes, their edges polished to a bright sheen, glinting coldly. Lin Feng glanced at the row of knives and nodded. "Go ahead." Zhao Daong turned to instruct the others to get to work and hurried off to find Guo. "Hey, brother, Guo, please help set up a platform." After hearing Zhao Daong's request, Guo quickly wrapped several iron plates and steel pipes in blue light, shaping them successfully in just a few minutes. "Done, take it away." "Thank you, brother Guo." Zhao Daong walked over, pointing at the black mutated being kneeling in front. "You come here." The mutated being trembled as it stood up, its hair standing on end. At Zhao Daong's signal, it lay down on the platform. Several people beside Zhao Daong grabbed some ropes and prepared to bind its wrists and ankles. Unexpectedly, a glint of ferocity flashed in the mutated being's eyes, and with a sudden jerk it sprang up from the platform, kicking one person aside and sprinting towards the outside. It ran very fast, darting out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. "Kill him." The black dog shot out from Lin Feng's side like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the fleeing dark entity and sinking its teeth in. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the mutated being froze, suddenly crashing to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before falling still. Killed a dark entity, gained evolution points 10. Continue, use the iron chains, a little black, keep watch. If anyone else tries to run, kill them on the spot. The remaining mutated beings trembled even more violently, many begging for mercy, but Lin Feng ignored them. Did they think of today when they were enslaving us, and those women who were already beyond saving, who would repay this blood debt? The next dark entity, Zhao Daong, ordered people to bind its hands and feet with iron chains, then picked up a knife and checked the edge, the blade glinting. Screams echoed across the field, the sounds piercingly tragic. After one, they continued to the next. No matter how tragic the screams were, none dared to attempt to flee again. Even when a mutated being occasionally panicked and stood up from the crowd to escape, due to the screams, Little Black would appear in front of them the next second, directly biting through their throat, until no one dared to resist any longer. One after another, from noon to sunset, over 1,300 male, mutated beings were dealt with. Zhao Daong's hands went from slightly trembling to steady, even a smile appearing on his face, a smile that could scare a small mutated being to tears. Crying was futile. The next moment a scream rang out. Finally it was over. Lord Lin Feng, it's done. Good job, go find Lu Hongying to claim your reward. I had someone prepare 1 pound of first-level mutated beast meat for you. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng, thank you. Zhao Daong quickly bowed in gratitude, all his fatigue vanishing, his mind filled with the thought of first-level mutated beast meat, which could enhance strength. So many people sought it and couldn't get it. Wei Damao rushed over and knelt before Lin Feng with a thud. My lord, thank you, my lord, for saving my wife. She can finally remember me now. Lin Feng gazed at Zhou Lin, curled motionless on the ground, no longer frenzied as she had been at noon. A flash of golden light flickered across his eyes. A female awakened human infected by a male mutant, mental cognition severely disrupted, awakened ability, plant manipulation. Oh, faint remnants of self-awareness still persist. Note, a pitiful woman utterly broken by both humans and mutants. Her continued existence is mere suffering. The sole compassionate recourse is termination. The only remote hope for salvation lies in producing sufficient pure-blooded human offspring. Through ancestral blood ties there exists an infinitesimal chance of reawakening her consciousness. Yet even if fully restored, would she retain the will to live, or descend into madness and self-annihilation? Lin Feng remained silent for a long while before speaking. Wei Damao, in gratitude for your wife delivering something valuable to me, I'll tell you the only way to restore her sanity. Whether you act upon it or not is entirely your choice. Wei Damao jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot. What is it? I'll do anything. Lin Feng studied him, hesitated for a heartbeat, and then spoke. You must sire enough children. Their familial bond may stir her dormant consciousness. Yet the odds are vanishingly slim. She may never awaken even by the day you die. Or should she regain clarity, she may find existence unbearable. Pushing through the chaotic crowd, the Black Ghoul convoy, too vast to manage efficiently, had nonetheless sprung into action. Some cooked, others in Pushing through the chaotic crowd, the Black Ghoul convoy, too vast to manage efficiently, had nonetheless sprung into action. Some cooked, others enforced order, and nearly every awakened individual was now engaged. Gua Yi crouched before a colossal hulk surrounded by burly men dismantling massive jury-rigged vehicles. Evidently he'd already claimed numerous brothers from the newly arrived convoy. Spotting Lin Feng, Gua Yi extinguished the blue glow in his palm, rose, and tilted his chin toward the side. Perfect timing. You've got to see what I've built. What do you think? Lin Feng followed his gaze. There stood a train of staggering visual impact, forged from scrap vehicles, salvaged modular chassis from the Black Ghoul convoy, and sheer ingenuity welded into existence. 10 meters wide, 60 meters long, 12 meters tall, a leviathan borne aloft by 2 rows of 3-meter-high wheels. Its 20-meter-long locomotive section, housing both control cabin and living quarters, was already complete. Though skeletal framing still protruded from its flanks and passenger compartments remained unfinished, its raw brutalist silhouette and audacious engineering left observers breathless. The structural frame is nearly finished. No need for a massive fuel engine. We've reserved space for 5 high-output electric motors and 5 supercapacity battery banks as auxiliary power. 3-tiered living quarters offer ample space. Hundreds could be crammed inside comfortably. The cargo hold is cavernous, capable of hauling 10,000 tons. Additional carriages can always be appended later, more than enough to sustain your armored tortoise on the road. Impressive, truly impressive, Brother Gua. You've gone to great lengths. Gua Yi leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Say, aren't you recruiting for your mining team? This morning most fled, only 20-odd remain. At this rate nothing gets done. If you delay much longer, Captain Wang Lai will absorb all able-bodied youths into the patrol and hunting squads. And their benefits are extraordinary. Not only do they keep all gathered food, but hunters receive half the spoils from slain mutants. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the twin. Trains no need. I already have ready-made beasts of burden. He pointed toward the open ground, where castrated black ghouls lay sprawled. Female black ghouls knelt rigidly, trembling in silence amid waves of anguished cries. Xiao He patrolled the perimeter, his piercing gaze sweeping the crowd, predatory lethal poised to strike at any moment. Oh, and craft me a batch of iron collars and chains. We'll bind them tonight, and set them to clearing the ruins loading cargo. Far more reliable than idle gluttonous civilians. Gua Yi followed his gesture, face twisting in distaste. Aren't you afraid they'll escape? Lin Feng smiled, a chilling bone-deep smile. Escape? They dare not. Unspoken was the truth. Should any flee, it would be perfect. Xiao Xian's evolutionary point deficit remained vast. Gua Yi said nothing, merely summoned materials, and swiftly forged dozens of iron collars and waist chains. Zhao Daong led the remaining 20 miners. Others once laboring had abandoned their posts after peer pressure vanishing entirely. One by one they fastened collars and chains around the black ghouls' necks and waists. Heads bowed, none resisted, none stirred. Done, Zhao Daong declared after inspecting every clasp, calling out toward Lin Feng, Lord, all secured. Night fell once more. Xiao He's protective domain expanded anew. Everyone retreated within its shimmering boundary. Zhao Daong, find Gua Yi tonight, and request he forge steel whips. From now on you oversee these black ghouls. Tonight's task, clear every brick and stone from the ruins, and transport them here. Also retrieve all salvageable supplies buried beneath rubble. Load everything onto that train. Lin Feng gestured toward the colossal half-finished vehicle. Yes, Lord, I swear to complete the mission. Lin Feng had taken only a few steps when hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao. A lanky man shoved forward, rubbing his hands nervously, wearing a servile grin, then suddenly recoiled, slapping his own cheek. Ah, look at my clumsy tongue. Deserves punishment. I mean, Brother Zhao, Senior Zhao, Lord Lin Feng. What were your orders just now? Tell me, how might this humble servant be of use? Behind him stood a dozen more, eyes alight with desperate hope. Some were born for apocalypse survival, like these. Once to survive, they'd mutilated themselves without hesitation. Now stranded between factions, shunned by the original convoy, and unwanted by Wang Lai, they clung with clawed desperation to Lin Feng alone. And Lin Feng's delegation of authority over the black ghouls to Zhao Daong offered them precisely what they craved, a rung on the ladder upward, a badge of distinction in the eyes of others. Zhao Daong understood their intent, and knew he couldn't manage alone. He scanned the crowd, voice sharpening slightly. Enough noise. I'll grant you all. Each of you leads a squad. Excel, and you rise to squad captain. Fail, and back to the mines you go. Don't shame yourselves, or me. A cacophony of eager affirmations erupted. Chests puffed, vows sworn with fervor. Soon Gua Yi delivered batches of steel whips, barbed, vicious, unmistakably infused with personal spite and meticulous cruelty. Crack. Listen carefully. Tonight's task is to clear out that ruins, load all the bricks onto that large train, and gather the buried supplies separately. Drag out the crushed vehicles for Brother Gua to use as materials. No slacking off. He swung the steel whip in his hand, striking it against the ground with a crisp sound. The black creature indeed possessed great strength. Concrete blocks that required the combined effort of 3 or 4 ordinary people could easily be lifted by a single adult male black creature. The female black creature was slightly less powerful, but could also effortlessly carry a vehicle moving swiftly. When Lin Feng approached Xiao Xian, he slowed his footsteps. He did not immediately climb the stairs, but stood by Xiao Xian's feet, listening to the distant sounds of chains and the crisp strikes of the steel whip against flesh, standing quietly for a while before stepping onto the soft ladder to ascend. Upon reaching the second floor, the living room was still lit. Lin Feng sat wearily on the sofa, rubbing his temples, feeling significantly impacted by today's events. Chun Min quietly sat beside Lin Feng, her shoulder touching his arm, her voice very gentle. Are you feeling down? No. Still claiming you're not. Chun Min gently turned Lin Feng's face to face her eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of concern. It's written all over your face that you're feeling down. Do you want something to eat? Lin Feng shook his head, no appetite. Zhoma had quietly squeezed in from somewhere and sat down on Lin Feng's other side, wrapping her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder. Brother Feng. Her voice was soft. Let me give your shoulders a massage. Saying this, she got up and moved behind the sofa, gently massaging Lin Feng. A few heads poked out at the door. Xiao Rui was holding a basin of hot water. Xiao Li was carrying a rolled towel, and Su Wan and Ngu were peeking in. Even the reclusive Shen Yutong, who preferred staying indoors, brought a steaming cup of water and gracefully approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the crowd gathered at the door. What are you all doing? Xiao Rui quickly reacted, placing the basin of water on the coffee table. To wash your face. Look at all the dust on it. Shen Yutong placed the cup of hot water in Lin Feng's hands, hesitating to speak. In the end, she said nothing and quietly sat on another sofa. The room fell silent for a while before Lin Feng spoke, his voice somewhat Heavy, you all saw the tragic state of those men and women enslaved by the black creatures. No one responded. Wu Xiaorui lowered her head, and the other girls turned away, their eyes slightly reddened. There's no saving them, they're completely lost. Lin Feng conveyed the information he had seen to them, and their hearts sunk even further. But it's not entirely hopeless. Chun Min's voice came from the side. I observed the mental state of those people today. Although the women are confused, it's like a painting that has been forcibly blurred with ink, yet the paper remains intact. It just needs to be cleaned up. My awakened mental power can achieve this, forcibly erasing their cognition and memories. She paused, allowing everyone time to understand. The side effects are quite evident. They won't remember who they are, their names or ages or anything from their past. Their cognition would revert to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and their personality reconstruction would completely rely on the new environment and new memories. Lin Feng looked at her. You mean formatting? Pretty much. Chun Min nodded. In a sense, they are no longer who they once were. The room fell silent for a while, and someone said, this might not be so bad. It's better than the current situation. Traveling with the convoy is like carrying a ticking time bomb, but abandoning them feels wrong. Ying Jin appeared in the living room. At some point this could work too. If they revert to a state of knowing nothing, I can train them to ride horses, fight, and master battle formations, making them no longer dependent on anyone and giving them the strength to protect themselves. This way they can become knights, not relying on the charity of others, able to go further with the convoy. She turned to Lin Feng. I have a few gentle horses here. It would be perfect for her to start learning from scratch. Zhuoma poked her head out from behind the sofa. I'll teach them to ride and shoot. The horse team is short on people. Lin Feng was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Then let's arrange it this way. Tomorrow let Min Jia take a look one by one, no rush. For today let's call it a day. Everyone go rest, we'll talk about anything tomorrow. The group gradually dispersed. Xin Yutong took one last look at Lin Feng before turning to leave. Only Chun Min, Zhuoma, and Lin Feng remained in the room. You two should go to sleep as well. I want to be alone for a while. The two girls looked at Lin Feng with some concern, but ultimately went upstairs together. Lin Feng sat quietly on the sofa alone, contemplating many things, from the aimless drifting after his arrival in this world to going with the flow, as if nothing mattered, just focusing on his own happiness and doing things based on his mood. Up until now, he was no longer in a position where he could eat his fill while leaving his family hungry. Every decision he made could lead to unknown consequences. He was just over 20 years old. His past life had been spent either studying or playing games. What experiences and insights could he possibly have? Sigh. Lin Feng sighed heavily. Let it be. Oh, if I can't figure it out, then don't think about it. He picked up the branch he brought back, which emitted a faint green light. This was Lin Feng's greatest harvest from this trip. Strange object, a branch of the tree of life from a certain top-tier silver race's sacred tree. Attempting to forge a golden sacred tree to ascend to a golden race, it failed, leaving behind this lone branch. Current status, on the verge of dying. Even after the failed ascension, it still retains a faint trace of spiritual energy and the remnants of the golden rule's essence, which can greatly enhance the holder's natural power, accelerate plant growth, and guide them to undergo directed mutations and shaping. Note: stop reading the manual and hurry up to find a shovel and dig a hole. Do you know what this means? If it can come back to life, you would be the next chosen farmer. Your broken turtle shell would turn into a moving emerald forest, providing vegetables and fruits all year round. If it could restore its former glory, what could the gray mist apostles do? They would have to go around you and kneel, calling you dad. Of course, there's a high probability that they would seriously consider whether to cross mountains and seas to kill you directly. Lin Feng caressed the branch in his hand, muttering, still retaining a trace of spiritual energy. Suddenly a thought popped into Lin Feng's mind. Can it be contracted? Once this idea emerged, Lin Feng could no longer hold back. He stood up from the sofa, pacing back and forth in the living room, before finally coming to it. Overthinking is futile. The urgent task is to raise his own level. Lin Feng is currently only at level 2, and if he wants to form a contract, he needs to free up a slot first. He took out the eerie crystal again to begin absorbing it. Time passed gradually until he reached the critical point, at which he finally took out a level 3 eerie crystal to absorb. When the last wave of energy surged into his body, it felt as though an invisible barrier had been breached. Lin Feng could feel his mental power expanding, his spiritual energy transforming, and his body undergoing a comprehensive enhancement. Level up, level 3. Constitution 306. Strength 290. Agility 296. Spirit 363. Spiritual energy 348. Talent Beast Mastery 34. With these attributes, he completely overpowered other level 3 awakened ones like Chen Min, who only had 2 attributes over 100, with strength and agility being his weaknesses. However, after Lin Feng advanced to level 3, all his 4 attributes surpassed 100, plus the attribute feedback from his evolved beast. He had directly become a statistical monster. After contemplating, Lin Feng hesitated not at all. He picked up a branch and activated his talent ability, forcing a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the surface of the branch. The blood droplet did not fall, but slowly seeped into the wood. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an invisible bond forming between himself and the branch. Contract successful. Meanwhile, he felt a familiar tremor beneath his feet. Xiao Xin woke up. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped into the small garden, noticing that the turtle shell on Xiao Xin's back had expanded significantly in just a few minutes, and its limbs had grown sturdier. At least 1,000 square meters. Lin Feng looked at the still slowly expanding turtle shell and roughly estimated in his heart that the previously planned villa expansion and garden now had ample space. Taking advantage of Xiao Xin's recent awakening, Lin Feng guided him to reshape the buildings on his back. A large amount of soil surged from the surroundings, covering a thick layer, followed by erecting tall stone walls along the edge of the turtle shell. The stone walls isolated the interior of the turtle shell into an independent private world. With the internal area greatly increased, Lin Feng arrived at the back of the villa, which he had already planned to be a back garden. He stood in the center of the soil, dug a pit, placed the branch inside, covered it with soil, compacted it, and then went to fetch a pot of water to pour over it. Then he silently recited, "Evolve." With 10 evolution points consumed moments later under Lin Feng's gaze, an extremely faint sound emerged from beneath the damp soil, followed by the emergence of a tender green sprout no larger than a fingernail, growing from the tip of the branch. It sprouted, it lived. Lin Feng crouched down, gazing at the tender sprout. A surge of indescribable joy welled up within him, emanating from the faint emotions conveyed by the broken branch. Again, consuming 100 evolution points. The branch began to grow, with one tender sprout after another emerging from it. The branch itself transformed, quickly sprouting into a seedling taller than a person, adorned with sparse leaves. Continue. Lin Feng's voice trembled with excitement. Consuming 1,000 evolution points. The seedling shot up, suddenly reaching a height greater than a person, with a trunk that had become much sturdier. New branches began to sprout, each bearing fresh leaves, vibrant green, with a faint glow radiating a rich aura of life and nature. The back garden, which had previously been barren soil, changed at a visible rate, becoming fertile and full of vitality. Even Lin Feng, who was usually indifferent to labor, felt an urge to wield a hoe and plant something. Lin Feng opened the panel to check. Familiar beast 4, defective life tree seedling. Current level 3. Ability 1, nature's power. A passive ability that can slowly improve the soil quality in the vicinity and accelerate the growth of plants in the area. The range expands with level upgrades, and the current growth speed has increased by 3 times. Ability 2, nature's barrier. Can actively release an invisible barrier formed by natural energy, capable of isolating breaths, blocking fog erosion, and preventing the infiltration of evil energy. The barrier's strength increases with level upgrades, currently covering a maximum radius of 300 meters. Note: during the barrier's operation, it consumes the self-generated energy of the life tree. The larger the range, the less effective it becomes. It can absorb eerie crystals, with one level 3 eerie crystal approximately sustaining it for 1 hour. However, if attacked, the consumption rate increases dramatically. Ability 3, Spirit of Nature. Can absorb the scattered soul fragments of deceased creatures in the nearby area, giving birth to a spirit of nature. Note: this ability is currently unavailable, only the soul absorption ability remains, and it requires promotion to silver level. Ability 4, Lock. Construction of a life altar is required for viewing. To build a life altar, materials needed include black iron essence, blood of all spirits, bones of all spirits. Evolution feedback. Obtain. The life tree is a miraculous entity of the race, unable to obtain attribute feedback, automatically gaining the talent of natural affinity and acquiring the rule level passive ability, Resurrection. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the line of text on the panel, reading it repeatedly to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Rule level ability, Resurrection. Lin Feng took a deep breath, still unable to calm down. This was Resurrection after all. Who could remain calm upon such news? He clicked on the detailed explanation, and the information unfolded in his mind. Resurrection, rule level passive ability. Effect: when the life tree's contract holder dies for any reason, the familiar beast, the life tree, will automatically activate the residual golden rule source, perfectly resurrecting their soul and body without any period of weakness. Limitations: this ability can only be triggered once a year. After activation, the life tree enters a year of weakness until the rule source is restored, at which point it can be used again. When the life tree advances to black iron level, the time will be shortened to 180 days, adding 10 resurrection quotas. Oh my gosh. So I can die once a year for free. Lin Feng dusted off the dirt from his hands. It was indeed a solid life-saving trump card. However, he could not afford to be careless, silently noting that this tree would become a lifeline in the future. His gaze fell back on the 4th locking ability, Life Altar. One of the core functions of the life tree, requiring the collection of black iron, or to smelt black iron essence, constructing a tower base, and needing to smelt black iron essence, and the bones of all spirits to create 12 black iron pillars to form the guardian array activated by the blood of all spirits. However, as soon as Lin Feng saw the required quantities, he instantly lost the desire to speak. Black iron ore is not ordinary iron ore, but a special mineral containing unique spiritual energy. Currently, he hadn't even seen a shadow of it. Moreover, 1 ton of black iron ore can only yield about 1 or 2 units. How many would be needed to construct an altar? As for the blood of all spirits and the bones of all spirits, that was easy. He just had to hunt other creatures to obtain blood and bones. The more the better, and the stronger the better, with no upper limit. As for its function, he could only find out once it was made. No rush, survive first and think about the rest later. Since this item is so hard to create, it must be something extraordinary. If conditions allow, it should be prioritized for completion. Lin Feng walked back to the bedroom, where the light was still on. Shun Min was leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through a book she had found, and her gaze fell upon Lin Feng's face as he entered. What's with that expression? Did you find a treasure? Lin Feng sat down by the bed. It's even more exaggerated than finding a treasure. Shun Min closed the book, her eyes fixated on Lin Feng's face, filled with just the right mix of curiosity and inquiry. Lin Feng leaned against the head of the bed and explained the general functions of the tree of life, such as how the force of nature could improve the soil and accelerate plant growth by 3 times, while the natural barrier could isolate breath and resist the erosion of the gray mist. The life altar needed black iron ore and the blood of countless spirits to construct. He did not mention a word about resurrection. After hearing this, Chun Min straightened her back, the strap of her nightgown slipping off her shoulder without her noticing. Her eyes lit up. Does that mean if we plant potatoes in the backyard, we can harvest them in a month? What if we have vegetable seeds? Her voice quickened a bit. Then for short-growing ones like bok choy and lettuce, wouldn't we be able to harvest a batch in just a few days? Lin Feng nodded yes. This thing is much stronger than Jiangsheng's plant-inducing ability. His can only induce a small area and consumes a huge amount. Your tree provides continuous passive acceleration and can improve the soil and ecological environment. They are simply not in the same league. Chen Min sighed after speaking. It's a pity we have to hit the road again at dawn. If only we could stay another day, maybe we could search the city and find some seeds. Lin Feng shook his head. It's all right. Perhaps we will encounter some on the journey ahead. We might even find some unique magical plants from this world. Besides, we still have potatoes, so we won't be short of things to plant. Shun Min looked at Lin Feng with watery eyes, reached out to hook her arm around his neck, and gently pressed their noses together. Then why don't you rest? The night passed without a word. Lin Feng was awakened by Chun Min after only an hour of sleep. He opened his eyes to find the sky already bright. Chun Min was already dressed, her face glowing with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with energy. Sister Yutong has come to call for us. She said the convoy should set off now and cannot wait any longer. Lin Feng rolled out of bed, rubbed his face, and quickly put on his clothes, draping a coat over himself. Xin Yutong had been waiting in the living room for a while, holding a piece of paper. When she saw Lin Feng come down, she said nothing more and handed the paper to him. The paper was filled with crooked lines with elegant writing marking directions and some place names. Lin Feng looked at it for a long time, his face puzzled. What is this? A route map. Xin Yutong said calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. Lin Feng took another look for a long while, and in the end, he couldn't make sense of it. He simply shoved the paper back into Xin Yutong's hands. I can't understand it. I'll let Xiao Xian follow your directions. Meanwhile, I'll renovate the villa and build a lookout tower in front for easier observation. Just tell it where to go, and it will follow. By the way, have you reached level 3? Can you communicate mentally? Xin Yutong looked at Lin Feng for a moment before nodding. Lin Feng clapped his hands. That's even better. You can directly communicate with it mentally, and the navigation will be up to you. Don't worry, Xiao Xian is very obedient. While they were talking, Wang Lai and Guo Yi had already approached Xiao Xian. Guo Yi stood at Xiao Xian's feet, looking up at its current size. How much does it need to eat in a day? Wang Lai did not respond to him, but called out, Lin Feng, come down. Lin Feng landed among them. What do you need me for? Wang Lai, upon seeing Lin Feng, spoke with a tone that suggested you finally showed up. You've taken Yutong away, and the navigation is up to you. We'll follow behind. What do you mean I've taken her away? She lost her vehicle and came here on her own, all right. Lin Feng was not about to take the blame. All right, here's something for you. Guo Yi handed Lin Feng a black square box the size of a palm, which had an antenna on it. This is a walkie-talkie. Everyone in the convoy has one. It works within a 10-kilometer range. I fixed your vehicle last night, and I made this overnight. After saying that, he briefly explained how to use it. Lin Feng adjusted the channel and shouted into the walkie-talkie speaker. Hello, hello, hello. Not bad, it's quite... The speaker in the convoy echoed. Attention, everyone, the convoy is about to set off, repeating. The camp instantly became lively. Those who had been resting stood up, angrily checking their vehicles or moving supplies. Everyone started to get busy, especially those who were rescued the previous noon. Only a few hundred young and strong individuals followed Guo Yi onto the train, while the elderly and weak who had not found vehicles were banging on the windows, seeking help from others. Those with vehicles almost all shook their heads, expressing that they were unable to help. Sir, Zhao Daong jogged up to Lin Feng. What do we do next? The He Gui has already been chained, and the carriage is filled with bricks and stones ready to depart at any time. Lin Feng glanced at the giant train. Arrange for those women to get into the carriage, and do not let them get close to Heigui. If the carriage is full, the remaining ones can temporarily ride on Xiao Xian. I'll leave the rest to Chun Min to handle. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately, Zhao Daong replied, then added, wait, that vehicle is temporarily under your command. You handle the details on your own. A suppressed smile appeared on Zhao Daong's face as he bowed, repeatedly answering, rest assured, I will manage it well. Half an hour later, the convoy set off, with Xiao Xian leading the way. Near Xiao Xian's massive head, a lookout tower covering an area of 30 square meters stood tall. At that moment, Xin Yutong was at the top of the tower holding the map and occasionally closing her eyes to give Xiao Xian commands with her mental energy. Behind Xiao Xian, around 2,000 Heigui were bound with thick iron chains, slowly dragging the carriage full of bricks and stones. The cavalry, regardless of gender or age, each had a horse wielding whips to correct the formation of Heigui from time to time. Following closely behind was the train that Wang Lai and the others were on. This train was slightly smaller, but covered in heavy armor, exuding a sturdy aura. On the roof, people were patrolling the surrounding environment with bows and arrows. The vehicles trailing behind varied greatly. Most were from the original convoy, and now almost everyone had a vehicle, their carriages packed with supplies. Hundreds of them were moving in a grand procession, while at the very end were some elderly and weak individuals who had no vehicles walking alongside the convoy. The convoy wound through the wilderness. After leaving the city, the road began to incline upward. After several hours of traveling, climbing to a high ridge, the group could only see the outline of the city. Suddenly someone pointed behind and shouted, look, what is that? More and more people turned their gazes toward the sound, and they saw a gray mist surging from the direction of the city. The overwhelming gray fog rushed toward the city, swallowing building after building. The outlines of the engulfed structures no longer visible, as if they had been completely erased, disappearing without a trace. The roars of the undead echoed within the city, as if demonstrating against the intruders. Soon the roars transformed into struggles, and something began to stir within the gray mist. Dark gray tentacles emerged from the fog, wrapping around the howling undead and dragging them into the depths of the black mist. Roar! The alternating roars echoed from within the city, and a massive undead, over 20 meters tall, stood up behind a collapsed building, its body covered in a thick layer of bone armor. With each step the ground trembled. It was clear that this was not the power of a mere level 3 undead. It raised its arm and swung toward the gray mist, creating a concave wave that momentarily dented the edge of the fog. In an instant, the gray mist surged back, and several tentacles reached out from it, wrapping around the giant undead's arm and pulling it into the fog. It struggled, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step as surrounding buildings crumbled under the pressure. However, its struggles grew weaker, slowly sinking deeper into the gray mist along with the surrounding structures. The gray mist continued to advance into the city. Suddenly, a dull sound resonated from the center of the city, causing even those in vehicles tens of kilometers away to feel their hearts skip a beat, as if something terrifying was pressing upon them. Boom! A towering column of fire erupted from the center of the city like a fiery pillar rising from the ground. The sky was ignited, resembling a blooming cloud of flames, with waves of intense heat washing over. The gray mist was pushed back by this fire cloud, retreating as it was scorched. The dark gray tentacles curled up in the firelight, turning to ashes, while the fire cloud continued to expand, creating waves of shock that cleared a large portion of the gray mist enveloping the city, revealing the devastated ruins beneath. In mere seconds, the once towering skyscrapers crumbled as if struck by a nuclear blast. Lin Feng and the others stood on the back of Xiao Xian, watching this shocking scene, with golden light flashing in their eyes. The broken illusion golden eyes activated, allowing their sight to pierce through the burning clouds and fall upon a figure suspended in midair. It was a young female figure resembling a human, enveloped in a layer of flowing flames, with the space around her exhibiting a distorted state. Name: Race Undead. Rank: Ability. Note: still watching. Hurry and run. Even if you had 10 more lives, it wouldn't be enough. All that was visible were question marks. Aside from seeing the words undead, nothing else was displayed. The collision between the fire cloud and the gray mist grew increasingly intense. The mist, seemingly enraged by the fire cloud's pressure, surged from all directions, forming a thicker, denser wall of fog. Twisted figures began to take shape within the mist, some resembling giant beasts, others humanoid, yet bizarre. Lin Feng even saw things reminiscent of paper figures, and even some indescribable twisted entities, a swarm of eyes, tentacles, and limbs pieced together into monstrous forms. Meanwhile, the ground of the completely ruined city cracked extensively, with fissures wide enough to swallow entire skyscrapers. Giant undead emerged from the depths, some over 100 meters tall, while smaller ones were still 50 or 60 meters. Countless undead climbed up like a tidal wave, as if a gate to hell had been opened. The two forces clashed together, the twisted figures in the gray mist and the undead crawling from the ground, engaged in a brutal battle, instantly turning the city into a chaotic arena. The remaining skyscrapers were shattered with massive debris flying as each attack struck the ground, leaving deep craters of over 100 meters in diameter. The battle in the sky also erupted. Ribbons shot out from the gray mist, their surfaces flowing with dark red light, as if soaked in blood, precisely targeting the suspended figure at the center of the fire cloud. Just before the ribbons touched the figure, she moved, and crimson flames erupted from her feet, forming a swirling ring of fire. As the ribbons encountered this ring of fire, they snapped apart, their attacks thwarted, and the beings in the gray mist seemed to be thoroughly enraged. A clear, sharp, and penetrating sound of a swona suddenly rang out from deep within the gray mist, piercing everyone's eardrums. The surging gray mist contracted for a moment before violently expanding, pressing against the fire cloud from all directions. The swona played what was clearly festive music, yet even Lin Feng, tens of kilometers away, felt a chill run down his spine, as if his soul was being dragged. Immediately after, a deluge of dark red ribbons surged forth from the gray mist like a river of blood, rushing toward the figure suspended in the center of the fire. Run! Lin Feng's voice changed pitch. Full speed, run. Just as Lin Feng's words fell, Xiao Xian sprang into action. Its forelegs struck the ground with great force, and upon pressing down its shell, it immediately leaped into a full sprint, gliding along the ground like it was flying. The houses on Xiao Xian's back creaked loudly, and the occupants tumbled heavily to one side, falling all over the place, while the sapling of the tree of life was blown back by. Lin Feng could no longer afford to worry about anything else, and exerted the full force of his golden stone power to stabilize the buildings on the. Wang Lai witnessed this scene, his eyelids twitching. Gua Yi shouted loudly into the intercom, "Lin Feng, damn it, shout before you run." Wang Lai pressed both hands on the energy converter inside the armored train, surging with electricity, while Gui Yong slammed the acceleration lever down to the limit, causing the train to surge forward, desperately chasing after the now distant giant turtle. The cavalry was whipping the reins, furiously striking the black undead with such force that they seemed to leave afterimages. In the next moment, the undead bolted forward, propelling the train forward at breakneck speed, the bricks and stones on the train's roof tumbling violently. Simultaneously, drivers of other vehicles pressed the gas pedal, racing through the wilderness. The sky erupted with thunderous sounds, as if the entire sky was being crushed, occasionally shattering fiery clouds. The flames fell to the ground like petals, instantly creating deep craters of fire, several dozen meters wide, lingering for a long time. An SUV was caught off guard, struck directly by a burst of flames, vaporizing instantly along with its occupants, leaving no trace behind. A sedan behind it hastily swerved, but it was too late. The flames exploded into a deep pit on the ground, flipping the car over, which spun through the air several times before landing as nothing but a burning frame. Lin Feng took one last look back toward the city. The massive city had completely vanished, and the fire clouds in the sky were gradually being compressed by the gray mist. Lin Feng turned away, urging Xiao Xian to run faster. The convoy sped forward for a full 2 hours until the roar in the sky completely faded, and even the red glow on the horizon was no longer visible. Only then did Lin Feng instruct Xiao Xian to slow down gradually. Xiao Xian transitioned from a gallop to a jog, finally settling into a steady walk. After several more hours, just as the sky was about to darken, Shen Yutong finally opened her eyes and picked up the intercom. "We can stop now, or there's no danger in the vicinity suitable for setting up camp and resting." The speed of the convoy gradually decreased. The black creatures collapsed onto the ground, followed by each vehicle coming to a halt. The horsemen dismounted and rested on the ground, while some who had been on top of the train jumped down. These were those without vehicles, but had reacted quickly, seizing the opportunity to climb onto Lin Feng's mining truck. Lin Feng did not rest. Instead, he stood at the highest point of the lookout tower, surveying the condition of the back armor before commencing modifications. Communicating mentally with Xiao Xian, he first reshaped the walls, widening them to 2 meters, transforming them into city walls. Then he added 3 watchtowers, ensuring that once personnel were stationed there, any movement in the surroundings would be immediately detected. Although the current area was merely 1,000 square meters, it was always wise to prepare for the future. If the others in the convoy were to hear this, would they not kill Lin Feng? I think it's highly unlikely. The villa moved forward, expanding from the original area of 200 square meters to 300 square meters, increasing to 4 floors. The ground floor remained a warehouse, while the second, third, and fourth floors were all planned as living quarters, sufficient for everyone to have a room with some leftover. At the very center of the turtle shell was an enormous water reservoir, its sole purpose being to store water. Lin Feng considered that in the future for planting vegetables and fruits, water would be indispensable. As for the rest, they would gradually expand once Xiao Xian grew up. Chun Min's work was ongoing, and she had been busy since morning until now. In the front yard, she still faced the last few women who were shouting for honey. Chun Min placed her hand on the forehead of one of the women, peeling away layer by layer of their distorted mental cognition. When Chun Min withdrew her hand, the woman in front of her no longer flailed about or cried out for more honey. She became quiet, her gaze clear and untainted, feeling strange and curious about everything around her. Alright, next take her to eat something. The women who had their memories erased and were formatted were restored to a clean slate, some sitting in a daze, while others played like children, obediently following Lu Hongying's arrangements to eat, rest, and play together. Zhuoma stood by watching those who had been processed, and turned to ask, Sister Min, when can I teach them to ride horses and shoot arrows? Hearing this, Lu Hongying, who was next to her, handed a bowl of gruel containing mutated beast meat to a nearby woman, raised her head, and glanced at Zhuoma, shaking her head. Not urgent right now. They remember nothing, and are about the same as 7 or 80-year-old children. Before teaching them to ride and shoot, there are more important things to learn. Zhuoma blinked. What more important things? Lu Hongying stood up, her gaze sweeping over the quietly seated women, then glancing at those busy around them. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Mo Qingwan, who was over there helping to distribute porridge. Hearing this, Mo Qingwan paused her movements for a moment, then casually filled a bowl with porridge. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Mo Qingwan, who was over there helping to distribute porridge. Hearing this, Mo Qingwan paused her movements for a moment, then casually filled a bowl with porridge. Loyalty. Lu Hongying emphasized these two words clearly. Learn loyalty first, then learn other things. Otherwise, what you raise is a pack of ungrateful wolves, and it would have been better not to save them at all. Chun Min had finished her tasks and was wiping her fingers with a cloth. I agree. We already have enough people. It's time to establish rules. The mining team of Qingwan. Her gaze fell on Mo Qingwan. Should be disbanded. It has little significance now. Mo Qingwan finally stopped her back to everyone, silent for a few seconds, then turned around with a slight bitter smile, not refuting. Alright then, let's disband it. After all, there aren't many people left. Mi Shui stood beside her, snorting. Exactly, it's a bunch of ungrateful wolves. They shouldn't be given supplies. If they want to leave, they should do so empty-handed without taking anything. Lin Feng had just come down from the lookout tower's stairs when he heard this and shot her a glance. You're also a backseat driver. Why didn't you say this before? You? Mi Shui turned her head away, refusing to respond. Chun Min clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention back. Since everyone is here, let's take this opportunity to establish some rules. Chun Min's gaze swept over everyone. Lin Feng, Zhuoma Yangjin, Lu Hongying, Mo Qingwan, Mi Shui, Shen Yutong, Xiao Rui, and Xiao Li, as well as the 6 women standing on the periphery, Su Wan and Nge. Since everyone has come onto this turtle, we are all Lin Feng's women. When she said that they were all Lin Feng's women, Shen Yutong's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not speaking. Zhuoma, on the other hand, held her sister's hand, standing confidently beside Lin Feng, even puffing out her chest. Chun Min did not pause, and continued. I'll lay it out straight. Everyone knows Lin Feng's character. He doesn't like to manage trivial matters, and his actions are often impulsive, driven by momentary enthusiasm. Therefore, some things need us to manage for him. First, someone needs to take care of Lin Feng's daily life. Xiao Rui immediately raised her hand, her voice bright and clear. Me. I know this. I can be the little maid. Choose me. I'm capable. Chun Min glanced at her, a slight smile forming on her lips. Alright then, it's you. However, you won't be able to manage alone. Pick a few more people, give me the list for Lu Hongying and me to review, and let Lin Feng make the final decision. Xiao Rui nodded vigorously, secretly praising her own decision. I'm really clever. This way, I can stay by Lin Feng's side, which is the safest and most secure place. At the same time, she was already beginning to consider the candidates for the maid position. Secondly, Chun Min turned to Yang Jin and Zhuoma. For security, Xiao Xian has already grown this large, and will grow even bigger in the future. We must establish a guard team to prevent anyone from sneaking up while Xiao Xian is asleep. This task is entrusted to you 2 sisters, and it won't interfere with training the cavalry. Yang Jin and Zhuoma nodded, their expressions serious. Leave the guard team to us. We promise to train a basic combat force in the shortest time possible. Third, logistics. This has always been managed by Hongying, and will continue to be under her responsibility. Chun Min looked at Lu Hongying, who nodded slightly. Fourth, Chun Min's gaze fell on Mo Qingwan. Fourthly, Chun Min's gaze fell upon Mo Qingwan. The collection of supplies on Zhao Dayong's side cannot stop. Qingwan, your minor team has been disbanded, but this matter requires oversight. You will accept management from Zhao Dayong, but keep your eyes open and do not accept just anyone. Ensuring human survival in the apocalypse is essential, but not everyone is qualified to live. At least here it is handled according to personal preferences. She turned to Lin Feng, a mischievous smile on her face. Isn't that right, Lord Lin Feng? Lin Feng had been standing by, listening, his hands in his pockets, his expression neutral. However, upon noticing that everyone's gaze turned towards him, he quickly nodded. Yes. Let's do it your way. Shen Yutong had been standing aside for a while, and couldn't help but speak up. What about me? Chun Min smiled at her. You. Or she deliberately elongated her tone. You are Lin Feng's precious little one. You don't have to do anything, just stay well. Shen Yutong's face turned even redder, but she seemed to have no rebuttal, merely looking down at her toes, cursed, hidden by her clothes. Lin Feng coughed lightly. Well, that's enough for now. It's time to eat and rest. We'll stop here for today. Xiao Xian, activate the protective field. The golden light unfurled once more, and the crowd gradually entered the protective field's range. Those with conditions could start fires to cook, while those without made do with whatever. Xiao Xian had already taken the initiative to walk toward the train filled with bricks, gulping down chunks of bricks, clearly very hungry. Brother Feng. Zhuoma jogged over, clutching a cloth bag in her hand, excitement written all over her face. Try this. She opened the cloth bag, revealing various sized pills. She took out a few, cupping them in her hands, and presenting them to Lin Feng. The small ones are made from 0-level mystic crystals. This one is from 1-level mystic crystals, and there's this one. She picked up a brown grain pill the size of an egg, which shimmered with a fine luster. This is made from 2-level mystic crystals. I fed one to Jin Tong, and he was full after eating it. For the past few days, he hasn't even touched his usual favorite jerky. Why don't you try feeding this to the big turtle? Lin Feng took the 2-level grain pill, weighing it in his hand. Let's go, I'll give it a try. Saying this, Lin Feng jumped a few times, landing directly in the train car on top of Xiao Xian's head. In a short while, a third of the bricks in the cargo hold had been consumed. Xiao Xian, stop eating for now, open your mouth. Let me give you a taste. Hearing this, Xiao Xian stopped, its amber-colored large eyes looking at Lin Feng, the crumbs in its mouth still falling. It opened its mouth, revealing a row of glistening teeth. Lin Feng threw a 2-level grain pill into its mouth, and then asked, how is it? Xiao Xian chewed a couple of times, blinking its big eyes, conveying a sense of confusion. What? Lin Feng took 10 more 2-level grain pills from Zhuoma's cloth bag, and tossed them all into Xiao Xian's mouth. This time, after swallowing, Xiao Xian licked its lips, and finally communicated a clear thought. Snack's delicious. I want 1,000 more to taste the salty and sweet. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, stuffing the remaining grain pills back into Zhuoma's hands. You should just eat dirt. I can't afford to feed you. Zhuoma secured the grain pills. Brother Feng, I'm going to feed the horses 1-level grain pills. Do you want to come? Lin Feng nodded. The two arrived at the horse team's encampment. When the horse team members saw Zhuoma approaching, those who were resting immediately stood up, dusted themselves off, slightly bowed, and softly greeted Sanger Zhuoma. Zhuoma nodded, saying little, and walked straight to a chestnut horse. Upon seeing her approach, the horse lowered its head, nudging her shoulder with its. She took out a 1-level mystic crystal grain pill from her cloth bag, placed it in her palm, and offered it to the horse's mouth. The chestnut horse carefully rolled the grain pill into its mouth, and then swallowed. Zhuoma closed her eyes, her palm resting against the side of the horse's neck, as if sensing something with her ability. After a moment, she opened her eyes and smiled at Lin Feng. This grain pill can keep it from hunger for a week, and if fed long-term, its physique will gradually improve. Perhaps after some time these horses will be stronger than 1-level mutated beasts. Lin Feng grew interested. What about level 2? Zhuoma shook her head. No, they can't absorb that much energy right now. Feeding them would cause an explosion. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. All right, it was my oversight. Lin Feng also noticed that the horse team members still maintained their slightly bowed posture, their gazes lowered, as if waiting for her next. Zhuoma handed a 1-level grain pill from the cloth bag to a burly man. A Wang, feed one every week, no more. The man named A Wang received the cloth bag with both hands, carefully holding it to his chest, saying something Lin Feng couldn't understand, then bowed and stepped back. Only after a few paces did he stand straight, carefully putting the cloth bag away. Lin Feng observed this scene, and then looked at Zhuoma's face, which still bore a hint of childishness, and couldn't help but ask, Zhuoma, your people seem to respect you a lot. What is your status? Zhuoma glanced back at him, her eyes crescent-shaped. I won't tell you. Saying this, she walked over, linking her arm with Lin Feng's, pulling him back. Brother Feng, let's go back. I'm hungry, and Sister Hong Ying and the others must have cooked. Lin Feng was pulled forward by her, observing the horse team members who still stood in place, watching them leave, setting aside his curiosity. Who doesn't have a few secrets? The villa's area had expanded, and the stone table in the dining room had also grown longer and larger. Originally a table that could seat over 10 people now only had a few people sitting, including Xiao Rui and Xiao Li, who were dressed and made outfits from an unknown source, serving dishes. Thanks to the existence of that supermarket, many long-lasting foods were brought to the table. Lin Feng was discreetly led to the main seat by Chen Min. After sitting down, he noticed that not only were there Xiao Rui and the other 4, but also Ngu and Su Wan, who were also dressed and made outfits. Everyone is here, let's eat, Chen Min announced. After seeing that everyone had eaten quite a bit, Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and asked Yutong, can you help me check if there are any black iron mines nearby? Shin Yutong put down her bowl and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Black iron mine? No, within the range of the map I can survey, there are no traces of black iron mines. Lin Feng's heart sank, but she added, however, there is an open-pit iron mine about 2 days' journey away. An open-pit iron mine. Lin Feng's heart, which had just sunk, perked up again. An iron mine is fine. Iron is definitely more filling than bricks. But can the convoy make it there? Shin Yutong nodded. Yes, there haven't been any particularly dangerous incidents in that direction. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Then let's go. The current supplies are sufficient, and it's just right to let Xiao Xian have a good meal. Otherwise, it's like I'm torturing it by making it gnaw on brick crumbs every day. Zhuoma chuckled softly beside her, only to be glared at by Lin Feng, prompting her to bury her head and pretend to eat. However, Lin Feng turned to Shin Yutong and said, keep an eye out for black iron ore. If you sense anything on the way, let me know. It's not ordinary iron, or it's black iron, darker in color and significantly heavier, but it has spiritual energy fluctuations, so it should be easy to identify. Shin Yutong nodded. Got it. He'll tell you if I find anything. Alright, I'm going to sleep after I finish eating. I'm exhausted after a whole day. As night fell under the bright lights in the villa's front yard, Chen Min had Zhao Daong bring in another batch of women, about 100 in total, who had been rescued and were in very poor condition. They tended to attack those who came to rescue them, so they were left hungry. After starving for a day and a night, they were now listless and weak, no longer running amok or attacking randomly. Indeed, they were all too full to move. After being half-starved, they didn't even have the strength to cry out, let alone think about anything else. Once brought up, they collapsed directly onto the ground, unable to stand. In contrast, the other women who had been fully rehabilitated stood in neat rows, each of them standing straight as they listened to Lu Hongying's instructions. Everyone look at me. Lu Hongying's voice was not loud, but it held a strong presence, causing the women to instinctively straighten their bodies and focus their gaze on her. Although these individuals had the cognitive level of a 7 or 80-year-old child, their ability to mimic and learn remained. After several hours of training, they had already grasped the concepts of formation and discipline. From today onwards, she held a ruler in her hand, her gaze sweeping from the first row to the last. The first thing I will teach you is to remember who provides your food. It is Lord Lin Feng who feeds you, gives you shelter, provides you with clothes, treats your ailments, and offers you a safe place without chains. You must remember that your lives are given by your master, not for free. You must work to earn it, be obedient to gain it, be loyal to protect everything that is hard-earned. Lu Hongying truly had a way with training, especially these women who were like blank slates that showed results in just a few hours. That's all for today. Dismissed. Lu Hongying pushed open the villa door and walked in, her footsteps echoing as she ascended to the 4th floor and pushed open the master. Lin Feng was lying on the bed, breathing evenly, sound asleep. Lu Hongying approached the bedside and gently nudged his shoulder. Lin Feng, wake up. Lin Feng turned over, continuing to sleep without opening his eyes. Lin Feng. Lu Hongying nudged him again, a bit more forcefully this time. There's no place to stay. Lin Feng finally opened one eye, looking at her in a daze. What do you mean there's no place to stay? Didn't I just expand this villa? Have all the rooms been assigned? They're not our people, Lu Hongying replied helplessly. Chen Min just had Zhao Daong bring in another batch of people, and with the ones from this morning there are now 200. Where do you expect them to stay? Send them outside. What if we encounter another black anomaly and they go berserk again? Or, she paused deliberately, do you plan to let them live in the villa? Lin Feng's eyes widened fully as he sat up, waving his hands repeatedly. No way, not a chance. While I'm not obsessive about cleanliness, not just anyone can walk around in front of me, let alone live here. Absolutely not. The fact that I can save them is already a blessing from their ancestors. Lin Feng threw off the blanket, stepped barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window, and walked out onto the balcony, where he could see the women under the wall in the front yard. With a thought, he communicated with Xiao Xian, causing the soil to surge upwards. The inside of the city wall was directly hollowed out and widened, transforming the originally circular city wall into several stone houses. Each was not large, designed like the sleeping compartments of a train, with 3 levels of stone beds growing from the walls. Each stone bed was 1.2 meters wide with handrails and small steps, and each stone house could accommodate 6 people with multiple layers of such houses. Alright then. Lin Feng waved at Lu Hongying. It's done. Let them choose their spots and make do for now. When Xiao Xian grows up we can talk about it. I'm going to sleep. Lin Feng returned to the bed, pulling the blanket over his head, leaving behind a remark, you all have been a real pain these past few days. Tonight, I want to sleep alone. Lu Hongying stood at the door, watching his don't disturb me demeanor, casting him an annoyed glance, taking advantage and still acting all self-important. She gently closed the door, her footsteps gradually fading away as she went to arrange accommodations for those women for the night. Late at night, the door was gently pushed open. A figure slipped silently inside, moving as lightly as a cat through the darkness. The figure approached the bed, lifted a corner of the blanket, and naturally laid down beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a familiar aura pressing against him. I said I wanted to sleep alone. You sleep yours. I'll do mine. In the morning, as Lin Feng got up, he felt a soreness in his lower back. Rubbing his waist, he glanced at Chen Min, who was sleeping soundly, her expression suggesting she was having a beautiful dream, and he felt a pang of helplessness. Forget it, she's my woman. When Xiao Xian levels up again. We'll see. As Lin Feng emerged from the bedroom, he happened to bump into the door of the adjacent room being opened. It was Shin Yutong, who paused for a moment upon seeing Lin Feng. Ready to set off. Her gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for a second or two, her cheeks slightly flushed before she naturally looked away. Lin Feng nodded. All right then, let Wang Lai and the others know shortly. Neither of them said much as they walked side by side through the corridor, passing the hallway connected to the watchtower and standing together on the watchtower behind Xiao Xian's head. The morning wind blew across the open wilderness, carrying a hint of warmth. Shin Yutong had to stand close to Lin Feng, her shoulder nearly brushing against his arm, and neither made an effort to create distance. Shin Yutong pressed the intercom button. Well, set off in 30 minutes. You all prepare accordingly. The response from Feng Ling came through the intercom, crisp and efficient. Received. Next, the convoy's horn sounded. Attention, everyone, the convoy will set off in 30 minutes. Repeat. Lin Feng leaned his elbow on the low wall of the watchtower, looking down as people in the camp hurriedly packed their belongings onto vehicles. Lu Hongying was leading the women who had recovered, helping a group of weak women from the train managed by Zhao Daong toward Shaoxian. These women were so hungry that they could hardly walk steadily, their steps unsteady. Lu Hongying walked alongside the line, supporting a woman who was about to fall, shouting back, "Take it slow, no rush, steady your feet." Lin Feng stood on the lookout tower for a moment, and with a thought the earth surged, forming a gentle slope that rose at the side of Shaoxian, extending all the way to the edge of the surrounding wall, where there was a 3-meter-wide stone gate allowing direct access to the back of Shaoxian. Lu Hongying looked up at the slope, nodded towards the lookout tower, and quickened her pace, saying, "Hurry, let's go up this way, watch your step, don't fall." It was only when everyone stepped onto the back of the turtle that Shaoxian steadily rose. The convoy set off. Shaoxian walked at the front, neither fast nor slow. By the stone table next to the window of the lookout tower, Shin Yutong held a pen, sketching on paper, occasionally pausing, as if sensing something, before continuing to write with focused diligence. Lin Feng observed her drawings for a while. The lines were curvy and twisted, densely packed, yet indistinct. He confirmed that he truly couldn't see them, so he chose not to disturb her and turned to leave. He intended to head to the back garden to plan how to plant the potatoes, when suddenly hurried footsteps and a muffled thud reached his ears. Duong. Lin Feng turned around to see Xiao Rui getting up from the ground, exclaiming, "Ouch," while rubbing her heaving chest. "What's the hurry?" Lin Feng reached out to steady her. Xiao Rui, taking the opportunity, grabbed his wrist and leaned closer, saying, Master, guess what I found?" Lin Feng replied. Looking at her eager expression of come ask me, hearing her call him master, and seeing her current outfit, he said with exasperation, "Wearing a maid outfit and playing dress up, now spill it. What did you discover? Stop teasing, or I'll smack you." Lin Feng raised his hand as if to strike. Xiao Rui immediately yelped, covering her rear and stepping back a bit, mumbling softly, "Wasn't it you who insisted I call you master when you grabbed my ponytail that day? Now you're saying, humph. What did you say?" Lin Feng squinted, glaring at Xiao Rui. Nothing. Xiao Rui hurriedly waved her hand, speaking quickly as if pouring beans. "Sister Hongying asked me to look for seeds that can be planted in the back garden. I flipped through the notes from the day they were stored and found that there are potatoes, yams, and sweet potatoes." "Sweet potatoes?" Xiao Rui nodded vigorously. "Yes, several bags, all good and unspoiled." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sweet potatoes are not only high-yielding, but their leaves can also be eaten as vegetables. Planting them around the tree of life, they can be harvested in just a few days for cooking, and in a month, he could gather a big haul of sweet potatoes. Now he no longer had to worry about food consumption. Then hurry up and get them planted, and also include the potatoes and yams. Plant as many as you can, especially the sweet potatoes. I'll leave a couple of plots free. Xiao Rui blinked. "I was just about to notify Sister Hongying, and then I happened to run into you on the way. Let's go, take me to see." Lin Feng and Xiao Rui arrived at the downstairs warehouse. Xiao Rui pressed the switch on the wall, and the lights in the warehouse suddenly illuminated, revealing neatly arranged supplies. In the food area, Xiao Rui squatted down and patted a woven bag. "This one." I opened it and saw it was full of sweet potatoes. "They're not big, but they are all intact, no rot." She pointed to several bags nearby, saying that one is potatoes and that one is yams, all in whole bags, well preserved. Lin Feng untied the string of one bag, peered inside, pressed it with his hand, and found it firm, not soft or moldy. "Good, let's go to the back garden and plant the sweet potatoes and potatoes first. These things are easy to grow." When Lin Feng arrived at the back garden, holding a bag, Lu Hongying was already there with 7 or 8 people turning the soil. Li Xiaoli and 2 girls under Lu Hongying opened the bags and took out sweet potatoes without broken skin. Li Xiaoli and 2 girls under Lu Hongying opened the bags and took out sweet potatoes without broken skin. Though their movements were slow, they seemed to know how to plant. "How do we plant this?" Lu Hongying asked. "Sister Hongying, potatoes need to be cut into pieces, each with 2 or 3 eyes. Sweet potatoes need to be selected first, preferably without broken skin. After they sprout, cut the vines and directly insert them." Xiaoli replied. "Okay, you few come over and learn from them. Do exactly as Xiaoli says." After a while of busying, the sweet potatoes and potatoes were quickly planted, with yams planted near the wall. Xiao Rui buried the last potato in the soil, straightened up, and sighed, "It's all done now. We won't be lacking food anymore. In a few days we'll be able to eat fresh roasted sweet potatoes. I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes." The surrounding people swallowed hard, picturing the scene of fragrant sweet potatoes, breaking them open to reveal golden filling, taking a bite that was both sweet and hot. Xiaoli stood up, looking at the land now filled with potatoes and sweet potatoes, brushing the dirt off her hands. "All right, that's enough for today. Once the sweet potatoes sprout, Shaoxian will probably grow even bigger. We can come back to cut the vines for propagation, expanding the planting area several times over." After a day of migration, the convoy came to a stop again as evening approached. This time they halted in a place with a dense thicket of thorny bushes flourishing beyond belief, covered in fine sharp thorns, with some berries hanging from the bushes about the size of grapes, and strikingly red. Not long after the convoy stopped, someone noticed those berries. How long had it been since they had eaten fruit? Since crossing into this world, fruit had become a luxury. A few people in the convoy, unable to wait any longer, pushed aside the edges of the bushes, reaching for those small fruits, stuffing them into their mouths. Someone nearby reminded, "Don't eat recklessly," but those people had already swallowed, and seeing that they showed no signs of abnormality, after a few minutes the surrounding people immediately asked, "How is it?" "Pretty sweet, and I feel more energetic." "No poison, we can eat it." Instantly cheers erupted in the crowd as they rushed to the edges of the bushes, reaching out to pluck and toss the fruits in their mouths. However, just 10 seconds later, a skinny man in the crowd staggered and fell to the ground, his mouth twitching as he mumbled incoherently. Dark lines began to slowly creep beneath his skin, spreading from his neck to his cheeks and arms, as if something were crawling beneath his skin. He suddenly stood up, staggering towards the depths of the bushes, saying, "Wife, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. Hold him." Someone shouted, and the people nearby reached out to grab his arm, but he was surprisingly strong, nearly pulling them down with him. Another person quickly wrapped his arms around his waist, preventing him from crossing the edge. The man who was stopped continued to move forward, his voice growing louder, as if entranced by some illusion. At the same time, around a dozen people with similar symptoms appeared, each murmuring different phrases. "Mom, I'm coming. Honey, I'm on my way. My dear daughter, Mom is here to accompany you." The crowd began to panic, and someone shouted, "The anomaly is here." Everyone hurried back, running towards the convoy. Hearing someone shout that the anomaly had arrived, Lin Feng and Wang Lai, along with a few awakened individuals, were the first to arrive at the scene. They saw over a dozen people walking with hollow eyes into the thorny forest, their arms wrapped around a thorn tree, motionless, with their bodies punctured by thorns, blood flowing down the branches. Lin Feng scanned the woods and finally focused on the red berries, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Heartberry edible consumption can slowly enhance spiritual strength. Each heartberry 0.1 spiritual strength, maximum 5 points, effective only for those with spiritual strength below 20. Note, although this item is sweet for you, it is merely a post-meal fruit. Consuming it is futile. Weeping blood fruit, inedible, contains anomalous hallucinogenic spores. Its consumption will lead to erosion by anomalous energy, compelling the host to walk deep into the blood thorns, where they will bleed to death from punctured veins, becoming nourishment for the blood thorns. Note, what a poisonous plant. This bloodthorn is a companion plant to the heartberry, nearly identical in appearance, with the sole distinction being the tiny black spots at the tips of the weeping blood fruit. Can you identify this twin fruit tree? Lin Feng retracted his gaze and shook his head at Feng Ling and the others. "It's nothing serious. It's not an anomaly, just a result of consuming the weeping blood fruit." Wang Lai interjected, "But what about the others who ate it without issue?" "There is another type of fruit called the heartberry. Consuming it not only poses no danger, but can also enhance spiritual strength with a maximum increase of 5 points, ineffective for those with spiritual attributes above 20. The weeping blood fruit is poisonous. Eating it will lead to erosion by anomalous energy, causing hallucinations that compel one to walk into the thorny forest and bleed to death." Lin Feng relayed the information he had observed. "As for those people, there's no saving them. You'll see them off." As he finished speaking, Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the ground collapsed, causing those still clinging to the blood-thorn tree to fall into a deep pit, the soil buried. Killing humans eroded by anomalous energy. Evolution points 18. Wang Lai. Others. Why are you all looking at me? I'm doing a good deed. It's a final resting place, you understand. I'm kind-hearted and can't stand seeing corpses left out in the wilderness. Seeing the unusual looks from everyone, Lin Feng said irritably. "And is your retreating action serious?" Lin Feng shouted towards the convoy. Zhao Daong quickly jogged over. "Lord Lin Feng, what do you need me for?" "Those heartberries are good things. Go and unshackle some of those black anomalies and have them pick some for me from the shrubbery. Remember, the weeping blood fruit with black spots must not be collected. Oh, anyone who dares to bring it back will be severely punished." Zhao Daong acknowledged and turned to make arrangements. Lin Feng specifically went to the train's cargo hold, using his control over metal to extract metallic components from the reinforced concrete blocks, making a batch of metal buckets, which he handed over to Zhao Daong to arrange for the anomalies to collect the fruits. Soon Zhao Daong's team divided the anomalies into small squads, each carrying a metal bucket supervised by the guardians wielding steel whips, spreading out in different directions towards the shrubbery. The anomalies had a talent for work, and picking fruit was almost instinctive for them. The thorns barely left marks on their rough skin. They were unafraid of pricks, reaching out to pluck the red berries from the paper with ease, placing them into the iron buckets, and once full they carried them back. They worked quickly, and within less than an hour they had almost picked all the berries from the outer edges of the shrubbery. The iron buckets lined up in a long row filled with heavy heartberries, with an occasional weeping blood fruit mixed in. Lin Feng's piercing golden eyes clearly observed as the weeping blood fruits were promptly picked out. Then Zhao Daong summoned the entire squad of anomalies and punished them, publicly striking them with steel whips, the sharp barbs leaving bloody marks on their skin, and then poured the remaining heartberries into a large bucket, instructing them to go back and pick again. As others in the convoy saw the anomalies hauling bucket after bucket of heart berries, those who had been merely observing could no longer sit still. Some stood up beside the vehicles, while others pulled weapons from the cars heading towards the thorny forest. They saw Lin Feng's team gathering the fruits glowing red in the sunset, looking sweet and juicy. Once this statement was made, it was like pouring water into a pot of oil instantly boiling over. Almost everyone picked up handy tools and rushed towards the thorny forest, fearing that if they were Once this statement was made, it was like pouring water into a pot of oil instantly boiling over. Almost everyone picked up handy tools and rushed towards the thorny forest, fearing that if they were slow, they would miss out. Keep your eyes sharp, the awakened ones said. The ones with black spots are weeping blood fruits. Don't touch them. Eating them will kill you. All right, everyone, pay attention. They are easy to identify. The black-tipped thorns are blood thorns. Some took off their jackets to wrap around their hands, clutching iron pipes or wielding knives, directly cutting through the obstructing thorns. Wang Lai arrived beside his armored train and shouted towards the roof, "Tiger, take the patrol team to pick some fruit back. Let the brothers be vigilant, safety first." Wang, who poked half his body out, got it. Captain, I'm heading out with the team now. He called together a patrol team, each armed with weapons and tools, quickly following the crowd of ordinary people. The commotion in the thorny forest grew louder, with occasional disputes erupting over a single heartberry. Several times fights almost broke out, but upon noticing the patrol team's glances, they reluctantly relented, forcing smiles. As dusk settled, the red berries became difficult to distinguish in the dim light. Some emerged from the woods, spreading out the berries they had picked, turning on the car lights to Does this one have a black spot? No. Let me borrow some light. Hey, check this one for me. The person, feeling uneasy, rubbed the fruit's skin and scrutinized it under the light, only putting it back into their pocket after confirming there were no black spots. I picked 17. How about you? I only got 9. The outer edges were stripped clean by the anomalies, and the inner thorns are too dense to squeeze. You all did well. I only found 3 after circling inside, and got scratched up quite a bit. You'll need to find a knife in the morning. Wang, who led the patrol team out as well, with their pockets stuffed full, and some carrying small iron buckets only half filled. After a day of migration, the convoy came to a stop again as evening approached. This time they halted in a place with a dense thicket of thorny bushes flourishing beyond belief, covered in fine sharp thorns, with some berries hanging from the bushes about the size of grapes. Wang Lai glanced at the berries in the barrels and nodded. As long as we can bring them back, it's fine. After we return, well, inspect them carefully, keep half, and let everyone Someone shouted, and the people nearby reached out to grab his arm, but he was surprisingly strong, nearly pulling them down with him. Another person quickly wrapped his arms around his waist, preventing him from crossing the edge of the bush. After confirming that there were no issues, they set aside half for the awakened members on the train, and under the hopeful gazes of all the team members, Wang Hu began to distribute the remaining red heart. After confirming that there were no issues, they set aside half for the awakened members. In front of him were 2 half-man-high iron barrels. Lin Feng poked at the fruit inside, and a golden light flickered in his pupils, confirming that no weeping blood fruits had mixed in. He nodded towards Zhao Daong in front of him, saying, "Well done. Take 100 red heartberries as your reward. We'll continue tomorrow at dawn. Ooh, I want to see more." Zhao Daong did not expect Lin Feng to reward him, and he bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, my lord. I am willing to serve you to the death. I would not hesitate to face fire or water." The people behind him also bowed, expressing their willingness to pledge loyalty. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Keep an eye on the women in your vehicle. Oh, don't let them starve, and ensure they don't come into contact with the dark mysteries." The people behind him also bowed, expressing their willingness to pledge loyalty. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Keep an eye on the women in your vehicle. Oh, don't..." Lin Feng nodded. A slope rose beneath his feet as he stepped up onto the back of the little Xian. By the time Zhao Daong and the others lifted the 2 large iron barrels onto the turtle's back, the sky had completely darkened. "My lord, the fruits are placed. I will take my leave for now." Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Did you receive your 100 berries?" "Yes, we did," Zhao Daong replied with a grin. "We didn't take a single extra. You can rest easy, my lord." "All right, go get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow." Little Rui was the first to dash out of the room. As she reached the barrels, she sniffed vigorously, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Lin Feng picked one and handed it to her. Without thinking, little Rui opened her mouth and took a big bite. "You little girl, are you a dog? You almost bit my finger." Little Rui was not offended as she smiled and said, "It's delicious and sweet. This is the best fruit I've ever had. I want more, I want more. Don't just eat for yourself, wash some out for everyone to try." Lin Feng carried an iron barrel towards the kitchen, with little Rui following. Soon several plates of washed red heartberries were served on the dining table. "Let's eat." Upon hearing that there was fruit, everyone eagerly gathered in the dining hall. Almost simultaneously, everyone reached out to grab one and put it in their mouths. Xin Yutong couldn't help but squint her eyes and said softly, "So sweet." Zhoma picked one and fed it to Lin Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, you should eat too. It's so sweet. Everyone eat up, dig in, there are 2 large barrels. Lin Feng spoke lightly, and frankly he hadn't had fruit in many days either. The people behind him also bowed, expressing their willingness to pledge loyalty. Lin Feng waved his hand. Keep an eye on the women in your vehicle. When Xin Yutong heard Lin Feng mention her, she looked up at him, but did not respond, her face slightly reddening compared to earlier. Lin Feng pushed the plate towards Xiaoli and Little Rui, saying, Little Rui, Xiaoli, you all should eat more. These fruits can enhance your spiritual power. They will be beneficial for you. Little Rui's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. You should eat more to become smarter. What you stinky master, are you saying I'm dumb? Upon hearing this, Little Rui stomped her small foot, hands on her hips, looking very displeased, her mouth nearly hanging open in shock. Lu Hongying sat on Lin Feng's other side, holding a fruit in her hand, but not hurrying to eat it, as if she was weighing something. She rubbed the surface of the fruit skin, suddenly looking up at Lin Feng with a serious tone. Lin Feng, I want to share some of these fruits with those women. By those women, she meant those who had been formatted and were currently living by the wall. Mo Qingwan glanced at the plates of berries on the table, saying, but there are over 900 people, what if it's not enough to share? Others nodded in agreement. These were precious items, and sharing them with others would mean less for themselves. In the last few days, the number of people on the Little Xian had surged and food consumption was already high. While they sympathized with them in this apocalypse, who doesn't deserve? Lin Feng spat out a small seed, saying, what's so difficult about that? Tomorrow go dig up the red heart fruit trees and put them in the train's compartment. Once the area on the Little Xian expands a bit more, we can plant them. After all, the bricks and stones in the train's cargo hold will likely be eaten clean tonight, so it would be perfect to take them out first. The eyes of the women around lit up one after another, and their breathing quickened a bit. Good idea. This way we can have them regularly in the future. Then it's settled. Lin Feng clapped his hands on the table, saying, serve the food, we need to finish eating, and then rest. Anything else can wait until tomorrow. After dinner, the crowd gradually dispersed. Little Rui and the others took away the bowls and plates, leaving the table clean. Lin Feng climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. The corridor was very quiet, with only a few warm yellow lights still on. Suddenly a hand reached out from a door crack, grabbing his wrist and pulling him inside. Before Lin Feng could see who it was, his lips were already sealed, a warm and soft sensation coming from the kiss. Lin Feng's hand reacted faster than his brain. He wrapped his arm around the person's waist and used the other hand to close the door, followed by the sound of clothes sliding. Immediately a muffled groan was muffled behind the door. Meanwhile, a series of loud whipping sounds echoed from the camp, along with occasional cries for mercy. I was wrong, let me go. The reason being that Zhao Daong was in an exceptionally good mood today. He had monopolized 50 of the 100 rewarded red heart berries, and after eating them he felt as if the world had changed, everything was clearer, and his thoughts were quicker. Thus he rewarded some breadsticks, resulting in 2 female dark mysteries fighting over them. They were caught, and were currently kneeling down receiving lashes. As to why it had been going on for so long without stopping. Of course it was because Dong Yu had finally fully recovered after several days of rest. At this moment she held a steel whip, pinning the person down, and excitedly whipping them, the rhythm of her strikes becoming faster and more ferocious. Even though the black creature had rough skin and thick flesh, far surpassing an ordinary person, there came intermittent cries of despair and pleas for mercy, accompanied by tears. I was wrong, let me go. The pleas for mercy seemed to pour oil on the flames, making Dong Yu even more excited. She did not pause her actions in the slightest, and the whip in her hand was swung even faster, causing the first female black creature to faint from the blows. Without any hesitation, she pressed the second female black creature to the ground, twisting her wrist, and the whip struck her as well. With another round, the woman screamed more tragically than the first, her cries echoing far into the night. Those around turned their heads away from this scene, while some watched with excitement, shouting, harder, faster, beat her to death. After the second one fainted, Dong Yu paused, looked down at the 2 figures sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, and frowned slightly, as if still craving more, finally recovering her composure, but her limbs had yet to loosen up. Wake her up, flip her over, and beat her. Dong Yu struck several more rounds until they fainted multiple times, then nodded in satisfaction, tossed aside the steel whip, and let out a long breath, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. Oh, that was so satisfying, so damn satisfying. Zhao Daong, from now on leave such work to me, you don't need to lift a finger. After saying this, Dong Yu turned and left a peculiar joy etched on her face. Zhao Daong stood to the side, trembling as he waited until Dong Yu was far away before he picked up the whip from the ground, with shaking hands wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Feng opened his eyes, turned his head, and on his left was a beautiful face filled with exotic charm, while on his right was a charming face with a hint of innocence. Beneath that face lay curves that no blanket could conceal, with flowing lines that were bold and expressive, living up to her name. Lin Feng's hand began to wander. Just as it reached the peak, it was precisely caught by a hand, fingers gripping his wrist with considerable strength. Lin Feng. Mo Qingluan's voice exploded in his ear, her childish tone carrying a hint of hoarseness. You beast, get lost. I don't want to see you. I fainted, and you still woke me up. Are you even human? Lin Feng's wrist was pinned down while his other hand instinctively reached over. Aren't you an awakener? And you have healing abilities. Good recovery. Mo Qingluan's chest heaved with anger, instinctively shrinking back, her eyes blazing with fury. Remove your filthy paws. If I ever let you on my bed again, I will be a dog. Just as her words fell, a head suddenly poked in between the two. Woof woof woof. Lin Feng. Mo Qingluan. The room fell silent for 2 seconds before Mo Qingluan suddenly sat up, ignoring the blanket, sliding off her shoulder, reaching towards Mi Shui. You traitor. I will kill you two dog lovers. Mi Shui let out a yelp, shrinking away while shouting. Brother Feng, I'll hold her down for you. Come and deal with this crazy. Before Lin Feng could react, Mo Qingluan had already grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him, and the three of them were instantly in a chaotic tangle. They didn't emerge from the room until close to noon. Lin Feng walked in the lead, his steps light. Behind him, Mo Qingluan walked with a limp, her gaze as if it could bore holes into Lin Feng's back. Mi Shui supported her, a trace of suppressed laughter lingering at the corner of her mouth. Mo Qingluan shot her a fierce glare. You traitor, stay away from me. Mi Shui chuckled, not releasing her hold. I'll keep supporting you, but it would be quite embarrassing if you fell later. Don't start with me. The three of them walked into the dining hall, where several people were already seated at the table. Chunmin sat in the main seat beside a bowl of porridge, slowly sipping it. Upon seeing Mo Qingluan's walking posture, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. Zhuoma was holding a red heart berry, glancing at Lin Feng, her eyes full of discontent, while Yang Jin sat beside her silently watching. When Mo Qingluan sat down, she kept her head lowered throughout, unable to bear the mocking and curious gazes around her. Chunmin leisurely took a sip of porridge, her gaze landing on Lin Feng. You two won't show any mercy to a delicate flower. Lin Feng had just sat down and picked up his chopsticks when he heard this. His hand paused for a moment before he chuckled. I promise to do better next time. Mo Qingluan's leg twitched instinctively. She raised her head and shot Lin Feng a fierce glare, the meaning in her gaze enough to translate into an 800-word essay. Lin Feng finished his rice in a few bites, stood up, and walked out quickly as if someone were chasing him from behind. Upon arriving at the camp from Xiaoxian's back, most people were in the woods picking red heartberries, leaving only a few scattered patrolling figures. Lin Feng noticed several men holding instant noodles and red heartberries gathered around Zhao Dayong, whispering something before stuffing the food and berries into Zhao Dayong's hands, their faces filled with excitement as they entered one of the nearby tents. The tent flap was half lifted, revealing a female black creature inside. Lin Feng stood not far away watching this scene, and after a moment of silence he sighed, internally surprised that someone could stoop so low. Zhao Dayong had already seen Lin Feng. He trembled all over, nearly dropping what he held, and hurriedly jogged over, kneeling down before Lin Feng, breaking out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, my lord. I deserve to die. Zhao Dayong's voice trembled. I will return these red heartberries and food. I shouldn't have taken matters into my own hands. Punish me. Lin Feng looked at him for a few seconds, raised his hand, and gently waved it. I don't concern myself with such trivial matters. Just keep a record of the items, and make sure to submit the supplies. If you dare to embezzle, you won't want to know the consequences. Zhao Dayong breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly assuring. Rest assured, my lord, I will keep track of each thing, and nothing will go missing. The panic on Zhao Dayong's face transformed into an understanding expression, his back straightening a little. Lin Feng nodded. I have another task for you. Arrange for the black creatures to dig up the red heart fruit trees today. Remember, do not break the roots. It's best to load them with the soil. Dig up as many as possible. Yes, my lord, I will arrange this immediately, striving to bring back everything that can be moved from the woods today. Zhao Dayong got up from the ground, his steps light, as he left, thinking to himself that there were more men than women in the convoy now, and he must help the Lord harvest all the resources for the people in the convoy. Although this female black creature was a bit ugly, my price was low. I must help the Lord collect enough resources. I, Zhao Dayong, will change my name to Zhao Gao, becoming the first eunuch in another world, following Lord Lin Feng's footsteps step by step to the top, below one person, yet above all others. Lin Feng watched his cheerful back, muttering to himself, this old fellow, what wicked thing has he done to be so happy? Those black creatures indeed worked well. They were strong and fearless of stings, uprooting the entire red heart fruit tree along with the soil and carrying it away. However, their flaw was glaringly obvious. They were lazy. As soon as no one was watching, their hands and feet slowed down, immediately starting to slack off, and some even lay down on the ground to take a nap. Zhao Dayong's steel whip crackled loudly, but the effect didn't last long. His 20 or so subordinates were hardly noticeable as they scattered throughout the forest. As they focused on the front, they relaxed their vigilance at the back. If it weren't for the golden eye circling above and the little black creature watching below, they would have long since vanished. Until Dongyu appeared. She held a barbed steel whip in her hand and glanced down at the black creature, dozing off. A smile curved at the corners of her mouth, and that grin made the nearby black creatures involuntarily take 2 steps back. The whip fell without any warning, a sharp sound cutting through the air, striking precisely at the black creature. The coarse dark gray skin of the creature was instantly torn open, leaving a gruesome wound. It sprang up from the ground, not daring to look back to see who had struck it, and quickly bent down to pick up a shovel. Keep working. Dong Ye's voice wasn't loud, but the tone conveyed that if they dared to stop, she would strike them dead. It was more effective than ever. She walked around the forest, striking each lazy black creature with her whip. After being whipped, those creatures worked at a speed more than double than before, keeping their heads down and not daring to glance in her direction. Occasionally, with 1 or 2 lagging behind, Dong Ye's whip would come down repeatedly, causing them to scurry back to their positions, rolling and tumbling. Zhao Daong stood at the edge of the forest, watching Dong Yu weave through the bushes and the rhythm of the whip, utterly impressed. Her efficiency and supervision surpassed that of their 20 or so men. Although her laughter was somewhat eerie at times, the efficiency was undeniable. No complaints. Lady Dong Yu, you've worked hard. Please do join my vehicle. These black creatures cannot do without your urging. Zhao Daong followed Dong Yu, his face full of excitement, flattering her. If he could get this awakened one on board, managing the black creatures would be a breeze. Dong Ye's smile widened. Zhao Daong's invitation struck a chord with her. We'll talk later. Although she didn't directly agree, her mood, while wielding the whip, was even as the speed of uprooting trees increased. 1 red heart fruit tree after another was pulled up with the soil. The crowns were bundled with grass ropes, and they were sent one by one into the freight car. Before long, the cargo hold was already more than half full. A crowd gathered around the cargo hold. These were the ones without vehicles who, after returning from picking red heart berries in the bushes, found that the stones in the cargo hold had vanished, replaced now with neatly stacked fruit trees. The leader, a thin man, looked at Zhao Daong. Boss, Zhao, we don't have a vehicle. Can we squeeze in 2? Your back compartment is so big, there's no need to fill it entirely with trees. Just leave a little space for us to fit in, will you? If not, you can let us go to the front. Your back compartment is filled with these. He pointed at the piled red heart fruit trees. It's all thorns. We can't find a place to stand. Zhao Daong glanced back at them. They were the original pullers of the black creature caravan. He cracked the steel whip in his hand twice. Scram. Letting you ride for free on the cargo hold is already a huge favor. You think you deserve to get on the vehicle? The leader's face stiffened for a moment, then he hurriedly pulled a few red heart berries from his bag. After thinking for a bit, he put 2 back and raised 1 berry in his hand. Boss Zhao, we're not asking to ride for free. Look, I have 1 berry here, and he glanced back at the others. Everyone can chip in, and we can surely exchange for 2 spots. Zhao Daong glanced at the item in his hand with disdain, but after a moment of thought he replied, well, it's not impossible. The other's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Zhao Daong slowly added. However, my mining team has already been disbanded. If you want to come, you'll have to join my inner palace. Some were confused and looked at Zhao Daong. Inner palace monitor. What is that? Zhao Daong stood upright, pride in his voice. It's a name I just coined. The inner palace monitor is the place that manages the eunuchs. If you want to ride this vehicle, sure, I can help you get castrated, and once that's done, you can come aboard. He looked at the person who had asked and then scanned the others. But let me be clear, the inner palace monitor is not a mining team. You can't come and go as you please. Once you're here, unless you leave your life behind, you can't leave. Have you thought this through? The leader's expression changed. The people behind him instinctively shrank back several steps, and some even covered their crucial parts with their hands. Boss Zhao, this. The leader stammered, isn't it a bit too much? Everyone is a survivor from Blue Star. Ooh, we should help each other. Are you worried that the berries aren't enough? I still have. He reached out to present the 2 berries he had hidden earlier to Zhao Daong. Not gonna happen. Zhao Daong waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Go find Wang Lai to negotiate. I can't help you here. Beside from eunuchs, no one else can ride my vehicle. And his tone turned harsher. Anyone who dares to cling to my vehicle will be shot dead on the spot if I find out. We're tired here, so get lost. After saying this, Zhao Daong turned around and left, no longer caring about those people. The most important task now was to complete the mission assigned by Lin Feng. The black creatures were almost all mobilized, picking fruits, uprooting trees, and then weaving grass into ropes to tie up the scattered branches. When the cargo hold was full, Zhao Daong hurriedly jogged to report to Lin Feng. Sir, he called up to Xiao Xian's back. The cargo hold is full, and there are 3 large barrels of red heart berries. I will arrange for someone to bring them to you right away. Lin Feng stood on the watchtower, nodded, and then pressed the intercom button. Depart in half an hour. A crackling sound came from the intercom, followed by Gua Yi's voice. Lin Feng, what are you thinking? You've harvested so much, even uprooted trees, and we haven't even picked that many berries yet, and you're leaving now. Lin Feng replied calmly into the speaker. Well, you can stay here. I'm leaving now. On the intercom, there was silence for 2 seconds, then Gua Yi's frustrated shout, Lin Feng, damn you. Half an hour later, everyone got on the vehicle. Xiao Xian started moving again, and Dong Yu jumped directly onto the roof of Zhao Daong's train, her long whip crackling in the air. The convoy set off, closely following Xiao Xian. As the convoy proceeded into the evening, Lin Feng brought food to Shen Yutong, who gazed out from the lookout tower, her eyes fixed on the horizon as nightfall approached. Lin Feng placed rice and several exquisite dishes on the table, turning his head to look at her. What did you say? Shen Yutong's gaze remained distant, her tone calm. The gray mist has stopped at the last city and hasn't followed us. Lin Feng recalled the overwhelming gray mist and the terrifying corpse clan girl suspended in the fiery sky. Is that true? Shen Yutong picked up her bowl, glancing at Lin Feng. My ability includes astrology. Although I didn't see it directly, the gray mist hasn't moved for— Lin Feng looked at her. So what you mean is that we are safe for now? That's right. Lin Feng patted the railing of the tower. We need to travel overnight to the open iron mine you mentioned. I don't know whether the gray mist will stop or not, but we must acquire the ore as soon as possible. If we delay, Xiao Xian will have to eat dirt again. Shen Yutong nodded and continued to eat. Lin Feng did not send Jin Tong to investigate the status of the gray mist. He didn't even entertain the thought, as he would never take risks with dangerous matters. Regardless of whether the gray mist had halted, the most urgent need was for that mine. The more they could mine in a day, the more provisions Xiao Xian could stockpile, allowing it to grow stronger. Once it matured, there would be no place in the world it couldn't go. Lin Feng picked up the intercom. Maintain speed, we won't stop for the night. We'll notify everyone when we reach our destination. The people in the convoy were unsure of what was happening, but dared not question it, quickly getting into high spirits. The convoy continued to advance through the night. The wilderness was gradually changing, with plants that were rarely seen before now growing denser. In some areas, patches of wild grass had even sprouted, and something occasionally darted out from the thickets. Jin Tong locked onto a target from the sky, diving low over the ground. When it returned to Xiao Xian's back, it was already clutching a small creature that was still struggling. It was a gray mouse the size of a tabby cat, and by the time Jin Tong placed it on the ground, it had already stopped moving. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with golden light. Mutated gray mouse edible, contains trace spiritual energy in the flesh. Each pound can enhance physical constitution by 1 point, effective for those below 20 points, maximum enhancement of 3 points, side effect, slight, hallucinogenic effect. Continue, catch as many as you can. Jin Tong let out a low whine and soared into the air once more. As they continued forward, the road conditions became more complex. No longer were only gray mice darting out from the grass. Some bizarre figures emerged from the surrounding bushes, quickly retreating before being illuminated by the headlights. Jin Tong dove from the sky, unleashing blades of wind. The strange figures attempting to attack the convoy began to dissipate before they even appeared, and the notifications of evolution points echoed in Lin Feng's ears. In the deep of night, a silhouette appeared ahead. It was a massive mountain range lying across the land, glowing a dull grayish white under the moonlight. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng saw some lights. As the convoy drew nearer, those lights gradually expanded in his field of vision, becoming clearer. It was another convoy. As Xiao Xian's enormous figure approached, the activity in the opposing convoy noticeably increased, with someone climbing onto the roof of their vehicle, standing rigidly with a weapon in hand. The sound of engines roared, headlights blazed, and the entire camp was on high alert. Only after the vehicles behind Xiao Xian appeared did the tense individuals relax somewhat. Not a bizarre entity, but a human convoy. Only a few awakened individuals remained vigilant, still watching the approaching convoy with a sense of impending danger. In the apocalypse, humans could sometimes be more dangerous than bizarre entities. Lin Feng ignored them, continuing to guide Xiao Xian toward the foot of the mountain as the convoy advanced alongside the opposing convoy. The opposing convoy had more vehicles than Lin Feng's convoy, nearly filling the entire open space with hundreds of cars. What puzzled him was why they all looked so similar. So many vehicles. Zhoma had appeared by Lin Feng's side at some point, gazing at the convoy not far away. Indeed, a convoy of this size for survival is not to be underestimated in terms of the strength of awakened individuals. Xiao Xian only stopped when it reached the rocky foot of the mountain. A golden light spread out and Xiao Hei's protective domain expanded again. The convoy parked in an orderly manner, setting up camp within the protective domain. Through the light tubes, Lin Feng saw the outline of the open mine, much larger than he had imagined. It was as if this mine was seamlessly embedded in the ground, like the cities and buildings of Blue. Once Xiao Xian stopped, it didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak. It didn't care how this mine came to be, only knowing that its buffet had arrived. Its front paw effortlessly sliced off a large chunk of, or crunching it as it swallowed. This, or was far superior to the ruins of those residential buildings, and in the blink of an eye a large pit was dug into the mine. The rumbling sound echoed far away. The people from the opposing convoy witnessing Xiao Xian's mining actions gasped in astonishment. Such immense strength. This is an iron mine, and it has already been hollowed out so much in an instant. That paw must weigh dozens of tons. And it can eat. That must be an awakened one's beast companion. Didn't you see that turtle's back is carrying a house? That's their beast companion, but I wonder how it grew so large. Xiao Xian devoured thousands of tons of iron ore in a single breath, and once again fell into a deep sleep. Outside the protective domain, the sound of engines approached. A modified off-road vehicle was driving toward them, its headlights flickering in the night, as if greeting them. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the protective domain, and several people got out. The leader was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe standing in the beam of light from the vehicle's headlights, his gaze first landing on the faint golden light barrier, before squinting slightly. Such rich exorcism power, the Taoist spoke. Even a level 4 bizarre entity would not dare approach this degree of exorcism domain. The young woman following behind him looked in the direction of the Taoist's gaze. Master Lin, this is probably more effective than your talismans. The Taoist did not reply, merely nodding slightly, his gaze falling upon the turtle that had already fallen asleep. He sensed a tremendous threat from this turtle. Lin Feng felt the presence of awakened individuals approaching and got down from Xiao Xian's back along with Chen Min. Wang Lai and Feng Ling had also arrived. Lin Feng asked those few people, "Are you also here to mine iron?" The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe withdrew his gaze from Xiao Xian and focused on Lin Feng. "We've been here for several days. This mine is not only being mined by us, there are several other convoys nearby, all stationed in the vicinity. Some arrived even earlier than us." He paused for a moment. "Are you also here for this mountain?" Lin Feng did not deny it. Wang Lai had already negotiated with them, explaining the situation within the convoy. Lin Feng stood by, watching, his gaze lingering for a moment on the Taoist. The man appeared to be in his 40s with a moderately long beard. Among the several awakened individuals in his convoy, he exuded the strongest sense of danger. 2 young girls were following him. One had a high ponytail, was tall and slender with a cold demeanor. Her skin was so pale it seemed translucent, and she wore a long sword at her waist, yet her expression gave off an impression of dullness. The other girl appeared small and full of energy. Although her adorable round face was smeared with dirt, it was enough to draw the attention of those around her. The stark curve of her collarbone was quite captivating. A little girl indeed, a legally adorable one. Beside her was an elderly man wearing sunglasses, dressed in a dark gray coat with neatly combed gray hair. There was also a remarkably robust man with bulging muscles and standing at least 2.5 meters tall. His presence exuded a strong sense of oppression, yet his honest expression diminished any intimidation. The Taoist spoke up, saying, "It's too late today. Tomorrow at dawn, if possible, we can hold a small trading meeting in the open space at the center of both camps. Everyone has something to exchange, and perhaps we can obtain what we need." Wang Lai nodded. "Sounds good." The Taoist did not say anything further, nodded slightly to the others, and turned back to the modified off-road vehicle, which then restarted and drove back. After the vehicle drove a distance, the elderly man in sunglasses sitting in the back seat spoke up, "Lin Daozhang, what do you think?" The Taoist was silent for a few seconds before replying, "This is not a bandits' convoy. They have a strong sense of order, and their strength cannot be underestimated." The little girl in the front seat turned her head. "You, a level 4 awakened, can't see through them." The Taoist did not answer directly, only saying, "There are always people beyond others." And the little girl in the front seat turned her head. "You, a level 4 awakened, can't see through them." The Taoist did not answer directly, only saying, "There are always people beyond others and skies beyond the skies. We will know more later." The little girl in the front seat turned her head. "You, a level 4 awakened, can't see through them." The Taoist did not answer directly, only saying, "There are always people beyond others." Yes, Lin Feng nodded, responding to Chen Min's question. "I just wonder what good items they have in their convoy." Chen Min linked her arm with his, "What do you want?" "Seeds," Lin Feng replied. "Cabbage, tomatoes, vegetable seeds, fruit seeds, anything will do. I feel that once Xiao Xian awakens, there will be significant changes, and we will have more space to plant anything. We will know tomorrow." They are eager to hold the trading meeting, which means they are short on supplies, and indeed have good items. Chen Min smiled slightly. "We have enough supplies in our warehouse to fill half a supermarket. Are we worried about not being able to exchange for good items?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized this made sense. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back and sleep." Chen Min pulled on Lin Feng's arm, quickening her pace, her breathing becoming a bit faster. The morning sunlight cast a warm hue over the gray-brown ridges. Lin Feng had not yet opened his eyes in bed, while Chen Min snuggled in his arms. Mo Qingwan had already arrived at Zhao Daong's train. She hadn't slept much last night, muttering softly about someone as those 2 dogs. "Are you scolding Brother Feng and Sister Min? I'll go back and report you." Mi Shui watched her with glee from the side. "You dare? You little traitor. Don't sleep in my room anymore. You're no good, either. You forget your roots once you have a man." Mo Qingwan said angrily, raising her. Mi Shui quickly jumped away, sticking out her little tongue. "A woman who speaks one way and thinks another. Who was yelling the loudest last night?" Mo Qingwan remained silent and ignored her, burying her head as she walked, while Mi Shui followed behind with a smile. Zhao Daong. Zhao Daong was inspecting the chains at the front of the vehicle. Upon seeing Mo Qingwan calling him, he immediately put down his work. "Lady Qingwan, Lady Mi Shui, what's the—" "No beating around the bush," Mo Qingwan said. "Arrange for those He Gui to go mining. Lin Feng needs to stockpile enough, or Xiao Xian will need to eat, and we also need to store some to take with us. Don't let them slack off. You can count on me." I have already arranged everything, Zhao Daong replied, pointing at the lined-up He Gui, each holding tools like mining picks, crowbars, and handcarts. Last night, I contacted Gua Yi overnight using part of today's excavated ore as trade. He rushed out a batch of tools overnight, which will definitely be enough. Moreover, there are mining picks made from the ground rat claws that Lin Feng originally used. Those picks cut through iron like mud, and the efficiency of mining will definitely be doubled. Mo Qingwan followed his gaze. The He Gui had already begun working. With a few swings of the picks, large chunks of iron ore fell from the mine wall. Hundreds of pounds, even tons of, or detached from the mountain. They were then loaded onto vehicles and pushed away to be stored at designated locations. All right, Mo Qingwan nodded. You keep an eye on them, don't let them slack off. If manpower is insufficient, recruit from the convoy. As for the candidates, I won't interfere. Just try to bring as many as you can to survive as long as they don't starve. Try to conserve supplies. Zhao Daong's mouth cracked into a cruel smile that vanished quickly. Yes, Lady Qingwan. If anyone is willing to join, I will try to bring them along. They will definitely not starve. After finishing her orders, Mo Qingwan fell silent and looked up towards another direction. Not far from the camp, an open area was filled with vehicles. On one side were their assorted vehicles of all types. On the other side were a row of rugged off-road vehicles, nearly identical models, as if they had emptied out an entire car factory. In front of each person were their respective supplies, and the trading meeting had begun. The awakened individuals from the opposing convoy were also selecting their desired items to exchange. Lin Daozhang, did you see that? The girl wielding a long sword gestured for the Taoist to look in that direction. The Taoist followed the girl's gaze towards the mine. I didn't notice last night, but looking now, those miners are indeed not ordinary people. Their body proportions, skeletal structures, and skin colors differ fundamentally from normal humans. These individuals emit a strange aura, yet it's not entirely. What kind of species is this? The petite girl standing behind them stood on her tiptoes. Where? Let me see. When she finally saw, she exclaimed, what the hell? Where did they catch so many black people? The girl stood on tiptoe for a while longer, her eyes sparkling. Master Lin, could you ask if this labor is for sale? Just 500 heads, I guarantee I can produce another batch of vehicles. The number of survivors joining the convoy is increasing, and I'm running out of materials. Master Lin was momentarily taken aback by her rapid-fire speech and glanced down at her. Luo Xiaoxiao, didn't you say yesterday that we had enough materials for vehicle production? Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, Luo Xiaoxiao said, hands on her hips, speaking with confidence. Yesterday I thought we could save, but today, seeing that there are ready cattle and horses available, I feel anxious about missing out. The sword-wielding girl couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoxiao, keep it down. Master Lin hasn't said he won't help you. Master Lin withdrew his gaze. Let's discuss it after the trade fair. The other party may not be willing to part with such valuable laborers. Luo Xiaoxiao anxiously stamped her feet, but ultimately remained silent, continuing to peer towards the mining area, on tiptoe, mumbling quietly to herself. The trade fair was running fairly smoothly, with not only awakened individuals present, but also patrolling members to maintain order. Although there were occasional disputes, the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. The stalls set up by the survivors of Lin Feng's convoy were the most popular, as most had scavenged through the city and had plenty of food, including red heartberries, which greatly enhanced mental strength. In contrast, the offerings from the opposing convoy looked much more meager. Food was scarce, with most stalls showcasing pots, bowls, miscellaneous items, tents, and tattered old clothing. However, there were also some good items, as the opposing convoy seemed to have many weapons such as short blades, long swords, and bows, with some stalls even displaying mutated beast meat. Lu Hongying took a spot, with several young women spreading out a clean cloth. It was filled with rice flour, cooking oil, salt, candy, various seasonings, and a variety of snacks resembling a miniature supermarket. Sister, how can I exchange for this instant noodle? A man from the southern district wearing a black jacket squatted in front of the stall, pointing at a pack of instant noodles with eyes full of longing. What do you have? You can trade seeds, weapons, or even use strange crystals as currency. The young man hesitated, pulled out a palm-sized cake from his pocket, and extended it in his palm. Will this grass cake do? 3 for a pack. Lu Hongying glanced at the cake in the young man's hand, which seemed to be made from some kind of grain ground into powder. What is this? This is a grass cake, the main food of our convoy. It is made from the seeds of a large dogtail grass ground into powder. Although it doesn't taste good, it can enhance our strength. Can I try some? Lu Hongying asked curiously.